After the advent of the new era, the Earth became an abandoned old world. The once prosperous and beautiful home is now only left with ruins. The living people are either disabled people with full body prosthesis or drug addicts who turn into zombies after taking electronic drugs. The real rich and elite have already moved into the future city suspended in the sky. It is a new world that symbolizes hope and prosperity. People on the ground will never be able to cross the deadly radiation barrier and set foot into the future city in their entire lives. However, as a technician with 2.5 years of experience in integrated maintenance, I can move freely in the upper and lower cities. Because I am a hacker. In this dilapidated world, I have mastered a supernatural ability synthesis and upgrading. A most common titanium alloy knife can be upgraded to a knife made of objects in my hands, ignoring all physical defenses. The lowest level of broken robots can, after my transformation, evolve into star wanderers that travel across the void. Even the inferior nutrient solution that is so despised by people that even dogs don't want to smell it can be synthesized by me into the ultimate human body strengthening potion, allowing people to break through their limits and even transform into extraordinary life forms. At this moment, beside a dark street in the abandoned city, I looked up at the foggy sky. Turbid rain fell from the sky, dripping and wetting the street. In front of me, a huge shadow appeared vaguely in the sky. I rubbed my empty right eye and bent down to pick up the roadside sign that was mostly damaged by the lights. The 4 words, prosthetic repair, swayed with the flickering lights. The small words, primary, below were almost ignored, and the line of even smaller words. If you fail to repair it properly, you will bear the consequences at your own risk, was particularly eye-catching. I closed the door and walked to the table, picked up the bottle of green low-quality nutrient solution, drank it gently, and turned on the old-fashioned PS5 game console. Genshin Impact popped up on the screen and started. Damn, you're playing Black Myth again. You've been fighting this big-headed monster for 3 days. A mechanical male voice came from the side, and a robot that looked like a rectangular box moved over from the side. Yuri, a piece of scrap metal, what do you know? I'm just practicing my skills. I rolled my eyes at it and picked up the handle. Modified this robot using the first generation of artificial intelligence created by humans 800 years ago. I found it at the edge of the ruins after the war. All that was left was a damaged body and an 8-digit photon brain. It was called No Brain, and always liked to interrupt, speaking in a stiff voice with Guangxi Mandarin. Look, it's dead again, cousin, can you do it? It continued to tease me, making exaggerated movements with its mechanical limbs. I glared at the monster on the screen with a huge head, who could easily kill me with one blow. It was just an elite monster, why was it so hard to beat? He is really a noob and loves to play. Oh my, he fell again. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door interrupted our conversation. I'm not taking any customers today. I'm not in a good mood. I responded impatiently. Come back tomorrow. You won't die if you practice a day later. The knock on the door sounded again. I frowned, looked at the surveillance screen, put down the handle and walked over to open the door. A little girl stood outside the door, carrying a disheveled woman on her back. The little girl's eyes were filled with tears, and her messy pink hair almost covered her face. Both of them were soaked by the heavy rain, and the woman was almost dead. I slightly moved aside to make way for the door. The little girl hurriedly carried her into the room, and I picked up the woman and gently placed her on the operating table. Her body has not been mechanically modified and her strength is too weak, I whispered to myself. No Brain immediately began to prepare the tools. Although these tools were old, each one was carefully maintained. The little girl wiped away her tears, her young face full of anxiety. Mom was beaten by bad guys, can she wake up? Don't worry, it won't happen. I comforted her while checking the woman's injuries. I know this mother and daughter. The woman's name is Judy. She is a hostess at a bar on Lowly Island. As a means of survival, she sold almost all of her organs for money, leaving only the body below the abdomen. They forced my mother to take off her clothes. She didn't want to, so they beat her. I couldn't pull her away at all. The little girl Jushana had stubborn tears in her eyes. I nodded silently and began to treat Judy's wounds. The scars on her body were more serious than I thought, and the low-level energy device in her body was also severely damaged. Liquid continued to seep out, and the air was filled with the smell of corruption. This repair is very difficult, but no problem. I used a scalpel to cut open her wound and began to repair it. At this moment, a strong biochemical fluid gushed out, followed by a small explosion. I ignored these distractions and continued to operate calmly. This repair will be difficult, but no problem, I whispered, continuing with the surgery. The little girl stood quietly by, her eyes full of worry for her mother. Brother Sue, you installed my legs. I like them very much. They are very useful. I smiled softly. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The operation continued, and finally, the woman's body gradually calmed down. All right. I put down the surgical tools, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and looked at Zhu Shaner. Your mother's injuries were serious, but I have fixed them. She pointed to her mother's wound timidly. Mom's chest is still leaking biochemical fluid. I took immediate action, sealing the wound with adhesive and dressing her. Don't worry, it's okay. After the repairs were completed, Brainless waved his mechanical arm and said, This repair was difficult. The cost is 100 Alliance coins. 100 Alliance coins? The little girl lowered her head and rubbed the corner of her clothes nervously. I don't have any money. I looked at her embarrassment and felt helpless. No Brain took out a red eyeball and said, This thing is worthless. I reached out and took the prosthetic eye. Okay, I'll use this to offset the repair. Thank you, Brother Sue. The little girl bowed to me excitedly, then carried her mother on her back, walked out of the house with difficulty, and disappeared in the wind and rain. I watched them leave, closed the door, and returned to my workbench. No Brain muttered in dissatisfaction. We will have to pick up trash sooner or later. I fiddled with the tools, sorted them out, and sat back at the table, gently picking up the worn red artificial eye. Although it was useless, it was at least a token of the little girl's love. Just as I was thinking this, the artificial eye suddenly lit up, then quickly broke free from my hand and went straight into my empty right eye. Shit! I screamed and tried to take it out, but found that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't pull it out. What's going on? I stared at the strange scene happening before my eyes in horror. My eyeballs rolled wildly, then stopped, and my blood-red pupils flashed with a faint light. It seemed as if countless tentacles stretched out from them, embedded deeply into my eye sockets, and seeped into my brain. The intense stinging pain almost made me lose consciousness, but I held it back, and a chill ran through my heart. What the hell is this? Suddenly, the system's voice came. Beep, Dimension Eye is merging. Beep, fusion completed, currently unlocking the upper limit of civilization technology level, the third dimension. Ding! After opening the Eye of Dimension, the host can synthesize and upgrade any two identical technological products. What is this? Opening the Eye of Dimension? The Eye of Dimension has been activated. Following the system's prompt, suddenly, a beam of faint red light shot out from the right eye, and the surrounding area was quickly filled with red electronic circuits, flickering with light. I was breathing heavily, my eyes were wide open, beads of sweat dripped down my forehead, my body could hardly support itself, and I looked around blankly. The pain was gone. I could actually see with my right eye. And it seemed to have more than just regained its sight, it seemed to have become stronger. I subconsciously noticed that two squares suddenly appeared in my right eye, accurately locking onto two titanium alloy tang swords in the distance. I found two identical technological products. Do you want to synthesize and upgrade them? Synthesis upgrade? What is this operation? I had no idea what was going on. I calmed myself down a bit, frowned, and thought for a while. Finally, I tentatively said, Synthesis. Buzz, a red light suddenly shot out from the right eye, quickly covering the two titanium alloy tang swords. Thousands of program codes ran rapidly on the surface of the light beam, and then the light exploded. The two tang swords disappeared, and in their place was an extended version of the tang sword that was extremely exquisite and had a sharp luster all over. Synthesis completed. Titanium tungsten alloy standard long sword. Titanium tungsten alloy standard long sword, using super alloy technology, harder and sharper than titanium alloy. A military standard weapon produced in the 8th year of the new era star calendar, belonging to the first dimension technology. What is this? I walked over impatiently and picked up the knife. My heart was churning and I was extremely shocked. It's actually uprated. The 2 titanium alloy tang swords were used as collateral by a customer who was unable to pay for repairs. Although these swords existed before the Century War, they are still very popular weapons in the wasteland. They are cheap, sharp, and strong, suitable for use by ordinary people and mechanical cyborgs, and can even cut off some mechanical bodies and damage alloy mechanical prostheses. However, the titanium tungsten alloy long sword is different. It is the first batch of military weapons in the new era and is the top combat equipment after the upgrade. Whether in sharpness or strength, it is far superior to titanium alloy and can easily cut through alloy mechanical prostheses. Moreover, the price is several times more expensive than ordinary titanium alloy tang swords. Too powerful! I couldn't believe my eyes, touched my right eye, and was amazed. I didn't expect that by combining 2 identical low-level weapons, I could get such a powerful weapon. Simple and efficient. I wondered in my mind, if I continue to synthesize, what kind of weapon will I get? I remember the system prompt just now mentioned that the upper limit of the technological synthesis of this artificial eye is the 3rd dimension. As far as I know, the technology of humans in the new era is limited to the 2nd dimension. In other words, as long as I continue to use this eye to synthesize, I will have the opportunity to obtain weapons and equipment that far exceed the current level of human technology. The gap is a whole dimension. I suppressed my excitement and quickly opened the locker beside me. There were 2 titanium alloy tang swords inside. Once again, I activated the Eye of Dimension and started synthesizing and upgrading. The 2 titanium alloy tang swords were quickly wrapped by red light particles. 3 seconds later, another titanium tungsten alloy long sword appeared. Then, I put the 2 titanium tungsten alloy long swords together and synthesized and upgraded them again. I stared nervously at the red particle light floating in front of me. 3 seconds later, a long knife flashing with cold light appeared in my hand. Synthesis completed. High-frequency cutting long knife. High-frequency cutting long knife. By generating extremely high-frequency vibrations, the blade has a strong cutting ability. Developed and promoted by Guanca Technology Company in the 58th year of the star calendar, it belongs to the 1st dimension technology. Hiss! I took a deep breath and grabbed the knife tightly. This is not just an ordinary weapon, it is a high-tech equipment developed by humans in the early days of the new era to conquer the universe. Although it has been eliminated, its performance is still strong. I have lived in the abandoned city for many years and I know the value of this high-frequency cutting long sword. Its price must be much higher than the titanium tungsten alloy long sword. And I only use 4 titanium alloy tang swords to synthesize it. Moreover, this is still not the limit of the Eye of Dimension. I can continue to synthesize and upgrade it. I was so excited that I could hardly suppress it. I looked at the other items in the room and wanted to try again. Although the titanium alloy tang sword was used up, there were far more technological products in this world. I quickly turned my attention to the 2 unopened bottles of low-quality nutrient solution on the counter. They should also be products of technology, right? I found 2 identical technological products. Do you want to synthesize and upgrade them? Sure enough, it worked. I chose synthesis without hesitation. Synthesis completed. Primary nutrient solution. Primary nutrient solution, synthesized from a variety of nutrient elements, with very few impurities, able to meet the basic nutritional needs of a living organism for a day. It cannot increase human strength, and belongs to the 1st dimensional technology. The 2 bottles of inferior green nutrient solution were combined into a bottle of light green nutrient solution. I continued to look for other inferior nutrient solutions. I was not in a hurry to synthesize them. Instead, I first found 2 empty bottles, poured the nutrient solution into one of them, and tried to lock it in and then synthesize it. Lock failed. Please do not maliciously bug. I smiled helplessly and continued to use the remaining 6 bottles of nutrient solution to synthesize and upgrade, and finally obtained 3 bottles of primary nutrient solution. Then I synthesized again. Synthesis completed. Intermediate nutrient solution *2. Intermediate nutrient solution, a highly effective nutritional supplement that can provide the basic energy needed by the human body for 3 days. It belongs to the 1st dimension technology. Keep upgrading. Synthesis completed. Advanced nutrient solution. Advanced nutrient solution, a top-level nutrient that can perfectly provide all the substances needed by the human body for 3 days, keeping the body in optimal condition, and has certain medical effects, but it still cannot improve the strength of the human body. It belongs to the first dimension technology. I looked at the bottles of high-quality nutrient solution in my hands, which were free of impurities, and I felt happy. This is a luxury that only the rich and people in the future city can enjoy. Ordinary people have almost no chance to touch it. However, I don't plan to use it. On the one hand, it's very expensive. A bottle of low-quality nutrient solution costs only 5 alliance coins, and 2 bottles can meet a person's nutritional needs for a day. But for most people, it is still a luxury. Moreover, the modified mechanical organs do not require nutrient solution, and the energy blocks are more economical and durable. In the wasteland world, the cost of living like a human is too high. The price of intermediate nutrient solution has soared to 200 alliance coins per bottle, and the supply of advanced nutrient solution is even more scarce. The price has exceeded 1,000 alliance coins per bottle. But this is not a luxury, it is a consumable. Moreover, I noticed that no matter it was the primary, intermediate, or advanced nutrient solution, each bottle had a sentence in its introduction. It cannot enhance the strength of the human body. This means that if I continue to synthesize and upgrade, I may be able to obtain a nutrient solution that can truly strengthen the body. If I could upgrade technology to the third dimension. In this abandoned old world of Earth, humans have long been unable to pass through the radiation layer of the sky, break through the high-energy particle barrier, and enter the legendary future city and the new world. We are imprisoned forever on this planet that was once humanity's home planet. However, now, I can synthesize and upgrade discarded low-level items, even garbage, to create technology that transcends the new era. I can completely break all these shackles. I looked down at the necklace that had fallen from my chest. The black metal rose was hanging there quietly. Wait for me. I will definitely find you and go to the future city. I gently put the necklace back into my clothes, my eyes turned cold. But before that, I have to become strong enough to find those lunatics. I originally thought that I would never have the chance to make changes in this life, but now that I have the dimensional eyes, everything is different. Putting away all the messy thoughts, I locked the advanced nutrient solution in the safe. Over the years, I have saved some money, originally intending to improve my strength. Now I can buy some low-quality nutrient solution, upgrade it into intermediate nutrient solution through synthesis, and then sell it. Although the price of high-grade nutrient solution is higher, if it is sold in large quantities, it will inevitably lead to danger. My current strength is not enough to protect myself, so I must act with caution. I used the proceeds from the sale to continue purchasing more inferior nutrient solutions for synthesis and upgrading. I had to find out whether the more advanced nutrient solutions could really strengthen my body. I looked at the seemingly slow-witted companion next to me. Although this guy's mouth was not very good, he was my only companion after all, so I had to upgrade him. However, this model of product is hard to find, and the ruins are extremely dangerous, so we can't go there for the time being. I put on my black metal air filter mask and prepared to go out. I live in the suburbs of the abandoned city. There is a factory nearby that processes the garbage of the future city. It emits a lot of smoke every day. In addition, after the Century War, there is an extra layer of radioactive ash in the atmosphere, and the air quality is extremely poor. Just as I walked to the door, suddenly, a huge engine roar and harsh death metal music gradually approached. I turned around and locked my eyes on the surveillance screen. Yeah! Su-Ching, I know you are here, haha! A half-modified metal face came in front of the surveillance camera, and the low-level optical prosthetic eye flashed white light and turned wildly. On the other half of the face, there is a skull pattern and a human face full of holes, full of madness and violence. My face darkened. This guy was the leader of the Death Rock Gang Wild Ghost. The Death Rock Gang makes a living by collecting protection fees, although they are not infected by the Black Death virus and turned into lunatics like the plunderers. But in the old world, humans are often more dangerous than madmen. There is no order, no rules, and violence, massacres, madness, and depravity are staged every day. Remember to pay the protection fee, or don't blame me for being rude. Wild Ghost pointed at the monitor with his graffiti-covered mechanical arm. Collect 200 alliance coins in 3 days. I know you have it. Don't forget it, in 3 days. Ha ha! After saying that, he turned around and rode on the motorcycle with 4 exhaust pipes, and the roar echoed all around. With a loud bang, flames spewed out of the 4 exhaust pipes and the motorcycle team burst into a frenzied scream. The wild ghost held the exaggerated metal guitar and played it frantically, and the whole team fell into chaos. Suddenly, he took out a grenade from his waist and threw it out. Purple liquid paint and smoke splashed everywhere during the explosion. Woo! Everyone, get out of my way! His voice was filled with violence. I watched the chaos silently, and when the noise faded away, I put on my black raincoat. He pushed the door open, lowered his head and stared coldly at the paint splattered on the door, gently pulled down the brim of his hat, and prepared to leave. Riding the electric bike that I assembled myself, I quickly passed through the outer ring of the abandoned city and entered the urban area, and the surrounding area gradually became lively. On both sides of the street, the colorful shop signs swayed in the wind, and the walls were cleaner than before, although the exposed air filtration ducts and heating ducts were mostly covered with thick rust, appearing a bit mottled. In the distance, the tops of the high-rise buildings in the inner city projected the figures of several beautiful women in revealing clothes, making provocative poses. It seemed that the inner city was much more prosperous than the outer city, and even the suburbs where I lived could not compare. From time to time, various hawking voices could be heard from the streets and alleys. "Handsome guy, do you want to come and play? Here we have the latest fantasy, thriller, adventure, and love action. Hey, come to the best lowly island bar in the outer city, you can pick any girl you want. The latest project of Durex Plastic Surgery Hospital will make your penis thicker, longer and more durable. Are you still using human organs? It's time to make women scream for you." I rode into the pedestrian street, where things were sold and stalls were set up. "Oh, it's Su Ching, are you here to buy nutrient solution?" In front of a store with Kangba Food on the sign, Kangba, who had half of his body transformed, enthusiastically handed over a bottle of low-quality nutrient solution. "Look, this is a new batch. Guanca technology has improved the formula, and the shit is not as smelly as before. Haha, this is really touching technology." Same old as always. I skillfully operated the ID chip on my wrist and completed the payment. "It's great to have a stable customer like you. How about trying the primary nutrient solution?" Kangba came closer and laughed softly. "The new formula can strengthen the kidneys. After all, you haven't had any prosthetics, so you should really need it. Haha." Taking the box handed to me by the robotic arm behind him, I saw 20 bottles of nutrient solution neatly placed inside. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. "I think you need it more. I really can't like you, you're too stingy. Enjoy yourself once in a while, go to Lolita Island and find a Lolita after drinking, how cool is that?" Kangba shook his head. "By the way, you should get a brain-computer interface. It will be much more convenient to pay online directly. I heard there are beautiful girls in Future City in Huanming." I responded perfunctorily. "I don't want to watch the movie, I'm leaving." In order to avoid suspicion, I went to another store that sold nutrient solution. I bought a total of 60 bottles of low-quality nutrient solution and 4 titanium alloy tang swords. The 60 bottles of liquid cost 300 alliance coins, and 1 tang sword cost 300 alliance coins. Looking at the balance on the wrist chip, there is only 20 left. It's too hard to make money, but it's too fast to spend it. The savings of several years are gone in an instant. But it's all worth it, and I can earn it back soon. With the box on his back and the knife tied to his body, he was about to leave on his electric bike when he heard a shout. "Damn it, Hunter, kill that bastard! Fuck, that guy killed the husky!" Then, a figure flew out from the alley, knocked down 2 stalls, and fell heavily to the ground. His body split open and foul-smelling black biological fluid splashed everywhere. Following that, a man in a gray windbreaker, holding a kinetic submachine gun, dashed out of the alley while dodging bullets from behind. "Fuck! They're hunters and predators. How unlucky we are! Run!" The crowd was in chaos, screams were heard everywhere, and everyone fled. Shops along the street hurriedly closed their doors, and the sound of footsteps and random gunfire was heard. I was too close, so I quickly jumped out of the car and hid in the flower bed nearby. I quickly piled up the obstacles next to me and hid in the corner, while tightly holding the titanium alloy tang sword in my hand. Soon, 4 predators chased out of the alley. "Don't run away if you dare! Don't dare to mess with us! You've provoked the dog gang, you're dead!" Suddenly, with a boom, the grenade exploded, the air around the flower bed vibrated, and I felt a violent impact. Recalling that painful past, I was filled with anger. At this moment, a predator screamed, and then a figure fell from the sky, slammed in front of me, and black biological fluid spurted out of his mouth. There was a vicious light in the plunderer's eyes. "I caught you hiding here, he." As he said that, he raised his pistol. I thrust the Tang sword with all my strength without hesitation. The Tang sword pierced through the plunderer's eyes, quickly penetrated his crazy brain, and went straight into the arms of death. "Ugh!" The plunderer let out a low growl from his throat, his body twisted a few times, and his mechanical prosthesis stopped moving. Hoo! I panted and held the knife handle tightly. This was my first time killing someone, but I could no longer bear it and wanted to completely eliminate these lunatics. Once upon a time, I had a happy family and a healthy body, but all of this was destroyed by them. That group of crazy looters dismembered my parents, dug out my right eye, and left me on the edge of the ruins. I remember every crazy look in their eyes, every reckless move. They must pay for it. "Not bad, kid." Suddenly, a deep male voice came from above my head. I drew my knife suddenly and prepared to stab the attacker, but in an instant, the silver prosthetic fingers had already grasped the tip of my knife. "Don't be nervous, you're quick. But I'm not an enemy." I saw who was coming. It was the senior hunter. "Since you killed this piece of trash, it belongs to you," he smiled and said. "You can send it to the garbage disposal plant to exchange for money, or exchange it for points. Of course, if you have other fetishes, you can keep it." After he finished speaking, he suddenly fired a shot from the plunderer's body. A burst of rapid gunfire rang out, and a big hole was punched in the plunderer's head. Biochemical fluid and red and white liquid mixed together flowed out. "It's a pleasure working with you. We'll see you again," he said with a smile, then jumped away with the plunderer's body. At that moment, I looked at his powerful silver prosthetic arm and couldn't help but feel admiration in my heart. I looked away and saw the body lying on the ground. I didn't plan to sell it, but to keep its mechanical body for upgrading. I looked at the chaotic pedestrian street, secured everything again, tied up the body, and hurried away on my electric bike. Seeing everyone's averted gazes, I secretly decided in my heart, when I become stronger, I will register as a hunter, hunt these lunatics, dismantle their mechanical prostheses and arm myself. Then, I will find those lunatics who destroyed everything I had, and send them to hell with my own hands. Above the ruins, an elevated track extends to the core of the abandoned city, and reaches the tall buildings. A great train quickly passes over my head. This intercity maglev train is the only means of transportation for the survivors to other major cities, passing through the devastated post-war ruins. However, the ticket price is ridiculously high, and the dangers in the ruins are also frightening. The rain stopped, and I looked up. The outline of the future city became a little clearer. In the center of the huge city, a huge anti-gravity engine was faintly visible, emitting powerful energy. In the 180th year of the star calendar, humans built the future city and launched an interstellar immigration plan. They left the ruins and left behind the land for the survivors to survive. For us survivors, the future city is an unattainable utopia, a place we have always longed for. And in the higher sky, there is a mysterious black shadow, slowly rotating around the Earth. It is the greatest technological building at the end of the old century, the Great Wall of Space. The Earth spaceport built by China to welcome the interstellar era is a passage connecting the Earth to the distant stars. The Great Wall of the Universe was once a bridge between humans and aliens, and it is also a guardian of the future. Soon I returned home, gently placed the plunderer's body on the operating table, and began to prepare for my enhancement experiment. Taking out all the nutrient solution and a titanium alloy tang sword from my backpack, I activated the synthesis upgrade mode of the Eye of Dimension without hesitation. After a while, 60 bottles of inferior nutrient solution were transformed into 13 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution and 1 bottle of high-quality nutrient solution. I took out the bottle of advanced nutrient solution and continued upgrading. Amidst the flashing light, a bottle of light blue liquid appeared in my hand. Completed, Basic strengthening liquid. Basic strengthening liquid. It can improve the strength of the human body and strengthen various physical values, reaching the conditions for using more advanced strengthening liquids. After using it 12 times, it can be upgraded to a more advanced strengthening liquid. After using it 18 times, the human body can be optimized to a perfect state. This liquid belongs to the second dimension technology. A flash of excitement flashed in my eyes. This is really a good thing for strengthening the body. And it can be strengthened multiple times. This is just the basic strengthening liquid. There will be more advanced versions in the future. As long as you lay a solid foundation, you can improve step by step. This is like the cultivation of immortality and physical training. In the old Chinese century, each level has a different realm. The nutrient solution belongs to the first dimension technology, while the strengthening solution has entered the second dimension. It seems that the residents of Future City, and even the humans of the New World, may have experienced such enhancements. Coupled with advanced prosthetic transformation, their combat power has long surpassed us, the remnants of Earth. But now, these problems are not important to me. I just want to become stronger. To perfectly strengthen the body, 18 upgrades are required, 288 bottles of low-quality nutrient solution are needed, and a total of 1,440 alliance coins are required. Since I want to strengthen it, I must do my best. Therefore, I decided to use all my resources for this strengthening and try to synthesize 18 bottles of basic strengthening liquid. I saw those 13 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution were priced at 2,600 alliance coins, while my cost was only 300 alliance coins. Technology is the primary productive force. I repeated this sentence silently in my mind, picked up the basic strengthening liquid, and decided to use it again. You turned it on again. If you have nothing to do, don't turn me off. A brainless and dissatisfied voice came from the side. Hey, what is this? It looks like a high-end nutrient solution. You didn't use your private money. Wow, you secretly bought good stuff, but you gave me low-quality energy blocks. I covered its speaker hole. Be quiet. I can restore you to a stronger state. Haha, what you said is interesting, but I don't have a mouth, so covering it is useless. Stop talking nonsense. I don't want to hear you complain now. Get ready for change. The Eye of Dimension and synthesized and upgraded the 4 titanium alloy tang swords. Soon, a brand new high-frequency cutting long knife appeared in front of me. Oh wow! The mindless camera's eyes flickered. Are you performing magic? I smiled and said, believe me now. No brain touched its head and was annoyed to find that it didn't have a head. Hurry up and give me a head! I shook my head. Not for now, until I find another robot of the same model. The ruins are too dangerous, and I'm not ready to take the risk. You idiot, you must be making empty promises again. Such foolish words made me laugh and cry, but I no longer paid attention to it. I quickly picked up the basic strengthening liquid and swallowed the bottle of blue liquid. After the liquid entered my body, my blood instantly turned blue, veins all over my body bulged, and severe pains swept through my body. Fuck, you look like you're going to explode, is that okay? Fine. You don't have to hold on. If you can do it, it's fine. If you can't, it's okay. I won't laugh at you. I can do it. I gritted my teeth and persisted, feeling the strength of my fists slowly increasing. It was painful but also joyful. 1 minute later, all the pain disappeared, my body was back to normal. I felt light and full of strength I had never felt before. This is the effect of the strengthening liquid. Even one strengthening has brought me such a change. I touched my right eye and couldn't help thinking, what is so magical about this eye that it can bring such powerful abilities? Eye of Dimension, it comes from the 9th-dimensional Hua-Levestein Empire. It is the product of the most advanced 9th-dimensional technology, and the key to unlocking the 10th-dimensional creation technology. When I saw the progress bar in front of me, I was shocked. The 9th dimension. This is incredible. I never thought that based on the 3rd dimension, technology could span such a long distance. This eye actually possesses the technology of the 9th dimension. Moreover, it can actually open up the creation technology of the 10th dimension. Does this mean that I have the ability to create the world? What's wrong with you? Are you stupid? The brainless voice sounded again. I came to my senses. It's okay. Then, I picked up 2 high-frequency cutting long knives and started to synthesize and upgrade them again. With a flash of light, a new weapon appeared in my hand. The blade was covered with special black metal scales, emitting a faint red light. Cool! The brainless man's eyes flashed wildly. This knife is so cool! I smiled, feeling the cold touch of the blade in my hand. This knife was sharp enough to easily cut through titanium tungsten alloy. Putting down my weapon, I took a deep breath and prepared to continue strengthening myself. At this moment, I noticed the marauder's severed arm on the operating table, with a black muzzle hidden inside. Hot weapons far exceeds that of cold weapons. If cold weapons can be combined with powerful prostheses, the combat effectiveness will be unparalleled. If I had a powerful enough prosthesis, I wouldn't even mind transforming myself to improve my combat effectiveness. Oh my god, you killed someone! Am I seeing things? Great, help me change the part. No Brain grabbed the predator's mechanical arm and squinted his eyes and said, This one is better than mine. Give it to me, so I can play Black Myth too. Let me teach you. The prosthetic limbs he used were not like real prosthetics. They were designed for disabled people at the end of the last century. At best, they were mechanical limbs. They could only drive micro-hydraulic pistons through electronic signals to control the movement of the arms. So its movements are very clumsy, and it can do almost nothing except walking and simple grasping. It's a pity that its head exploded, otherwise I could have used it. He still couldn't let go of his obsession with his enemy. Now you don't have to piece it together anymore. I'll find a robot of the same model as yours and upgrade it for you. You're doing this again. Never mind. I'll trust you this time. I picked up the glimmer cutter, put on my mask, and began to disassemble the predator's brain. The brain of a low-level cyborg is equipped with a spare mimetic photon brain, which is the bridge between the cyborg and the brain, and is also the core of temporary control of the cyborg. The mimetic photon brain and the human brain influence each other. This is why the predator's brain must be completely destroyed, although severing the neck can also kill the predator. Once the power source is lost, the backup photon brain will stop functioning and eventually become useless. It's really a piece of garbage. I looked coldly at the completely scrapped brain and lost interest in continuing to disassemble it. Due to the infection of the Black Death virus, the plunderer's backup photon brain has been overloaded all year round, causing severe burning and great damage to the original brain. I held out my hand. Saw. No Brain immediately pulled out the saw and handed it to me. Crack, crack, crack. The saw rubbed against the mechanical prosthesis, emitting fierce sparks, which reflected my expressionless face. Soon, all the intact mechanical parts of the predator were removed, leaving only the torso. 2 E-class mechanical arms equipped with kinetic rifles and 2 E-class mechanical legs that could run were still usable. I removed the gun from my arm and gathered up the useful things. Throw this garbage away. Wow, he stinks, even though I don't have an olfactory system. No Brain grabbed the remains of the reaver, opened the door, and walked out. The scattered passers-by on the street glanced at it casually, and then paid no more attention. After all, the last thing the old world lacked was corpses. I took out a set of E-class mechanical prosthesis from the locker. I have been keeping this set of prosthesis, preparing to transform myself in the future. I put the 2 sets of mechanical prostheses neatly in place, then activated the Eye of Dimension to perform synthesis and upgrade. Synthesis completed. D-class mechanical prosthesis. D-class mechanical prosthesis. Low-level mechanical prosthesis. Using titanium alloy skeleton, strength exceeds human body, flexibility is almost the same as human body. It has 1,000 kilograms of punching force, 500 kilograms of grip strength, 1,000 kilograms of leg strength, belonging to the first dimension technology. The rusty mechanical prosthesis has turned into a brand new metallic color, and the surface is covered with titanium alloy armor, which is extremely shiny. Although it is only a low-level mechanical prosthesis, its strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. One punch can produce 1,000 kilograms of force. An average person's punch can only weigh 100 to 150 kilograms at most, and a top-level boxing champion who has been trained can only weigh 450 kilograms. The performance parameters of the D-class mechanical prosthesis directly break through the limits of human beings. Even the power of the E-class mechanical prosthesis has surpassed that of the top boxing champion. The grip strength is even more abnormal. The grip strength of ordinary people is only 100 kilograms at most, but this mechanical prosthesis can reach 500 kilograms of grip strength, easily crushing bones. In addition, it also has 1,000 kilograms of leg strength. With the advancement of technology, except for the brain, the structure of the original body is no longer comparable to advanced technology products. This mechanical prosthesis is indeed powerful, but it is still not strong enough. I put away the mechanical prosthesis and prepared to continue collecting prosthetic materials for synthesis. The book my father left me mentioned that humans are researching prosthetics that do not require replacement of the original body. In other words, there is no need to cut the original body. I didn't have the conditions to have such a prosthesis before, but now, I have the eye of dimension. I can definitely synthesize that new type of prosthesis. By then, the original body will be strengthened and superimposed with the prosthesis, and it will definitely be able to burst out with more powerful power. However, the price of prosthetics is not cheap. A set of E-type mechanical prosthetics costs 1,500 Alliance coins. Most of the survivors only have enough money to sell their natural bodies in exchange for mechanical bodies, and they cannot even own basic prosthetic bodies. Although I can slowly accumulate funds by selling intermediate nutrient solution, as an ordinary maintenance technician, frequent sales of intermediate nutrient solution will easily attract attention. The nutrient solution business has always been monopolized by Guanca Technology Group, which is the super technology enterprise in Future City. No one can compete with such a behemoth. Therefore, selling intermediate nutrient solution can only be done occasionally. Selling weapons privately is illegal and requires a license. Finally, I picked up 2 kinetic rifles and started synthesizing and upgrading them. The light flashed, and a futuristic-looking rifle appeared in my hand. The gun body is slender, the muzzle is rectangular, and there is a small screen on the trigger device that displays the number of bullets and remaining energy. Synthesis completed. D-type kinetic rifle. D-type kinetic rifle, improved energizing device, using electromagnetic acceleration to propel bullets, gaining powerful penetration ability. Able to penetrate 1 meter thick homogeneous armor, belonging to the first dimension technology. Kinetic guns are the most common weapons today. They have strong penetrating power and can penetrate obstacles, but their destructive power is weaker than that of energy release guns. I picked up the D-type kinetic rifle and pointed it at the door. A single shot to the predator's head would easily penetrate it. I surrender, handsome boy. I know you are jealous of my good looks. I will try to hide my face in the future. The brainless man had just come back from throwing away the garbage, and when he saw me holding up the gun, he immediately raised his hands. I smiled and decided to register as a hunter, hunt predators, and use their prosthetics for synthesis and upgrade. With this gun, I have a greater chance of hunting predators. Your companion robot is really interesting. At this time, a deep male voice came from behind. We meet again. I turned quickly and pointed the gun at the person coming. Not long ago you stabbed me with a titanium tang sword, and now you want to hit me with a kinetic gun? I looked at this high-level hunter whom I had met not long ago with some surprise. Damn it! You scared me. It's so rude of you to show up so suddenly. The brainless man turned around, and when he saw the person coming, he quickly hid in front of me. Cousin, this guy looks a bit strong. You block him first. I'll slip away and come back to collect your body. I lowered the gun slightly and patted No Brain. It's okay. Then I looked at the man and asked, How did you find this place? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhang Jia, a senior hunter. Zhang Jia walked directly into the house and looked around. Although the house is simple, it is well organized. He found a chair and sat down, smiling. I just finished cleaning up the garbage at the nearby garbage disposal plant, and saw you by the way. I nodded. What's the matter? Zhang Jia did not answer directly, but pointed to the sign next to him. Are you a prosthetic repairman? I nodded. Zhang Jia walked to the operating table and laid down. Help me take care of the prosthesis. I haven't been feeling well lately. You should be able to do that, right? Seeing him lying defenselessly on the operating table, I put down my gun and said, Yes, but it's very expensive. You're really smart. I like your courage. Zhang Jia smiled and stretched out his silver arm. When I first met you, I felt that you would become a hunter like me. I like to make friends with people with potential, so coming to you can be considered an investment. How do you know I will be a hunter? I took the tools and began to examine Zhang Jie's silver arms skillfully. Because you are different from others. Zhang Jie took out a cigar with his other hand, which turned out to be a silver prosthetic body. He lit up his cigar and took a puff. On this abandoned planet, everyone is like dead, depraved, and numb. But you are different. I see hatred and anger in your eyes. We are trapped on this desolate planet, like livestock in a pen, with dictators ruling at our mercy. Zhang Jie exhaled a puff of smoke and continued. Our former homeland has long been destroyed by them, and they have abandoned this place. That high-energy particle barrier is a cage that we cannot escape from. Only by entering the future city can we break free and change our lives. I responded calmly but firmly. I will definitely break this cage. Zhang Jie smiled and shook his head. I feel that you are different from an hour ago, but you can't imagine how powerful the technology of Future City is. Not to mention how powerful the forces behind them are. From what I understand, almost everyone in Future City has enhanced their bodies, which means they can use more powerful prostheses. Even if they are prostheses of the same level, their abilities are far superior to ours. But when I get a chance to go to Future City, I can become stronger. I thought, go to the Future City? How can the survivors enter the Future City? Zhang Jie nodded. That's right, the survivors can't go, but the dignitaries and the rich can. Most of them prefer to be local tyrants in the old world. Hunters also have a chance. As long as they become S-level hunters, they are eligible to enter the Future City. I guess you are planning to go to the Future City as well? Why not go to the garbage disposal plant and become a hunter, so you can get more information about the Future City? I put down the tools in my hand and said, Your prosthesis is in good condition and does not require maintenance. The charge is 200. Zhang Jie moved his arms and was surprised. I didn't expect your skills to be so good. I felt that the prosthesis was a little sluggish before, but now it has recovered as good as new, and the conduction speed is even faster. He paid directly through bank transfer. You are really good, maybe you can become a high-level hunter. By the way, hunters can receive a bottle of primary nutrient solution from the garbage disposal plant every day. I was a little surprised. I didn't expect the welfare of hunters to be so good. Of course, there are more advanced nutrient solutions. After all, there is some relationship between the waste treatment plant and Guanca Technology Group. Zhang Jie added with a smile. Let's go. If you plan to become a hunter, remember to fill in my invitation code 9527. This way I can get a bottle of intermediate nutrient solution, and every time you level up, I will give you a reward. I have high hopes for you, and maybe we can help each other in the future. Wait a minute. I suddenly took out a bottle of intermediate nutrient solution. I have it, do you want to buy it? Zhang Jie looked at me in surprise. You actually have such a good thing? After receiving the nutrient solution, he examined it carefully, his tone filled with shock. This is so pure, better than what is sold at the garbage disposal plant. I got it! He paid 260 alliance coins without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. Delicious, the purity is the highest I have ever tasted. Zhang Jie showed a satisfied expression. This kind of strengthening potion is commonly used by humans in the New World. I heard that it is a nutrient solution produced by Guanca Technology. Even the primary nutrient solution has an aphrodisiac effect. Only we hunters know it. The advanced nutrient solution is particularly popular here, but there is a purchase limit at the garbage disposal plant. I walked over to the cabinet and opened the door. No restrictions here. This? Zhang Jie took off his sunglasses in shock, and his 4 artificial eyes came to the cabinet. You actually have so much? Nutrient solution of such high purity. He stared at me intently, half believing and half doubting. It seems that I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to get so much. I want all of these. A bottle of intermediate nutrient solution normally costs 200 alliance coins, and the black market or merchants add 20 to the price. But your purity is so good, I'll give you 260 a bottle, all of them. Deal! I agreed readily. The 13 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution were sold for 3,380 alliance coins, more than expected. Zhang Jie proudly packed up the nutrient solution. Look, the investment is starting to pay off. I can sell these for 320 a bottle. As for you, you can only sell them for 200 a bottle at most. I make the difference. I smiled helplessly, knowing that he was taking risks. But he deserved the difference. When my strength was not enough to compete with future city and powerful forces, maintaining safety and stable development was the most important thing. It's a pleasure to work with you. If you have this kind of source of goods next time, remember to contact me. After he said that, he put on his glasses, turned and left. He didn't ask me how I got these intermediate nutrient solutions, because everyone has their own secrets. Besides, the risk of robbery is too high. Doing business with me can make more money and is safer. Watching Zhang Jia riding away on the old-school Harley CVO custom glider, I glanced at my account balance of full 3,400 Alliance coins. Precious? For me, I can synthesize these with the cheapest low-quality nutrient solution, and I can have as many as I want. And the cost was only 300 Alliance coins, which has now increased tenfold. Such profits would make profiteers in the old century cry. I also drank a bottle of basic strengthening liquid, and lamented that with the eye of dimension, my life has completely changed. Wait for me at home later. I'm going to go buy some things, I said to No Brain, then rode my electric bike towards the abandoned city. Just now, I didn't tell Zhang Jia that the intermediate nutrient solution can't strengthen the human body, and even the advanced one can't, because it would expose my secret. Even if I tell him, he may not believe it. Moreover, the information provided by the garbage disposal plant may not be true, and it may conceal some important content. For example, although the nutrient solution can indeed strengthen the body, the intermediate and advanced nutrient solutions do not have this ability, and Guanca Technology deliberately concealed this fact. In order to increase trust, they even added the aphrodisiac effect to the primary nutrient solution. The eye of dimension, perhaps I would be like Zhang Jia, blindly pursuing nutrient solution, which would only waste money or even gain nothing. It's so tragic. The woman was beaten to pieces. I heard that she was abused before her death. She deserved it. Who made her provoke the wrong people? It's a shame though, she's looking good. I was planning to wait until I used the primary nutrient solution before ordering her. It's just one person who died, but the HPC guards are here. It looks like it's related to some big shot. I listened to these words casually, walked past the lowly island bar, and saw a few HPC guards standing at the door. I glanced at them casually, and without stopping, turned into the pedestrian street. In the evening, I almost walked around the outer city, bought 400 bottles of low-quality nutrient solution in batches, and spent 1,000 Alliance coins to buy a set of basic protective clothing that can withstand some bullet attacks and damage from cold weapons like an advanced version of the bulletproof vest in the old century. Damn it, there's so much nutrient solution but not a single energy block, No Brain complained. I took out a mid-level energy block from my pocket and threw it to me. Don't worry, this one is for you. Wow, my cousin is so nice and has a good conscience. Brainless happily stuffed the energy block into the slot and started synthesizing it. As the night deepened, I activated the Eye of Dimension and began to synthesize and upgrade all the inferior nutrient solutions. Done, I whispered. Begin strengthening. Chapter 7, Strengthening completed, Carnival Camp, hunting begins. Su Qing tensed his body, waiting for the pain of strengthening to come. No feeling? There was no discomfort during this enhancement. But Su Qing did not drink it all at once. Instead, he waited for the blood in his veins to turn from blue before drinking another bottle. Soon, all 17 bottles of basic strengthening liquid were finished. Cousin, you have grown 2 centimeters taller. You are 1.8 meters tall now. The brainless man rolled his eyes a few times and shot out a biological detection light, scanning Su Qing's body. Muscle density has increased significantly, bone density has increased significantly, myocardial strength has increased significantly, and strength has increased by 300%. Su Qing felt that his whole body was full of strength. He threw a punch with all his might, creating a gust of wind and even a faint sound of breaking through the air. The body has been strengthened 3 times. Moreover, all his functions including reaction, speed, vision, etc. have been improved. This is just the effect of the basic strengthening liquid. Most importantly, its main function is to optimize the body in preparation for real subsequent strengthening. But it still has such a powerful effect. His current strength is definitely far beyond that of a world-class boxing champion and is comparable to an E-class mechanical prosthesis. With the physical body, it can rival the mechanical prosthesis. But his body did not become bulky. He looks very strong and powerful. When you exert force, your muscles become as hard as iron. 18 perfect enhancements have been completed, but he still wants to try again. Keep drinking. After drinking another bottle of strengthening liquid, he could actually feel his strength increased a little this time, but the effect was very weak. Su Qing didn't hesitate and picked up another bottle and drank it. This time, the improvement is almost unnoticeable. It looks like it's really over. The 18 bottles of basic strengthening liquid really optimized the body perfectly. But after drinking 20 bottles, there will be no effect at all. Although I used up 2 extra bottles of strengthening liquid, it was worth it even if it improved a little bit. Perfect isn't enough. He wants to push himself to the limit. There are only 2 bottles of basic strengthening liquid left. Synthesis. Completed. Type D strengthening potion. Type D strengthening agent, a first-stage strengthening drug that can be used after the body is optimized. It can strengthen various values of the human body to a certain extent, can be completely absorbed by the human body, and has no side effects when used continuously. After strengthening 9 times, you can use more advanced strengthening potions. Strengthening 12 times can achieve perfect results. It is a necessary prerequisite for unlocking the gene source in the next stage. It belongs to the second dimension technology. Strengthen 12 times? Looks like we need to continue making money. Sell the remaining 8 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution in a few days. Gene source? Never heard of it. I don't know if the garbage disposal plant can find relevant information. Su Qing thought about it. With the continuous synthesis and upgrading, more and more technologies that had never been heard of before appeared. There was no mention of it in the book left by his father. The Earth was indeed abandoned by the New World humans. Picking up the light blue potion, Su Qing drank it all in one gulp. The medicine enters the body and is instantly absorbed and integrated into the blood. Although there was no change on the surface of his body this time, a ball of fiery energy seemed to rise inside Su Qing's body. The whole person feels like soaking in a hot spring. He almost fell asleep comfortably. This is the exact opposite of when using the basic strengthening solution. After the heat in his body completely dissipated, Su Qing felt his strength increase again, and it was a huge increase. He immediately looked at No Brain. "Cousin, you've become stronger again." No Brain touched his head, then put his hand down in distress. "This time your strength has doubled, and all your physical indicators have been greatly enhanced." A bottle of D-type strengthening potion can actually double the strength. The effect is too strong. After using 20 bottles of basic strengthening liquid, the effect was only increased by more than 3 times. Su Qing's eyes are as sharp as a torch. As long as he continues to develop, nothing can stop him. As long as he has the eye of dimension, he can become infinitely stronger. Looking out the window at the dark night. The night was dark and windy. There are some troubles that need to be solved, so this is a good time to test out my strength. Su Qing put on basic protective clothing, hung the particle-cutting long knife on his waist, and fixed the D-type kinetic rifle on his back. "Watch the house." After saying that, he put on a black raincoat, put on a black metal filter mask, and walked into the night. He lowered his head and walked quickly through the streets. There were almost no people on the road, except for the corpses on the roadside that gave off a foul stench. At this time, the suburbs were dark, while the abandoned city center in the distance was full of lights and wine. The hazy future city in the sky is as bright as day. Not far away, Su Qing turned a corner and walked directly into an alley, looking at the 2-story building in front of him. He leaped with all his strength and actually jumped directly onto the roof. He looked at his hands and feet and tried to grab the eaves. His strong grip was like a pair of pliers, biting the eaves tightly. He used his waist, abdomen and arms to exert force at the same time and climbed up again, jumping onto a thick heating pipe. So strong! Su Qing was extremely excited. This is power. This is the feeling of becoming stronger. He originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that he actually did it. He did it without modifying the mechanical prosthesis. If he could synthesize a prosthesis that did not require replacing the original body, coupled with a constantly strengthening body, how powerful would he be? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Suqing took a look at the intricate low buildings and the interconnected pipes, then ducked down and jumped out with force. Soon, Suqing saw a large area of shabby colored lights, and the sound of noisy music was getting closer and closer. He quickly came to the rooftop of a building in an open space, squatted on the edge of the eaves, and looked at the crowd reveling below. This is the Death Rock Gang's small base. Carnival Camp. A group of people were cheering, drinking, kissing and caressing around a bonfire. The camp is covered in colorful graffiti, with exaggerated musical instruments and slogans painted on the walls. The 5 big green words, Death Rock Gang, are the most eye-catching. Death rock music was playing from 4 large speakers around, which seemed particularly loud in the quiet night. The wild ghost was in the center of the campfire, strumming the electric guitar. Yeah, let's have fun, brothers, haha, it's another perfect day, wow. Master Gui, I collected a lot of money today, and that girl is really good. If you don't have money, you can pay with your body. Ghost is so generous. He gave us more fun after he had fun. Haha. The wild ghost picked up the guitar hard. Damn, she's just a woman. Although she's pretty, she's too fragile. It broke after just a few strokes. Haha. It's okay. We'll find some more for Brother Gui later. Sasha and her friends also killed 2 men. That little maintenance guy is very rich. We must make him pay again this time. If he doesn't pay, we'll just rob him. I think that maintenance engineer is quite inexperienced. Old Wang, you must be attracted to him. Haha, don't let him kill you later. He's dead, so what? He's just a piece of trash. So what if he dies? Damn it, I'm going to go find him tomorrow to vent my anger, haha. Everyone was venting their anger almost crazily, and beer, low-quality nutrient solution and expired food were everywhere. There are still a few people in the dark applauding for love. Suqing sneered and disappeared into the darkness. Looking for him? No. He is here. There was no way he could continue to pay. If this group of people go looking for him 3 days later, he will be exposed if he takes action then. So he comes here early to solve all the garbage and troubles together. Number of people, 21. The hunt begins. Chapter 8, The Devil in the Dark, Scarlet Eyes. Suqing checked the surrounding area and found no surveillance. Because this is the camp of wild ghosts, no one dares to come here. He lowered his body and carefully came to the top of a couple who were having fun. Baby, you are awesome, much better than Master Gui. TSK, his prosthetic body is great, but his ability is not as good as mine. He is the 5-second man. Oh yes, hello again, great, Suddenly, the woman fell silent. 1. Honey, why are you silent? Did you faint from the pleasure? Haha, I'm so strong, fuck. The man looked at the woman under him with a look of enjoyment. Honey, why is there a red knife stuck in your head? Is it your newly modified prosthesis? It looks pretty good. No, who was counting just now? There is also a knife. He reacted instantly, and was so frightened that he almost collapsed. He looked up in horror, only to see a scarlet artificial eye in the darkness. Before he could scream, a red light flashed from his neck, and his body went limp and fell on the woman. 2. Suqing lowered the brim of his hat, and continued to disappear into the darkness. In another room, 2 women were applauding. 3. 4. Just like that, all the people outside who were applauding for love were dealt with quietly, without making any sound. Suqing jumped onto the roof again and waited. The loud music made it so that the others didn't notice that the pleasant moans had disappeared. I'm drunk, I need to pee. Together. Hey, this beer has too many impurities. I want to poop a bunch more. Some of them are good to drink, but ordinary people can't consume them. They can't afford them. 2 gang members walked into an alley arm in arm. Oh, you're bigger than Mr. Ghost. Hey, yours is not bad either. Besides, who are we helping more than Master Ghost? Huh? How come there's a red eye? I must have drunk too much. I seem to have seen it too. Hee hee, it seems that I also drank too much. Fuck, I really drank too much. Why am I falling over all day long? The two men remained in a standing position, but their heads had already fallen backwards. They stared with their eyes wide open, not knowing what was happening until they died. The last scene before death was a pair of scarlet eyes like a devil. 10, 11. Every time he killed someone, Su Qing would count silently in his heart. In the end, there were only 6 people left in the entire Carnival Camp, sitting around the campfire, and not leaving. The wild ghost wore green glasses and used a masturbation cup, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, and he was immersed in it. The other 4 had drunk almost as much, and were all lying down. Su Qing walked to the edge of the rooftop closest to the bonfire and squatted down, holding the particle-cutting long knife in his right hand and placing it on his shoulder. Like a falcon, he stared at the middle-aged man named Lao Gui and jumped hard. The whole person shot out like a bullet in an instant, and then drew a graceful arc in the air. The long sword in his right hand suddenly chopped down. The red blade cut through the night sky. The powerful particle cutting was as smooth as cutting vegetables, splitting the old ghost into 2. 16. Be more normal in your next life. Su Qing shook off the blood on the blade of the knife. He knew almost everyone here. Eh? Old ghost, how come you have become 2 of you? Haha, interesting. Hey? Boy, who are you? I have never seen you before. Su Qing rushed towards the next person at a very fast speed with a long knife in hand. He showed no mercy and attacked quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. All of them are aimed at the neck and head, 1 hit to kill. Even though some of these people had modified their metal necks, they were still blocked by the particle-cutting sword and Su Qing's powerful strength. There is no difference between them and Tofu. Fuck! Who the hell are you to dare to kill our Death Rock people? A man who had drunk less reacted and quickly picked up a pistol beside him. Su Qing took out the electromagnetic kinetic energy rifle from behind his back with his left hand, held it with 1 hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames shot out. Under electromagnetic acceleration, the bullet, with its powerful kinetic energy, instantly penetrated the man's brain and went straight into the ground. The man fell down just as he raised his gun halfway. The gunshots were quickly drowned out by the loud music. The bonfire is the center of music and the center of carnival. But now it has become a death center, a tomb where they are buried. 17, 18. Fuck, they killed my brother. Someone, where are they? Where the hell are they? Someone is here to mess with us. A red light flashed, and the shouting stopped abruptly. 19. No, don't kill me. I surrender. I will give you my prosthetic body and the basic protective suit I'm wearing. I will also transfer the money to you immediately. Kill you and I'll take it myself later. 20. Screams, roars, pleas for mercy, blood and biological fluids played a new carnival song. The blood blade is the instrument, and Su Qing is the performer. In just a few breaths, all 4 of them were dealt with. At this time, only Wild Ghost was left in the Carnival Camp. Su Qing looked back. The last one, 21. Great, haha, she is worthy of being a woman from Future City. Her skin and figure are just like hers, absolutely amazing. The Wild Ghost was also finished in a few seconds. He pushed his dream glasses onto his head and said, Come on, brothers, keep drinking. He looked at the others with drunken eyes. Why are you all lying down? Your alcohol tolerance is so poor. Get up, keep drinking, and keep singing. Huh? Who? At this moment, he vaguely saw a figure walking towards him. He frowned and tried his best to focus his eyes. Fuck! Who are you? He looked at the person who walked in front of him in horror, and sobered up immediately. By the light of the bonfire. In the black raincoat, scattered black hair was draped on Su Qing's forehead. One of his black eyes was indifferent and cold, and the other red prosthetic eye was like the eye of a devil. A black metal air filter mask covered the lower half of his face, slowly emitting white vapor. He was wearing a set of basic black combat protective gear, which was stained with a lot of blood and biological fluid. He had never seen the long sword with a blood-red blade in his hand before. It was obviously a high-end product. You are crazy. You actually dared to kill our Death Rock people. Do you know who I am? Aren't you afraid of our revenge? Kneel down and admit your mistake now, otherwise you will definitely die miserably. The wild ghost pointed at Su Qing tremblingly and shouted at him in a stern tone. Maybe, but you certainly can't see it. Su Qing swung his sword directly. But the wild ghost was lucky enough to fall off the chair and avoided the fatal blow. No, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want, Uncle, Dad, please, I won't pretend anymore. I'm nothing, don't kill me. The wild ghost hurriedly got up, knelt on the ground, and cowed out for mercy. After the masturbator fell, the smell of urine immediately spread. The next moment, he widened his eyes blankly, and felt his vision becoming wider and wider, and finally split into two independent ones. Su Qing glanced at the wild ghost whose head was split in half and looked around. The only sound in the entire Carnival Camp was loud music. The hunt is over. Chapter 9 Great Harvest, Help Me Transform. There were corpses all over the ground. But Su Qing's heart was exceptionally calm. Since that night 8 years ago, he has known the laws of this world, the strong prey on the weak, and strength is the eternal truth. The weak can only be bullied. These gang members are more cruel than the looters because they still have humanity. They bully the weak, oppress, toy with, and kill ordinary survivors in order to satisfy their perverted and empty psychology. The predators have no humanity, they only love to kill. Death is the greatest forgiveness for these gang members. And a single blow to the throat is Su Qing's greatest mercy to them. He shook off the blood on the knife and hung it around his waist. Su Qing checked the number of bodies again, and after making sure that nothing was left out, he began to dismantle the prosthesis. After dismantling them, I searched everything on them again and took away anything that could be synthesized and upgraded and anything that was valuable. Advanced protective clothing, not bad. Su Qing stripped a black and red protective suit from the wild ghost. It is one level higher than the basic protective suit he bought. Unfortunately, the Alliance coins are all in their accounts. I don't have hacking skills, so I can't get them out. Although these people are just a Death Rock group, they have been collecting donations and must have quite a bit of savings. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford beer. In the old world, human original food is the most expensive. Wars have made much of the Earth's land unable to grow food. But physical currency has long been out of use, and personal accounts can only be accessed by hackers who break through personal firewalls. Never mind, it's already a great harvest. Su Qing took inventory and found a total of 7 complete sets of E-class mechanical prostheses. 2 sets of basic protective clothing, 9 E-type kinetic pistols, 1 E-type energy-releasing pistol, 3 titanium alloy tang swords, 12 bottles of inferior nutrient solution, and 3 bottles of primary nutrient solution. This is much faster than making money by reselling nutrient solution. The total price of everything here exceeds 20,000 Alliance coins. This is just a gathering point for the Death Rock gang. He needs to sell 100 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution to make enough money. It is not difficult to synthesize and upgrade 100 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution, but it is not easy to sell them. Even if it can be sold to Zhang, such a large quantity of intermediate nutrient solution will inevitably arouse suspicion and even be snatched. Su Qing found a large piece of cloth, packed up as much stuff as possible, and carried it back. In order to avoid being seen on the road, he did not use an electric car to transport it. It took a total of 4 trips back and forth to finally transport all the things. Oh my God, cousin, are you going to kill someone and rob him? The brainless man's eyes widened. This is so exciting. These are things that other people don't want. I borrowed them to use. They are all alive and well. I don't believe you, you lousy cousin. No Brain walked aside and said, Another magic show is about to begin. Su Qing put the complete set of mechanical prostheses together, and started the synthesis and upgrade of the dimensional eye. After a short while, 3 sets of D-class mechanical prostheses were synthesized. Take out the previously synthesized D-class mechanical prosthesis, and continue synthesizing it. Completed, C-Class Mechanical Prosthesis. C-Level Mechanical Prosthesis, a mechanical prosthesis made of titanium tungsten alloy, with good defensive capabilities. It has 2,000 kilograms of limb strength and is built by Guanca Technology Group. It is a second-dimensional technology. The data doubled directly. Continue. Synthesis, Class B Combat Prosthesis. B-Grade Combat Prosthesis, a powerful combat prosthesis with strong defense, able to withstand damage from numerous gunshots and cold weapon attacks. It has 3,500 kilograms of limb strength and can provide certain combat skills assistance with implants. It was developed by Guanca Technology Group and belongs to the second dimension technology. A set of silver combat prostheses were neatly placed on the ground. Zhang Jie uses this set of B-class combat prosthesis. But it's obviously not a complete set. And Sioux City now has a whole set. Touching the silver prosthesis, compared to the mechanical prosthesis. The surface of the combat prosthesis is smoother, the internal skeleton cannot be seen, and it is completely covered by a powerful alloy. The defensive power is totally incomparable to that of mechanical prosthesis. It can also be used in conjunction with implants to provide combat skills assistance to the user. Zhang Jie was able to completely crush the predator with his incomplete Class B combat prosthesis, which was enough to show how powerful this prosthesis was. But that's not enough. We also need to continue to obtain more prosthetic synthesis upgrades. Su Cheng synthesized and upgraded all the remaining items one by one. Finally, he obtained 4 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution, a bottle of inferior nutrient solution, a Type B kinetic pistol, and a titanium tungsten alloy long knife. Finally, there is a reinforced protective suit. Reinforced protective clothing provides excellent defense, can resist damage caused by a large number of firearms and sharp blades, cannot resist blunt attacks, belongs to the first dimension technology. Su Qing left behind a reinforced protective suit and a set of E-class mechanical prostheses, and then put away all the other things for future synthesis. He looked at No Brain and said, "I'll modify this prosthetic for you first. You can use it until I find a robot of the same model as yours." "Very good." No Brain was suddenly extremely happy. An hour later, the brainless man carefully examined his set of hands and feet, jumping around with them in unison. "Haha, great. Come, let me teach you how to get through the big head in one go." Su Qing looked at the time and said, "Let's play for a while and then go to bed. I'll come first." Turn on your PS5. Monkey God, start. 5 minutes later. "Oh my God, cousin, you're still not good enough. Your body has been strengthened a lot, but why is your operation still so lame? Let me do it, rookie." An hour later. "Oh my God, what kind of trick is this? How come I died in an instant? Let me do it. I've found a trick. No, this prosthetic must be too outdated. If it were my original body, I would." 4 hours later. "The last one, keep going. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, why aren't you asleep yet?" The next day. Su Qing was still asleep when he was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. "What are you arguing about? The door is not open, we are not accepting customers, so get out of here." Bang, bang, bang. "Brother Su, it's me." Su Qing looked at the surveillance camera not far away with sleepy eyes. "It's that little girl again." No Brain was still playing Big Head. He played all night long. Su Qing said weakly, "Open the door for her." After saying that, he turned over and continued to sleep. The door opened and sunlight shone into the room from behind Zhu Shaner. Her tender face was covered in blood and her eyes were filled with hatred. His clothes were torn, one of his hands was torn off, the dark red blood had already coagulated, and the other hand was dragging a large box. The right leg of the mechanical prosthesis covered with cat patterns was bent and deformed, and it walked with a limp. Her body kept shaking as if she would fall down at any time. "Oh my God, little girl, what happened to you? Why are you in this state?" No Brain looked at the staggering Zhu Shaner in surprise, and quickly reached out to hug her. "Brother Su, help me transform." After saying that, his head tilted and he fainted. Chapter 10, An Irresistible Reason, Implantation. "Cousin, get up quickly. I see. Su Qing closed the door and carefully carried Zhu Shaner to the operating table. No Brain picked up the heavy box. Pull the isolation curtains, disinfect the space, and perform secondary disinfection on all surgical tools. Receive! The No Brain sprang into action, moving very quickly. If it was to repair the cyborg, Su Qing would not bother to do these things, nor would it be necessary. But Zhu Shaner is still a native body, that leg can only walk, and it is not connected to the backup photon brain. Even the surgical conditions were poor, and there was almost no equipment. But what can be done must be done. He examined Zhu Shaner carefully. There were a lot of contusions and bruises on his body. The most serious wound was his severed left hand, but fortunately there were no internal injuries. The man fainted due to excessive bleeding, extreme fatigue, and mental exhaustion. It's hard to imagine that a 15-year-old girl could walk all the way here dragging a suitcase with such a weak body. Su Qing immediately took out 2 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution, combined them into a bottle of advanced nutrient solution, and fed it directly to Zhu Shaner. Advanced nutrient solution can replenish all nutrients of the human body to the optimal state, and has certain medical effects. He doesn't have a blood bank here, so he can only hope that the nutrient solution can work. No Brain pulled up a circle of isolation curtains, creating a relatively closed operating space, and then carried out disinfection. The surgical instruments were then carefully disinfected again. Su Qing first cleaned Zhu Shaner's wound with saline solution. No Brain didn't say anything else, just quietly and tacitly cooperated in passing the tools. Ugh! The severe pain woke Zhu Shaner up. But she didn't cry out in pain. Instead, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Even if it hurts so much that you twitch and your gums bleed. Su Qing glanced at the painful Zhu Shaner, and his hands moved faster and faster. Although he is only a prosthetic repairman, the cyborgs also have some human bodies, so he needs to understand human surgery. Otherwise, it would be a robot repairman. He didn't know what the little girl had been through, but he knew the pain of having surgery without anesthesia. He had endured this kind of pain too. So he could only use the fastest speed to reduce the operation time. Your wound should be from yesterday. It has been infected, so the infected part needs to be removed. I don't have any anesthetic, so just bear with it. Su Qing started to scrape the infected rotten flesh on the broken arm. Zhu Shaner fainted from the pain and went into shock. Push 1 milligram of epinephrine and perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Adrenaline is an absolute treasure in the old world. After giving Zhu Shaner an intravenous injection, Wubu immediately performed standard cardiopulmonary resuscitation. After a long time, Su Qing put down his tools and breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Zhu Shaner's breathing stabilize. Because of the enhanced body, the surgery can be done faster and more accurately. What happened to this girl? Why is she in such a mess? No Brain was standing aside, with his camera hanging down, looking very worried. Zhu Shaner is a frequent visitor here. Her mother Judy is often injured due to work, so she brings her here every time. Su Qing didn't say anything, and synthesized another bottle of high-grade nutrient solution to feed Zhu Shaner. If Zhu Shaner hadn't given him the Eye of Dimension, it would have been difficult for him to avenge his parents, let alone have the hope of doing other important things. And even without this prosthetic eye, he would still save her. This little girl, who, like him, still retains her original body, is like a lotus emerging from the mud in this old world. Wait until noon. Zhu Shaner slowly woke up. She turned to look at Su Qing. Perhaps because of the advanced nutrient solution, her condition was still pretty good. She pointed at the box on the ground and said, "Brother Su, help me transform." Su Qing took the box and opened it, frowning instantly. This girl actually trusts him so much. Inside was a metal device similar to the human spine, and 2 silver-gleaming prosthetic arms, which were Type B combat prostheses. There are also 2 artificial eyes with colored whites and pink pupils, 2 mantis knives, a set of enhanced protective clothing, and several thermal weapons. No Brain said in surprise, "No, it's the first generation of military implants." Military implants can be directly embedded in the human body and automatically connect to the brain and other prostheses, eliminating the need to add extra backup simulated photon brains. It can also coordinate more quickly and mobilize all other prostheses, amplify prosthesis performance, and also has various powerful abilities. It can be said to be an absolutely rare item. It has no civilian use because that's what the military uses. Although this is the first generation, it can turn an ordinary person into the strongest soldier in an instant. So ordinary people cannot withstand its power. The things in this box are of inestimable value. Su Qing didn't say anything and looked at Zhu Shaner. The little girl actually gave it to him like that. Mom said that it was something left by Dad and that it would attract bad people, so she never took it out. Zhu Shaner said, opening the identity chip on her wrist. This is all the money my mother saved. She said she originally wanted to buy me a good leg and let me go to a big city to live a better life. A message popped up on the chip on Su Qing's wrist. Zhu Shaner transfers to you 4,146 alliance coins. Zhu Shaner looked at Su Qing with tears in her eyes, begging. I'll give it all to you, brother Su. Transform me? I'll give you my original body. Please. No Brain worriedly said. Sister, inserting the implant will kill you. It's too powerful. The survivors can't possibly withstand it, and your body is even less capable of that. It's too weak. Zhu Shaner's eyes were firm. It's okay, I'm not afraid. As she spoke, she took out an artificial eye from her pocket. Brother Su, the last artificial eye was broken. I secretly took away a customer's unwanted artificial eye. This one is good. I remember Brother Su's eyes would feel uncomfortable on rainy days. Su Qing's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. He took a deep breath and said, Why do we need to transform? Zhu Shaner's voice trembled. Revenge for my mother! Su Qing walked over, picked up the artificial eye, and held it tightly. Okay. This was an excuse he couldn't refuse. This is the most powerful reason in the world. It's going to be very painful, just bear with it. Zhu Shaner closed her eyes and nodded firmly. I want those bad guys to die. Disinfect again and prepare the cooler. Su Qing took out all the remaining 8 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution and synthesized and upgraded them into 1 bottle of basic strengthening solution and 2 bottles of advanced nutrient solution. Drink it. It will hurt. Hand the basic strengthening liquid to Zhu Shaner. What No Brain said was right. Her body was too weak to withstand the implant. So it must be strengthened. Zhu Shaner drank it without any hesitation. In an instant, her blood turned blue and she felt excruciating pain all over her limbs. But this is nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Brainless quickly prepared all the tools. Su Qing glanced at Zhu Shaner, who had completed the strengthening. Let's start. You just need to remember the hatred. Remember the scene when those people killed your mother, and you will be able to persevere. Without anesthesia, the implant had to be inserted into Zhu Shaner's spine, her 2 eyes had to be removed, and her right hand had to be chopped off. This kind of pain is unimaginable. Only with hatred and remembering those extremely cruel scenes that happened to her can she survive. This is also a very physically demanding operation. Sizzle, sizzle. Blood gushed out. The isolation curtain and the ground were instantly dyed red. The skin and flesh are separated, the muscles are separated. Zhu Shaner was trembling all over. Su Qing picked up the implant and placed it on her spine carefully, accurately and quickly. The implant immediately absorbed itself, and 2 rows of pins extended from both sides instantly, embedding into the spine like a centipede. After the needle was inserted, countless nerve lines branched out and connected to Zhu Shaner's brain, while piercing into muscle fibers and various parts of the body. Zhu Shaner fainted from the pain again. 2 milligrams adrenal! Pushed in. As the operation progressed, Su Qing and No Brain became covered in blood. Call! Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The transformation was completed, and the bent leg was also repaired. Feed Zhu Shaner the last bottle of advanced nutrient solution. The dim light outside shone through the window onto Zhu Shaner's face. I don't know when the sun has gone and the night has deepened. Chapter 11, Go for Revenge. Mysterious Call. Until late at night. Zhu Shaner woke up slowly. She opened her eyes and lay on the blood-stained operating table. Is this the artificial eye? It turns out that my mother's world has always been like this, without the beauty that can be seen with the eyes. He raised his hands and clenched his fists. Because of the implant, the Type B combat prosthesis automatically adjusted to the most suitable state according to the host's body. With a swish, 2 mantis knives popped out, the blades flashing with cold light. Then he took it back again. All this happened just by Zhu Shan's slight movement of thought. What a great power! I can feel that there are many fighting techniques in my mind. At this time, most of her hair was dyed red by her own blood, her pupils were pink in the colored whites of her eyes, and her hands were glowing silver. Tomorrow, remember to come over and I'll take care of you, Suqing said calmly. You are in average condition now, so don't use the ability of the implant too many times. Zhu Shaner walked down from the operating table, looked at her repaired left leg, and reached out to scrape off all the cat patterns on it. Then he walked in front of Suqing and bowed deeply. Thank you, Brother Su, Mr. Wukong. No Brain said with a disappointed look on his face. Little girl, be careful. He felt that the little girl in front of him was different. Those prosthetic eyes with pink pupils don't have the innocence and kindness of the previous eyes. The childishness on his face disappeared, and his favorite cat pattern was also erased. Just like the sun outside, setting. Night on the branches. Zhu Shaner forced a smile and said, I feel very strong now, Mr. Wukong, don't worry. As she spoke, she looked at the protozoa placed in a refrigerator nearby. Your internal organs have not been modified. They are still original, so you still need to eat nutrient solution. Suqing closed the refrigerator and said, The implant is indeed very strong. It protects your internal organs and greatly strengthens your body. However, you don't have a full set of prostheses and cannot provide complete protection, so you still have to wear protective clothing. Jiang handed the box over. Go for revenge. Zhu Shaner picked up the box, took out a torn comic book from her trouser pocket, and handed it to No Brain. Here, I hope you like it. After saying that, he picked up the box and left. Little girl, Suqing suddenly said, you must come tomorrow. Zhu Shaner paused, nodded, and closed the door. No Brain was stunned holding the comic book. It turned out to be the famous Chinese novel, Journey to the West, from the old century. Although there is only one copy, and it is mostly torn. But he didn't expect that Zhu Shaner actually remembered what he said and found this comic book. The aperture of the brainless eyes kept expanding and contracting, and the light kept flickering. I always feel that before overturning the future city, I should kill all the garbage in the abandoned city first. I want to destroy the abandoned city. He didn't understand what this emotion was, he couldn't comprehend it, he only knew that there was a kind of impulsive reaction in Photon's brain. Don't think about it. If you think about it, your photon brain will burn out. I can't fix it. I'm going to sleep first. After a day of surgery and not getting enough sleep yesterday, Suqing yawned. After taking a shower, he lay directly on the bed and turned over. I'm upset. I can't sleep. Suqing frowned. To abuse the big head. Damn it, come on, beat up the big head, damn, I'm angry. I don't believe that I can never beat it. 5 minutes later. Fuck, I'm even more angry and can't sleep anymore. The next day. Suqing got up early, rode his electric bike and headed to the abandoned city. When I passed by Lowly Island again, it had resumed operations, as if nothing had happened. Suqing guessed that the last time the HPC guards came, they were probably dealing with the case of Zhu Shaner's mother's murder. Of course, they were not there to help Zhu Shaner, but to protect the powerful abuser. Hey, my friend is here again. Why does he come to buy nutrient solution every day recently? Could it be that he has a bunch of beauties? Kangba laughed teasingly and said, or is there any other way to make money? If you have any, you must take me with you, my good friend. No, I'm stocking up in advance. Winter is coming soon. You know it's almost impossible to go out in winter. Suqing said calmly. 50 bottles. You're right. Winter is tough, and it gets colder every year. It seems like these heating pipes are no longer effective. But you bought them from more than just my store. You must have stockpiled a lot. Kangba deliberately raised his eyebrows and handed the goods over. My good friend, if you have good things, you must remember me, otherwise I and other friends will be very sad. Suqing glanced at him calmly and said, "Okay, but I have to ask Zhang Jia first." "Zhang Jia?" A trace of fear flashed in Kangba's eyes, and he quickly said in a slightly flattering manner, "Good friend, I didn't expect that you knew that senior hunter. In fact, we are all friends. I just want to help you if you are in trouble." Suqing picked up the box, sneered, and rode his electric bike to the next house. Now that other people's attention has been attracted, Kangba knows that he has been to other houses to buy nutrient solution. If he doesn't go now, it will make people suspicious. Fortunately, Zhang Jia's name is quite useful. But after this purchase, he needs to stop for a while. As the level of technology increases, continuing to use inferior nutrient solution to upgrade will be too slow, and the base required will become increasingly large. It will definitely attract other people's attention, so you can't always rely on purchasing. We have to think of other ways. According to the plan, this time he bought 200 bottles of inferior nutrient solution. The cost is 1,000 alliance coins. After returning home, Suqing first synthesized 11 bottles of basic strengthening liquid. These can help Zhu Shaner complete 12 perfect body optimizations, allowing her to better use military implants. The remaining 24 bottles of inferior nutrient solution were synthesized into 3 bottles of high-quality nutrient solution. Give. Suqing threw a mid-level energy block to No Brain. Clean up the waste residue in the energy tank. From now on, use the mid-level ones without waste residue. He did not buy low-level energy blocks to synthesize and upgrade. The purchase of nutrient solution had already attracted other people's attention. If he purchased more energy blocks, the risk would be too great. "Oh my god, cousin, that's great. It's a pity you're not a woman, otherwise I would definitely marry you. Someone is here to do maintenance today. They've pushed everything away. I have to go out again." Suqing took a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution and prepared to go to the garbage disposal plant. Ding dee. Suddenly, a call request popped up on the chip on my wrist. The caller was a strange woman. "Yansiki?" Suqing frowned slightly. He had never heard of this name. "I'm Xu Dao Shan, fuck you. If you don't answer, don't blame me for sending the surveillance video of you gay." Listen to the caller message. Suqing narrowed his eyes and answered the call. "It's hard to believe that people still use ID chips in this day and age." The chip projects a square frame, which was originally used to display the other party's image. But at this time there was only one dark shadow. Suqing said in a cold tone, "There is no surveillance at all in the Wild Ghost place." Since the call was connected, it meant that he admitted that he was involved in the Carnival Camp. It also means that the other party knows what happened that night. Moreover, the other party can contact me directly, so I must have investigated and know his identity. She contacted using her real name, and came with a certain sincerity. So there is no need to pretend not to know and waste time. If I say I have it, I have it. How can I lie to you? Pa, I'm a sweet girl, cough cough. The woman coughed twice, and her tone changed to gentle Mandarin. "You are very straightforward, I like it, and I will also be frank, there is indeed no surveillance in the Carnival Camp. But the dream glasses that Yiga used that day had a built-in surveillance video function, which automatically recorded and uploaded the process of you killing Yiga. But don't worry, I intercepted it for you." "What do you want?" Suqing really didn't understand illusions. He had already checked that there were no surveillance cameras nearby, but he didn't expect that the illusion glasses could actually record videos. At that time, he also chopped the glasses into 2 pieces. "See you tonight at 10 o'clock on the balcony of the ancient city in Area C." Chapter 12 Hunter Codename, Shadow, Lowly Island. "I'm going to lose it. We're going on a date, and at night." No Brain opened the D10 energy chamber and dumped the waste into the trash can. "You don't have to come back at night. Be careful. You are still a native body. Your kidneys are very valuable." Suqing rolled his eyes at him and said, "Let's go. Put on a raincoat, put on a black metal mask, and start the electric car." Although it wasn't raining, he didn't want to be seen by others registering as a hunter. People on the street dress in a very unique way, so no one would notice that he was wearing a raincoat on a sunny day. The suburbs of the abandoned city are divided into 4 areas, and there are 2 garbage disposal plants, one in Area C and the other in Area A where he is located. The waste treatment plants are all property of the Guanca Technology Group. The survivors are not allowed to enter. Only hunters or people with a permit can enter. Of course, hunters who want to register can also enter. The garbage disposal plant specializes in handling all kinds of garbage thrown away from the future city. The waste residue after treatment will be transported to a fixed place for stacking. In other words, the remaining people on Earth can only pick up second-hand garbage. Soon. The road surface has become metal paved. There are no traffic lights or intersections, only one road leading to the garbage disposal plant. From here we enter the garbage disposal plant. I've never seen this outfit before. This must be a new person registering. I don't know how long he can live. Whatever. The predators have been getting more and more crazy lately. The prosthetics and weapons they use are also better. It's very dangerous for us to deal with them. Newcomers are just asking for their own death. Let's go. I heard that Chang Jie got some high-end stuff. Let's go to the Lily Island bar to look for him. That stuff can strengthen the body. The closer you get to the waste treatment plant, the more you can feel its enormity. The entire waste treatment plant covers an area of approximately 20 square kilometers. 3 huge chimneys on the periphery reach straight into the sky. It emits a lot of yellow smoke. There is also an even larger funnel-shaped cylinder in the center. Large transport fortresses from the future city continue to pass through the high-energy particle barrier and dump garbage into the cylinder. Thick pipes extend from both sides of the factory and connect to the underground. That is the pipeline that transports the heat energy generated when processing garbage to the city to provide heating for the city. After the War of the Century, the temperature difference between day and night on Earth became extremely large, and the winters became even colder. The global average temperature has dropped by about 30 degrees. Even the coastal cities in the south will have snow and ice. So every winter, the world needs heating to survive. The walls of the treatment plant are all made of high-grade alloy and are very strong. A large number of cleaning robots clean up every day. It is the only building in the abandoned city that is not rusted and is the cleanest. Arrived at the gate of the garbage disposal plant. The 2 big characters, Guanca, are engraved on the gate, with a round protruding device in the middle. There were no other hunters around. Please turn on your ID chip or open your personal identity information on the internet. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice came. Su Qing opened the chip information. The circular device immediately fired a laser, scanning him from head to toe. The identity information has been checked. Please state the purpose of your visit. Registered hunter. Your identity has been verified and you are allowed to enter. Please do not linger and complete the registration as soon as possible. As the mechanical sound fell, the alloy doors slowly retracted to both sides. Su Qing parked the car outside and walked in. As soon as we entered the factory, the gate closed again. After looking around, Su Qing quickly walked towards the cylindrical machine in front. At this time, on both sides of him, there were 2 rows of huge spider-like robots. Each spider robot is 3 meters tall. 8 huge metal legs spread out nearly 5 meters. All spider-bots are equipped with 4 large-caliber kinetic cannons. There is also a plasma cannon in their abdomen. The words, Guanca Technology, are spray-painted on the front. 3 huge round eyes flashed white light, staring at Su Qing, and moving slowly with him. It was his first time entering a garbage disposal plant, and also his first time seeing such a powerful and advanced robot. This is just one of Guanca Technology's waste treatment plants, but it has such powerful force. It's hard to imagine what kind of behemoth this company is. Behind the spider robot was a wall, no other rooms, and no garbage disposal machine in sight. Su Qing walked to the cylindrical machine. In an instant, an operating platform rose from the ground. A virtual keyboard was projected onto the console, along with a hunter registration form. Please fill in the form to complete the registration. The process of registering a hunter is simple. You can also use a code name instead of your real name. After completing the form, the robotic female voice sounded again. Code name, Shadow, registration completed, hunter level, primary. Points 0. Information access permission, primary. Product purchasing authority, primary. Points required to upgrade, 100. Then, a rectangular transparent card was spit out from the operating table. Please take out the hunter card. Hunters can check the relevant information and data from the card. Registration has been completed. Please leave the registration area as soon as possible. Attention, please leave the registration area as soon as possible. Notice. After looking at the spider-like robots on both sides whose eyes were fixed on him, Su Qing turned around and walked quickly towards the door, which had already been slowly opened in advance. Squeak! With the sound of pressure relief, the door of the garbage disposal plant closed again. As Su Qing walked out, he saw a blonde beauty walking towards him, dragging two plunderers with their heads blown off and their bodies mutilated. The woman looked straight ahead and was extremely cool. After taking out the card and scanning it, she slowly walked into the factory. Such a woman with a cool temperament, tall figure and extraordinary beauty was rare in the old world. Su Qing got on the electric bike, took out the hunter card and clicked it. His identity information immediately appeared on the transparent card. In addition to the identity information, there are 3 tabs. They are information, goods and hunting bounties. Su Qing clicked on the information first and found that in addition to the information released by Guanca Technology, there were also information released by many other hunters. Similar to the official forum of the old century. He briefly checked a few important pieces of information. Hunter points are exchanged by hunting predators, but the points exchanged are relatively small. You can also complete hunting bounties posted by the waste treatment plant, which will award more points. When the total points limit reaches a certain stage, the hunter level can be upgraded. And the points are very useful. Open the Products tab. There are items that can be purchased or exchanged. Currently, Su Qing's level is elementary, and he can only exchange and purchase low-quality nutrient solution. The price is 4 alliance coins, which is slightly cheaper than the stores outside. The purchase quantity is 8 bottles per day. For him, it is equivalent to being able to buy a bottle of high-quality nutrient solution every day. No danger and cheaper. There are also primary and intermediate nutrient solutions for sale above, but they require a higher hunter level to purchase. There are also various weapons and prosthetics for sale. Low-level goods can still be purchased with alliance coins, but high-level goods can only be purchased with points. Finally, there is the hunting bounty. It contains bounty missions issued by the garbage disposal plant, as well as bounties issued by other people. There are no requirements for accepting tasks, and there is no limit on the number of people. The first person to complete the task will receive a reward. However, there are level restrictions for hunting bounties, and beginner hunters can only accept beginner hunting bounties. Keep the card, the benefits of registering as a hunter are huge for Suchin. He was going to hunt predators anyway, so the hunter's rewards and points were extra income. Information query and product purchase are also very convenient. Turn on chip communication. Friend, what can I do for you? In the picture, Zhang Jie is holding a cigar in one hand, beer in one hand, and reaching into the clothes of the woman next to him with the other hand. Lowly Island Bar, VIP 888 box, come on, I'll pay the bill. Chapter 13 Conspiracy, friend? He doesn't understand at all. Welcome to Lowly Island Bar, we have all the girls you want. Have fun, sir. Su Qing put away his raincoat and metal mask and put them into the electric bike, then walked into the bar. In the center is a huge dance floor, where 5 scantily clad women are dancing sexily. The music was not too loud and people around were enjoying it while drinking. Some people sat in the booths, playing games with girls together with their friends. Su Qing followed the road signs and came to the box area. VIP 888 box. Open the door. Hey, you're here, sit down, you're welcome. Zhang Jie smiled and waved at Su Qing, then said to the woman beside him. Go, call your best-looking sister, my good friend is here. By the way, she has to be able to have fun, just like you. The woman smiled charmingly, kissed him on the face, and walked away wiggling her hips. Zhang Jie slapped her butt hard with his silver arm and laughed. No. After Su Qing sat down, he glanced at the other 3 people in the box and said, I'll just ask a few questions and then I'll leave. Innocent boy, haha. Zhang Jie waved to the woman. Come back, baby. The woman returned to Zhang Jie and naturally took his hand and placed it on herself. Brother Jie, this is your new friend. Also, a new person? Zhang Jie smiled and said, Yes, my new friend, he will become a hunter in the future. Future? He looks like a native. The current predators are not easy to deal with. TSK, I actually saw 2 newcomers today. It is common sense for everyone that the combat effectiveness of the original body cannot be compared with that of the prosthetic body. Zhang Jie grinned and said, Brother Chen, don't underestimate my new friend, even though he is not a combat type. Chen Zai shrugged. Well, who is the big shot who gave you the high-quality goods? The purity is even higher than that sold in the garbage disposal plant. That's not something you can tell me. After Zhang Jie finished speaking, he looked at Su Qing and said, Don't be surprised. Hunters respect strength. Su Qing shook his head and looked at the man with amusement. It's okay, let's talk alone. Zhang Jie immediately understood and said to Chen Zai, Can you 3 please go out for a while? We will continue playing later. Chen Zai and the other 2 stood up. No problem, but don't forget our intermediate nutrient solution. We are all old friends, so the price should be cheaper. Don't worry, my friend. After seeing the 3 people go out, Zhang Jie asked the woman to go to a small room nearby to wait for him. What's the matter? Tell me. Su Qing directly took out the advanced nutrient solution and put it on the table. Dry. Zhang Jie immediately picked up the advanced nutrient solution and said, Perfect, too perfect. Advanced nutrient solution without a trace of impurities. It's actually advanced nutrient solution. You actually have such a precious commodity. You need a lot of points to exchange for 1 bottle at the garbage disposal plant. And there's only 1 quota per month. It's great to know you. Zhang Jie was overjoyed. The S-level hunter assessment will be held in half a month. Only the 3 strongest high-level hunters can advance. I need anything that can improve my strength. This bottle of advanced nutrient solution arrived just in time. I want it. He is so happy. As long as you can become S-level, it means you have the opportunity to go to the future city. That's his dream. As he said that, Zhang Jie excitedly opened it and drank it. Su Qing grabbed the bottle and said, Don't worry. Zhang Jie's 4 artificial eyes flickered, and his aura suddenly became fierce. He grabbed the nutrient solution and refused to let go. What? Friend. Su Qing looked at him calmly and smiled. I want to sell it to you, but another friend asked me to cooperate with him, so I am in a dilemma. A cold light flashed in Zhang Jie's eyes. Really? Which friend? Su Qing let go of his hand and leaned back on the sofa. Kangba. Hiss, huh? Zhang Jie took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaled the thick smoke, and squinted his eyes. The fat man selling medicine on the pedestrian street? Su Qing nodded and said, That's right. Zhang Jie also slowly leaned back on the sofa. He certainly understood what Su Qing meant. Since Su Qing came here, he must want to sell the nutrient solution to him. Now they want to use him as a thug. This is an open conspiracy. He smiled easily and said, Good friend, our cooperation is indestructible, no one can do that. He had to be this thug. That's high-grade nutrient solution. Hard to buy on the black market. Su Qing smiled with satisfaction. That's what I said. Push the advanced nutrient solution to Zhang Jie. Although he had scared Kangba by using Zhang Jie's name, Kangba was still a hidden danger. Just being scared isn't enough. Zhang Jie picked up the advanced nutrient solution, opened it, drank it in one gulp, and even licked the bottle a few times. Great! I feel full of strength and my back pain has been alleviated. This is indeed a high-grade nutrient solution, the strengthening effect is amazing. Zhang Jie moved his body excitedly a few times, and his silver arms made a series of sounds of breaking through the air. Su Qing watched quietly. He knew that this was not an enhanced effect. It's just that the advanced nutrient solution perfectly replenishes all the nutrients consumed by Zhang Jie, so he feels full of strength. It also has certain medical effects, repairing the damage to his body. This is all an illusion of enhancement. Advanced nutrient solution costs 1,000 alliance coins per bottle. Since yours is so pure, I'll give you 1,500 alliance coins. Zhang Jie transferred the money very straightforwardly. This was the price for a complete set of E-class mechanical prostheses. Buy a bottle of consumables. But he felt he was making a huge profit because the high-grade nutrient solution was in short supply. My friend, I don't think I know your name yet. Su Qing looked at the balance. Su Qing. Logically speaking, since high-grade nutrient solution was not available, the price should be higher, but he didn't care. This is not rare for him. This bottle of high-grade nutrient solution is mainly used to pay for the thugs. Zhang Jie nodded and smiled. What a nice name. May I know where you get these high-quality products from? After all, whether it is a garbage disposal plant or a waste city, you can't buy high-quality nutrient solution of this purity. Su Qing shook his head. It's inconvenient to disclose. Zhang Jie nodded slowly after hearing this. Okay. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to ask me something? I want to sell some protists, of course, not mine. It's very simple, and garbage disposal plants can recycle it, but the price is not as high as the black market. Thanks. I'll leave now so I don't disturb you guys from relaxing. Su Qing smiled, then stood up and left. I send you. Zhang Jie stood up and followed. When are you going to register as a hunter? Not ready yet. Okay, remember to fill in my invitation code, friend. After opening the door, Zhang Jie greeted Chen Zhe outside the door, and then continued. You are still a protozoan, and you are indeed not suitable to be a hunter. If you have any good stuff like that, please give me some. Su Qing shook his head and said, No more, all the goods are given to you, it's very difficult to get them. Oh, okay. Zhang Jie sighed. At this moment, a beautiful blonde girl walked by. Su Qing took another look. It was the one I saw at the garbage disposal plant. What a coincidence. Rebecca. Zhang Jie's eyes swept back and forth over the woman. The goddess of all hunters, she is a high-level hunter like me, and she is very powerful. She is so cold that no one can get close to her. Believe me, no one can get her attention, let alone climb into her bed. What he said is not exaggerating at all. Rebecca's natural face and figure are both top-notch. As she was talking, a man came up to her and started talking to her. But the next second, the man was kicked out. Zhang Jie retracted his gaze and jokingly said, Look, she is not interested in men. Sometimes I even think she likes women. Rebecca sat alone in the booth, looking as if she was keeping people at a distance. I'm leaving first. After walking out of the door, Su Qing got on his bike and left. Zhang Jie smiled and returned to the box. Chen Zhe and the other two were already sitting inside. Chen Zhe teased. Your new friend is a little special. He wants to be a hunter without transformation? He is simply courting death. Moreover, he didn't even say hello to us seniors and seemed very indifferent. Zhang Jie grinned. Young people don't know much, he is indeed a very interesting and courageous little guy. Courageous? That's called ignorance, a nobody fantasizing that he can become a powerful warrior. Never mind, he has no interest for me. Chen Zhe waved his hand and continued. Let's talk about that big shot. How could he sell such a precious high-quality product to you? Zhang Jie smiled and took a puff of his cigar. Maybe he is too young and doesn't understand the importance of physical strengthening. Chapter 14, Fighting, Clues from 1 year ago. You're back. Su Qing opened the door and saw Zhu Shaner standing in the house wearing a purple jacket. Cousin, look, the girl brought me a gift. No Brain was holding up a relatively well-preserved comic book of Journey to the West in his hand, and was very happy. Su Qing closed the door, opened the safe, and took out the basic strengthening liquid. Here are a few bottles of nutrient solution, drink them all, it's good for your body. Zhu Shaner also picked up the box she brought and opened it. I also brought you a gift. Then he took out a prosthetic eye from the box and said, This is what I won. It's better than the one I stole last time. Su Qing took the artificial eye and put it in the drawer. Zhu Shaner blinked her pink eyes and asked curiously, Why don't you use the good one but this bad one? It's fixed. Su Qing glanced at the box in her hand and asked, Which leg do you want to change? Zhu Shaner nodded and said, Well, this is also my win. I am very powerful now. She took out a D-class mechanical prosthetic right leg from the box. They saw that I was young and challenged me to a fight, but in the end they couldn't beat me and lost to me. Bet fight? Suching saw a complete set of D-class mechanical prostheses in the box. This is not easy to do. Not everyone has the money to modify a complete set of mechanical prostheses, let alone a D-level one. Even among hunters it is rare. Zhu Shaner frowned and picked up a bottle of basic strengthening liquid and drank it, but soon found that it didn't hurt, so she relaxed. She nodded and said, "Yes, in the abandoned city fighting arena, you can participate in competitions there, but you need to be qualified. You can also gamble with others, regardless of life or death, and the winner gets everything in the bet." Suching didn't say anything. Although Zhu Shaner's tone was calm, this was a fight of life and death. It's a fight to the death, very dangerous. He didn't expect that Zhu Shaner would actually fight to the death with others. He also heard a little about the abandoned city fighting arena. It was the hottest entertainment venue in the inner city. Almost all the dignitaries and wealthy people go to watch the fighting matches. Even Future City is involved. Waste City will also publish relevant outside bets and broadcast the events live. The Abandoned City Fighting Tournament is the most popular show in the entire Abandoned City. But he never paid much attention to it, and had no interest in it. The murderer who killed my mother is from the fighting arena. There is a fighting arena logo on his clothes. Zhu Shaner drank all the basic strengthening liquid and clearly felt that her strength had increased several times. What kind of nutrient solution is this? Why do I feel stronger? She clenched her fists tightly. According to my implants, my physical condition is excellent. All my abilities have been improved by at least 3 times. Great! Thank you, Brother Su. Now we have more hope of avenging Mom. First-generation military implants combined with Class B combat prosthesis and a perfectly optimized body. Zhu Shaner can now easily crush Zhang Jie. Suching took the tools and came to the operating table. If you find the enemy, don't take risks. Look for a chance to take revenge. Safety is the most important thing. Zhu Shaner lay down on the bed. I will. No Brain handed the prosthetic right leg to Suching. Remember to tell us when you find it, we will help you with some advice. That's right. Suching began to replace the prosthesis. Also, if you get injured, remember to come and get it fixed. The money you gave me last time will be considered as a deposit for the repair fee. Thanks. Zhu Shaner was deeply touched. She knew that the nutrient solution was priceless, and the money she gave was far from enough. Soon, after the prosthesis was replaced, she jumped off the operating table and looked at her right leg. Suddenly, she saw a stick figure of a cat carved with a scalpel. That was carved by Suching just now. Although the lines were crooked, they made her feel very warm. She stroked it, then stood up and took out the remaining D-class mechanical prostheses from the box. Here, I can't use these. Brother Su can give them to others who need them. Suching did not refuse. He needed more prosthetics to synthesize and upgrade. Zhu Shaner waved her hand. Goodbye, Brother Su, Mr. Wukong. Suching said calmly. Come to me if you encounter any difficulties. Yes. I will. After Zhu Shaner left, Suching put the prosthesis away. By observing Zhu Shaner, he could see what kind of combat power the modified B-class combat prosthesis could have after adding military implants and strengthening the body. It is definitely considered top-level combat power in the old world. Nutrient solution, advanced combat prostheses, and military implants are what he needs most at the moment. Combat prosthetics can be accumulated by hunting predators, but military implants are simply impossible to buy and very few people have them. Take out the hunter card and open the information search. It was discovered that there was no information at all about military implants. After all, that was something used by the army, and the remnants had no chance of getting it. It may also be that he does not have sufficient authority, and the search scope is limited. He searched for the predator information again. This time there was a lot of information, so he looked through it carefully. He had seen one of the looters who had killed his parents 8 years earlier, with a C tattooed on the back of his hand. He would never forget that tattoo. However, many people have tattoos nowadays, and you may not be able to find out anything just by looking at one tattoo. But apart from this clue, he has not found any other information over the years. At that time, he was dug out of his right eye by the group of plunderers and thrown to the edge of the ruins as a joke. If it weren't for his good luck, he would never have been able to return to the abandoned city alive. He was seriously injured at the time and was too young to be examined. Later, when I grew up, so much time had passed that it became more difficult to check. But the HPC guard must have a record of it. HPC guards were watching nearby at the time and finally went over to cordon off the scene. But the survivors have no right to enter, let alone query their database. Suzhou City tried adding the keyword, letter tattoo, to narrow the search scope. Suddenly, he saw a message from a year ago. It was a hunting bounty message, posted by a hunter who had completed the bounty. The bounty-bearing looter had a tattoo of the letter Z on the back of his hand. The information is very simple, just a picture and a few words. He does not have sufficient authority to view other specific content. Information such as who published it, the hunting location, etc. are all restricted. Su Qing nervously enlarged the picture to check it out. Exactly the same! The style of the tattoo is exactly the same as the original C. 8 years. Finally saw that tattoo again after 8 years. Su Qing clenched his fists, his eyes cold. Registered hunters are useful. Indeed, the most useful clue in the past 8 years was found. This is also thanks to the Eye of Dimension. Without the Eye of Dimension, he wouldn't have been able to grow stronger as quickly as he is now. He can only save money slowly as he did before, and then buy low-level mechanical prostheses to transform himself, so that he will have the opportunity to come into contact with the hunters. You may not even be able to save any money because wild ghosts will come to collect the money every month. In this world, life is so difficult for ordinary people. He glanced at the information viewing permissions. Advanced hunter level required. All information requires advanced hunters to view the full content. Intermediate hunters can view more information and a wider range. Be sure to upgrade your hunter level as soon as possible. Only then can we know who the publisher is, what the identity of the predator is, and where he was hunted. It just so happens that he can hunt the predators, dismantle their prosthetics and synthesize and upgrade them, while also improving his hunter level. DD. The chip sends a message reminder. Click on the message card. Zhang Jie's face suddenly appeared. Hey, my friend, the problem has been solved. He hopes to use 200 bottles of inferior nutrient solution as compensation. Someone should deliver it in a while. I hope you are satisfied. Chapter 15. Girl's Body, Buying a Car. Hello, local express delivery, your item has arrived. Su Qing opened the door and took the huge box from the runner on a unicycle. After returning to the room and opening it, there were 200 bottles of low-quality nutrient solution neatly arranged inside. This is an unexpected gain. As for Kangba's life or death, he doesn't care. Zhang Jie will definitely take care of it. Activate the Eye of Dimension and synthesize and upgrade all 200 bottles of inferior nutrient solution. A total of 6 bottles of D-type strengthening potions and 1 bottle of advanced nutrient solution were obtained. Drink all the strengthening potions. With every bottle I drink, I can feel a noticeable increase in strength. The energy in the muscles continues to increase. Su Qing directly picked up a steel bar that was about 10 millimeters thick and a little rusty, and exerted force with both hands. I saw the rust on the steel bars being broken off little by little, and the steel bars were bending little by little. Su Cheng's muscles were tensed, like thick and strong steel cables. Finally, the steel bar was easily bent to 90 degrees. Oh my God, you are a beast in human form. You are bending steel bars with your bare hands. That's quite impressive. No Brain was standing by, his eyes twinkling. The data has exceeded the upper limit of my scan. Su Qing threw away the steel bars, and he only strengthened it 7 times, but he achieved this effect. Now his physical strength can almost compete with that of a D-class mechanical prosthesis. He is a native organism. His journey to strengthening has just begun. Su Qing took out a raincoat from the electric car and prepared to put it on to go out, but he felt it was inappropriate to wear it all the time. He needed a special hunter's outfit that could completely hide his identity. I found a black hooded windbreaker with several patches on it from the closet. Although it's a bit old, it fits perfectly. I found another black coat. Then the metal air filter mask was changed into a face mask. The color was painted a little darker, and one-way glasses were added. Su Ching put on advanced protective clothing, a coat, a hat and a mask, and he suddenly looked like a shadow. Oh my God, you are trying to be the sixth one. Stand in the dark. Who can see you? It's like you have changed your race. The brainless man looked him up and down. Su Ching rolled his eyes at him and decided to reset his language system when he went back to help him synthesize and upgrade it. And there is this magical Guangxi ordinary hair. I glanced at the electric bike and realized that I could continue to ride it normally, but definitely not when it came to hunting predators. Easy to be recognized. I'm going out for a while. Go, 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 you don't do any work every day, just leave me alone at home, I'll leave. I'll give you a big beating. Going out from the back door of the house, walking around an empty alley, Su Ching headed straight towards the abandoned city. As he walked, he took out the hunter card. Click on the hunting bounty, and you can find a bounty to do. He only looked at those rewards that were nutrient solution or bounties for prosthetics. It doesn't matter what level the reward is, he can use it. The girl's body? Su Ching clicked on the reward in confusion. Reward: healthy protozoa, limbs, eyes of human girls under 18 years old. The younger you are, the more rewards you get and the more tasks you can complete. Rewards: alliance coins, nutrient solution, prosthesis. Contact the client directly. It turned out to be a bounty mission for the original body. But hunters can't just go out on the street and dismember people like predators can. It can only be obtained through normal channels, which means that the other party's consent is required. A task that can be pieced together means that several people can piece together what is needed for the task. The other party doesn't care whether it comes from the same person, as long as it's from a girl. Zhu Shainer's replaced hands and eyes just met the requirements, which is better than recycling them in the garbage disposal plant. The reward was exactly what he needed. Use the hunter card directly to contact the client. Hunter? The call was connected, and a man with a gold chin, a gold ring, a mink coat, and even a diamond on his artificial eye appeared. There was a hideous scar on his face. He was drinking red wine comfortably in the box and watching the fighting match. His tone was casual and leisurely. Su Ching said calmly, "Well, I have the hands and eyes of a 15-year-old girl." 15? Not bad. The rich man smiled and said, "Meet in front of the Kadir Hotel in the inner city in an hour. Don't be late." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Kadir Hotel. Su Ching looked up towards the inner city and saw a tall building with a projection of a beautiful woman dancing. It was the Kadir Hotel. That is one of the most luxurious hotels in the abandoned city. After looking at the bounties for a while longer, he realized that except for the one that had the highest reward for killing predators, there were various other bounties available. Soon, the abandoned city arrived. After putting away the hunter card, Su Ching found a motorcycle shop and walked in. "Welcome, Mom, what can I do for you?" The boss looked at Su Ching's patched body, frowned, and spoke in a perfunctory tone. "Buy a car." Su Ching walked towards the rows of motorcycles. "It's a motorcycle, relatively expensive, although it's from an older century." The boss smirked and said, "We have electric cars here, they're cheaper." He didn't think that someone wearing patched clothes could afford a motorcycle. If he didn't have a bit of professionalism, he would have kicked the guy out long ago. Su Ching ignored him and walked straight to a Kawasaki H2R. "That is a very famous Kawasaki sports car from the old century. It is also the fastest sports car in straight-line acceleration and the most expensive," the boss said helplessly. "Although the condition is average, but after the modification in our shop, the engine has been completely renewed, the condition is even better than a new one, and the speed is faster. There are electric cars here, which are cheaper." Su Ching waved his hand. "This one, how much is it?" The boss rolled his eyes and said impatiently, 800 alliance coins. We don't bargain. If you can't afford it, just leave now. You're really wasting time." "This price is indeed very expensive, it's enough to buy a set of mechanical prostheses." "Turn around." Su Ching directly transferred the money to the public account of the bike shop and rode on the motorcycle. Authorization. "This." The boss looked at the transfer in the car shop account in his mind in surprise, and immediately smiled and said, Okay, boss, you really have a good eye. This black warrior paint job matches your outfit very well. It's perfect. The boss hurried over and granted Su Qing sole access rights. The energy system has been modified. After a low-level energy block is converted, it can travel 400 kilometers. Su Qing started the motorcycle and stepped on the accelerator. Suddenly, the 998 cubic centimeters four-cylinder direct drive engine emitted a dull roar, and the motorcycle slowly rode out of the shop. Have a nice trip. Come back to buy a car next time. The boss accompanied us to the door, bent over slightly, and greeted us warmly. Oh, you bought a car, but you didn't pay the toll. Suddenly, a man blocked the motorcycle. Another person walked to the right side of Su Qing and gestured with the dagger in his hand. Hurry up and pay 100 alliance coins, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Upon seeing this, the owner of the car shop hurried back to his shop and watched the show leisurely. Rob him. It would be best to rob his car as well, so that he can buy another one, hee. Mad, let me ask you to take it. Before the man could finish his words, Su Qing instantly reached out and grabbed his clothes. His muscles suddenly tensed up, and a huge force burst out instantly. He lifted him up and slammed him towards the car shop. The whole action is done in one go. There was a sound of bang. The man smashed the glass in an instant, hitting two motorcycles that were in very good condition. The half of his modified mechanical body directly crushed the entire front of the two motorcycles. Oh shit! My car! The boss wailed when he saw this. However, the next second, another figure heavily knocked down a row of cars. Every car was badly damaged. Fuck you! The boss ran out of the bike shop and yelled at Su Qing, who had already ridden away. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Damn it, it's my bike, pay for it! Chapter 16, Rich Materials Goddess? Class. Buzz! The Kawasaki H2R makes a deep sound. Strong wind kept blowing past Su Qing's ears, causing his hair to fly wildly. Bring up a short skirt on the roadside. Still go home through the back door. Behind the hut he built was an empty alley with all kinds of sundries neatly stacked around it. Few people know about this alley. There are few people in the suburbs, and this place has been abandoned for a long time and no one lives here. Oh my god! What a cool car! It suits me perfectly! The brainless man strokes the body of the H2R. Su Qing went into the house and took the cooler. You don't even have a head, just a rectangular box body, what can you ride on? I'm throwing mines. No Brain immediately got angry. It's all because of you that I was torn to pieces. Leave. Su Qing twisted the accelerator, drifted gracefully, and almost fell off the car. No Brain immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you still want to show off like this, fuck you. After all, motorcycles are different from electric cars. Fortunately, he had a strong physique and managed to keep himself steady. That's better than something you can't ride. After saying that, the motorcycle sped away. The brainless man immediately jumped up and said, Throw the thunder, thunder is dead, thunder, don't come back tonight. The inner city of the abandoned city. Su City rarely comes here. First, he can't afford to spend here, and second, he has no money to spend. The inner city is much more prosperous than the outer city. The signs of street shops are no longer tattered. Many people on the street have modified E-class mechanical prostheses. This is ugly in the outer city. You can see a lot of cars on the road, and some HPC security cars patrolling. You can even see an HPC flying car flying in the air. It is indeed a place where the rich and powerful gather. It is rare to see them in the outer city. The HPC guards who are not seen in the suburbs are all in the inner city to protect them. Maintain public order here and give them a better and safer living environment. It turns out that it's not that there are no rules, it's just that in poor areas, no one cares. Su Qing rode his bike to the entrance of the Kadir Hotel. Everyone entering and exiting the tall revolving door was dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. Either they have been modified with advanced prosthetics, or they wear luxurious and expensive clothes. With the price of staying here for a few days, you can buy an E-class mechanical prosthesis. Su Qing kept scanning the advanced prosthetics of these people. If he could dismantle them all, the synthesis and upgrade would be faster. However, these people have many followers, and their own fighting power is also very strong. Next to the Kadir Hotel is a boutique shopping street. There is also a bar that is more luxuriously decorated than the one in Lowly Island. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Qing parked the car, walked to the hotel entrance, and waited. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Rebecca? Rebecca, with long golden hair and wearing a black evening dress, looked even more beautiful than when she was wearing protective clothing. The plump and attractive figure is perfectly outlined by the evening dress. She released her charm wantonly and walked into the Kadir Hotel. I didn't expect that she was not only powerful, cool and beautiful, but also very rich. Although Zhang Jia could spend several thousand alliance coins to buy nutrient solution, but he definitely wouldn't be willing to spend hundreds to stay in such a luxurious hotel. 20 minutes later, a luxury car with a golden front slowly stopped. The two sets of chrome tires on the front of the car show its luxury, and the extra-long body looks extremely heavy. The whole car gleamed in the sunlight. The driver got out of the car and respectfully walked to the back seat and opened the door. A pair of pointed leather shoes stretched out, and then the rich man who was on the phone came out wearing a fur coat. He is very tall and strong. The exposed prosthetic hands are plated in gold. The most eye-catching thing is the pure gold chin. Any one thing on him is enough for ordinary survivors to live a wealthy life for a long time. Even things that many people have never seen in their lives are just pieces of jewelry on him. In this post-war world, the gap between the rich and the poor not only still exists, but has become even more exaggerated. Because if you have money, you can have a stronger body, use better prosthetics, and thus have powerful strength. With money and strength, you can strive for higher rights. Money, power, strength. Then a beautiful woman got out of the car, naturally put her arms around the rich man's waist, and leaned against him. The women are almost all natural, tall, at least 1.72 meters, but only reach the belly of a rich man. Her eyes were numb and hopeless. With her health, she would definitely not be able to leave the hotel. The two men walked towards the Kadir Hotel under the protection of 4 bodyguards. They are called bodyguards, but their strength is actually not as strong as that of the rich. Su Qing went up to them carrying a cooler. "Stop! What are you doing?" As soon as Su Qing approached, the 4 bodyguards immediately reached for their waists, ready to take out their guns. "Reward." Su Qing picked up the refrigerator and gestured. The rich man looked down at Su Qing and gestured to his men. "Are you the hunter Shadow? Interesting." A bodyguard immediately took the cooler, brought it to him, and opened it. "Great, look at this skin, so white and tender, and this pair of eyes is so clean, it's a rare good thing." He nodded with great satisfaction. Even for the rich, such high-quality native bodies were rare. The poor cannot raise their own children, and the rich cannot possibly sell their own children's bodies. He said confidently, "What do you want?" "Money, nutrient solution, prosthesis, anything I have." Su Qing looked him straight in the eye. "Military implant." "Ha ha!" The rich man suddenly laughed. "I have it, but this alone cannot replace it. Although it is not a rare item, it is just more expensive. You have 2 minutes to think about it." Su Qing had never thought that he could really get the implant. He just wanted to verify whether the implant could still be found in the abandoned city. But he didn't expect that the implant, which he thought was very rare, was just more expensive in the eyes of the rich. "A mechanical prosthesis, an E-level one will do." The rich man raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. "Oh? You can change to a higher level one. E-level, that kind of garbage is useless. Ordinary people can't even afford an E-class mechanical prosthesis, but in his eyes it's just garbage." Su Qing shook his head. "I only want E-level." "Interesting." The rich man grinned and said to his men, "Go buy 4 sets of E-class mechanical prostheses. I don't have that kind of rubbish in my warehouse." His men immediately ran to the boutique shopping street nearby. "Just wait here, and the points will automatically be added to your hunter card." After saying that, the rich man hugged the woman and left. Su Qing looked at the rich man's back. They are people from two completely different worlds. This is just the wealthy people in the abandoned city. What if it is the wealthy people in a larger city, or even a future city? When the rich man walked into the hotel, a blonde beauty quickly came up to him and naturally stood on the other side of him. That charming look makes people unable to stop. The rich man reached out and grabbed the woman's buttocks hard, rubbing them wantonly. The woman is Rebecca. Suching couldn't help but sneer. In the eyes of hunters, she is a goddess who is high above everyone else. Everyone wants to get close to her, but they are not allowed to even get close to her or say a word. At this moment, she is like a little bird, nestling in the arms of a rich man. She even dressed up to prepare for the more powerful impact that was to come. What cold goddess? What is sacrosanct? The person you can't get is just someone else's plaything. What you can't lick, others have already gotten tired of playing with. It's not that she is aloof, it's just that your rank is not high enough and your strength is not strong enough, that's all. Taking the large box containing 4 sets of mechanical prostheses from the bodyguard, Suching fixed the box on the back seat of the motorcycle, got on the motorcycle, and stepped on the accelerator to accelerate. Whether it is a luxurious life or rare technological products. Whether it is sufficient resources or being a goddess in the eyes of others. Everything he just saw overturned his previous cognition. When the rich man looked at him, there was no figure in his eyes. Because he doesn't like it at all. That is a sense of superiority in class, and it is an unbridgeable gap. Suching took a deep breath, his eyes determined, fuck the class gap. Sooner or later, I will smash all of this with one punch and crush these arrogant people with my strength. Chapter 17, First Bounty, Abandoned Parking Lot Base. Oh my god, you went to rob in broad daylight? I don't have any weapons, how can I rob you? Well, I thought you were very strong. I overestimated you. Suching took out 4 sets of E-class mechanical prostheses, opened the Eye of Dimension, and synthesized and upgraded them. Completed, C-class mechanical prosthesis. We are only 4 sets short of E-class mechanical prostheses to synthesize and upgrade into an A-class combat prosthesis. That is the top-level prosthesis made by humans. It is extremely powerful. But still play the replacement of the original body. So it's not enough. He needs more prosthetics. Open the hunter card again. This hunting bounty can be said to be a huge profit. A set of E-class mechanical prosthesis requires at least 1,500 alliance coins. The rich man actually gave him 4 sets, worth 6,000 alliance coins. If Chu Shainer's original body is given to the garbage disposal plant, the maximum that can be obtained is a set of E-class mechanical prosthesis. This is because the quality of the protozoa is very high, otherwise the maximum amount given would be a few hundred alliance coins. This is what rich people are like. As long as something satisfies them, they can pay more money for their own preferences. In addition to prostheses, he also knew that implants were not absolutely rare. It also depends on the person. A bounty for the siege of the Sierra Raider stronghold? Soon, Suching saw a reward right at his doorstep. Reward: hunt down the looters in the abandoned parking lot under the stone bridge in Area C. Solo hunting bounty. Rewards: 4 bottles of primary nutrient solution, 100 alliance coins, 5 points. For destroying a predator stronghold, the reward was only 4 bottles of primary nutrient solution and 100 alliance coins. It's still more profitable to offer rewards to rich people. But at his current hunter level, he can only accept bounties with low difficulty and small rewards. The girl's body is a bounty for finding something, and it is not dangerous, which is why he has the opportunity to come into contact with the bounty issued by the rich. But the rest are not open to him. The hunter level must be upgraded as soon as possible. Suching took the particle-cutting knife, put on the electromagnetic kinetic rifle, fixed the empty box containing the mechanical prosthesis to the back seat of the motorcycle, and rode away. Hey, 3 customers have come today, including a beautiful white-haired lady. Aren't you going to make money? No Brain looked at Suching, who was leaving, and scratched his head helplessly, but his hand froze in midair and then dropped it. Damn it, I have no brain. The stone bridge is an abandoned broken bridge in Area C. There is a parking lot under the bridge, which is also abandoned. Because of the presence of the predators, no one lives around here, and no cars drive this way. Su Qing drove his motorcycle quickly to the stone bridge. After getting off the motorcycle in advance, he took a long knife and looked at the surrounding buildings and containers. This time he just exerted force quietly, and jumped directly to the second floor. 8 people. Su Qing walked around the parking lot and took a closer look. I figured out how many people were inside and memorized the surrounding terrain. He quietly moved towards the outermost coxcomb predator. Although it was daytime now, there was no noisy environment like the Carnival Camp, and it was impossible to replicate the last assassination. But if we can solve one first, it's one. Su Qing hid in the corner, picked up a stone and threw it far away. Who? What? The coxcomb predator was immediately attracted by the sound and turned to look. Su Qing took the opportunity and rushed out like a cheetah. The particle-cutting long knife directly slashed across the plunderer's neck, and at the same time chopped down, splitting his head in half. Fuck everyone, please be alert. There are some ignorant creatures breaking in. Suddenly, a roar came from a container not far away. Go Xing was chatting with us, but the connection was suddenly disconnected just now. There must be some scum getting in. Haha, come on, I'm going to tear him into 8 pieces. Damn it, what's going on recently? In broad daylight, anyone dares to touch our dog gang, damn it! I don't know if there are any protozoa. The tasks have become increasingly difficult recently, so we need to dismantle more. Kill him, kill him! Haha. The remaining 7 plunderers all moved towards Sioux City. 3 of them were holding titanium alloy tang swords, 2 were holding kinetic pistols, and 2 were holding kinetic submachine guns. Su Qing quickly returned to the corner, then jumped onto the heating pipe and climbed onto the container. Fuck, I saw him. Damn, want to escape? Shoot! Kill him for me, right on the container. The looters with guns immediately raised their guns and fired, but they didn't aim at all. Although they have prosthetics to assist in aiming, the weapons they hold are not capable of self-aiming and bullet tracking, so their hit rate is very low. Once Su Qing's figure disappeared, they could only shoot randomly. 2 of the looters holding knives then jumped onto the container, waving their tang swords wildly. Come here, chop me twice, haha. Su Qing jumped behind the container and quickly changed position. Powerful kinetic bullets penetrated the container directly and continued to be fired from behind him. Seeing a corner in front of him, he jumped off the container directly, took out the electromagnetic kinetic energy rifle from behind him, hid in the corner, and aimed at the container. Soon, 2 looters armed with tang swords caught up. When they saw Su Qing, they roared and jumped down with knives. Bang, bang, bang! Dense kinetic bullets were fired instantly, turning the 2 predators into a hornet's nest, with black biochemical fluid splattering everywhere. The 2 men fell to the ground and twitched a few times. Fuck, the puppies and paparazzi are also disconnected, clean up! Smash all the containers! Suddenly, everyone took out their guns and started shooting wildly at the container. Su Qing looked at the trajectory of the bullet penetrating the container, turned slightly to look outside, and aimed his gun. Shooting! Bang! A shot was fired at the plunderer with green hair and a tang sword. It missed. Su Qing frowned. He aimed at the head but ended up hitting the body. Without modified prostheses, it is impossible to connect to the gun and use the prosthesis to assist in aiming. He didn't dare to stay, his position had been exposed. He immediately jumped onto the heating pipes, climbed onto the stone bridge with the help of the intricate network of pipes and containers, and then ran to the rear of the plunderers. As soon as he left, his original position was immediately pierced by bullets. Good evening, they are always connected, it's really troublesome. Several predators have modified their brain-computer interfaces to stay online at all times. As soon as one person loses connection, the others will know immediately. Damn, he's circling around, kill him! This guy is running too fast. He must have been modified with a good prosthetic. Kill him and take his prosthetics apart. Dig out his eyes and sell them. If there are none, dig out his kidneys or liver. Haha. After Su Qing's modified body, he can run as fast as a car when he is at full speed. Although the exact speed is unknown, the buildings retreating so rapidly on both sides are almost blurred. Jumping off the stone bridge, Su Qing moved to the back of the abandoned parking lot. There were 5 raiders left at this time, but only 4 of them came over to block them. Another one also jumped onto the stone bridge, trying to surround him from behind. His mind quickly recalled the layout of the parking lot, glanced at the marauders, and then glanced to his right. "Come out here!" the injured green-haired predator roared. Bang! A bullet instantly blew up his head, and he fell down limply. "Fuck, that's too shady. If you have the guts, come out and fight me head-on. Come out!" "What a coward! All he can do is hide." The remaining 3 people immediately shot in the direction where Su Qing was just now. "Here it comes!" However, the next second, Su Qing suddenly jumped out from behind the scrapped car on the left side of the 3 people. The red blade in his hand instantly cut across the plunderer's neck in front of his shocked eyes. Su Qing was extremely fast, and they didn't even have time to shoot before they were all killed. "Damn it, I've caught you now, let's see where you can run!" The last predator jumped down from the stone bridge with a grin, raised his gun and prepared to shoot. "Look how handsome I am, ha ha ha!" Su Qing sneered, quickly raised the electromagnetic kinetic rifle, and bullets sprayed out. He didn't stop until he had used up all the remaining bullets in the magazine. Pa! A smashed body fell to the ground. Bounty completed. Chapter 18 Remy, Statistics, Hackers. Take out the hunter card, and after recording all the information on the scene, it will prompt that the bounty is completed. The reward needs to be collected at the garbage disposal plant, or at the hunter machine in the city. The remaining pillager carcasses can be taken for recycling. Of course, it would be useful to keep such. Just about to check the points. "Are you late?" Suddenly, a tall woman with neat brown hair jumped down from the stone bridge. She was wearing a red leather jacket and high heels, her legs were red prosthetics, and she also had a mask on her face, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. A large area of snow-white skin is revealed under the low-cut dress, and the proud cleavage is a little exaggerated. Su Qing immediately raised his gun. The reward has been paid. Although there are no bullets in his gun, who knows? The woman immediately raised her hands, and the thunderbolt on her chest bounced. She said calmly, "Are you a newcomer? Hunters have an unwritten rule that you cannot attack your peers." Su Qing slowly put down his gun, but kept the particle-cutting knife in his hand ready for defense at any time. The other party is also a hunter. He didn't believe in any rules, let alone unwritten ones. "My code name is Remy." The woman put her hand down and smiled. "It's tiring to hold it up." As she spoke, she rubbed her shoulders, which made the pressure in front of her even more irregular. "I am an intermediate hunter, and I only need one simple task to upgrade. I didn't expect you to get there first. It seems I have to go to the next place. What's your name?" "You don't need to know." Su Qing put the gun behind his back, picked up the body of the looter on the ground and put it away, then went to ride his bike. Lamy looked at Su Qing's back and licked her rosy lips. "You completely ignored me, that's interesting, I hope we can meet again." She smiled charmingly, exerted a little force with her prosthetic legs, and jumped directly onto the stone bridge. Su Qing dismantled all the plunderers' prosthetic bodies and put them together. There is only one set of E-class mechanical prosthesis, and the rest are mechanical hydraulic prosthesis. No wonder the bounty is so small. These people are too weak. I opened the hunter card and checked the points. Hunter code, Shadow. Points 30. Hunter level, Primary. Information Query Authority, Primary. Product Purchasing Authority, Primary. Upgrade points required, 100. There are actually 30 points. The reward points this time are only 5, but the last time the rich man gave a reward of 25 points. After collecting the hunter card, he searched the base carefully and found 5 more primary energy blocks. After packing everything and putting it in the box, Su Qing rode his motorcycle to take the box home first. Then go to the garbage disposal plant to collect all the rewards in today's primary nutrient solution. "Are you still working today?" No Brain looked at Su Qing, who came back from the garbage disposal plant and pointed at the clock on the door. Su Qing looked up. 17:18. "No, tomorrow." It was getting dark. I have to meet that woman at 8 o'clock. No need to change clothes. Put all the submachine guns and pistols together. Even though he didn't like using them, the rifle was now out of bullets. You can only synthesize and upgrade these guns. After the synthesis upgrade, he took out all the current items and counted them. The firearms include a Type B kinetic pistol, an electromagnetic kinetic rifle, and Type B energy-releasing pistol, a Type D kinetic pistol synthesized and upgraded today, and a Type D kinetic submachine gun. The prosthetics include a set of Type B combat prosthetics, a set of Type C and Type E mechanical prosthetics, and a Type D mechanical prosthetic that is missing the right leg. Then there was a particle cutting long knife and a high-frequency cutting long knife, as well as 4 bottles of advanced strengthening liquid and 1 bottle of primary nutrient solution. There is still a lot of money left. With the money from selling the nutrient solution and the money transferred by Zhu Shaner, there is still a balance of 3,946 Alliance coins. In just 3 days. He has already accumulated so many high-level things. The most important thing is that his body is perfectly optimized 20 times. Strengthened 7 times. If it weren't for the Eye of Dimension, he would never have dared to think about it before. The progress of the synthesis upgrade was very fast, but he was not satisfied. Should I use my hunter identity to buy enough nutrient solution at once? Suqing frowned slightly as he thought. Go directly and buy 600 bottles of low-quality nutrient solution at one time as Shadow. He can directly synthesize and upgrade 18 bottles of D-type strengthening potions plus 1 bottle of basic strengthening liquid and 1 bottle of advanced nutrient solution. He only needs to strengthen it about 5 more times before he can further strengthen it. Tomorrow. And even if you're a hunter, you'll definitely be noticed, so it's better to think of a way. I sorted and organized all the things, and made a scabbard for the particle-cutting long knife with alloy. It's already past 6 o'clock. It was completely dark. Are you going on the date or not? If not, we'll fight Big Head. I know how to play it. You must dodge perfectly. He was playing games without thinking and shaking his head. Play less games and read more books, and strive to be a person who is useful to society like me. Suqing walked over and picked up the controller. I'll play with you for a game, just one. Fuck you, you idiot, what are you talking about reading? You are sick. Oh my god, I'm dead again. It's almost 7:30. Give me the controller quickly, you newbie. Go on a date. Who on earth loves to play this game? Suqing put down the handle, picked up the Type B kinetic pistol, and put the particle-cutting long knife on his waist. With the scabbard, the conspicuous red blade could no longer be seen. Leave. Instead of riding a bike, he pulled down the brim of his windbreaker and walked quickly on the street. It's a dark and windy night again. I looked up at the dark sky. Because of the radiation layer that was like yellow sand, even the sun was difficult to see. So you can't see the night sky at all at night. A gust of wind blew by, bringing with it a slight chill from the approaching winter. The homeless people on the street tightened their clothes as they couldn't survive the winter. Even if there are many empty houses, people will still die if they don't have money to pay for heating. Suqing walked to a building with a very retro style. There were a few scattered lights in the building, and 2 or 3 stalls around. When the people around saw Suqing, they suddenly became quiet and all stared at him. Suqing ignored him and walked straight up the stairs towards the rooftop. There is no elevator in the building, only stairs, and there are 5 floors in total. The lights in the corridor were dim and flickering. I quickly reached the rooftop, and the chip in my hand immediately reminded me that there was an incoming call. You've really changed tonight. You've disguised yourself better than when you killed the wild dog. By the way, there are 2 followers following you. I know. Suqing had already heard 2 footsteps behind him. Where are you? You should deal with them first. Suqing turned around and looked behind him, only to see 2 men in shabby clothes, who had been modified with the most basic mechanical hydraulic prostheses, walking towards him with daggers in their hands. Hand over the money. Before the man could finish his words, he saw the black figure appear in front of him in an instant. A red light flashed, and the 2 men fell down. Well, yes, it's unbelievable that the attack was so brutal and direct. Suqing frowned and looked around. Don't look for me, I'm not there. Suching said coldly. Who are you and what do you want? What's so fierce about that? I'm a hacker. I want to cooperate with you. To show my sincerity, I'll let you see what I look like. Chapter 19. First Cooperation, Another Siege on the Carnival Camp. A beautiful girl with white hair appeared on the call screen, which was originally just a black shadow. The facial features on her perfect oval face look as if they were carefully carved. Looks petite and delicate. His eyes were bright and lively, with a bit of cunning, and he was eating a lollipop in his mouth, looking a little naughty. Suching said calmly, If you are sincere, shouldn't you come here yourself? I'm a hacker. I use my brain. You're too dangerous. I can't go looking for you. Tell me, how can we cooperate? You killed the people from Death Rock. If you didn't just rob their cybernetics, then you had a grudge against them, right? Suching said, without comment. Yang Siki's eyes widened when she heard this. What do you mean, what do you mean? I can't guess. Ahem, never mind. It doesn't matter. I want you to be my thug. I refuse. Suching answered very quickly. Yang Siki was obviously stunned for a moment, and then her voice suddenly became louder. What? What did you say? You refuse? Do you believe that I will send the video to the boss of the Death Rock gang? Suching shrugged. It doesn't matter, at worst I can just kill them all. You said, son, don't frame me, motherfucker, I have to be cute. Yang Siki rubbed her delicate face and said, Don't lie to me. You are indeed very strong, but with your cautious style of doing things, you definitely don't want to be exposed, right? Suching walked to the rooftop and looked around. This girl was indeed very smart, but she looked a little unreliable. You're right, but I don't like being a thug for others even more. It would be nice to have a fellow hacker. When we were clearing out the abandoned parking lot today, the operation would have been much easier if we had the cooperation of hackers. But he couldn't agree so easily. Although the other party had his own leverage, fundamentally, it was she who was seeking cooperation with him. Yang Siki waved her hands impatiently. Let's not beat around the bush. It's too tiring to fight with you. You don't look like a 20-year-old at all. Let me be frank. Cooperating with me will bring you many benefits. I can help you with the aftermath of your next operation, and I can also help you obtain information before the operation. You will find out the target's environment and important information before taking action. I can help you with this. You don't have to worry about surveillance or their online contact. I can handle all of that. After all, I'm a genius hacker. You just need to help me deal with some people. Don't worry, they are all heinous gang members or bad guys. How about it? Suching pondered for a while. This woman had done a very thorough investigation and even knew his age. It shows that she is indeed capable. So far, the collaboration has served him well. He was originally planning to borrow prosthetics from gang members for synthesis and upgrade. Now, with the help of hackers, his future actions will be safer. But there must be other reasons why Yang Siki did this. Why do you need a thug? Yang Siki shook her head. I can't tell you yet. When the time is right, I will tell you. I can only say that I will never let you be in danger, because I need you. Okay, let's cooperate. Suching agreed very readily. Forehead. In the picture, Yang Siki was stunned for a moment. You refused so straightforwardly, and you agreed so straightforwardly. Suching walked towards the stairs. Cooperation is beneficial to me, you are sincere, so there is no need to continue to hesitate and waste time. You are such a strange guy. Don't leave yet. There is a small gift from me in the flower pot on the left side of the rooftop. Suching stopped, walked towards the flower pot, and found a thin piece of black metal inside. That's the external brain-computer interface I made. It doesn't need to be bound to your identity information. You can contact me directly and can also connect to the internet. Just stick it behind your ear. Suching put the metal block behind his ear and felt a slight stinging pain instantly. 2 rows of pins extend from the metal block and pierce the skin to secure it. Then the chip on his wrist disconnected, and a virtual call screen appeared in front of his eyes. Only he can see this virtual call, and the information is transmitted directly to his brain. This is very convenient. Others can't hear our conversation. You can also authorize it. You don't need to use the old ID chip on your wrist anymore. How about it? It's convenient, isn't it? Suchi nodded. It was indeed very convenient. Yansiki said proudly. Humph, I am a genius. I'm going back first. If there is any action, just tell me in advance, but don't call me casually. Don't worry, you need to answer the call. I don't have a voyeuristic habit. Suchin curled his lips and pointed to a surveillance camera hidden in the corner. Who was watching the video of the wild ghost, and who is watching me through the surveillance camera now? I don't want to go to the rooftop. Who knows if you would get angry and stab me? Okay. By the way, since you are so powerful, this should be easy for you. What? I want to buy 600 bottles of low-quality nutrient solution, but I don't want to reveal my identity. How about it? Is it difficult? That's it. You just transfer the money to me, and then pick up the goods at the address I gave you tomorrow. Is that difficult? Suching smiled and transferred the money directly. Thanks, let's stop here today. Wait a minute. Yansiki called Suching. Let's have a trial tonight. A new group of people have been replaced in the Carnival Camp, so let's practice there. Can? Sucheng's eyes focused. It just so happened that he was almost done with the prosthetic synthesis upgrade, so he might as well go there and get some supplies. Come on, I'll give you some information. Suching went straight downstairs and walked towards the Carnival Camp. After he left, someone immediately ran upstairs and was stunned when he saw the two bodies on the ground. But soon, they began to dismantle the body with skillful movements. Because Wild Dog and others died mysteriously the day before yesterday, they installed a lot of surveillance cameras in the camp this time. As he said that, Yang Siki directly retrieved all the surveillance footage from the Carnival Camp and showed it to Suching. This time they have replaced 10 people. Although they have fewer people, they are stronger. This is the new leader, Black Bull. In the surveillance video, a man who was nearly 2 meters tall and extremely strong was drinking. Especially his prosthetic hands are very sturdy. He has a D-class mechanical prosthetic arm that has been specially modified to be extremely powerful. You have to be careful, D-class mechanical prosthetics are very strong. And his body defense is very high, and he wears a reinforced protective suit. Of course, your weapons can cause damage to him, but if you don't attack his head, it will be difficult to kill him. The remaining people's equipment has also been upgraded to a higher level, and they are more alert. Suching listened to the information given by Yang Siki and found that cooperation was indeed useful. This information is very important. There is an old Chinese saying in the old century, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. But don't worry, I've hacked their surveillance network. I could prevent them from connecting to the surveillance at any time. This way, they can't see your location through the surveillance, and they can't upload the video. But their online connection firewall only allows me to disconnect for 5 minutes. Once I reconnect, they can get your message out. Very good, that's enough. Suching came to the alley again, jumped onto the heating pipe easily, and ran towards the Carnival Camp. You're really fast. Let's get started. I've marked all the locations. The floor plan of the Carnival Camp immediately appeared in Sucheng's mind. The red dots marked on it were the enemy's positions. You were in the building in the ancient city just now, right? You are such a dangerous guy. Suching grinned. Let's get started. Chapter 20, Black Bull, the leader, 5 minutes? Quick push. When I came to the Carnival Camp again, it had changed a lot. All the speakers were removed. There was almost no obstruction around. Some temporary houses were added. The wild ghost was killed without anyone noticing. What a waste. More than 20 people, but they didn't leave any clues. All the mechanical prostheses were dismantled. Damn, was it done by someone from a rival gang? Or was it done by the residents nearby? What a joke. The people living in the suburbs are all rubbish. How could they have the courage and ability to kill the wild dogs quietly? It must have been done by another gang. No matter what, tomorrow we'll capture all the garbage from Area C and interrogate them, and kill a few of the Liliways while we're at it. The people below were drinking and talking at the same time. Be careful, some of them have modified their prosthetic eyes to detect objects, which makes them easy to be discovered. Sucheng squatted on the roof, observing the camp through the surveillance footage forwarded by young Siki. There are 2 entrances and exits, each guarded by 2 people. The black bull and the woman were in the house, and the other 5 were around the campfire. No one is left alone. If you want to weaken their power in advance, it is best to get rid of the people at the 2 entrances and exits first. Su Qing lurked above an entrance and exit. The boss is sleeping? TSK, I'm so envious. No way, he has someone above him, otherwise with his IQ, how could he be the boss? Damn, this is how it is these days, as long as you have money, power, and connections, even a fool can take off. Damn, loot more tomorrow, there are a few rich guys in this area, kill them and use the money to buy prosthetics. These guys must be completely wiped out. Otherwise you will be in trouble all the time. Alright. Su Qing has already thought of a plan, just push forward from here. He took out a particle-cutting knife. Cut open their online network, control all cameras, and report their latest location to me at any time. Okay, everything is done. Countdown 5 minutes, start. Fuck, what happened? The connection suddenly went offline. I fell too. Is there something wrong with the camp? The 2 of them quickly turned around and looked back at the camp. Su Cheng's eyes focused and he jumped down immediately. Brother, did you hear a sound behind you? I heard. In the darkness, only the faint red light of the artificial eye could be seen. Su Qing appeared behind them. The long sword in his hand chopped down with force. One man was instantly split in half. Then a gun was thrust directly into another man's mouth. Bang! Fire flickered in his mouth and bullets shot out from the back of his exploded head. Fuck, someone's coming, at exit B, kill him! Damn it, you still dare to come here? Do you think we are an ATM? You can come and steal my prosthetic body at any time. Be careful, they have hackers, surveillance is useless, and the online network is down. Su Qing was in the corner, aiming carefully with his pistol. There are only 5 minutes left, and a powerful boss must be defeated. It would definitely not be possible to assassinate them one by one. And no matter how you plan, you can't deal with everyone near the campfire one by one. In that case, just push it straight away. Bang! Another shot. This time it actually hit someone's head directly. Hidden shooting, damn, there's a gunman, very accurate. The remaining 4 people immediately dispersed and hid, and then fired towards Su Cheng's location. Su Qing jumped directly onto the heating pipeline. Yan Siki was surprised and said, So you killed the wild ghost in this way? You are really dangerous, like a killer. She only had the video footage of Yigei's death, so she didn't know how Su Qing killed everyone so easily. But if I'm not here this time, you won't be able to replicate it. They have surveillance cameras. Su Qing quickly ran to the roof closest to the campfire and slid down from the side. He didn't jump out to attack directly because he would be a sitting duck in the air. I saw him, damn! Behind you! Su Qing raised his sword and killed another person. Dense bullets was passed. He crouched down and ran using the cover found by the group of people. These bunkers were originally for them to hide, but now they are used to protect the city of Su. Fuck, he's so fast. Damn my. These people are indeed stronger than wild ghosts, but Su Qing's strengthened body is too fast. And he is comprehensively enhanced, with every sense and power working in perfect harmony with each other. He keenly captures every move of the enemy, and then makes the most appropriate response. Purely relying on fighting instinct. Bang! 1 shot and 1 kill. You're too fast. There are 4 minutes left. You're the fastest man right now, but that black bull is coming out soon. Come on, fast man! Fast boy? The Death Rock guys did react quickly this time. Fuck! Who disturbed my sleep? At this time, Heinyo's tall and burly body walked out of the room. He was holding a mountain axe in his right hand, and the prosthetic arm of his left hand was broken, revealing a 4-barrel machine gun inside. Look, I'm going to tear you into pieces. After saying that, the machine gun began to rotate, and a snake of fire instantly spewed out of the barrel. Dense large-caliber bullets fired out like a rainstorm. Although this is a weapon from the old century, it has no power or blessing. but the dense bullets still tore apart all kinds of obstacles. Wow! This guy actually has this thing. I was wondering why the arm was modified to be so thick. This is a secret modification and I can't check it. Yansiki was very surprised. Why don't you just run away? It's okay. They don't know who you are. Su Qing looked coldly at the crazily shooting black bull. Run? Are you kidding me? He has locked onto you. I told you there is a detection eye. Su Qing didn't say anything, he just lowered his head and ran faster. Yansiki was surprised and said, No, you don't want to? Su Qing was seen running towards the remaining enemies. Hey Neo didn't care and fired bullets indiscriminately. Fuck bro, stop it, it's me, I'm Erden. Su Qing ran past the last two people near the campfire like a ghost. Black Bull's bullets tore them to pieces in an instant. Su Qing ran again towards the two people who came to support him from another exit. The two men obviously knew his intention and ran away in fear. But with their modified prosthetic bodies, their speed cannot compare to Su Qing's. The two were shattered by bullets with despair in their eyes. Huh, you're really smart. When you heard those two brothers talking, you knew what was going on, right? Humph, but it's also my contribution. I hacked into his artificial eye, which delayed the time it took him to lock onto you by 0.5 seconds. Now there are only two people left. Countdown 3 minutes. At this time, Hey Neo had run out of bullets. He raised his axe and locked his eyes with Su Qing. Come here, kill me, why are you running? This is a really strange request, I have to satisfy it. Su Qing raised his gun and shot. But it hit the black bull's stomach. A shot directly pierced his energy tank. However, Hey Neo acted as if nothing had happened. Instead, he became even more angry and rushed towards Su Qing with an axe in hand. Bang, bang, bang. Su Qing shot calmly and made a few more holes in the black bull. Looking at the fierce black bull that had rushed in front of him, Su Qing raised his knife to meet the axe. The particle-cutting long knife instantly split the axe in half. Su Qing smiled and said, Sorry, my equipment is better than yours. Black Bull stared blankly at the axe handle in his hand. Fuck, come and fight me if you dare. Come on. Su Qing nodded and said, Okay. Yansiki said anxiously, What did you say? Fight with him? Keep your distance and kite him, he is not as fast as you. Hey Neo was immediately delighted when he heard this. His arms had undergone special modifications, and the strength of his hands was comparable to that of a C-class mechanical prosthesis. He grinned and raised his hands into fists. The high-strength fiber muscles inside the prosthesis tightened wildly, accumulating huge strength. Then he smashed it down suddenly. He believed that as long as he hit this weak guy in front of him, he would be smashed into a meat paste. Su Qing's eyes were cold, and he suddenly swung his knife, slashing diagonally from bottom to top. Hey Neo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he kept punching the ball, but it was split into two halves diagonally. The upper body slowly slid to the ground, while the lower body remained standing. Su Qing shook off the biochemical liquid on the knife and put it into the scabbard. I lied to you. Yansiki opened her pink little mouth in surprise. You are so cunning! Su Qing smiled friendly and walked towards the last enemy. Cunning? As long as it kills the enemy. His time is precious. 2 minutes left. Chapter 21 Replacement Prosthesis. First stage of strengthening completed. It's our first collaboration and the results are very good. Yansiki smiled and said, Look around the room. There should be a computer there. Take the external brain-computer interface I gave you and plug it into the computer. Su Qing used a little force to remove the metal block. The stitches were not deep. The call was transferred back to the chip. Next time just say it directly, no need to find an excuse. Yansiki smiled slyly. Hee, I know, but this is indeed an experiment. We cooperate very well, right? I think we can cooperate very happily in the future. The metal sheet touched the computer interface, and the pins immediately formed a connector. After it was inserted, lines of code flashed across the screen rapidly. I'll go clean up the battlefield. Hurry up! Once the network is back online, the other party will definitely notice the abnormality. Support should arrive within 10 minutes. No. Su Qing walked out of the room. He wasn't worried that Yang Siki would do something wrong. Because she is a smart person. She had said sincerely before that she needed him, which meant that she had no other resources. And they live in a place like an ancient city. There is no other person as capable as him in the suburbs. So she did need him. And by investigating Su Qing's identity, she also demonstrated her hacker skills. Cooperation also requires equal conditions. They both just happen to have what the other needs. So for the time being their relationship is pretty solid. All the prosthetic bodies of everyone were removed. There were fewer people this time, but the quality was higher. He actually put together a complete set of D-class mechanical prostheses. There are also 3 sets of E-class machinery. I found an ammunition box in the house and put all the prosthetics and other things that could be put into it. Okay, let's retreat now. Su Qing carried the ammunition box on his back, pulled out the black metal block and put it behind his ear, then quickly left the camp. At this time, inside the ruined building of the ancient city. In a pink room that is very tidy and clean. Yang Siki looked at the information on the computer and cheered happily. This guy is really amazing. A proto-human can easily kill a cyborg, and he is especially cyborg. His speed and strength are far greater than that of an ordinary person. It's hard to believe that he is just a junior maintenance technician. Yang Siki stretched lazily, holding her delicate chin with her slender hands, looking at the sky outside. But how did that idiot know that I live here? Not long after leaving Sioux City, a team of sand 4x4 motorcycles drove to the Carnival Camp. Check it for me. Check all the garbage that live nearby. We must find the murderer. A man with 4 prosthetic arms, a tall and thin body, and his entire face from the eyes down changed into a mechanical one, was looking angrily at the black bull on the ground that was split into 2 halves and all its prosthetic parts had been removed. His voice was hoarse and his eyes were vicious. How dare you kill my brother? Oh my God, you moved my sister's house? Or did you tear the girl apart? These are all from legitimate channels. The prosthesis you bought through legitimate channels is still attached to flesh? No Brain held a prosthetic arm and pointed at the piece of flesh on it. Su Qing's mouth twitched twice. He took the prosthetic arm, took out all the other prosthetics, and began to synthesize and upgrade them one by one. Soon, a set of silver shining prosthetics with intricate patterns engraved on the surface appeared. The exquisite patterns are like works of art. Synthesis, Class A Combat Prosthesis. Class A Combat Prosthesis possesses powerful combat capabilities, made of ultra-high-density 3-way chain carbon structure alloy, developed by Guanca Technology Group. It is the last generation of replacement prosthesis, and the most representative and top product of replacement prosthesis. Compared with the previous generation B-type combat prosthesis, it has a leapfrog performance lead. It belongs to the second dimension technology. The most representative and top product. The last generation of replacement prostheses. A leap forward in leadership. Su Qing keenly grasped these keywords. In other words, there really are prosthetic bodies that don't require the removal of the original body. Today's prosthesis is a replacement type prosthesis. And Class A is the last generation of products. It was only briefly mentioned in my father's book, but I didn't expect it to be an A-level or above prosthetic body. Moreover, as the last product, the performance of Class A combat prosthesis has reached its peak. Compared with Class B combat prostheses, it is a leap ahead. No wonder there are exquisite patterns on the prosthesis. This product symbolizes the end of an era of prosthesis. Very symbolic. But now that he knows that there really is a prosthetic body that does not require replacing the original body, Su Qing will definitely not use this. His body can now be infinitely strengthened. Only by retaining his original body and combining it with the prosthesis can he unleash even stronger abilities. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry to transform. We need to take on more bounties, or cause more trouble for Death Rock. Hunting predators can disassemble their bodies and synthesize them, and you can also earn points to upgrade your hunter level, which is a win-win situation. Oh my God! It's so handsome, how about changing it for me? No Brain picked up the prosthetic arm and looked at the exquisite patterns on it in admiration. Suchin curled up on the sofa and turned on the PS5. Didn't you say you are handsome? I am indeed very handsome, but clothes make the man. I can be even more handsome. You are just afraid that I will be more handsome than you. Brainless put the prosthesis away and walked to the sofa. Let's go to the Century Ruins in a few days. No Brain was immediately surprised and said, Cousin, you are finally going to use magic on me. Well, we're almost ready. Also, this isn't magic. To be precise, it's a high-dimensional technology that can synthesize and upgrade two identical technological products. The nutrient solution ordered by Yang Siki will arrive tomorrow, and he will be able to complete the first stage of strengthening. But the money is not enough, otherwise he would find a way to directly purchase enough mechanical prostheses and synthesize them. You can only take on more tasks and synthesize a stronger prosthesis as soon as possible without replacing the original body, and use it directly. Then it will be much safer to go to the ruins. Winter is approaching, and it will be even more dangerous to go then. Therefore, you must synthesize and upgrade the Brainless before winter comes. Higher dimensional technology? No Brain was shocked and said, You are really lucky, but so what? You still can't beat Big Head. Whispering sound. Monkey God, start. The next day, Yansiki sent a message early in the morning. The nutrient solution has been purchased and is stored in 5 locations. The map has been sent to you, so just go and get it yourself. I don't have any missions recently, but I'm still very curious. Why do you know I live in the ancient city? I observed the nearby buildings. I had just reached the rooftop when your communication came through. At that time, I had not yet reached the monitoring position. And from the surveillance camera, you could only see my side, and I was wearing a hat. But you said that I was better disguised than the night I killed the wild ghost, so you obviously saw my front face. You are such a thin kid, so fast and thin. Su Qing got up, packed up briefly, put on his windbreaker and mask, and rode away through the back door. According to the map given by Yang Siki, he quickly took the 5 black leather boxes back home. Very smooth. After opening it, there were 600 bottles of low-quality nutrient solution inside. Open the Eye of Dimension and synthesize and upgrade. Synthesis. Primary nutrient solution 300. Synthesis. Intermediate nutrient solution 150. Synthesis. Synthesis. D-type strengthening potion 18. Su Qing took out 5 bottles and drank them directly. The warm current in his body reappeared, and he felt as if something was about to open up. Every cell in the body is full of vitality. The strength has reached its peak. 12 times of first stage reinforcement completed. But it's not enough. He wants to pursue the limit. Take out another bottle and drink it. The warm current is much smaller than before. Keep drinking. I kept drinking until the warm current no longer appeared. This time I actually consumed 3 bottles. In other words, 15 bottles of D-type strengthening potions are the limit for the first stage of strengthening. At this moment, his strength is definitely far beyond that of a D-class mechanical prosthesis, and is comparable to that of a C-type mechanical prosthesis. He can still continue to grow. Next, it's the second stage of strengthening. Chapter 22, Second Stage Strengthening, First Gene Sequence. 10 bottles of D-type strengthening potions, synthesized and upgraded. Synthesis. Type C Advanced Strengthening Potion 5. Type C Advanced Strengthening Potion. The second stage of strengthening begins, exploring the mysteries of genes and clearing the fog of genes. Use powerful energy to impact the shackles of the first gene sequence, and release incredible power. The amount of power available to each person is different. Each enhancement at this stage needs to be used in conjunction with Type D Enhancement Potion. To strengthen with 1 bottle of Type C Advanced Strengthening Potion, 2 bottles of Type D Strengthening Liquid are needed for gene repair. This stage can be strengthened 6 times, completely opening the beginning of the gene source and strengthening the first gene sequence. Only after the first gene sequence is fully developed can we enter the third stage and impact the second gene sequence. This stage is divided into 3 stages, with 3 sequences in total, which completely liberate the power of the gene source. Each strengthening interval is 5 days, which belongs to the second dimension technology. I didn't expect that this time the strengthening potion actually needs to be used in conjunction with Type D strengthening potion. Not only that, the second stage of enhancement can actually gain special abilities. I don't know what my abilities will be. This synthesis upgrade reveals so much information. This is the first sequence of the impact gene. There are 3 sequences in total. This may mean that each gene sequence has a special ability. After completely breaking through the 3 sequences, you can completely unlock the power of the gene source. The first stage can be strengthened a total of 6 times, and finally the first gene sequence can be completely opened. However, there is an interval between each strengthening, and it can only be strengthened once every 5 days. It will take at least 1 month to complete all the strengthening. It seems that even with the repair of Type D strengthening potion, the damage caused by the impact on the gene sequence is still great, and needs time to repair. After changing into everyday clothes, Su Qing rode his electric scooter to the abandoned city. 2 more bottles of Type D strengthening potion are needed, so buying 64 bottles of inferior nutrient solution will be enough. The quantity is small, so it's not a big problem. I came to Kangba Food again and found that Kangba was not in the store. Instead, a fat woman was selling it. The fat woman smiled politely and said, "Hello, handsome man, what do you need to buy?" 64 bottles of inferior nutrient solution. It would cost a lot of money to buy so many at once. Are you going to store them for the winter? Su Cheng nodded. The fat woman handed the cloth bag containing the nutrient solution to Su Cheng. "I'm sorry, my family member is a little sick, and the store is short of money now, so we can only use cloth bags to carry it." Su Cheng didn't say anything. After transferring the money, he took the bag and left. It seems that Zhang Jie taught Kangba a severe lesson. But even if he was severely injured, it would be impossible for a shop owner to fall into such a state. Most likely, he also asked for 100 million yuan in compensation for himself. The 200 bottles of inferior nutrient solution sent to him were probably the cheapest. Friend? Su Qing didn't believe what Zhang Jie called a good friend. It's just mutual exploitation. Only when we are valuable to each other can we be called friends. He used Zhang Jie as a knife. There was no way the other party didn't know that. What Zhang Jie wants is to be able to buy nutrient solution with high purity. He has been a mechanic for many years and has met all kinds of people. He is not one of those 20-year-old college students with clear and stupid eyes from the old century. As soon as I parked the car at the door of my house, I saw 3 desert 4-wheel drive motorcycles driving towards me. 2 people jumped down from above. "Hey kid, it's time to pay." The Death Rock Gang? They came really quickly. I wonder how many people went there last night. Su Qing glanced at other residents who were being asked for money not far away. "What are you looking at? I told you to pay the money right now," Su Qing said impatiently. "It's always the wild ghosts who come to collect the money. Who are you?" The man with 10 holes pierced on his face angrily said, "Fuck, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you." "Don't worry yet." The yellow-haired man beside him pulled him back, then looked at Su Qing and said, "It was indeed a wild ghost who captured it before, but the wild ghost is dead now." "The wild ghost is dead?" Su Qing was a little surprised. "How is that possible? He was here 4 days ago. Are you trying to trick me into paying you?" The piercer said angrily. "You idiot, we lied to you? I think you want to die." Su Qing said coldly. "Anyway, I will only pay 1 fee. If you want it, just discuss it with Yige." "Okay, let me ask you a few questions. Apart from 4 days ago, have you ever seen a wild ghost?" As Huang Mao spoke, he walked into the hut and took a look around. Su Qing shook his head. "No, I have been preparing supplies for the winter these days and have been running back and forth in the abandoned city." Huang Mao glanced at the cloth bag containing the low-quality nutrient solution. The brainless man asked mechanically, "Welcome. How do you need help repairing or maintaining the prosthesis?" The yellow-haired man frowned slightly. "Forget it, it's okay for now, let's go." After saying that, the 2 of them walked out. Su Qing followed and asked worriedly, "Is the wild ghost really dead? Then will it be dangerous for us to live here?" The yellow-haired man patted his chest and said, "We are from the Death Rock Gang. As long as you pay the money, we will guarantee your safety. Don't worry." Suqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The piercer suddenly shouted. What you just said had better be true, or I'll kill you. Suqing stretched out his hand. If I could, I would also like to kill him, but I am a native body. Okay, we know the situation. If you have any news, remember to tell us and we will come to collect the money in a few days. After saying that, the pierced man was pulled into a car by his companions and drove towards other houses where people lived. The pierced man glared at Suqing, who returned to the house. Although that kid seems to be fine, he is very unfriendly to us, and he is a selfish guy who only cares about his own safety. One of them plays the good cop and the other plays the bad cop, and they work together to disrupt each other's positions so that the other side can show their weakness. Nonsense, you are asked for money, how can you be nice? That's why it's reasonable. Huang Mao analyzed. That kid's reaction is normal, and he can't possibly kill the wild ghost. The original body is extremely fragile. Although He Nyo is stupid, it is even more impossible for him to be killed by our original body. Ask the next one, don't act too much this time, don't be so shocked. I know, please excuse me. I just want to scare him and make him panic. Suqing placed the nutrient solution in place. The two men were obviously here for the Carnival Camp. He pretended to answer the questions from the perspective of an uninformed person, and occasionally asked questions in return to control the rhythm of the conversation. Finally, the display of the protozoa is the most powerful evidence. In everyone's understanding, it is impossible for the original organism to kill the modified human. The power of the original body cannot compete with that of the prosthetic body. Although the whole process seems risky, it is actually quite risky. How about it, did I act like one just now? The brainless man patted his face triumphantly. It's too fake. That kind of low-intelligence greeting has long been eliminated. Fuck you, you're just jealous of my acting skills. Suqing picked up the nutrient solution, opened the Eye of Dimension, and quickly synthesized 2 bottles of Type D strengthening potions. Then he took out a bottle of Type C Advanced Strengthening Potion from the safe. Type C Advanced Strengthening Potion is an injectable type. He aimed the injection end at his shoulder and pressed it down. The hidden needle instantly pierces the skin, and the medicine is slowly pressed into the body by air pressure. Chapter 23, First Order Ability, See Through. Sudden. Suqing felt as if every cell in his body was about to burst. Intense pain swept over. All the muscles in his body twisted and squirmed. It looks extremely weird. It seemed as if he couldn't maintain his human form, as if his body was falling apart. Suqing quickly picked up the Type D strengthening potion and drank it. After drinking 2 bottles of Type D strengthening potion, the muscles in my body returned to calm, and the pain disappeared. But he suddenly fainted. Oh my God! Cousin, you took drugs and killed yourself! No Brain reached out to catch Suqing and scanned him with the biological detection light in his eyes. He reached out to wipe his forehead, but there was nothing there, so he wiped his body. Fortunately I'm fine, I just fainted, not really dead. At this moment, Suqing's consciousness fell into darkness. He reached out his hands aimlessly and felt around, but there was nothing but darkness. Even if you put your hand in front of your eyes, you can't see it. He could clearly feel his hands and his face, but he just couldn't see them. No sound, no vision, no direction. But his breathing and his heartbeat constantly reminded him that he was alive at the moment. In such an environment, people are bound to go crazy. Suqing went from panic at having just lost his vision to irritability. He ran around, but the more he ran, the more panicked he became. As if in nothingness. Finally he stopped, took a deep breath, and calmed down completely. Since there is nothing to see, then don't watch it. He closed his eyes and stood there, feeling the passage of time. I don't know how much time passed. Sudden. Tick-tock. The sound of dripping water was heard in the darkness. Suqing suddenly opened his eyes, and saw that the darkness in front of him was like a drop of water falling into the calm lake, instantly causing countless ripples. I can see it. Although it is still dark, there is a fluctuation. He felt like something in the dark was suddenly opened. Then, the darkness was suddenly torn apart. It was like a door suddenly opened, and endless light shone in. The sunlight was not dazzling, but instead made his eyes feel very warm. Finally, the sunlight reached its peak and the space turned completely white. Hiss! Suqing frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He felt his vision was blurry and everything he saw was double. Cousin, you're awake. I thought you were on drugs. At least upgrade yourself first. No Brain put down the bottle of nutrient solution in his hand. Suqing looked at No Brain and found that his movements had slowed down a lot. He immediately blinked, looked carefully, and found that No Brain was moving even slower. Hey, what's wrong with you, cousin? No Brain waved his hand. That's right. It has indeed slowed down. Suqing could clearly see the trajectory of No Brain's waving, and could even tell the differences in the trajectory of his waving each time. He quickly closed his left eye. It's normal. It's normal to see with the artificial eye. Is this the ability I gained by impacting the first gene sequence? Suqing immediately understood why this happened. Slow down the opponent? No, it should be said that you can see the other party's movements more clearly and quickly. He can see farther and faster. He opened his left eye again. What are you doing? The brainless man pushed Suqing up with disgust. Give me a wink, I only like female robots. Suqing knocked on No Brain in silence. Hey, I was right about you getting angry out of shame. The No Brain immediately raised his hand to block it. In Suqing's eyes, No Brain was very slow and his movement trajectory could be predicted. Suqing's hand just changed direction slightly to the right, and it brushed past the brainless hand and hit his body accurately. Why? The fool's eyes widened in surprise. He had clearly calculated it just now and could block it. Moreover, Suqing's hand was very close to him, but it suddenly shifted a little bit, and he missed it. What's going on? Am I dazzled? The brainless man rubbed his eyes, but the camera was blocking his eyes and he just rubbed them in vain. Suqing clenched his hands. This ability is too strong. And it's so practical. In battle, this is definitely a killer move. See through other people's attacks and be able to calculate how much they need to change in order to break them. Powerful. It's really too powerful. This is the power of genetics. Such a powerful ability is contained in human genes. But he felt a little sore in his left eye, and tears flowed out unconsciously. No Brain said speechlessly. No, you hit me, why are you crying? I didn't even cry. It's okay, there's sand in my eyes. Suqing blinked and felt a little better. But the power of the eyes also disappeared. No Brain said disdainfully. TSK, who are you kidding? Even if it's impossible for us, you don't have to be sad. Hit me. Suqing wanted to try how to control his abilities. Otherwise it cannot be used in battle. Hit you? No Brain raised his fist. My punch is very powerful, come on. Without saying anything, he launched a surprise attack with his fist. Suqing's nerves tensed up, and his left eye stared at the mindless fist. Here we come. The speed has slowed down again. He saw the attack trajectory of the brainless fist again, then slightly turned sideways and dodged it directly. Oh my God! What happened? The brainless man missed his target and fell to the ground. He looked at his fist in shock. When he launched a sneak attack just now, he was clearly about to hit Suqing, but in the end he just brushed past his clothes. I see through your intentions. Suqing discovered that as long as he stared at the other person, he could activate his ability. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my left eye. He couldn't help but close his eyes. It seems that this ability cannot be used often. After all, it is an ability that I have just acquired. And he discovered a problem. That is, he can indeed see through the opponent's attack, but whether he can avoid it depends on himself. Just like before, although he dodged it, the brainless thing still hit his clothes. Of course, if he had used his ability at the beginning, he would have been able to dodge it earlier. Fortunately, his body has been strengthened and can barely keep up with the pace of his eyes. If his body is strengthened further and perfectly matched with the ability of his eyes, his fighting power will definitely be even stronger. No Brain swayed his body and climbed up. See through? Come on, there is such a skill in black mythology. That is the ability of the great sage See Through. Then call it Seeing Through. This name fits my abilities perfectly. The first sequence of Jean's ability, See Through. Come again! Although his eyes hurt, Suqing was so excited. It was the first time he had obtained such magical power. Come here with your head. The brainless one cursed. I came here even though I can't beat you. Are you stupid or are you stupid? As he said that, he walked to the sofa and opened the game. I have one too. I'm going to practice the Monkey King's identification skill. Seeing this, Suqing had no choice but to take out the hunter card to check the genetic source. But there is no information. The hunter level limit is too high, so we have to hurry up and do the bounty. Chapter 24 300 points emergency reward, Assemble! Master Su, please open the door and help me. Suddenly, there was a shout from outside the door. No Brain looked at Suqing. Are you going to work today? Suqing nodded. The door opened, and a man with a bloody face and beaten like a pig's head appeared, crying and holding a torn mechanical arm. As soon as he entered the door, he started cursing. Fuck, this group of people is so hateful, I just didn't know, they actually beat me and broke my hand. It's a good thing that the wild ghosts died. Damn, sooner or later someone will kill them all. This bunch of garbage. The Death Rock Gang's interrogation brought a lot of business to Sioux City. Many people came to have their prosthetics repaired after they were broken. Thank you, Dr. Su's skills are amazing. You are not just a junior repairman. I think the senior repairmen in the city are not as good as you. Suqing waved his hand. Junior maintenance engineer is not my level, but a disclaimer. The patient smiled awkwardly and said, Hee, Dr. Su is really smart. He is such a good person. In fact, he had never seen a maintenance technician in the inner city. After sending the patient away, Suqing cleaned up the tools. No Brain was surprised and said, Damn it, we won't be responsible if we can't cure him, but he still thanked you and said you are a good person. Am I not a good person? You said yourself that you were not. Suqing said as a matter of course. Of course. As he was speaking, the hunter card in his arms suddenly vibrated. Suqing quickly took it out. It was not that someone contacted him, but that someone suddenly issued a hunting bounty. Emergency multiplayer hunting bounty? Suqing clicked on the reward content. An emergency hunting bounty is issued by the abandoned city fighting arena, recruiting 8 hunters, 2 of which are high-level hunters, and the rest are of any level. Reward: encircle and eliminate all looters in the BSB administrative district of the abandoned city. For specific details, please go to the abandoned city fighting arena convening office. Rewards: 8 intermediate nutrient solutions, 1 spot for 50% off advanced nutrient solution, 1 E-class and D-class mechanical prosthesis, 2,000 alliance coins, 300 total points, points weighted according to participation. The meeting place is the abandoned city fighting arena, and the number of places is limited to 8 people. It's closed today. I have something to do. Suqing closed the door directly, changed his clothes quickly, took the particle-cutting long knife and Type B kinetic pistol, took all the bullets, rode his motorcycle to the abandoned city fighting arena. Damn it, why are we in such a hurry? It's better not to work. I'm sure Big Head will make it through today. Haha, the boss behind will definitely be easy to beat. 300 points. Of course Suqing had to hurry up, as he needed points to upgrade his hunter level. Whether it's checking the genetic source or that tattoo, levels are required. It's been a year since that tattoo clue, and a lot can happen in this year. There are also nutrient solution and prostheses, which are the things he needs most to improve his strength. Just turn the throttle to the bottom. The engine makes a loud roar and speeds on the road. There are only 8 places available for the bounty this time. He must be quick. The points weight is allocated according to participation, that is, according to each person's performance during the bounty process, the most intuitive of which is the number and quality of predators killed. This is definitely the task that currently earns the most points and the fastest. The only ones who could compete with him were the 2 high-level hunters. With his enhanced body comparable to a C-class mechanical prosthesis and his newly acquired first sequence genetic ability of seeing through, he can fight even against Zhang Jie. The Kawasaki H2R runs at a speed of 192 km per hour. Relying on his enhanced reaction speed, Su Chung flexibly controlled the direction and weaved through the traffic. No man can resist the roar of the internal combustion engine. The surging sound waves drive hormones into a surge. The abandoned city fighting arena is located in the northern area of the inner city of the abandoned city. The entire northern district was designated as the fighting arena, and many supporting facilities were built. It is the most lively and crowded place in the abandoned city. There are shops everywhere and people relaxing and having fun. The largest building in the center of the North District is the abandoned city fighting arena. The entire building looks like a rusted metal version of the Colosseum. The entrance of the fighting arena was crowded with people, wearing all kinds of fancy clothes and entering the arena to watch the match. There are also some contestants who have been transformed with powerful prosthetics and entered the fighting arena from the passage on the other side. Su Ching rushed to the fighting arena and looked up to see 5 huge metal words. Abandoned City Fighting Arena. Even from outside you can hear the cheers and passionate commentary from inside the fighting arena. And occasionally, fireworks are released, with huge projections in the sky that can be seen even from a distance. People living in the suburbs would never imagine that the inner city is so lively. It's completely 2 different worlds. Su Ching parked the car and walked towards a woman in a red leather jacket. It was Remy. There were 5 people gathered there, and Remy was some distance away from the other 4. Among the other 4 people, there is also an acquaintance. It was Chinzei, who I saw at the lowly island bar. There were 3 people left. One had 2 knives on his back, one carried 2 guns, and the other's right hand looked much thicker than his left. That should be the gathering point. I didn't expect you to come here too. Now I can finally know your name. Remy looked at Su Ching and smiled charmingly. Her mask covered the upper half of her face, but her rosy and sexy lips were revealed. It immediately attracted the attention of a group of people around. Su Ching walked up to the seated convener and took out the hunter card. Register. The convener picked up an instrument and swiped it, and the call was completed. Hunter code name, Shadow, Junior Hunter? The convener frowned and said, This mission is very dangerous. Only beginners can come here. You will die. The lowest level hunters here are intermediate hunters. Su Ching raised his eyebrows. Isn't there no limit on the level? The convener said helplessly. Yes, but it is really dangerous. And we are still short of a senior hunter. If the team is full by then, we will need to kick out the last person. Su Ching nodded and said, I understand. It's okay. I'll join in. At this time, Remy walked up to him, and suddenly a strong floral scent came. See you again, so your name is Ing. Su Ching glanced at her calmly. Yeah. So cool. Remy moved closer with interest, and her breasts were immediately visible. Am I not pretty? Su Ching didn't answer, turned around and walked to the other side to wait. Woman. Remy did have a great figure, but there was only one person in his heart, and only her smile like the rising sun in his mind. His world is too small to accommodate other women. Remy licked her lips and smiled charmingly. Chenze said disdainfully. Another newcomer? A junior hunter actually got involved. How funny! And he pretended to be cool and aloof to attract Remy's attention. This trick is too old. The double-gun man said enviously. Indeed, Remy has become very famous recently, with a stunning figure, and although she doesn't show her face, her popularity is almost the same as Rebecca's. Moreover, it took her less than half a month to accumulate enough points and pass the assessment of a senior hunter, and she was promoted to a senior hunter. No one has ever achieved this speed before. Yes, I heard that Remy's prosthetics are very special. I heard that her plump thighs can easily break any prosthetic body, hee. Chenze and other 3 gathered together and discussed in a low voice. Even though they spoke in low voices, Lamy could still hear them clearly, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. After a while, another intermediate hunter came over to complete the call and walked up to Chenze and the other 3. Shit! That's Remy? Is she joining this bounty too? Yes. What about that guy? The poor guy wearing tattered clothes and a mask, could he also be a hunter? Chenze sneered and said, Yes, that is indeed a hunter, a primary hunter. Junior Hunter? What are you doing here? Are you seeking death? Chenzei shrugged and deliberately raised his voice. Who knows? I have seen several newcomers in the past 2 days. These newcomers have no respect for their seniors and don't even know how to say hello to us. The world is really going downhill. It's okay. By the way, I heard that Zhang Jia knows a big shot and can get a very high-quality nutrient solution. Damn, he will definitely be able to make it to S rank this time. Chenzei nodded and said, Well, it's a pity that there are very few stocks. He only sells them because the strengthening effects have intervals, otherwise he would probably use them all. I really want to meet that great man. Chapter 25 Primary Hunter? Enter the bounty point. Now there is only one spot left. Su Qing frowned. Among these 7 people, he was the only one who was a junior hunter. If the last person to come is not a high-level hunter, he will not be able to join the bounty. At this time, a tall and beautiful woman with a cold expression walked over from a distance. Shit, am I seeing things? That's Rebecca? Rebecca was wearing a gray slim combat suit, looking cool and powerful. It's completely different from Remy's charm. She still looked so superior, like a flower on a high mountain. It's really Rebecca. She's not here to join the bounty, is she? Fuck, she's one of the top 10 high-level hunters. Chenzei swallowed his saliva and looked at Rebecca greedily. With her here, the bounty will be easier this time. She is so beautiful and has a very attractive figure. It's a pity that she is too cold and aloof. Men can't even get close to her. The cool and beautiful Rebecca walked to the meeting place to register without looking around, in full view of everyone. Su Qing just glanced and then looked away. A cold goddess? What he saw was a seductive woman throwing herself into the arms of a rich man. Remy glanced at the cold Rebecca jokingly, then turned her attention back to Su Qing. Are you not interested in that slut either? When Remy saw that Su Qing was not like Chenzei and his group, who wanted to eat Rebecca with their eyes, she became more interested. In this fucked up world, a normal man having no interest in extremely beautiful women is even more unusual than a wealthy man in the old world saying he has no interest in money. Okay, come here everyone. The convener called everyone over and said, I have already sent the coordinates of the bounty location to your hunter cards. The goal is to clear all predators and eliminate all dangers from the 2BSB administrative area. The bodies and belongings of the looters this time have been collected by someone special, so you cannot take them away. Su Qing raised his eyebrows, meaning that he was going to use them as thugs. It looks like there's something in there that the garbage disposal plant wants. The convener looked at Su Qing and said, You are the only junior hunter. If you run away midway, it will be regarded as giving up the bounty, and all your current points will be deducted. You should know that it is difficult for you junior hunters to accumulate points, so you should think it through. Su Qing nodded. Okay, that's no problem, go ahead. Everyone immediately used their own means of transportation to go to the 2BSB administrative district. Su Qing pressed the metal block behind his ear and walked towards his motorcycle. Yan Siki was wearing a pink and white JK uniform, eating a lollipop. Her eyebrows slightly frowned. What are you doing? Help me check the surveillance of the 2BSB administrative district in the northern part of the abandoned city. Yan Siki was a little surprised. Oh? Are you still a hunter? Su Qing nodded. Well, do you know about this hunting bounty? I know. Yang Siki took a white pencil and tapped her little head. A group of looters suddenly broke into that place and killed all the people in that area. It was not until 2 days later that the abandoned city found out about this. That's the administrative district. There are many rich people living there. It's strange that such a big thing was discovered only 2 days later. The surveillance cameras there have been dismantled by the plunderers. I can't help you. Su Qing frowned slightly when he heard this. Things seemed to be more complicated than he had imagined. That place is now the Predator's territory. The surrounding area has been blocked by HPC dogs. You should be the vanguard, the pathfinder. Yan Siki said, and turned on the surveillance around that area for Su Qing to see. Look, the HPC dogs didn't go in. They are guarding outside. You be careful. I don't want my partner to die so soon. Su Qing nodded and said, Okay, thank you. A scout? Forget it, it doesn't matter. His goal is points. Yes, keep in touch at any time. Through the brain-computer interface, I can affect the other party's electronic system at close range. I will be online all day today. Good. Soon, we arrived at the 2BSB administrative district. The incident occurred in a high-end comprehensive building. There are large supermarkets on the first and second floors, and above the supermarkets are high-end residences, which only have 7 floors. Now it's all blocked. Looking from the outside, there was no one inside, and there were traces of explosions and fighting everywhere. There was also a lot of blood on the ground outside, but the bodies had been cleaned up. After verifying his identity, Su Qing entered the entrance of the supermarket in the administrative district, where other hunters were. The floor of the supermarket was littered with body parts. There was no complete body to be found. Chenzei said coldly. Boy, follow closely for a while, don't die too quickly, the junior hunter dares to join in the fun. Haha, that's right. Did you see those corpses on the ground? Maybe you will become like that too. When several people saw Su Qing coming, they all laughed sarcastically. Remy walked up to him and said, Follow me closely. I will protect you. Su Qing did not respond and followed the team. There has to be a leader, otherwise everyone might die here. Remy looked around at everyone, and finally her eyes fell on Rebecca. How about you lead everyone to complete the bounty? On the surface, Rebecca is the strongest and there is no problem with her leading the team. Rebecca glanced at Remy and the others calmly, crossed her arms and said, Not interested. Remy grinned playfully. Then just listen to me. This bounty is obviously not simple. We should use it to explore the way. I need to understand everyone's abilities, except Rebecca and this handsome guy. As she said that, she looked at Su Qing. I will protect him. Chenzei looked at Su Qing jealously, and then immediately smiled flatteringly at Remy. I have a C-class detection eye that can detect targets within a range of 20 meters. With me here, there's no way you can be attacked by surprise. I have modified a full set of D-class mechanical prostheses, and I have a C-type energy release rifle. The man with 2 guns took out 2 submachine guns with stickers on them. I modified my D-class mechanical prosthetic hands to match them with 2 guns. One is a C-type kinetic submachine gun, which I call Shoot, and the other is a D-type energy release submachine gun, which I call AL. I can provide close-range fire suppression. I have a special prosthetic arm for my right hand. It has a miniature plasma cannon inside that can deliver a fatal blow. Everyone talks about their prosthetic abilities. The strength is very good. Among the intermediate hunters, except Chenzei, everyone else's combat effectiveness ranks among the top. Several people all looked at Su Qing, and everyone wanted to laugh at him. A very poor junior hunter is equivalent to a novice in the novice village, and is good for nothing. Chenzei teased. This is a team bounty. Someone won't really keep it to themselves, right? Don't worry, no one will laugh at you. I told you, he doesn't need it. Lainey's expression suddenly changed, and she glanced at Chenzei coldly. At that moment, the aura of a superior made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Chenzei's expression was stiff, and he laughed awkwardly twice. Rebecca suddenly said calmly, We are offering a bounty now, so everyone should be more restrained. Everyone stopped talking and followed Remy carefully into the supermarket. With a bang. Sudden. A huge gunshot rang out. The hunter who had modified a complete set of D-class mechanical prostheses was shot in the head instantly. The biochemical fluid and brain matter instantly splashed onto the faces of Chenzei and others. Damn it, Chenzei, is your prosthetic eye fake? Didn't you say that no one can sneak attack you? Chapter 26, Mobile Turret, Mantis Hunter. Su Cheng's pupils shrank. Although the man had been shot in the head, he still saw a trace of the remaining bullet trajectory with his vision. He looked directly at a shelf in the distance, pulled out a Type B kinetic pistol and fired rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful kinetic bullet pierced through the shelf directly, instantly killing the predator hiding behind it. Behind the container at 9 o'clock. Chenzei pointed at the shelf in almost the same direction, but he had already been beaten to death by Su Qing. Everyone looked at Su Qing in shock as he silently put down his gun. A beginner hunter could actually find the attacker faster than an intermediate detection hunter. And the positioning is so precise. Even Rebecca and Remy can't do it. A junior hunter actually did it. And he was using a Type B kinetic pistol. Although pistols are cheaper than submachine guns and rifles. But that's Type B. The best that several mid-level hunters had was only Type C. Although there is only one level difference, the price is countless times different. More importantly, Type B weapons and prosthetics are already the top level that hunters can achieve. Zhang Jie has only modified 2B class mechanical prostheses, but he is already a strong one among the advanced hunters. A ragged junior hunter actually pulled out a Type B gun. The contrast is too great. This is equivalent to a beggar in the old century driving a Mercedes-Benz. There was a hint of greed and jealousy in Chenzai's eyes. He only has a prosthetic eye for detection, and has never had the money to buy a better one. It all depended on brushing up on the mid-level hunters on the low-level bounties, which took him a long time. Because high-level hunters need to be assessed, there is no way someone like him could pass the assessment. Everything needs money. Even Rebecca looked at Su Qing twice more. A poor junior hunter can't afford a Type B kinetic pistol. Lei Mi glanced at Chenzai coldly. You'd better watch carefully next. They had just entered the supermarket when they lost one person. Chenzio nodded quickly. Don't worry, I won't do it again next time. Just as everyone was about to move forward, Chenzai suddenly said, Be careful, there are 20 predators coming towards us, and there's a big one. Everyone immediately became alert and took up their weapons, aiming at several supermarket entrances and stairs. Here it comes! Chenzai shouted softly. Several people shot directly. As soon as the predator ran to the door, he was beaten to death. The firepower of the 5 men is very strong, especially the cannon man who has a specialized arm and a plasma cannon. A plasma cannon almost blasted through the supermarket. Directly skewered the predator. Wherever the predator was hit, it was melted by the terrifying heat of the plasma. The contact surface of the protozoa was completely charred. The mechanical prosthesis was melted into red liquid, emitting wisps of black smoke. This man does have a sure kill method, but it seems to consume a lot of energy, and his own physique is too weak. After just one shot, he immediately replaced the energy block in the energy tank. Moreover, he felt a little weak and couldn't fight continuously for many times. The dual knife man holds 2 high-frequency cutting long knives, his legs have been modified with D-level prosthetics, and his hands are E-level prosthetics, and he is very fast. The 20 marauders were unable to break through the crowd's barrage of attacks and were quickly dealt with. Su Qing frowned and felt more and more strange. It's too quiet. There is nothing crazy about these predators, they are just like robots, being controlled. This is not normal. The raiders are a bunch of lunatics. They must be lunatics infected by the Black Death virus. Sudden. There was a loud bang. A plunderer as big as a bull, with only a human head and a body transformed into a turret, broke through the wall of the supermarket. There is a large caliber howitzer on his chest. Behind him was a group of predators following. The man with 2 guns couldn't help but complain. Fuck! Everyone started firing immediately, but the turret raider actually held up a shield in an instant. All attacks were blocked. You all go to hell! He roared madly, and more than a dozen gun muzzles opened on his body and fired at the same time. Everyone was shocked when they saw this and quickly dodged around. The next moment, intensive gunfire rang out. Bullets came pouring in like raindrops. The turret raider simply put away his shield. There was a loud bang. A howitzer fired out with a loud bang. Boom! The wall of the supermarket was blown directly through. The people guarding outside saw a big hole blown out of a wall of the supermarket, and flames bursting out. Then there were the sounds of artillery and gunfire. The traces of explosion outside must have been caused by that thing. Damn, this is too abnormal. Who can withstand such firepower? Shit, I have to find a way to fight back. I have the ability to penetrate his defense, but I don't have time to fire. What's even worse is that everyone saw that there were still raiders replenishing ammunition for the mobile turret. They were scattered. There are too many predators. Unbelievably many. Chenzai looked back and said, Damn, Rebecca and Remy are not here. They might have been held back by the looters. And that jerk is not here either. He actually ran away by himself. The man with the two swords immediately yelled. Damn it! That rubbish is going to die if he runs away alone. The fort marauder has caught up with us. Our weapons can't break his defenses. Even the kinetic gun could only leave a crater on the turret raider. The plasma cannon had no chance to attack again. Such an attack was nothing more than a tickle, and it only angered the turret looters even more. Go to hell! A howitzer fired out with a loud bang. It flew directly over the heads of the four people and exploded in front of them. Boom! Grass! Chenzai and his four companions were knocked off balance by the powerful explosion. Fortunately, both of their legs were modified with mechanical prostheses, so they were not knocked down directly. No, I can't stand this at all, Chenzai said angrily. Damn it, clean up those miscellaneous soldiers first. Our weapons can't break through that turret. Don't waste bullets. The crowd immediately changed their target and attacked those who were replenishing ammunition for the fort looters. Everyone pause for a moment, hold on, Chenzai said as he looked at the cannon man. Brother, get behind us and prepare the plasma cannon. We will protect you. You aim an attack, and make sure you hit it. Now the gunman is their only hope. No problem. The cannon man nodded, stepped back behind everyone, and quickly replaced the energy block. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn, I'm going to use the primary energy block this time. It can fire 2 rounds, or last for 2.5 seconds. Leave it to you. The two-gun man fired ammunition crazily from his two-handed rifles. Chenzai gritted his teeth, took out a small shield, and then quickly expanded it. This can only last for 3 seconds. It's already healed. Everyone immediately made way. The cannon man raised his arm, and a blue plasma beam shot out. The turret marauder reacted quickly, holding up the heavy shield once again. The ultra-high temperature plasma beam instantly hit the shield. The powerful energy directly burned the shield red. It paused for only a second before burning through the heavy shield and shooting towards the turret raider's head. The good news is that the shield was penetrated and the aim was very accurate. But the bad news is that the fortress raider actually pulled his head into his chest. This plasma cannon missed again. But the gunman reacted quickly, and at the last moment, he pressed his arm down instantly. The powerful plasma beam directly melted many predators. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The battery raider was furious, the burning pain from his wounds constantly irritating his nerves. He roared, put away his shield with both hands, and quickly loaded the howitzer on his chest, ready to fire continuously. This weapon from the old century is extremely powerful. Chenzai and his companions were suddenly horrified. Fuck, it's over! Chapter 27. Is he really a primary hunter? Fight. Trouble. Su Qing glanced at the predators around him and used the see-through skill. As soon as these predators raised their hands to pull the trigger, he had already dodged in advance, and with the help of the particle-cutting long knife, he quickly harvested them. He turned his head to look at Chenzai and the others. The turret raider now had his back to him. Good opportunity. Chenzai and his companions are now just baits. Those are points. He quickly cleared out a few miscellaneous soldiers and rushed towards the turret looters. Sudden! A figure rushed towards him. The figure was extremely fast and arrived in front of Su Qing in an instant. He raised his right hand high, and a mantis knife popped out from his arm, instantly slashing towards him from top to bottom. See through. In Su Qing's eyes, the mantis blade, which was originally so fast that only an afterimage was left, now seemed to be moving in slow motion. He slightly turned sideways and dodged it easily, then stepped back again to avoid the second attack. The mantis sword is divided into 2 sections, and the attack is in 2 stages. He was very familiar with this weapon and had even modified it for Zhu Shaner. Ha! The opponent was very surprised. He attacked by surprise and used the mantis knife, but failed to hit him. Moreover, he was clearly about to hit the person, but at the last moment, the other party just slightly turned sideways and dodged. This is so weird. It was as if he had seen through his attack intentions and was familiar with his weapons. And the body itself is very fast. He didn't believe it and immediately changed from a chop to a sweep. But still the same. It clearly looks like the attack can be hit, but the opponent will dodge it. This time, the opponent even seemed to have predicted his attack in advance and counterattacked him. His titanium tungsten alloy mantis knife was cut off directly. Su-chung also saw the person coming at this time. He was a man with long limbs and his arms almost reached the ground. His entire body has been transformed into a machine, and his eyes reveal a crazy predator. Okay, very good, just wait for me. After saying this, the mantis plunderer jumped directly onto the wall, attached its limbs to the wall, and crawled quickly on the wall like a bug. And it's even faster. Su-chung raised his gun and shot, but missed. Without prosthetic modification, he could not cooperate with assisted aiming. Even if he could see through it, he would not be able to hit the target. 4 legs really can run faster than 2 legs. Su-chung looked towards Chunzei again, blinked his unusually dry left eye, put away his pistol, took the particle-cutting long knife, and rushed over. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The battery raider roared and opened the howitzer, the shell spinning rapidly, ready to fire. Chunzei and his companions were already in despair. They no longer had any means to deal with the turret looters, even though the ordinary looters around them had been almost wiped out by them. But this time, the fortress raider's attack can kill them all. Suddenly, a long red knife stabbed from behind the turret raider. Then he split him in half along the center line. The cannon man's eyes widened. We are saved? The man with 2 swords said in disbelief. Really, he was saved. Who was it? Was it Rebecca or Remy? At this moment, Lamy arrived just in time. 2 red-bladed mantis knives popped out from her feet, and she easily cut off all the remaining predators. Chunzei was surprised and asked, Not Lamy? The man with 2 swords was shocked. Rebecca doesn't use a sword either, so who saved us? At this time, the bodies of the fort looters slowly separated to both sides. How is that possible? Am I dazzled? It's actually him? How could he still be alive, and have such great strength that he could easily cut the predator in half? Is he really a junior hunter? Why is he so strong? Everyone looked at Su-chung standing behind the fort marauder in disbelief. He is indeed the man I like. Lamy was not surprised. She could feel that the man in front of her was definitely not simple. Chunzei stood back slightly, lowered his head, his eyes constantly scanning the particle-cutting long knife in Su-chung's hand. He has worked very hard, and he keeps specializing his prosthetic eye because it is the cheapest way to strengthen it. His other prostheses are all E-class mechanical prostheses, and their combat effectiveness is almost at the bottom among intermediate hunters. But Su-chung has now taken out 2 B-level weapons. 2 pieces. Moreover, its combat capability is extremely strong, and I'm afraid the level of the modified prosthesis is definitely not low. How can a junior hunter possess so many advanced equipments? Because of money? You are rich but you wear tattered clothes, trying to discuss them on purpose and make fun of them? At this time, Rebecca also came over. She saw everything that had just happened here from not far away. Come with me. She walked to Su-chung and said, I need someone to protect me. The supermarket has been taken down. I can assist you remotely from the rooftop of the supermarket. Her main weapon is a technical sniper rifle, which is suitable for finding a location with a wide field of view to provide long-range fire support to teammates. The single-point killing power of her gun is no less than that of the plasma cannon, and its range is longer. But it would be best if she had someone to protect her while she provided long-range fire support. But that's not the real reason. She also saw Su-chung's weapons and fighting power. Although the clothes blocked the prosthesis, it looked like it was of a high grade. A junior hunter who possesses luxurious equipment and powerful strength can only be a noble. No. Remy looked at Rebecca with disdain. He's mine, you better be smart. There was a hint of threat in her words. Rebecca frowned slightly. She didn't know Remy's background, but the modified prosthesis looked very luxurious, so she didn't dare to offend her easily. She looked at Su-chung and invited him softly. Would you like to join me? I will give you all my points weight. The other people were stunned. Rebecca actually took the initiative to invite Su-chung to join her. They have never seen anyone else have such a great honor. Even Zhang Jie, who is also a high-level hunter, was once ruthlessly rejected by Rebecca and even suffered a setback. Moreover, Rebecca also wants to give all the points weight of her bounty to Su Qing. This is simply Trump. Chen Zai's eyes were full of jealousy. Why did he, a junior hunter, allow two beauties to approach him actively? Su Qing shook his head. No. Hunter goddess? She's just a gold digger. Oh shit. You actually refused? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking they had heard it wrong. Su Qing actually rejected Rebecca's invitation. Su Qing didn't even want the opportunity they had dreamed of. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. Do you think the person I like would like someone like you? Remy mocked mercilessly. Chen Zai quickly stepped forward and said with a flattering smile, Miss Rebecca, I can protect you. I can detect danger in advance. Rebecca didn't even look at him, and coldly spat out two words. Waste. Chen Zai smiled awkwardly, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he retreated to the back again. Bitch, you actually look down on me. When I have money in the future and have modified a powerful prosthetic body, I will definitely have sex with you and dismantle that primary hunter in front of you. I can protect you too. My close combat style is perfect for guarding. I can do it too. I have great firepower. Everyone is willing to be a tool, just to be with Rebecca. This can be used as a means of showing off to other hunters, so it doesn't matter whether they get points or not. I'll go to the rooftop for support. Rebecca ignored the others and walked upstairs alone. Finally, she looked back at Su Qing. You can come to me anytime. Chapter 28, Tattoo, Broken Teeth. It's the third floor, and I didn't see a single looter. The man with two guns asked in confusion. Did they just go to the supermarket to attack us? It should be. The man with two swords let out a long sigh. It's just right that we can relax a little. There are so many predators here, it's really weird. The gunman asked. Don't you find that these predators are a little different? The man with two guns frowned. Indeed, they are like robots, as if they are being controlled. Everyone noticed something unusual. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Be careful, there's someone upstairs. Chen Zai suddenly reminded. Boom! There was an explosion from upstairs. Two burly predators jumped down, and the floor cracked instantly. One of their prosthetic arms was transformed into a meteor hammer, with a thick alloy chain wrapped around the arm. The other one held a baseball bat with sharp alloy spikes tied to it. This blunt weapon can easily break through protective clothing. Even if the weapon level is low, it can cause serious damage to the enemy with its impact force. So they all have specialized prosthetic arms and are very powerful. At the same time, a large number of looters ran down from upstairs. Leave it to me! When dealing with this kind of power-type opponent, those who are faster have an advantage. The man with two swords rushed forward immediately. At this moment, something strange happened. A thin black shadow jumped out from behind the two huge predators. The black shadow was extremely fast and passed by the man with dual swords in an instant. A cold light flashed. The man with two swords widened his eyes in disbelief. His body was actually split into 4 parts. The mantis blade formed an X and slashed across his body. Fuck, what's going on? The man with two swords muttered unwillingly, but his head was smashed by the mace the next second. Haha, that's right, bye. After the mantis blade predator succeeded in the sneak attack, he looked towards Su Qing deliberately. Then quickly retreat behind the mace marauder and jump upstairs with force. What's wrong with you? Remy saw Su Qing's eyes suddenly widened and asked in confusion. Something happened! After Su Qing finished speaking, he rushed towards the mace plunderer with a knife in hand. Tattoo! He saw it. Same tattoo as 8 years ago. Just now, when the predator turned around, he saw the white tattoo on his neck hidden behind his hair. Because he used the see-through skill, he could see it extremely clearly. Bang! A gunshot was heard from outside. It's Rebecca's sniper rifle. One shot blew up the head of the predator holding the mace. And the bullet ricocheted twice more, penetrating the floor. Then a scream was heard from upstairs. A technical sniper rifle that can deal terrifying damage from tricky angles as long as Rebecca is given time and space, and can ricochet twice on the mission object. Suching rushed upstairs directly on the body of the mace raider. The bullish Reaver roared and reached out to grab it, but he was too slow. "How dare you ignore me!" He swung the aloe chain with his arms, then suddenly smashed the meteor hammer towards the upper floor. At this moment, a beam of high-energy laser instantly melted the chain and penetrated through the chest of the meteor hammer plunderer. There was a loud boom. The meteor hammer hit the upper floor. More than half of the floor was smashed in an instant. "Fuck, this attack power is too terrifying!" The man with 2 guns looked at the smashed floor in shock. "Damn, that rubbish got away again!" When Chinzei saw Suching running away again, he immediately started cursing. But the next second, a bullet grazed his scalp and hit the wall. Remy said coldly, "Remember, next time it will be your head." Chinzei was immediately frightened and said, "Hunters have rules." "No, we can't attack each other." Remy sneered. "Rules? My rules are the rules." After saying that, the red mantis knife on his leg popped out. What a troublesome bounty! She threw away the gun and exerted force with both hands. 2 red-bladed mantis knives popped out from her arms. A full body armor quickly extended from her back and merged with the mask to form a full body armor. It is the ability of military implants combined with a complete set of prostheses. When her entire body was protected, she rushed directly into the group of predators in everyone's incredulous gazes. That's a military implant. Wherever the red windbreaker passed, all the predators were cut neatly into several pieces. The sound of metal cutting continued. The sharp mantis knife left cuts on the wall. The bullet hit Remy, causing sparks to fly, but it was of no use. She easily suppressed all the predators by herself. She rushed directly to the depths of the meteor hammer plunderer, and with a slide she cut the plunderer from the bottom. Rebecca was on the roof of the supermarket, and saw everything through the sniper scope. Military implants, a full set of combat prostheses, for plasma mantis blades. She is from the inner city, and she is very rich and powerful. No wonder she seemed to know something. Rebecca aimed the crosshairs at Remy and slowly placed her finger on the trigger. "We are both women, so why were you born in Rome? And I tried everything I could and gave up all my dignity. In the eyes of those rich people, it's just a plaything. Not fair. No, the world has never been fair." Rebecca's eyes were cold. "If we pull the trigger now, at least there will be one less rich woman who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. But that's an implant. If she fails to kill Remy, she's done for." Rebecca shuddered as she thought of the methods used by the powerful, and her tense fingers slowly relaxed. She took a deep breath and aimed again. But this time, he will cooperate with Remy to attack with all his strength. The 2 high-level hunters simultaneously exerted their full strength. Ordinary predators were quickly harvested like straw. After Suching jumped upstairs, he found that the predator had disappeared. Fortunately, Rebecca's bullet ricocheted and hit the mantis blade predator, leaving drops of biochemical fluid on the ground. Suching immediately followed the biochemical liquid on the ground and moved forward quickly. The traces continued along the stairs, going upstairs. "There's no one on the 5th floor, on the 6th floor?" Suching quickly arrived at the corner of the stairs on the 6th floor. As soon as he took a step, he saw a dark shadow suddenly rushing towards him from the corner of his eye. This time he was prepared and saw through it. The black shadow's sneak attack turned into slow motion. Suching jumped back and avoided the attack. "Fuck, it's like this again. Who the hell are you?" The black shadow was the mantis blade plunderer, and he looked at Suching with a frown. This time he was lying on the wall and launched a sudden attack from above. But the opponent still blocked it, just a little bit away from chopping it down. He didn't know what the problem was. "It's going to kill you!" Suching held the knife in one hand and looked coldly at the predator in front of him. "Haha, you? My name is Cracktooth. There are many people who want to kill me, but you are not worthy. Haha. Although I am curious about how you avoided my attack, forget it, go to hell." After Leia finished speaking, a man who looked exactly like him suddenly rushed out from the corner. The two men wielded their mantis blades at the same time and attacked Su Qing. My left eye felt like it was pricked by a needle, but the hope of finding the enemy was right in front of me. Su Qing endured the pain and stared at the attack of the two broken teeth. Ding ding! There were two sounds of metal hitting the ground, and two mantis knives hit the ground at the same time. Liea looked at Su Qing in surprise. Failed again? Even if there was suddenly one more person, it still failed? What level is the hunter on the opposite side? Damn, I don't believe I can never hit you! The two broken teeth sneered and stopped attacking, while retreating back into the building. After dodging Su Qing's attack, the two broken teeth actually fused together back to back. Come again! Chapter 29, Evil, Ignoring the Rules. Ha! Liea laughed wildly, his body sometimes on the ground and sometimes attached to the wall. It can also turn upside down or turn around suddenly at will, and can attack with all four hands. The attack angle of each hand is very tricky. For a moment, the offensive was extremely fierce. Die, die, die! No one can survive this move of mine, this is my complete form! Haha! But it's no use. No matter how fast, strange, or tricky his attack angle is, Su Qing can always predict his attacks and dodge or counterattack. And his weapon was not as good as Su Qing's, so he had more and more wounds on his body. Gradually, the more Cracktooth fought, the more he realized something was wrong. He was clearly in control, so why was he always getting hurt? So weird. Fuck, you have an implant, and this is the ability of your implant? But even if it's an advanced implant, it can't activate its ability so many times in a row. Who the hell are you? Liea watched in shock as Su Qing dodged his attack again and cut off one of his arms with a knife, completely breaking his defense. Su Qing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I said I'm here to kill you! He swung his knife again. Liea quickly jumped onto the ceiling to avoid it, then kicked his feet hard and rushed out while spinning. Su Qing hurriedly stared at Liea. Although he could clearly see the trajectory of Liea's attack, the vision in his left eye began to become blurred. He had just broken through the first gene sequence, and had used it too many times today. He barely bent backwards to avoid it, and a mantis knife slashed past the tip of his hair. He could clearly see his own reflection in the blade. With a loud boom sound, Liea broke through the floor and rushed downstairs. Su Qing steadied himself, rubbed his eyes, shook his head vigorously, took out his kinetic pistol and shot at the people downstairs with all his strength. Fuck, I'm going to skin you alive, steam you, and braise you! Liea roared downstairs, then suddenly broke through the floor, and the mantis knives in his three hands slashed towards Su Qing fiercely. The gun in Su Qing's hand kept shooting, and he barely used it again to see through it. The whole picture becomes very slow. He slightly adjusted the angle of the pistol, and a bullet instantly pierced through Liea's shoulder. At the same time, he flipped backwards, threw the particle-cutting long knife in his hand with force, and continued to attack with the pistol. Suddenly, the screen went black and his left eye became blind for a moment. He immediately closed his eyes in pain. How is it possible? The particle-cutting long knife pierced directly into Liea's head and penetrated his body. Another head was also pierced by a kinetic bullet in the chaos. He widened his eyes and looked at the panting Su Qing unwillingly. It was still a sneak attack, and it was in a blind spot, but the result was as if he himself had bumped into the long knife thrown by Su Qing. It wouldn't matter if one body died, he still had another one. But luck was not on his side, as he was hit by a bullet due to the direct impact. It would be more accurate to say that he bumped into the bullet rather than that Su Qing hit him. Plop! Liea fell to his knees. Damn it, the car flipped over, poof! Hoo-hoo! Su Qing was breathing heavily. This guy was too strong. He is the strongest enemy he has ever encountered. His attack method is also very strange and fast, and his mantis knife is weird and changeable, so ordinary people can't see through his attacks at all. If I hadn't broken through the first gene sequence and gained the ability to see through, I would never have been able to defeat him. Su Qing gritted his teeth and walked over, rushed out with his long knife, and cut off all of Liea's arms. Why did you come after me? Liea rolled his eyes. There were so many predators downstairs, but Su Qing came to chase him. Su Qing did not answer, but used a knife to pick apart the hair on the back of his neck, where the skin had fused together. The original letter Y became X. So this is what you wanted to do? Liao smiled weakly and said, I didn't expect that you bastards still remember us. Su Qing squatted down and looked at the dying broken tooth coldly. Of course, I have seen C and Z. Haha, cough cough. Liao suddenly laughed, but soon spat out a mouthful of black blood. See? No, you couldn't have seen him. That weakling Z died a year ago. You lied to me. Su Qing grinned. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean I haven't seen it. I killed Z, and I met C 8 years ago, but I haven't seen you. Are you one of them? Of course I am. Broken Teeth growled. What the hell do you know? I am a member of the evil faction, just ranked at the C position. He suddenly stopped talking halfway, and said with an effortful smile. You are really smart, you want to stimulate me? Hee hee. Let me guess, you sound very young. If it was 8 years ago, then C must have killed someone important to you, right? Ahem, you wanted to seek revenge on C, so you chased after me when you saw my tattoo. Ahem, revenge? You will never succeed in your life. Su Qing put away his smile, slowly stood up, and red light crisscrossed. The gap-toothed smile froze, cracks appeared on his face, and the two heads broke into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Su Qing took a deep breath and pressed a metal plate behind his ear. What are you doing? Yang Siki pouted and held the pen. You need my help? Can you hack into and modify a person's brain? Su Qing put away the other half-chopped head of Broken Tooth. Yang Siki frowned slightly and tilted her head, saying, In theory it is possible, but if there is a firewall, it may be difficult to invade. Let's try it. Su Qing took off the metal piece and inserted it into Li Ye's brain-computer interface. As a maintenance engineer, he was very familiar with the structure of the cyborg, so he controlled the angle very precisely when chopping and did not damage the brain-computer interface. Wait a moment. Yang Siki's little hands quickly tapped the keyboard. At this time, footsteps were heard from downstairs. It's Remy and the others coming up. Fuck you, you gave me a predator's brain, is your brain rusty? What are you thinking? Their brains are broken. Yang Siki was so angry that she yelled. You idiot, the external brain-computer interface I gave you is useless, there is a Black Death virus, there is a disease, huh? Suddenly she paused. Interesting, I downloaded something fun, interesting. The external brain-computer interface is no longer useful, and his brain is indeed broken, and it automatically burned out before he died, which can be regarded as a double protection mechanism. But remember to give me the metal piece when you come back. Don't throw it away, and don't use it. It's poisonous. Su Qing glanced at the stairs and nodded. Okay. He turned off the chip communication and quickly put the metal piece into his pocket, just as Remy and others came up. Luckily you're okay. Why did you run away so suddenly? Remy walked to Su Qing and glanced at the body with broken teeth on the ground. It seems that he made you angry. Su Qing waved his hand. Hurry up, there is only one last floor. Remy shook her head. No need. The reward has already been paid. Su Qing glanced at the others. Done? Remy nodded and said, Yes, look at the hunting card, there should be information. The abandoned city fighting arena has sent people to take over the scene. Su Qing took out the hunter card. Sure enough, it was shown as completed, and the score weight of everyone was recorded throughout the process. The hunter card is connected to the brain-computer interface. Although Su Qing has not authorized it, almost everyone else has. So there are records of all the bounty processes. Good. Su Qing suddenly threw out a long knife. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Chen Zhe looked up in disbelief, as the particle-cutting long knife pierced through his forehead. You broke the rules, you will be wanted. Thump. Chen Zhe fell down softly. Su Qing slowly walked over and drew out his long knife. He searched for Chen Zhe's hunter card and crushed it. Then he looked at the others calmly. You should have seen it. He was killed by the predator. Chapter 30. 3-star fighting warrior, intermediate hunter. No, that's right. It was killed by the marauder. The one on the ground. The man with 2 guns immediately responded. We don't know anything else. He doesn't want to offend Suqing. Although the opponent is only a junior hunter, the strength he displayed is even comparable to that of an advanced hunter. If Suqing hadn't been involved in this bounty, they would definitely not have only lost 3 people. There is a high probability that he and the gunman will not survive. Only Remy and Rebecca can survive. The difficulty of this bounty is too high. The tank raiders at the beginning almost killed them all. Although the 2 heavy predators that came later were easier to deal with, there was also an extremely fast Broken Tooth that could launch a sneak attack, and they had no way of coping with it. The gunman also nodded quickly. Me too, I just got here and didn't see anything. The garbage disposal plant does not explicitly stipulate that hunters cannot kill each other. So there is no penalty for hunter card records. This was formulated by the strongest hunters in order to ensure unity. But this is the abandoned old world, there are no rules here. Strength is everything. Lamy didn't care at all about Chinzei's death. She crossed her arms around her chest, holding up her plump body, making it even more eye-catching. She kicked the broken-toothed corpse. X? Suqing looked at her. Do you know this letter? Remy raised her eyebrows and smiled charmingly. Of course, you want to know? Suqing shook his head. I know them, I thought you didn't know. Remy smiled and said, No, you don't know, otherwise you wouldn't suddenly run away for no reason. Do you want me to tell you? She moved closer to Suqing and exhaled softly. If you want to know, come to number 520 in the black market to find me. Remember, you can only come alone. The hot and humid air made Suqing's ears itchy, so he moved slightly to the side. He felt a little helpless. He really didn't want to talk to smart people, especially smart women. If only everyone was as stupid as Hangyo. The others pretended not to see it. Although they envied Suqing's good fortune, they knew that it was earned through strength. On the rooftop of the supermarket, Rebecca, who was at the highest point of the water tower, glanced at the intimate Suqing and Remy, silently put away her gun and left. Hello, we are from the abandoned city fighting arena. At this time, 3 people wearing white combat uniforms walked up to the 7th floor. Don't move any of the bodies here, including those of you hunters. You can leave now. The leader was a middle-aged man with a full beard and a crew cut. To his right is a pink-haired loli, and to his right is a tough young man. Suqing looked at Zhu Shana with some surprise. He didn't expect that in just 2 or 3 days, she had become an official member of the abandoned city fighting arena. Let's go. Remy took the lead and left. Although at the beginning she only said that the body of the plunderer could not be moved, the other party was Party A, and had the right to change it. Suqing and Zhu Shana passed each other. Zhu Shana was stunned for a moment, then looked at Suqing's back with some confusion. The gunner said in surprise from behind, They actually sent 3 3-star fighters over here. Suqing frowned slightly. Before this, apart from investigating the letter tattoos and reading the maintenance book left by his father, he had not watched too many fighting competitions, so he was not sure about their levels. Remy noticed his doubt and smiled. They all have 3 blood-red roses embroidered on their chests, which means they are 3-star fighters, the highest is 5 stars, and the top one is the king of fighters. Although the name is a bit unsophisticated, it represents his strength as the king of all fighters, the strongest fighter. The man with 2 guns agreed. That's right. The king of fighters is eligible to go to Future City. There is only one king in a season. They all climbed up by stepping on the corpses of other fighters. That's why they are called fighters. 3-star fighters are already elites, and their strength is comparable to that of high-level hunters. Suqing nodded. It seemed that the overall strength of the fighting soldiers was much stronger than that of the hunters. It is worthy of being an event that Future City will pay attention to and participate in. The fact that Zhu Shana became a 3-star combat warrior so quickly must be due to the power of the military implant. As long as you are strong enough, you can immediately cross levels and classes. At any time, strength is the right to speak. The gunman continued. There is only 1 month left until the last season of the King's Contest this year. I am really looking forward to it. We S-class hunters have the opportunity to go to the Future City, but the King of Fighters can go to the Future City. Although there are only a few words different, the difference is huge. Going to Future City? S-Class Hunter, the king of fighting. Is there really such a channel to reach heaven? Maybe. When everyone walked out of the supermarket, HPC guards had already entered the supermarket and started cleaning up. Call! Suddenly, a whistling sound came from overhead. Su-Ching looked up and saw a large aircraft with G.K. sprayed on it falling from the sky and landing directly on the roof of the supermarket. Two spider-like robots in the garbage disposal plant and a man wearing full armor came down from above. Those are the supervisory robots and judges of the garbage treatment plant. What the hell is going on? The gunman was shocked and said, "The convener has already settled the bounty, and the fighting arena has taken over the base. Why did the garbage disposal plant send someone here?" The man with two guns said indifferently, "Who cares? We have the reward, we can just go and get it later." The gunman nodded and looked at everyone. "It's a pleasure to work with you. I'm so lucky this time. I'll go collect my reward first." The difficulty of this bounty was far beyond his imagination. It would be great if he could just stay alive. "Let's go together and take a ride." The man with two guns followed him. "You have obtained the most weighted points this time. All of us combined don't have as much as you, a junior hunter." Lamy was not surprised by the arrival of the garbage disposal plant. She smiled at Su-Ching and said, "Remember to come find me." After saying that, she walked directly towards the roaring EVO supercar parked on the side of the road. The super fuel engine of the new industrial age emits a duller and more powerful roar, leaving with a cloud of smoke and dust. Su-Ching pressed his left eye for a while. During the battle just now, he was blinded for a moment, which made him realize that he should not use it too many times at once. After the soreness eased a little, he took out the hunter card and clicked on the hunting bounty. Completed. Cleared 2 BSB Administrative District Bounty. Your points weight accounted for 53%, a total of 159 points. He alone accounts for more than half of the weight. The team has 2 high-level hunters. Su-Ching thought about it and roughly guessed the plan for distributing the points weight. Tank raiders and heavy mech raiders should each have a 20% weighting, for a total of 60%. The broken fangs account for at least 30%, or even more, and the remaining ordinary predators account for 10%. He killed the tank raiders and the broken fangs, and got at least 50% of the weight, and the rest was obtained by killing ordinary hunters. The weight of ordinary predators is very small. At this rate, the others barely get any points. Only Remy and Rebecca each killed a powerful predator. Click Personal Information. Hunter Code, Shadow. Hunter Level, Intermediate. Points, 189. Information Disclosure Permission, Intermediate. Product Purchasing Authority, Intermediate. Points required to upgrade, 500. Senior Hunter Assessment, not assessed. In 2 days, become an Intermediate Hunter. Chapter 31 Analysis, Trojan Horse. Simple hunting bounties only have single-digit points. According to the 100 points required for an Intermediate Hunter, a minimum of 20 bounties are required. Even if you do 5 a day, it will take 4 days. And that was a bounty of such difficulty as clearing a stronghold. It is impossible for a normal junior hunter to accept such a bounty from the beginning. After all, this is not a health bar game. If you hit the vital points, you will really die. So everyone starts with the entry bounty, which takes more time. For example, someone like Shinzei may not be able to complete the task without any damage when offering a bounty for an abandoned parking lot. Most people spend a lot of time hunting individual predators in exchange for points to upgrade. And Su-Ching gained more than 200 points in just 2 days. Su-Ching did not leave immediately, but went back into the supermarket and grabbed a bag to pack as many supplies as possible. These are the good things that rich people eat and use. Anyway, it was a mess in there, so he could take the opportunity to take more things back. After going to the garbage disposal plant to collect the reward, he returned home. "Oh my God, you're back! You took so long to come back. I thought you were out picking up girls again." No Brain got up from the sofa. "I haven't been open for business these few days, and you've almost become useless, playing games every day." Su-Ching took out all the rewards. 8 intermediate nutrient solutions, 1 set each of E-class and D-class mechanical prostheses, one 50% off coupon for advanced nutrient solution, and 2,000 alliance coins have been directly added to his hunting card and can be traded freely. Directly open the Eye of Dimension and synthesize and upgrade. Finally, I got a bottle of D-grade strengthening potion, which can be used in conjunction with the C-type advanced strengthening potion. The second use interval is 5 days later. I want to do something, but what can I do? But I tell you, I've already beaten Big Head, haha, what do you think, I'm awesome, right? No Brain pointed at the monitor proudly. Suching put away his things and glanced at the screen. Actually, I could have passed it a long time ago. After saying that, he took out the hunter card and searched for the keyword evil. There were a lot of search results, so he checked them out immediately. No Brain sat down again and continued. You are just a big talker, you only know how to talk. I have also beaten Guangxi, now I will fight Bai Xiushi. Oh no! I'm dying, Guangxi, save me! Why? Suching sighed, there was no information about the evil predator. The only one was the hunting bounty. Although the organization, evil, was not mentioned, there were related pictures. But that requires high-level hunter permissions to view all content. Black market. Suching thought for a moment and said, Let's go and have a look at night. Remy's identity is obviously not ordinary, and she must know more. The black market is an underground mall that exists in the inner city of the abandoned city. All the things that people dare not sell openly are sold there. In theory, everything. It's just that the price is much higher than normal. I threw it, and you went out again. There are many injured people coming here. I can't handle them all. No Brain tilted his head to look at Suching, who was about to go out again. You send it. My hands are not very flexible. Keep the door closed. Suching rode his bike to the ancient city from the back door. After arriving at the destination, park the car and turn on chip communication. I'm downstairs, which floor are you on? So soon, and you didn't tell me in advance, you go to the rooftop. After turning off the communication, Suching glanced at the people around him who were on guard, and went straight past them and went upstairs. This time they didn't follow. Soon, young Siki, wearing a blue and white JK, holding a lollipop in her mouth and carrying a pink bag across her body, quietly walked onto the rooftop. I scolded you before, you didn't hit me, did you? She blinked her big eyes and looked so cautious that Suching could only smile helplessly. This was the first time they met in person, and they didn't expect her to be so aggressive during the online call. But in reality, I am so timid. Suching pretended to think. It depends on the situation. If you are not honest, maybe. TSK, we are in a cooperative relationship, we are partners, you can't hit me. Yang Siki walked up to Suching and stretched out her prosthetic hand. Chip. It turned out to be a B-class combat prosthesis. Although there is only one, the other hand is the original one. But this is definitely not something that the poor people in the suburbs can buy or afford. Suching took out the metal piece and handed it to her. Can we find information about the predator in it? Yang Siki took out a palm-sized computer from her bag. It shouldn't be possible. What is downloaded here is not his consciousness, but a program that I have never seen before. As she spoke, she pulled out a wire from her prosthetic hand and connected it to the computer, then inserted the metal piece into the computer. Suching watched her skillful operation, and thought of the strange predators he encountered today, and frowned. The predators I encountered today are like zombies in old movies, and they seem to be controlled. Is it related to this? Yang Siki glanced at him and took a bite of the lollipop. It's probably related to this program, slurp. Suching was speechless, frustrated face. Seeing this, Yang Siki took out a lollipop and handed it over. Hey, you want to eat it? This is a rare thing. Suching shook his head. No. He just bought a lot of them from the supermarket. Whispering sound. Yang Siki curled her lips and stuck out her tongue to roll the lollipop into her mouth. I guess this might be a Trojan program. I didn't expect someone would install this program in their backup photon brain. Trojan horse? That's right. Yang Siki quickly operated the computer. It has to be me. Most people don't dare to connect it directly like this. There is a Black Death virus in this metal piece. And this Trojan is also very dangerous. I am analyzing it. I saw countless codes running rapidly on the computer screen. About 5 minutes passed. That's amazing! Yansiki was surprised and said, "It actually took so long to analyze. My computer is the latest 749 quantum handheld computer." She shook her head with a sigh, took out a new piece of metal from her pocket, and handed it to Su Qing. "Here you go. You can't connect directly to the plunderer. The Black Death virus will infect it. If you use it again, you will be infected. Even the original body will become crazy." Su Qing took the metal piece and pressed it behind his ear. "Do you have any more? Give me a few more." The external brain-computer interface should also be a product of technology. I don't know what we will get if it is synthesized and upgraded. Hackers are mysterious beings. If you can get other hacker equipment to synthesize and upgrade, what can you get? Yansiki asked curiously. "One is enough. Why do you need so many?" Su Qing shrugged. "Forget it if you don't have it. I thought you had a lot of it. It seems that this piece of metal is difficult to make even for you." "Who said I didn't?" Yansiki wrinkled her nose and said, "I have a lot. I'll give you a few later. TSK, these are just little things. You are ignorant." "Okay, analysis complete." Pulling out the metal piece, Yansiki looked through the analysis file. "Oh my God! There is such a thing!" Then, wouldn't the predators be an army? How could such a thing appear? Chapter 32 Skeleton Virus Source Code, Control the Predators. It really is a Trojan program, and it's the source. It's amazing! Yansiki looked at the computer in surprise, with excitement in her eyes. Trojan horse programs are also called Trojan viruses. Yes, just like the Black Death virus, they are all viruses. But this is not a case of fighting fire with fire, but a more powerful coding program to directly control the Black Death virus. Yanshiki's fingers danced on the virtual keyboard as fast as butterflies. Trojan virus originated from computer viruses in the Old Century. It is the most common virus in the Old Century. It can control other people's computers, leave backdoors, and steal all kinds of information. This virus is stronger. It parasitizes the Black Death virus, erodes the opponent's source code, and then controls the predator's thoughts and actions. This is a similar way of infection to biological parasites. It can also be understood as the old-fashioned flukes that parasitize snail brains and the iron wire worms that parasitize mantis bodies. Su Qing's heart moved when he heard this. Does that mean that as long as I have this virus, I can control the predators? If possible, it will be a huge fighting force. No wonder the people from the abandoned city fighting arena went there personally to collect the bodies, and even the garbage disposal plant sent out supervisor robots and judges. The monitor robots have been guarding inside the garbage disposal plant, and will not leave it easily. The judge is the core combat force of the garbage disposal plant, and he has never seen one before. This is the first time I have seen the judge. It turns out they were all after the source code of the Trojan virus. Yansiki shook her head. That's right, but it's not accurate. Having the source code is a prerequisite, but a password is also required. This password is not an ordinary digital password, but a genetic code. That is, without the specific genes of the person they identified, this source code cannot be used. Yansiki closed the computer. Even if you can extract his genes from the blood, you don't know which section to use or how to combine them. Such a password is more difficult to crack than an ordinary password. And the most important point is that this source code needs to be used in the Black Death virus, which means that only plunderers can use it. Su Qing said helplessly. Then this source code is useless? That's right. Although the password was loaded later, it can't be cracked. At least I can't crack it. No one else in this abandoned city can crack it. Yansiki said very confidently. Besides, do you want to become one of those crazy people? Su Qing was just a little disappointed. Although it could not be used, it did not mean that the source code had no value. Both the garbage disposal plant and the abandoned city fighting arena need this thing, so there is probably a way to use it. Control the predators. Even if the predators would become mindless like zombies. But it is a huge threat to the abandoned city and even to the old world. As long as the benefits are big enough, there will be someone willing to take the risk. I can't use it myself, but I can exchange it for something else. The abandoned city fighting arena and the garbage disposal plant definitely won't work. After all, this is what they are looking for. Then there is only the black market. Yang Siki handed the metal block to Su Qing. This external brain computer is scrapped. In order to avoid misuse, I destroyed its embedded function. As she said that, she turned and walked downstairs. The core code of the Trojan virus source code is called skeleton. It cannot be copied, it can only be parasitic. In other words, the piece of metal in your hand is the only carrier. I can only record its characteristics for research. Follow me and I'll give you an external brain-computer interface. Su Qing put away the metal block and followed. Soon, the two came to a room. The pink door looks out of place with the shabby walls around it. Yang Siki turned around and warned sternly. Stand here and wait for me. After saying that, she scanned her pupils and verified the password. Then the door slid back into the wall with a swish. After she walked in, the door closed again. After a while, the door opened again, and Yang Siki held 4 metal blocks of external brain-computer interfaces. Here, this is all I have. If all of them are broken, I will be finished. Although this thing is simple to make, it takes time, and I am lazy. I will never do it again, absolutely. Okay. Su Qing put the metal block into his other pocket. Thanks. Goodbye, I'll call you if there's a mission. Yang Siki was in a good mood and hummed a song as she returned to her room to continue studying the characteristics of the skeleton virus source code. Su City rode his bike home. If the skeleton virus source code is included, the rewards of this emergency bounty will be even richer. Most importantly, there are new clues and progress in tattooing. After returning home, Su Qing took out the metal block of the external brain-computer interface, opened the Eye of Dimension, and tried to synthesize and upgrade it. Synthesis: Embedded Self-Made Top-Quality Micro-External Brain-Computer 2. Embedded Self-Made Top-Quality Micro-External Brain-Computer Interface. A top-quality external brain-computer interface made by an individual. Compared with the previous generation of products, it can realize all the functions of the built-in brain-computer interface. It has a mid-level firewall, a high-level product made by myself, and belongs to the first dimension technology. It's really synthesizable. It is worthy of being able to synthesize any technological product. Continue. Synthesis: A miniature external photonic brain. Micro-external photon brain. It has a 108 photon brain in a minimal volume, combining all the functions of the photon brain and the external brain-computer interface, and can be used as a secondary brain. It has an advanced firewall that can automatically identify attacks and has a self-protection function that automatically forces network disconnection. It belongs to the second dimension technology. The originally reddish-brown block of metal has now turned into a round silver metal body. It feels smooth and cool to the touch, and looks much better than before. The performance has also gone directly from personal self-made to more powerful official technology. And it also integrates a photon brain. This means that when he modifies his prosthetic body in the future, he will no longer need to implant a photon brain. And it's still 108 photons. There are only 8 brainless ones. And it also has the function of brain-computer interface. There are also advanced firewall and self-protection features. This means he hardly has to worry about hacker attacks. The firewall, judged as advanced by the Eye of Dimension, is definitely not so easy to crack. Su Qing directly replaced the metal block behind his ear. Then he suddenly thought about it and called Yang Siki. What are you doing? You're calling again. Yang Siki licked the lollipop impatiently. I'm beginning to regret working with you. I was originally planning to ask you to help me with something, but now I feel like I've become your assistant. Su Qing smiled and said, You're being polite. I'm looking for you because you're good at hacking. Whispering sound. Yang Siki curled her lips. What's the matter? Help me make a few more external brain-computer interfaces. I don't have time. I've already said I won't do it. It's too troublesome. I still have to find the materials. Yang Siki pouted, looking reluctant. I have lollipops and other snacks here. I can exchange them with you. Su Qing opened the food borrowed from the supermarket. Potato chips? And my favorite chocolate! Yang Siki immediately perked up and nodded repeatedly. Okay, no problem, leave it to me, Come back in a week and pick it up. Remember to bring snacks. Suching smiled slightly. No problem. Chapter 33. Taking a break from the busy schedule, Black Market Rules. After hanging up the call, Suching looked at the last external brain-computer interface and skeleton virus source code carrier left. He did not choose the synthesis upgrade, because it is unclear whether the skeleton virus will be preserved if the synthesis continues. Previously, when synthesizing and upgrading, even broken items would become brand new. Mechanical prostheses, weapons, nutrient solution, etc., even the appearance is brand new. If the synthesis destroys the source code of the skeleton virus, it would be a waste of time. Looking at No Brain, if he could buy the last mechanical prosthesis on the black market and synthesize one that surpasses grade A without replacing the original body, he could go and help No Brain find a similar one for synthesis. I promised him a long time ago. There are so many things to do. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? No Brain glanced at him and said, Remember, I was the one who beat Big Head, you scum. Suching nodded. Well, that's great. I'll show you what it means to kill someone at first sight. You're just boasting, right? It took you 5 or 6 days to defeat a Big Head, unlike me, who cleared it easily. No Brain shake? Shaking head? He shook his body twice, feeling extremely proud. Clear the level easily? You're already level 70 after defeating the big boss. How can it be easy? Suching opened the snack bag and took out a pack of scallion biscuits. Fresh date food. He looked at the brown biscuits with a hint of green onions in the transparent package. Snack. What a distant word it is for ordinary survivors. In wealthy areas, they can be seen everywhere. As soon as I opened the package, a strong aroma of onions wafted over. He took a few deep puffs. 20 years. This was the first time he had eaten food other than nutrient solution. Pick up a piece and put it in your mouth. There was a click. The cookies make a crisp sound when they are broken. The aroma of green onions suddenly explodes in your mouth, and the salty fragrance is everywhere. The taste is oily, crispy and chewy. Every time you chew and crush a cookie, the vibration spreads throughout your mouth. Tasty. Suching ate one piece after another, couldn't stop at all, and finished the whole pack in one go. This is the food of humans in the olden times. People in the past were so happy. He pulled out a can of orange-flavored carbonated drink. Card. Laugh. When the aluminum can was opened, a burst of gas was immediately released and fine bubbles emerged from the liquid inside. Suching picked it up, smelled it, and then took a big sip. Snoring. Suddenly, the unique texture and taste dazzled his eyes. The gas mixed with the drink went down the throat into the stomach. Then the gas surged back. Hiccup. Suching burped unconsciously. If you drink this iced in the summer, it must be very refreshing and enjoyable. What are you doing? You look so disgusting. The brainless man looked at Suching with disdain. Suching curled up on the sofa with a few bags of snacks, a piece of scallion biscuit, and a sip of carbonated drink, feeling extremely happy. This is a rare experience. A rich person's experience. The extensive exercise in the past 2 days has increased the consumption of nutrients. The strengthening liquid cannot provide nutrition, so he is actually a little hungry at this moment. Although drinking nutrient solution is more cost-effective, eating snacks is more enjoyable. What do you know? This is the life of the rich. Give me one too. Come on, eat your energy block. I can't really drink it, you're so stingy, you bastard. Give it to me, let me play with it. After No Brain turned into a wisp of monkey hair again, he handed the handle to Suching. Come on, let me see how you fight. The scholar in white has 2 stages, don't blame me for not reminding you. Suching took a sip of his drink and a bite of his biscuit while playing games. Cool. Night. Suching drank a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution and then rode his bike to the abandoned city. The black market was a fixed street, but he didn't know where it was or how to get in. Helpless, I could only ask Yang Siki again. Yang Siki held her chin with one hand and said helplessly, Tell me, what's the matter again? Where is the black market? At 911 Street in the inner city, there will be a big man named Jason standing in front of the window of a roadside bar. He is the guide to the black market. He wears a black brooch on his chest. If you go find him, he will take you to the black market. Swish. Yansiki licked a lollipop and continued. There is a fee to enter the black market, starting at 100. And you have to abide by their rules there, Jason will tell you. If you don't see him, then he must be drinking at the bar, just wait. Thanks, I'll bring you some more snacks later. Soon, Suching rode his bike to 911 Street. The inner city is more lively at night than during the day. The projections on tall buildings are even more explicit. The colorful neon lights on the street dye the pedestrians in various colors. People who were drunk were vomiting randomly on the street. The guys who were having fun went into bars and hotels with their arms around women. A life of decadence and debauchery. Here, it doesn't even feel like an abandoned world. After parking the car, Suching walked towards the bar. There was no big man in front of the window, so it seemed that he had gone in to drink. He walked to the window and waited patiently. Welcome to visit us next time. Soon, the bar door opened and a big blond man walked towards Suching. Hunter? Jack looked up and down at the man in front of him who was wrapped in black clothes. Suching nodded. Go to the black market. Jack said calmly. Of course, those who come here to see me are all going to the black market, so... As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand expressionlessly, and rubbed his index finger and thumb back and forth. I understand. Suching took out the hunter card and directly transferred 100 alliance coins to him. This is 100 alliance coins. It costs so much just to show you the way. Although it was painful, he had to go to the black market. When Jack saw the money, he immediately smiled and said enthusiastically, Sir, please follow me. You look unfamiliar. This must be your first time in the black market. Is this the long-lost skill of face-changing? Suching nodded helplessly. Then let me tell you about the rules of the black market. Jack introduced as he walked. When buying things on the black market, you are not allowed to ask where the items came from or where they are going. The transaction is entirely up to you, and you are not allowed to inquire about the identity of the seller or buyer. In the black market, you can't cause trouble. If you really want to fight, you can only apply for a duel. We are happy to watch it. As he said that, he patted Suching on the shoulder. Believe me, we are also happy to bet on this. Suching reached out to stop him from being too familiar. Oh, well, it seems you're a loner. Jack shrugged. Also, you can't tell others the entrance to the black market outside. You have to introduce it to me or other guides like me. As he spoke, he pointed to the brooch on his chest, which was engraved with a scale and gold coins. The last and most important point is that in the black market, the big boss is the sky. He is God. He created everything in the black market. Jack said with a very serious expression. So no one can go against the boss's wishes, and no one is allowed to have any behavior or thoughts that would harm the boss. Otherwise, the black market will make him disappear from this world forever. Chapter 34, Genius Predator Hacker. The two turned into a narrow, dark street. Further back was an iron gate. After Jack unlocked it, the two continued to move forward. Go through the door and then past the kitchen. The two men passed through the kitchen of a bar again, and several chefs completely ignored Jack and his companions. After passing through the kitchen and walking down an alley of about 100 meters, I came to a huge solid iron gate. The entire iron gate is actually made of titanium tungsten alloy and is at least 10 meters high. It's no exaggeration to call it a city wall. A titanium tungsten alloy longsword costs thousands of alliance coins. And the entire door here is made of titanium tungsten alloy. The cost of this gate alone is incalculable. Jack verified his identity and waited for a while. With a click, the door lock opened. The heavy titanium tungsten alloy door slowly retracted into the wall. The face of the black market suddenly appeared before Sucheng's eyes. It's a very wide street. There are shops of exactly the same size and style on both sides of the street. Everyone here is disguising their true appearance. And it was very quiet, with no shouting or soliciting. Both the buyer and the seller discussed the matter in a low voice. You can also see many guards wearing black uniforms and black cylindrical metal helmets. There are 2 narrow vertical slits on the helmet, through which you can see the guards' warning eyes. I'll just drop you off here. I have to go out and continue to receive customers. Goodbye. Jack waved and left, and the door slowly closed. All the sellers sit at their doorsteps, waiting for customers to come. Everyone is busy with their own business, and doesn't care about the outside world at all. Su-Ching looked carefully, and saw that each store had a number on it. Starting from 303, this means there are at least 200 stores in the black market. Behind these shops is a 2-story building where the shop owners probably live. Su-Ching quickly looked forward to find number 520. Go all the way to the end, the number only reaches 404, and there is a T-junction in front. On the front is a metal wall with the directions of the store number intervals marked on it. There is also a double door on this wall, and you can vaguely hear noisy sounds coming from inside. Suzhou City is moving towards the 500 to 600 range. This time it's from the end of the interval forward. Soon. Arrive. Su-Ching looked at the number 520 hanging on the wall, which was the place Remy mentioned. But sitting in front of the shop was a man with his head down, dozing off. Su-Ching walked forward and asked softly, "Excuse me, is Remy here?" The man said without even looking up, "This is not the place to get information." Su-Ching frowned when he heard this. This was indeed what Remy was talking about. "Why did you come to see me so late? Could it be?" At this moment, Remy's voice sounded from behind her. Su-Ching looked back and saw that she had changed her clothes. The black rose dress perfectly outlines her stunning figure. Her long hair fell down her shoulders and a black silk mask covered most of her face, but her charming eyes were still alluring. Still leaning very close, the faint scent of perfume lingered at the tip of my nose. Su-Ching took a step back. "Ask something." Remy smiled and said, "I know, come with me, I don't want to live in this crappy place." Su-Ching frowned slightly when he heard this. This woman was really unpredictable. Remy looked back and smiled. "I just think the number 520 is very suitable to say to you. It represents my feelings for you." The two of them came to a villa area one after the other. Su-Ching was surprised to see the villas with large areas, clean exterior walls, and lush greenery. "I didn't expect there is such a high-end place in the black market. It's simply a paradise." Lamy took Su-Ching directly to the 3 most central villas. These 3 villas are located in the center of the entire villa area and occupy the largest area. They are not even built with metal, but bricks from the old century. This requires a lot of materials, manpower, and money. From the gate of the black market to the villa area here, you can see that the black market is extremely wealthy. This is it. Remy walked directly into the villa on the right. Su-Ching followed and glanced at the trash can in front of the villa. After entering the villa, Su-Ching just closed the door when Lamy suddenly turned around and pressed him against the door, with her long thighs against him. "I know what you want to ask, but before that, shouldn't you also give something?" Remy slowly took off her veil, revealing a beautiful face with picturesque eyebrows and eyes. A teardrop mole at the right corner of the eye adds a bit of charm. As she got closer, Su-Ching could feel her body temperature. "So." Su-Ching put his hand on Remy's shoulder. "No, but I have something else in exchange." As he spoke, he took out the metal block containing the skeleton virus source code. "Don't spoil my fun. I'm not interested in this." Lamy casually pressed Su-Ching's hand. Her pupils turned red, and she pressed closer. "The more you don't want it, the more interested I am. I really like you." "Like me?" Su-Ching sneered. "Do you like to tear me apart?" He just saw a small section of human arm sticking out from the trash can. He was sure that as long as he really indulged in Remy's beauty, his fate would be similar to that of the man in the trash can. "Ha!" Remy chuckled, her eyes returning to normal. "That bitch Rebecca was pretending, you seem to be genuine." As she spoke, she twisted her body and walked towards the luxurious sofa, crossing her legs casually and saying, "Sit down." Su-Ching sat on the sofa to her right, because the sofa opposite was reserved for the readers, where the view was good. "You want to ask about evil, right?" Su-Ching nodded and said, Remy lit a long, thin cigarette, took a puff, and exhaled slowly. I can tell you, but my consulting fee is very expensive. Very expensive. I can pay any consultation fee. He still had a balance of 3,000 Alliance coins, which, plus the skeleton virus source code carrier, was more than enough. Don't say it too early. Remy smiled playfully, leaned back on the sofa, exhaled a puff of smoke, and went straight to the point. Evil is not the common dog gang or predator gang like Crazy Rat, although they are also predators. They are more powerful, united, and mysterious. Their leader is a genius hacker, so, you get the idea. The plunderer became crazy and bloodthirsty because he was infected with the Black Death virus, and he was a hacker. When he was infected with the Black Death virus, he magically reversed and controlled the Black Death virus. Su Qing listened quietly. He didn't expect that the leader of this organization was so powerful. Able to reverse control the Black Death virus. The skeleton virus should have been developed by him. Not many people in the entire abandoned city know about them. We only know that they disappeared 6 years ago. Even in the black market, we can't find any information about them. Remy looked towards Su Qing through the smoke. This man was full of mystery, which made her want to explore. Su Qing asked in confusion. Disappeared 6 years ago? That's right. Remy nodded. But a year ago, a hunter killed one of their people, number Z. Plus the X we encountered during this bounty hunt, maybe they will appear again. It is precisely because they can reverse control the Black Death virus that whenever they appear, the abandoned city fighting arena and the garbage treatment plant will search for them and besiege them. After all, that is a powerful ability. Chapter 35, 4 above the most evil, rank C. What do their letter tattoos mean? Su Qing continued to ask. Remy didn't answer directly. Do you know how much this information can be sold for? This time you answer my question first. Su Qing nodded and said, Okay, go ahead and ask me. I will answer all your questions except your true identity. Remy slowly changed the position of her legs, crossing them, not caring at all about exposing herself. Why are you investigating evil? I want to hear your story. Su Qing's eyes gradually turned cold. I can tell you this, because they killed my parents. He took a deep breath. On the street, they dismembered my parents and took them away in front of me. They also threw me into the edge of the ruins. I was lucky to return to the abandoned city alive. He did not say the exact time, nor did he reveal that his eyes were gouged out, nor did he say the exact location. Because all these might help Remy find out his true identity. What he said is not uncommon. Predators could do it at any time and place. So if you want to find it, it is as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. I roughly guess that this is the case. They are still predators after all. Although they can control the Black Death virus, the erosion of the brain is irreversible. Remy wasn't surprised. So it was X you were looking for? Then you've already gotten your revenge. Su Qing shook his head. No, I'm looking for C. Remy was slightly stunned when she heard this. After a long while, she slowly took a puff of her cigarette. Hiss, huh? She looked at Su Qing seriously and said, I advise you to give up. You may not be able to take revenge. Su Qing asked in confusion. Why? When he killed X, X also said that he could not take revenge. Because you are too weak. Remy said it very directly. Although you are strong, you are still too weak. This is not a contradiction, but the objects of comparison are different. Compared to hunters, you are very strong. As a junior hunter, you have the strength comparable to that of a senior hunter, and you even killed X alone. But this is far from enough. Have you ever seen a truly strong person? At the end of her speech, Remy's aura changed. Su Qing smelled a strong warning of danger, his body tensed up unconsciously, and his perception was instantly activated. But soon, Remy returned to normal. Hunters are just a bunch of rabble, tools used by garbage disposal plants to clean up the garbage. Remy said disdainfully. And evil is not garbage. The garbage disposal plant told you that nutrient solution can strengthen the body, right? I learned from Zhang Jie and others that all hunters think so. Remy laughed disdainfully. Nutrient solution is just nutrient solution. Strengthen the body? Ha, what a joke! Su Qing was not surprised. The rich must know much more than the hunters. This is the information cocoon. Your level limits you, and you can only live in the information cage created by those in power. Only if you climb to the position of a superior person can you break this wall. There are real strengthening potions to strengthen the body, but they are extremely expensive. Not many people can afford them. Remy put out her cigarette and smiled. This information is also charged. Except for a few superiors, no one else knows that the nutrient solution is just a dream woven by the garbage disposal plant for the hunters. Su Qing really wanted to say that he knew all of this, and he didn't let Lainey say it. But he still had questions to ask. You're not finished yet. Remy stood up and went to the refrigerator to get 2 bottles of purified water. I said you were too weak because you were compared to the C-ranked evil. Su Qing raised his eyebrows. Extremely evil? Remy handed over a bottle of purified water, opened one herself, drank 2 sips and put it down. Pure water flowed from the corner of her mouth. She stretched out her tongue and licked it off skillfully, while deliberately smiling at Su Qing. Evil, the first 9 people are called the most evil. Their ranking starts from S to A and ends with H, and their strengths are similar. The X you killed was just an ordinary member of their last group. Su Qing now understood why the other party reacted so strongly when he said that X was not evil. It turned out that I had accidentally touched his sore spot. Remy continued. Although they are just ordinary members, they are very powerful. And among the evil ones, there is a saying that there are 4 on top and 5 on the bottom. That is to say, the top 4 are stronger, and the C you are looking for happens to be in the top 4. Su Qing was a little shocked. Extremely evil. Upper 4. I didn't expect that C is one of the strongest among evil. X's broken tooth almost made him blind. If it was C, my own strength is far from enough. But he was not discouraged. As long as he has the eye of dimension, he can become infinitely stronger. After Remy finished speaking, she didn't say anything else. She kept observing Su Qing's condition. Although she was wearing a mask, she dreamed that Su Qing was stunned when he first heard the ranking of C. Obviously shocked. But he soon recovered. And he did not feel any discomfort when facing the pressure to demonstrate his strength. Such a strong and resolute character is extremely rare, and his strength is even more unpredictable. Originally, she just thought Su Qing was interesting. Later, she encountered the bounty hunter again, and seeing that he was even stronger than she thought, and had killed members of the evil team, she became even more interested and wanted to play with him even more. But the other party was just like when they first met, completely ignoring her charm and was not moved by her beauty at all. She wanted to take off Su Qing's mask immediately, and find out his identity. When she was close to him, she was sure that he was not impotent, nor did he have a sexual orientation problem. Those who she could seduce easily were not allowed to touch her, and in the end, she tore them all apart and threw them into the trash can. She likes to watch a man go from lust to fear. Exciting and interesting. The more reserved she is, the more she likes it. The more she looks forward to the final moment, it must be even more exciting. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Remy looked at Su Qing as if she was looking at a prey with great interest. She must take down this prey, a prey that belongs only to her. Call. Su Qing took a deep breath and looked at Remy seriously. Thank you. This information is very important, and it allows him to have a better understanding of evil and see. You don't have to thank me. You can come with me to the bedroom to repay me. Remy took out another cigarette and lit it, saying jokingly. Su Qing shook his head helplessly. Can we know where they are now? Remy curled her lips in boredom. No one knows where they are, except that they appeared in the 2BSB administrative area today, which is where Z appeared last time. Just wait until you become a senior hunter and you can check it out, or you can accompany me in now and I will tell you. Never mind. I can find it myself. Although we know a lot of information, the clues have been cut off here, and only the reward has some information left. Don't worry, now that they have appeared, they will definitely continue to create chaos. Remy put down her long legs and said, Okay, today's information consultation ends here. The consultation fee is 100,000 Alliance coins, which is a discounted price. 100,000. An ordinary person would never be able to earn that much in his entire lifetime, but she wants so much just by opening her mouth. Su-Ching put the skeleton virus source code vector on the table. This can be used to pay for the consulting fee. You can also help me buy a batch of E-Class mechanical prostheses. The more the better, only E-Class ones. No, you're not only using a broken piece of metal to pay off my consulting fee, but you're also asking me to buy you a prosthetic? Remy laughed incredulously. I just wanted to sleep with you and tear you apart, but you treated me like a fool and tried to cheat me out of my money? Chapter 36. Exchange for 2 sets of first-generation military implants. This is what was downloaded from X's brain. Su-Ching pushed the metal block in front of Remy. Inside is the source code of the skeleton virus that can control the predators. What? Remy was surprised and asked. You downloaded it after you killed X that day? Su-Ching nodded and said, Yes. Remy quickly picked up the piece of metal and examined it carefully. This is what both the Scrap City fighting arena and the garbage disposal plant want. They will soon find out that X is gone from his mind. Not necessarily. They probably don't know what's in X's head. Otherwise, after so long, they would definitely look for us. Su-Ching took a sip of the purified water, which tasted a little sweet. There is the virus source code in it. They should be able to find some other programs, but without the source code, it's useless. However, you still cannot use this source code. Can't use it? Let me see. Remy went to the next room, took out a small laptop computer, and directly inserted the metal block into it. The embedding function of the metal block was destroyed by Yang Siki, but it can still be connected to the computer. Su-Ching kindly reminded. There is not only the skeleton virus in there, but also the Black Death virus. But Remy still plugged it into the computer. This is something that can control predators. She has to take a look at it no matter what. But in just a moment, her computer screen went black and a bloody skull pattern appeared on it. There are also countless blood-red animations of madly wriggling insects. Sizzle! The computer produced a lot of sparks and was completely broken. Pity. Remy put down the computer in disappointment. It would be great if it could be used. Then I can control the predators and kill you stinky men. Su-Ching said helplessly. This thing can only be used in the Black Death virus. It is bound to the Black Death virus and can only be used by the plunderer. He felt that Remy must have been stimulated by a man, which was why she seduced men in an almost perverted way and then tortured and killed them. In the old world without rules, anything crazy can happen, even more outrageous. Never mind. Remy pulled out the metal block and threw the valuable computer into the trash can. Although it is useless, it is very valuable. At least the abandoned city fighting arena and the garbage disposal plant will be willing to pay a high price for it. You definitely can't sell this thing in your hands, you can only sell it on the black market. Su-Ching knew in his heart that he had to either keep the source code of the skeleton virus for himself or sell it. If he sells it himself, he will definitely be caught at the garbage disposal plant or the abandoned city fighting arena. But if sold to the black market will protect the privacy of both buyers and sellers. In the abandoned city, this is the only place where you can buy and sell anything. So this should be enough to cover your consulting fees. Su-Ching smiled and said, Please help me buy more E-Class prosthetics. The more the better. Remy nodded and said, That's enough, but what do you want to do with the E-Class cybernetic body? Your strength is much stronger than that of the E-Class cybernetic body. She looked at Su-Ching with a frown. Judging from his combat performance, Su-Ching definitely had the power of a Class B mechanical prosthesis. The combat reaction and speed are faster, although there is no combat skill. After all, he killed the evil member alone. But this also shows that Su-Ching may have strengthened his body and is fighting purely based on his physical instincts. Why would someone who can strengthen his body need an E-Class mechanical prosthesis? In her eyes, E-level is no different from garbage. Su-Ching smiled and said, Isn't it true that we can't ask about the source and destination of black market transactions? Remy was stunned for a moment, then she said jokingly, I don't have to abide by the rules of the black market. I can't tell you the specific use. Su-Ching shook his head. Anyone who could live in the central part of the black market villa area must not be an ordinary person. To them, the rules are just for show. Rules are meant to restrain the weak. But he couldn't tell the secret of the dimensional eye to anyone except Brainless. Remy carefully put away the metal block. I'm just kidding. It's okay if you don't answer. Suching tried to ask. If possible, can we add an extra set of implants? Implants? Remy supported her chin with her slender fingers. Of course I can. From a certain perspective, the value of this virus source code far exceeds these things. But I don't have it now. Although military implants are equally valuable, they are nothing compared to the source code of the skeleton virus that controls all predators. Even though the skeleton virus has harsh usage conditions, its value is still immeasurable. The virus source code is in her hands and will be a very important bargaining chip. Suching thought for a moment and said, I want to exchange for a set of intact first-generation military implants, or 2 sets of unusable first-generation military implants, no matter how bad they are. The dimensional eye synthesis upgrade can be automatically repaired. Remy asked doubtfully. Bad ones are also okay? Suching nodded. It would be best if he could get an implant. Compared to the skeleton virus source code, implants and prostheses are what he needs most. Can? Remy stood up and said. I can find you 2 sets of damaged first-generation military implants, but they'll take a day or 2, and you can come get them then. I can give you 20 sets of E-class mechanical prostheses now, is that okay with you? Suching nodded. That's enough. 20 sets of E-class mechanical prostheses are enough to synthesize and upgrade into a set of A-class combat prostheses. I already have another set, which can be synthesized and upgraded into a more advanced prosthetic body without replacing the original body. Lamy looked at Suching and said seriously, the value of the skeleton virus source code far exceeds these. It is of great use to me, so I owe you a favor. If you want, I can go into the house with you now. Suching pursed his lips. Do you want to take advantage of me for free and tear me apart at the same time? Ha! Remy laughed and said, How is that possible? I can't bear to tear you apart now. Then, she said quite seriously, maybe I really want to be with you. The corner of Sucheng's mouth twitched. He didn't want to figure out what this woman was thinking. It's getting late. I have to go back. A trace of disappointment flashed across Remy's eyes. Okay, I'll have someone prepare a prosthesis for you now, and then send someone to deliver it to you. It will be quick. Okay. Suching stood up. I'll wait outside. After saying that, he walked out of the villa. Remy touched her face and said, Am I that scary? Or am I just too ugly? She looked at the empty villa and suddenly felt a little lost. Maybe she doesn't want to demolish Sue's city anymore. Maybe he is different. After a while, 5 men in black came over with 5 boxes. Each box contains 4 sets of E-class mechanical prostheses. Remy stood at the window and watched Suching and the 5 people leave. In the villa in the center of the villa area, a man with a fierce face and a fierce expression was listening to his subordinate's report. You said that a man walked out of that girl's villa alive? Yes, the lady also had 20 sets of E-class mechanical prostheses taken away for him. The man nodded slowly. Check the identity of that guy. If he is a guy who is good at acting, just deal with him. Remember, do it cleanly and don't let the lady know. Yes. The 2 men went out immediately. You better not lie to my daughter. There was murderous intent in the man's eyes. At this moment, the woman kneeling in front of the man raised her head and said coquettishly, Boss, are you very angry recently? The man said impatiently, Keep your head down. Chapter 37 Synthesis, S-Level Symbiotic Armor. I feel like you've changed. Wudu looked at Suching seriously. You are busy every day and no longer pay attention to me, so you are tired of me, right? Suching said helplessly. What are you looking at? The brainless man took out a book called A Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me, a 48-year-old divorced woman with a baby. The little girl came to give me a book before, but she didn't see you, so she left again. She said she'll come back tomorrow. Stop watching this kind of stuff. You don't have a brain anyway. Suching brought all the boxes outside into the house. There were too many boxes for him to carry them all by himself, and he didn't want anyone to track him down. Remy has a high status in the black market, so she naturally has many methods at her disposal. So he found young Siki again and asked her to find a way to deliver the box without being tracked. After opening the box, inside was an E-class mechanical prosthesis in very good condition. Some have even been specialized and modified in various ways. Take out the previously synthesized A-level combat prosthesis. Su Ching opened the Eye of Dimension and began to synthesize and upgrade them one by one. Synthesis: D-class mechanical prosthesis 10. Synthesis: C-class mechanical prosthesis 5. Synthesis: A-level combat prosthesis 1. Finally, 2 A-level combat prostheses are synthesized. Synthesis: S-class symbiotic armor. S-class symbiotic armor, a new concept of prosthetics, a new design concept. No need to replace the original body. Let the prosthetics and the original body coexist and enhance each other. Using liquid nanotechnology, it can penetrate into the human cell layer. Fusion cells strengthen the human body. Combined with military implants, it can provide all-round protection, superimpose amplifications on each other, and fix the armor shape. In order to cope with the increasingly powerful alien civilizations and the environment of other planets in the universe, the Human Alliance jointly developed the symbiotic armor and continuously iterate and upgrade. It is the main technology for humans to travel between stars and serve as a defensive force. It can provide powerful strength and protection capabilities, adapt to the original body form, adaptively mitigate attacks and any impacts, and has certain self-repair and self-healing capabilities. It is the most symbolic technology among human beings in the second dimension. It belongs to the second dimension technology. Su Ching looked at the warm black metal armor in front of him, the surface of which was rippling like water ripples. And it's no longer just limbs, but a whole set of armor combined together. It does not have the exquisite carvings of the A-class combat prosthesis, nor the shiny silver luster of the B-class combat prosthesis. It has a plain appearance, but it has more powerful technology. I didn't expect that the replacement prosthesis would be a battle armor. Armor that can coexist with protozoa. Moreover, the A-class combat prostheses are all developed by the Optical Technology Group, while the S-class symbiotic armor is jointly developed by the Human Alliance. This shows the difficulty and advanced level of its research and development. And there will be subsequent iterative upgrades. The technology of the new humans is beyond imagination. What is this? It looks very different, and feels like water. No Brain placed his hand on top of the S-class symbiote armor and moved it. Suddenly, the surface of the armor followed his fingers and continued to bulge, like waves in the water. No Brain exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is amazing!" Su Ching reached out and touched the armor. In an instant, the entire set of armor turned into liquid nanomatter, quickly wrapped around his entire body along his fingers, then penetrated into his muscles and merged with the protocells. Continued to strengthen his strength, defense, speed, and reflexes. And the armor is directly connected to his brain nerves. He just moved his mind, and suddenly, liquid nanomaterial emerged from under his skin, covering most of his body and turning into black nano armor. However, since there is no implant on the back, there is no armor, including above the chest, so it cannot provide complete and comprehensive protection. At the same time, it is impossible to fix the shape of the armor, like a ball of liquid metal, and must be used in conjunction with military implants. Su Ching felt that the strength of his whole body had been greatly increased. He looked at the metal wall beside him, clenched his fists, and blasted out. There was a loud bang. The metal wall was directly penetrated. Although the house is shabby, the walls are 20 centimeters thick solid steel plates. Now he punched me through. Powerful. So strong. He didn't even feel the impact. The reaction force was completely removed by the adaptive ability of the symbiotic armor. No Brain exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is our home! You want to freeze me to death in winter, you idiot!" Su Ching clenched his fists. The nano armor did not have the limitations of mechanical machines, just like his body. Each nanomatter adheres to his body and changes shape as he moves. This is the technology of the future. Su Ching walked outside, summoned his armor, and used his hands to smooth out the metal that had been pierced through the wall and exploded outward. Then I found a piece of scrap iron and welded it together inside and out. No Brain complained. It's another year of patching up, you deserve it. I was originally planning to go to the ruins to help you find your body tomorrow. Su Qing moved his mind, and the armor instantly turned into nanomaterials and returned to his body. Now the plan has changed, I won't go. Cousin! No Brain grabbed Su Qing's hand and said, That's not necessary. We are partners who depend on each other for survival. Can you bear to see me being stupid all the time? Su Qing joked. I think it's good that you don't have a brain. It was a wrong payment, after all. The brainless man pulled the mechanical arm and walked to the corner. It's a lie. Su Qing changed out of his hunter clothes and put them away. I'll take you to the ruins tomorrow. If the girl comes early, I'll take you there after I've dealt with her business. The brainless man turned around, and the aperture of the camera in his eyes closed the upper part. He looked very aggrieved. Really? Look, I can't even turn my head. It's so funny. Really, come play the game. Here it comes. Oh, you idiot, why didn't you say it earlier? You made me act for so long. I'll go first. Oh my God, who invented the fast and slow sword? It's too difficult to use. It's my turn. It's normal that you can't beat me because you don't have a brain. Watch me defeat him in seconds. Noob, you can't even beat the big guy, and you're still talking about me. The two were having fun when they suddenly heard a noisy engine sound coming from outside. Su Qing's heart moved. Death Rock Gang? Bang, bang, bang. Open the door! We are the Death Rock people. Really? They had previously asked nearby residents what they were doing here at night. Did they find out something? Su Qing put down the handle and opened the door. Standing outside was the man with 10 piercings on his face that morning. The pierced man asked fiercely, Are you alone? Su Qing nodded. At this time, the pierced man saw the brainless man and immediately cursed. Fuck, isn't that a human? Robots are also human, come out here, quickly! Su Qing's eyes turned slightly cold, and he was taken out together with No Brain. He looked around and found that all the residents around him had been brought out. Hurry up! The pierced man pretended to hit him. Don't look around, you didn't expect me to come looking for you, did you? I let you show off this morning, I'll kill you later. Chapter 38, Kill Until You Get Out, Countdown to Death. Handsome guy, we are all good citizens, why are you arresting us? The brainless one raised his hands, his eyes narrowed, and he looked scared. The pierced man angrily said, I told you to stop talking nonsense, or I'll blow your head off. No Brain said happily, How about you press my head and I'll explode for you? Fuck, I'll let you. We've reached the ground. Just as the pierced man was about to kick the brainless man, Su Qing interrupted him. At this time, everyone arrived at the Carnival Camp. There were about 200 or 300 people. In the middle of the campfire, on a chair made of musical instruments, a black snake with 4 arms sat on it with a gloomy face. He held his chin with one hand and tapped the armrest of the chair with the fingers of the other hand. The other 2 hands held 2 rifles. There were 4 guards with guns standing nearby. All the residents nearby were brought here. At the outermost edge, the Death Rock Gang was guarding with guns. Humph, I'll deal with you later. The pierced man went outside to guard. Mad, what's going on? Why did you bring us all here so late at night? I don't know. They are from the Death Rock Gang. They are a bunch of psychopaths. Fuck, they came to us every month to ask for money. We were already struggling to survive, and we still have to support them. Damn it. I tried to contact HPC just now, but I couldn't get through. What are they going to do? We can just pay the money. What's the point of contacting HPC? They are just dogs of the rich and powerful. They won't care about us at all. I heard that many of them were killed. They came to investigate this morning. It must be because of that incident now. Everyone around was talking in low voices. Cousin, it can't be. No Brain looked at Su Qing and understood instantly. He immediately pretended to be stupid and stood there motionless. Are you there? Su Qing contacted Yang Siki quietly. Yes, everyone on your side has been captured by Death Rock. Are you okay? You know it very well. Su Qing was a little surprised. Do you know who their boss is this time? I know. Black Snake is Black Bull's brother. Yansiki nodded and said, He is a middle-level leader of Death Rock. He is very powerful. He rushed to the Carnival Camp right after you left last time. He modified 2 D-class mechanical prosthetic arms and 2 C-class mechanical prosthetic arms. The first 2 C-class mechanical prosthetic arms were specially modified to have the ability to spit fire and high-frequency sword cutting. Suqing glanced at Black Snake. It was obvious that he was much smarter than Black Bull. Is this considered an extra mission? Not really. He came to you, but there's a problem. Yansiki frowned slightly. The external brain-computer interface I gave you does not have the ability to penetrate the network shield. How did you manage to talk to me without being tracked by them? Secret. Suqing didn't know that the signal was blocked, nor did he know that someone was tracking the signal. The powerful performance of the external photon brain simply ignores all of this. Yansiki pouted. TSK, you can say it if you want. Although Black Snake is very strong, it should not be your opponent. They have physically disconnected all the surveillance cameras, so I can't see it remotely. Be careful. Suqing nodded and said, I understand. At this time, at the bonfire. Boss, quite a few people are already on external calls. We have located their locations. A man leaned over and reported to Black Snake in his ear. Black's eyes turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Bring them all here. Yes. Catch those people up here. Soon, all the people who had tried to contact the outside were brought to the campfire. Black Snake stood up from his chair and slowly walked towards the group of people. Big brother, why did you arrest us? We didn't do anything. Black Snake sneered at the man and said, Anyone who has done it will say they haven't done it. As he said that, he pulled out his gun and shot the man in the head. The sticky substance splashed onto the faces of the people nearby, causing screams of terror. Don't kill me, I don't know anything, I really don't know why. I can do anything for you, please, I don't want to die yet. Black Snake waved his hands at his younger brother. If you want to contact the outside world, no matter what your purpose is, you will die. Everyone immediately understood and raised their guns to shoot. All the people who were brought up fell in a pool of blood. The crowd was in a panic now. Everyone wanted to escape. But at this time, Black Snake fired directly into the sky. The other brothers also started shooting. Everyone was so frightened that they all squatted down and fell silent. Suqing pulled the brainless man who was standing there to squat down. Cousin, it's over. I feel like they want to kill us all. I won't forget you. I'll still be with you in my next life. Brainless looked at Suqing sadly. Suqing said calmly, In order to prevent you from bothering me in the next life, I will not let you die now. Very good. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Black Snake nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, A few days ago, an infuriating thing happened here. Someone killed my lovely brother here. He was so innocent, he didn't have any enemies, he just loved sleeping and killing people. He was killed by you on his first day in your area, there is no law at all. As he spoke, he ordered his men to bring a wooden board, on which was the black cow that had been chopped diagonally in half. Look, such a lovely child was brutally killed like this. One of you must have been dissatisfied with paying us the money, so you killed my brother. We sent people to protect you, and you paid money. Isn't this just a matter of course? So you deserve to die. During the survey this morning, not a single one of you was willing to speak. Very good, in that case, if the murderer doesn't come out now, I will kill you all and bury you with my brother. The Black Snake's vicious eyes swept over everyone. I will reward the person who reports this. Now you only have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I will start killing people randomly. His idea is simple. If the murderer doesn't come out, he will keep killing. As long as the murderer is among this group of people, he will not be able to withstand the pressure and will resist. Even if they are not among this group of people, it doesn't matter if we kill them all. He will continue to expand the scope until the murderer is killed. Simple and crude. The camp was unusually quiet. Black Snake confidently sat back in his chair. You have 4 minutes left. Fuck, who the hell is this? Turn yourself in quickly. Do you want all of us to be buried with you? Damn, we really don't know. We are all ordinary people, and we haven't been transformed into powerful prosthetics. How could we possibly kill your brother? Black Snake grinned. You have 3 minutes. Woo, why me? I'm fine at home, I haven't been anywhere. I don't have a girlfriend yet, I've only watched romantic action movies, but never experienced actual combat. Don't let me know who the murderer is, Mad, or we will have to suffer with him. The last 2 minutes. You don't have much time left. It's like a countdown to death. Behind Black Snake were 2 hands holding guns pointing at everyone. The rest of the Death Rock guys are also ready to attack. Chapter 39, Creating Chaos, Humanoid Beast. 1 minute left! Black Snake looked around at everyone, and all the lights in the camp were shown on the crowd. The faces of the gang members around him all showed crazy expressions. The pressure on everyone was reaching its limit. Fuck, come out, you'll die even if you hide. That's right. Everyone is going to die in the end, and you can't escape. If you come out now, at least we can still survive, and we can help bury you later. Damn it, who the hell killed this person? Come out! Black Snake looked at the panicked crowd jokingly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Since he can't find out anything through investigation, he'll use force. He has plenty of means to do so. 30 seconds. His cold voice would strike heavily on everyone's heart every time he counted down. He was waiting for the moment when everyone could no longer hold it. By then, even if the killer, or several killers appear, this group of people will be able to tear the killers to pieces without him even having to do anything. Suchin kept his head down. It was impossible for him to stand up. The other party will definitely kill him, and then he will have to fight back, and he will most likely be exposed. Being exposed means possibly getting into more trouble. He doesn't like trouble, and he has a lot of things to investigate. He is also waiting for an opportunity. 10 seconds. The Black Snake stood up again, and its remaining 2 hands were severed at the wrists. One turned into a flamethrower, and the other turned into a high-frequency cutting sword. With the 2 guns behind him, the firepower is full. When everyone saw him stand up, some people were so scared that they peed their pants. 5. No, he will really kill us, damn, don't let me know who the murderer is. It's over. I hope you don't kill me. Damn, don't push me. Don't push me to the periphery. 4. Fuck, whoever is pulling my clothes, don't pull me. Don't let me know who that person is, I will definitely kill him. Yes, kill him. Kill him. 3. Are you really going to wait here to die until that person comes out? Suddenly, Suching said something in a low voice. The voice was so soft that it was inconspicuous in the noisy crowd, and no one even noticed who said it. Everyone was in a panic. But someone heard it. Yes, that person will definitely not come out. He is also afraid of death. So are we just waiting to die here? No, we can't wait to die, but they have guns and we are just ordinary people. You can't just wait to die. Black Snake frowned slightly. He found that there seemed to be some different sounds. Something seems wrong. But it doesn't matter, he has absolute force to suppress. These people can't escape. He continued to count down. 2. Only 2 seconds left. Everyone's nerves have been stretched to the limit. They are also waiting to see how others choose. Let's run. We have more people, so we can always get a few of them out. Can they kill us? These words were like throwing a grenade into a calm lake. Instantly, the crowd exploded. That's right. With so many of us, how can they kill us? Let's run first and talk later. Damn, let's fight, brothers, rush out. Fuck it, after I run away, I will find the killer who put me in such danger. Everyone was incited and rushed around in all directions. Suchin grinned and said, it's done. People who are extremely nervous easily panic. They don't know what to do and are in a state of disorientation. Just 2 sentences from him were enough to incite everyone to make wrong judgments and create chaos. But Black Snake has enough force and is ruthless enough. Such disorder would soon be suppressed with violence. Damn it! If you dare to run, I will kill them all. Whoever dares to charge will be killed. The black snake roared, and all the weapons in its 4 hands opened fire. He didn't expect the crowd to run away, but it didn't matter, he was prepared. The rest of the Death Rockers followed suit and attacked the fleeing men. The crowd immediately let out shrill screams and cries of pain. Now the crowd became even more chaotic. But as people realize that they can't escape at all, they will gradually stop. Stop now, or you will all die. Black Snake's confidence lies in his sufficient firepower, so he is not worried about putting constant pressure on this group of people. This group of people is just a mob, the only truly powerful ones are the killers who might be hiding among them. Su Chang had anticipated these situations. He only needed a little time, and now it was enough. Follow the crowd and go home first. Don't worry about me. I will take care of them all. After giving instructions to No Brain, he immediately squeezed his way to the other side of the crowd. Fuck, who is it? Who is pulling my clothes off? Ouch, my breath purifier, stealing while running for your life. Just run away, why the hell do you care whether I steal or not? Su Ching took some clothes from the people around him, and wrapped himself up from head to toe in disguise. By the time he rushed outside the crowd and was able to see the pierced man firing crazily, no one could tell who he was. He put on someone else's respirator and hat, and wore someone else's coat. Because there are no implants, the armor cannot cover everything, so camouflage is still needed. But no one paid attention to him, everyone was busy escaping. Su Cheng's mind moved, and the symbiotic armor appeared instantly. His speed increased dramatically. In the shocked eyes of the pierced man, he instantly came in front of him and grabbed the wound of the kinetic rifle in the pierced man's hand with one hand. Under the incredulous eyes of the pierced man, the kinetic bullet was unable to penetrate the hand covered with black armor and exploded directly. Su Ching crumpled the gun into scrap metal and kicked the pierced man away. This kick instantly shattered the pierced man's internal organs. The chest exploded with a kick. While in midair, he died because his mechanical internal organs exploded. When it fell to the ground, it was motionless. The sudden change here stunned several Death Rock gang members nearby, but they reacted quickly and attacked immediately. However, Su Ching had already rushed over while they were stunned. He wouldn't just stand there and wait for others to come to their senses. I'll kill you while you're sick. After possessing the symbiotic armor, Su Ching no longer needs weapons at all. He is like a human bulldozer. He beat all the gang members away, and no one of them could withstand even one punch from him. No one could stop him for a second. He rushed around the periphery and directly cleared out all the gang members. Fuck, that guy is the killer? He's so fucking perverted. Is that a human or a monster? He just charged right into the gang and knocked them all away. It's so horrible. Those people died in the sky. Damn, they are just like wild beasts. No one can handle them. People were all shocked when they saw Su Ching rushing around. So strong. It's a humanoid monster. Oh my god, my cousin is so handsome now. He is almost as handsome as I was back then. Chapter 40. The world is wrong, not me. Damn, you finally showed up. It was you who killed my brother. You deserve to die. The Black Snake saw that Sioux City was like a deserted place. He aimed all his weapons directly at Su Ching. A kinetic rifle and an energy release rifle. The two guns crossfired and shot wildly. Su Ching reached out and grabbed two gang members nearby, and threw them towards the Black Snake amid their screams of fear. Boss, don't, it's us. Black Snake grinned, and like his brother Black Bull, he ignored his younger brother's shouting. He chopped a little brother in half with one knife. The other little brother was swept into a hornet's nest by him. You think I'll be merciful? The Black Snake roared madly. I want you to be buried with my brother. Killing you 100 times is not enough. Seeing this, Su Ching picked up the corpses on the ground and threw them over, while picking up a high-frequency cutting-long knife. It's useless. The Black Snake roared and smashed, and cut all the corpses into pieces. Suddenly, when he was chopping open a corpse again, Su Ching has rushed in front of him. These corpses and minions were just tools to block his view. But the Black Snake smiled and said, I was afraid that you would not come and go to hell to repent. As he spoke, he stretched out the flamethrower and violent flames spurted out instantly. He kept one hand hidden. Su Qing felt a surge of heat coming towards him. But he saw through it. When Black Snake raised his hand, he had already seen through his movements. Su Qing's body suddenly stopped. He pushed the ground with his right foot, and turned to the left in an instant. The high-frequency cutting long knife in his hand slashed across at the same time. After possessing the symbiotic armor, combined with the first sequence genetic ability to see through enemies, all movements are incredibly smooth. It's much smoother than in Emergency Bounty, and the body is more than capable of keeping up with the eyes. Once the implant is inserted, he will be truly complete. Black Snake looked at Su Qing in shock as he made an outrageous move, and quickly blocked it with one of his prosthetic arms. He didn't know whether he was a beat slow or Su Qing was a beat fast. The high-frequency cutting long knife slashed on his prosthetic arm, causing violent sparks. The high-frequency vibrations continuously cut the prosthetic alloy, slowly cutting in half. The weapon level is too low, and it cannot cut through Black Snake's prosthesis smoothly. Black Snake grinned and the flamethrower started again. But Su Qing was faster. He just raised his foot and kicked forward. The attack came later but was the first to arrive, kicking the Black Snake away. Black Snake's eyes suddenly widened, looking at his flame-breathing arm that was kicked off in disbelief, and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of biochemical fluid. Only then did he realize how severe the attack his younger brother had endured. His alloy chest collapsed completely. All the transformed internal organs exploded. It was just a kick, but he couldn't even block it. His entire body was transformed into a titanium alloy body, but it was actually broken by a kick. What kind of prosthetic body did the other party modify? Black. He had difficulty seeing the black symbiotic armor covering Su Qing's fingers. I've never seen this before, damn, I kicked the steel plate. Su Qing pushed hard with his feet, and several cracks appeared on the ground instantly. He caught up with the Black Snake that was kicked away, grabbed his arm, threw him into a hug, and slammed him hard into the Black Bull's body. The prosthetic arm was torn off by the powerful force. There was a sound of bang. The Black Snake's heavy alloyed body smashed the wooden board and crashed into the wall of the camp with the upper half of the Black Bull's body. The huge impact force caused the entire wall to crack, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. Hee hee. Looking at Su Qing, who suddenly appeared in front of him, he suddenly smiled. Are you a lackey of those powerful people, or are you the powerful people? As he said this, he dragged his brother's body into his arms with great effort, raised his head and looked at Su Qing fiercely. I really don't want to be killed by someone like you. Su Qing raised his eyebrows and said calmly, I am not a powerful person, nor do I know any powerful people. Haha, really? That's not a loss. Black Snake smiled and stroked Black Bull's face, completely different from the madness just now, with a little tenderness in his eyes. Look at my brother, he is so cute, he doesn't know anything, he is just a child, always trusting others easily. We just want to live a good life, live as well as those powerful people, and let others look up to us. What's wrong with that? His blurred artificial eye looked at Su Qing. Tell me, what did we do wrong? Why did we kill him? Su Qing said coldly. You are wrong. You shouldn't deprive others of their right to live just for your own sake. Hee hee. Black Snake sneered and hugged Black Bull tightly. Deprive others of their rights? What about the rich and powerful, and the new humans in the future city? Why do they live so well? Why do they abandon us and deprive us of our resources? Why are we left behind on Earth, living in this hellhole? Why do the rich occupy all the resources, but I can't learn from them? They kill fewer people than me? They are more cruel than me, and they deserve to die more, don't they? I just want my brother to have a better life, so that others won't laugh at him for being stupid. So it's not me who's wrong, it's the world. Su Qing raised his long knife. If you feel that the rich have encroached on your living resources, you should plunder them instead of plundering ordinary people who are struggling to live like you. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and them? After saying that, he swung his knife down mercilessly. Black Snake let out a long breath, closed his eyes, and hugged Black Bull tightly. Brother, in the next life, we will not come to this world. After taking a look at the bodies of the Black Snake and the Black Cow, Suqing turned and left. Where there is darkness in the world, there is light. Darkness is not a reason for you to fall, nor is it an excuse to torture and deprive the lower-class people. What you should do is to bring more light to others instead of letting darkness cover the sky. To achieve his goals, Suqing can do whatever it takes, including sneak attacks, tricks, and taking advantage of others. But he has his bottom line. After checking the Death Rock gang members who were not survived, Suqing dismantled everyone's prosthetic bodies. The residents had already fled, so why would they dare to stay here? He transported all the prostheses back with ease. After all, this was the third time. Carnival Camp is a great place. We should come more often. Toot. It was Yang Siki calling. After the call was connected, Yang Siki smiled and said, "There are two pieces of news, one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Suqing arranged all the prosthetics according to their levels. Good news. The good news is that the Death Rock gang knows that Black Snake is dead, but they are not going to continue investigating the matter because the losses are too great. You have enjoyed a brief period of peace, all thanks to you. Suqing nodded and said, "Okay, I got it. Don't tell me the bad news. I don't want to hear it." Yang Siki was stunned. You idiot, you want to die, I will hit you to death," she said as she tried to headbutt him. "Go ahead, just kidding." Shinseki snorted. "Bad news, they haven't given up yet and are preparing to use their main members in the future. But I have a way. If they get what I want, you can go get it back for me in a few days. They will be away for a long time and won't have time to look for you." Suqing smiled and said, "That thing is very important to them. I will bring it to you. They will definitely do their best to track it down, and they will still be looking for me in the end." Yang Siki shook her head. No, they are looking for you in disguise, not you as a repairman. Chapter 41, Weapon Upgrade, Infected with the Black Death Virus. The day after tomorrow night, at the same place. Come get the brain-computer interface then. Hang up the call. Suqing counted the harvest this time. A total of 8 sets of E-class mechanical prostheses, 2 sets of D-class mechanical prostheses, and 1 set of C-class mechanical prostheses were assembled. 14 E-type kinetic assault rifles, 3 D-type kinetic rifles, and 2 E-type energy release rifles. 4 titanium alloy tang swords, 2 titanium tungsten alloy long swords, and 1 high-frequency cutting long sword. Camp Carnival is great. We should come here more often. I went to the Carnival Camp 3 times in total and obtained a large number of weapons each time. Every time he goes and comes back, his strength will be greatly improved. It can be said that this is where the Sujo dream began. I think I know where you got those things from. No Brain came back even later than Suqing. He didn't run far, but hid aside and watched until Suqing left safely, then he went home. But his speed was not as fast as Suqing, so he came back late. Suqing said very seriously, "Before I find your body, I ask you to go home. You should go back, don't take any risks." Brainless waved his hands. "I see, cousin, I actually feel that I am not a housekeeping robot, because I think my skills are better than yours, and your fighting style is too barbaric. Come on, stop dreaming. Maybe after I upgrade you, you can fight, but not now." Apart from helping him with repairs and handing him tools, No Brain can do nothing else. No Brain touched his rectangular body and said, "Seriously, do you think I could be a combat type, a very powerful one?" "Yeah, not only is it a combat type, it's also the legendary military type." Suqing nodded perfunctorily, opened the Eye of Dimension, and synthesized and upgraded all the equipment. He also received a set of Type A combat prosthesis, and a set of Type C mechanical prosthesis. Together with the gun he synthesized previously, this time he also synthesized a Type A kinetic submachine gun. Storm submachine gun, Type A standard equipment, with extremely terrifying firing rate and stability. The special gun structure and built-in electromagnetic buffer module make this gun have no recoil. The magazine capacity is 32 rounds and the shoulder magazine capacity is 48 rounds. It has the highest penetration capability within 400 meters and can create a bullet storm lasting 0.1 seconds. If linked to a backup ammunition depot, it can be increased to 1 second. Turn on the storm mode and shoot all the bullets in an instant, forming a precise barrage to cover the enemies in front of you. It is the last generation of submachine guns that injure targets with bullets, and it also embodies all the cutting-edge technologies of weapons that injure enemies in this way, and it belongs to the second dimension technology. The Crimson submachine gun is not only small and lightweight, but also extremely portable. The gun body is engraved with exquisite patterns. A total of 80 rounds of bullets can be loaded. In bullet storm mode, 80 bullets are fired in an instant, attacking the front without blind spots. Moreover, it can be fired in 0.1 seconds, which means that its firing rate reaches 800 rounds per second, and the firing rate per minute reaches a terrifying 48,000 rounds. It is definitely the most powerful weapon for close-range attack. There is no way anyone can block its direct output for even 1 second. However, it needs to connect to the ammunition depot, as its own bullets are not enough. But facing powerful enemies, this gun can still deal extremely high damage in an instant. Like the A-class combat prosthesis, it is the last generation of products of each weapon type. A fusion of all technologies. Powerful. Finally, his particle-cutting long sword was also synthesized and upgraded. This time, the whole knife turned dark red. The blade flashed red, like a beating heart. Synthesis: high-energy laser long sword. High-energy laser long sword uses laser as the blade and blade. It is extremely sharp and can melt other alloy weapons instantly. It has the ability to self-repair, with burn damage, requires intermediate or higher energy blocks to drive, and is a second-dimensional technology. Now only those who have high-energy laser swords like him can avoid being cut off. As long as it is an alloy weapon, even a particle-cutting long sword will not work. The particle-cutting long knife only has a red vibration particle blade, and the blade is still made of titanium tungsten alloy. Compared to the gun, he prefers this long sword. It is more convenient to use with the detection and symbiotic armor. Now all weapons in such are of grade A or equivalent. The prosthesis has even surpassed the A level and reached the S level symbiotic armor. And as long as he has another set of A-level combat prostheses, he can continue to synthesize armor. But the armor has already coexisted with him, and I don't know if it can still be synthesized. He tried to completely separate the armor from his body, and it actually worked. The S-level symbiotic armor turned into liquid again and condensed in front of him. In this way, he can continue to synthesize and upgrade. I happily put all the weapons away, and this time I got a bigger harvest than the first time. I hope Death Rock can continue to send people there, the higher the better. Suching took some snacks, curled up on the sofa, picked up the book left by his father and started reading, hoping to find some information about the symbiotic armor. Although he had already memorized these books by heart. They are called books, but in fact they are all his father's notes. There are too many of them and they are too thick, just like books. This is the only relic of my father. The next day. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Su, open the door. Suching rubbed his eyes and kicked No Head awake. Why are you sleeping? You are a robot. Go open the door. I can hibernate myself, okay? No Brain shrugged and opened the door. Girl, you're here so early. Good morning, Mr. Goku. Zhu Shaner walked into the room and greeted No Brain politely. What's up? Su Cheng squinted and saw that Zhu Shaner was still wearing the clothes of a fighter in the fighting arena. There's a big shot in the fighting arena. His prosthetics had a problem, and none of the repairmen in the city could fix it, so I recommended Brother Su to him. As Zhu Shaner was talking, she suddenly smiled unconsciously. Su Cheng saw it keenly. He stood up and walked directly to Zhu Shaner. Have you been feeling a little out of control lately? He seemed to see some darkness in Zhu Shaner's eyes. No, I haven't. Zhu Shaner opened her eyes in confusion, but suddenly grinned again. I can control it. Every time she laughs, she recovers in just a moment. And it's extremely inconsistent with her expression. Su Cheng looked at her seriously and said, You've been laughing all the time, do you know that? No Brain also walked aside with concern. Laugh? Zhu Shaner couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, and this time the weird smile lasted for more than a second. Oh my God! Girl, you have such a weird smile, so scary, could it be? The brainless man looked at Zhu Shana in horror. No, come with me to the fighting arena. That important person is waiting. I told her that Brother Su's repair skills are the best in the abandoned city. Su Qing pulled the flashlight from Wudu's body and carefully looked at Zhu Shana's eyes. The bottom of the eyes has turned completely black. This is exactly what a Black Death infection looks like. Go lie down on the operating table. Although Zhu Shana was confused, she still lay down on the bed obediently. She really didn't feel any difference or any discomfort. On the contrary, she suddenly felt much better. Chapter 42. Suppress the virus and head to the fighting arena. Su Qing immediately checked Zhu Shana's prosthesis and implants. Black. More than half of Zhu Shana's prosthesis has been corroded by the Black Death virus. Even military implants are not immune. Su Qing kept thinking, Zhu Shana happened to be in the 2BSB administrative district yesterday. Could she have been infected at that time? Go get that set of A-class combat prosthesis. No Brain immediately took out the A-class combat prosthesis that had just been synthesized and upgraded last night. Su Qing immediately removed all of Zhu Shana's prostheses and prepared to replace them. Contact Shirley Young at the same time. It's very important. I'm not kidding. Let me ask you, if someone is infected with the Black Death virus, how can we control it? Hearing this, Yang Siki sat up straight, took back the curse words that were about to be sworn, and said seriously, There is no hope. Su Qing still didn't want to give up. Is there really no chance at all? I can replace his infected prosthesis. Yang Siki shook her head. The infection of the Black Death virus is irreversible. Even if you replace your prosthetic body, it will only slow down the infection. In the end, you will still be corroded by the virus and turn into a madman. Su Qing didn't say anything, and without any hesitation, he directly replaced Zhu Shana with an A-level combat prosthesis. As long as you can delay it until you find a way. In fact, the infection of the Black Death virus is irreversible, but there may be other ways to control the Black Death virus. Yang Siki suddenly said, I have been studying the characteristics of the skeleton virus source code. Although there is little progress at present, it may be possible to use the skeleton virus to control the Black Death virus and allow the infected people to maintain a certain level of sanity. You mean injecting the skeleton virus source code into the bodies of the infected? Su Qing frowned. But they have the genetic code, so they can't use it, right? That's right. So the source code of the skeleton virus is not enough. We can only find the creator of the skeleton virus. Yang Siki said seriously. The person who created the skeleton virus is definitely a genius hacker, on par with me. Only by finding him and creating a new source code can we use the characteristics of the skeleton virus to control the Black Death virus and retain our humanity before the Black Death virus completely corrodes the infected. I will definitely find that person. He was going to look for evil. But that will take time. During this period, is there any way to slow down the speed of infection by the Black Death virus? So I'm a genius, you know? Yang Siki wrinkled her nose and said, Give me 2 days. I can use the characteristics of the skeleton virus source code to make a Black Death virus suppression program chip. When you come to get the brain-computer interface, you can take it back with you. Thanks. Shirley Young really helped a lot. Yang Siki curled her lips and said, TSK, who wants your thanks? Just give me some more snacks. I just want you to help me with something. And then you have to help me get something from Death Rock. It's even. Su Qing smiled and nodded. Although it is a cooperative relationship, the other party has indeed helped him unreservedly, and he will remember it. Hang up, damn, you've caused me so much trouble again. I really want to lie down and eat snacks. Yang Siki rubbed her hair in annoyance and hung up the phone. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhu Shana and said, Come to me the day after tomorrow. You are infected with the Black Death virus. I have found a way to control it, but it will take time. So we have to suppress the speed of the virus infection first. Can control it? That's great. No Brain clapped his hands, very happy. Zhu Shana shook her hand. Wow, what a strong prosthesis. I seem to have seen something similar on the poster of the King of Fighters Sergei. This A-level? She looked at her legs again, full set. She knew it must be very valuable and definitely not something she could afford. Because the king of fighters also only has one arm. It's the power of that one arm that no one can stop. Let him ascend to the throne of the king of fighters in one fell swoop. Go directly to the future city. And now, she has a whole set. Brother Su, I don't know how to repay you. Zhu Shana looked at Su Qing excitedly. With this prosthetic body, her hope of revenge is greater. Originally, she thought that she would have a chance of revenge after she modified her implants and Class B combat prostheses. But when she actually went to the fighting arena, she found that she was indeed very strong and could crush everyone. But she still couldn't get in touch with the person who killed her mother. The other party is stronger and has a higher status. It turns out that the world is much bigger than she thought, and she can't imagine the power of the powerful. Su Qing waved his hand. No need. He was trying to avenge his parents. If it wasn't for revenge for her mother, Zhu Shana wouldn't have modified her prosthetic body, wouldn't have gone to the fighting arena, and wouldn't have been infected with the Black Death virus. But she didn't regret it, and he wouldn't regret anything for revenge. The hatred for my parents is irreconcilable. I've troubled Brother Su enough, so I won't bother you with the Black Death virus. As long as I get my revenge, it doesn't matter even if I become a man. Zhu Shana felt that she owed enough. She had no ability to repay it, and Su Qing had taken good care of her before. You girl, what are you talking about repaying? He is your brother, I am your uncle, and I am also his uncle. The brainless man put his hands on his body and said, We are all family, why don't you pay it back? Su Qing slapped No Brain on the face. This time he had the symbiotic armor, so his hand wouldn't hurt. Ouch, you bastard, hit me! Su Qing rolled his eyes at him. When did the girl call you uncle? And you don't have a pain system, why are you pretending? Then you can't hit me, I'm your uncle. You're looking for a fight. Zhu Shana looked at Su Qing and Wu Nea to arguing and couldn't help laughing. This time, it wasn't that weird smile. Who is the big shot you're talking about? Su Qing and the other man got into the car bought by Zhu Shana. This is much better than his broken motorcycle. Fighting the Death Squad really makes money. He is a 5-star fighter and a favorite to win the championship this season. Zhu Shana said as she drove. She usually takes good care of me. The Ruined City Arena has 4 seasons each year. Each season lasts 3 months. The King of Fighters tournament will be held at the end of the season. The end of this year's season is almost here, and before winter comes, it is the beginning of the end of the season. Su Qing frowned slightly. Something went wrong with her prosthetic body. There should be many senior maintenance technicians in the inner city. I am just a junior maintenance technician. Zhu Shana nodded and said, The fighting arena has the best maintenance technicians in the inner city, but no one can solve the problem of her prosthetics. Her prosthetics are a little special and no one knows how to use them. I think Brother Su can do it. Su Qing pursed his lips. No one knows him? He kept recalling the book left by his father, which recorded information about various prosthetics. How could there be a maintenance technician who doesn't know about prostheses? Chapter 43, Alpha Holy Hammer Prosthetic Body. Coming to the abandoned city fighting arena again, it is still as lively as before. Because it is near the end of the season, there are more people than before. The battle inside is also more intense. This time, Su Qing entered directly from the contestant channel. Fuck, I'm such a fucking idiot. I should have shot him again and blown it to pieces. The contestant channel was filled with fighting warriors. A lot of them just came off the ring. Whether victorious or defeated, almost everyone was carried. It's all a fight to the death here. The fight will only end when one side completely loses its combat effectiveness or chooses to surrender. However, even if you choose to surrender, your opponent can choose to kill you. You can only pray that the other party will let you go. But here, very little. This is the abandoned city fighting. Only violence and madness. Zhu Shana was very calm. She was only 15 years old, but she had already adapted to such a cruel environment. Most of these fighters do not have the rose logo on their chests. When they saw the 3 blood-red roses on Zhu Shana's chest, they all made way in awe. Here, strength is king. age, gender, no one cares. No Brain couldn't help but say, "This place is like a slaughterhouse." Indeed, this place is no different from a slaughterhouse. It just turns animals into humans, low-level humans. Soon, the three of them came to a lounge reserved for 5-star players. When Zhu Shaner opened the door, there were 3 people and a robot watching the game inside. A young man, a fat woman and an old man. The front of the lounge faces the huge competition field. This is a VIP lounge only for 5-star fighters. Sister Qianwei is going to the competition. Come in. We'll wait for a while. Zhu Shaner took Su Qing into the lounge. Crazy Loli, you really found a repairman? In the room, a man who had transformed his eyes into microscopes looked at Su Qing and Wu Nao with a joking look. Crazy Loli is Zhu Shaner's nickname in the fighting arena. Because she fights without regard for her life and she is only 15 years old, people call her Crazy Loli. Brother Su is the best repairman in the abandoned city. Zhu Shaner didn't give that man any face at all. After hearing what Zhu Shaner said, the man became even more disdainful. He is also a maintenance technician. Does Zhu Shaner mean that he is worse than Su Qing? You mean this kid who only had a normal artificial eye and the rest of his body is his, this robot picked up from the trash is more powerful than me and my assistant? Ha! The man laughed. Look, his junk robot is full of tools and has a wrench on its head. Is he considered a maintenance man? You are trash, your whole family is trash. The no-brain immediately fought back. Su Qing smiled. He was too lazy to argue with strangers and waste time and energy. What the hell did you say? How dare you, a robot, attack humans? I'm going to destroy you. The man immediately glared at No Brain. His assistant robot walked up to him and looked at Su Qing and the other man with hostility. Robots cannot disobey humans and cannot attack humans in any form. You have violated the law. In this old world, the only laws are those that govern robots. No Brain said disdainfully. It's against your will. Damn it, my cousin gets scolded by me every day. Old Chen angrily pointed at No Brain and asked Su Qing. What's wrong with you, this robot? Lori, your friends seem very unfriendly. At this time, the young man came over and said, Old Chen is a famous maintenance technician in the fighting arena. He is not comparable to those cats and dogs outside. Don't be fooled by some people, especially those guys with strange robots. He was obviously talking about such. The brainless man once again rudely retorted. I'm surprised you're surprised. You're the one who got beaten. Zhu Shaner couldn't help but chuckle twice. Old Chen snorted coldly. Juz is right. There are many liars in the world today. I haven't even seen your sister Qianwei's prosthetic body, let alone his. How old is he? How many prosthetic bodies can he have seen? At this time, Zhu Shaner put away her smile and said unhappily, Master Qin, you'd better be more respectful, including you, Juz. Brother Su and Mr. Wukong are my most important friends. Upon hearing this, Juz narrowed his eyes and glared at Su Qing fiercely. He is also a 3-star fighter. But when he saw that Su Qing didn't care about him at all, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. A remnant actually dared to ignore the 3-star fighting warriors. Okay, stop arguing. At this time, the fat woman interrupted everyone and looked at Su Qing. You guys take a seat, you can see Qianwei's game here. When she comes back, you can try, the game will be very fast. Su Qing nodded and sat down with a brainless look. The sofas here are okay, but not as good as the ones at Remy's. Old Chen crossed his arms across his chest, regained his confidence, and glanced at Su Qing with disdain. He is definitely a top-notch maintenance technician in the abandoned city. And Su Qing looks to be only about 20 years old, and he has tools stuck all over his body. How could such a weird combination be more powerful than him? He had never seen it, nor had he heard of such a person as Su Qing. Sit down. After all, you probably have never sat on a sofa like this in your life. Giles sat down on the sofa beside him with a sneer, picked up a glass of 1982 Sprite, and took a sip. Su Qing looked towards the fighting arena. It was a huge circular arena. The ground is made of titanium tungsten alloy. The level of luxury is no less than that of the black market. Surrounding the auditorium were 4 large areas, and people were shouting, rows, loudly. There are flags of support of various colors in the stands. Above the fighting arena is a spherical projection. What is projected above is the fight in the fighting arena, which is seen by the audience in the back. There is also a lifting platform in the air, on which the host is explaining the story with all his heart and passion. At this moment, a tall woman wearing a brown tight leather jacket and a high ponytail jumped into the air. She clasped her hands together, and her huge prosthetic fists turned mechanically, revealing 4 nozzles. Instantly, violent flames spurted out. The whole person slammed towards the ring. Boom! There was a loud bang. All the people in the audience stood up and cheered. Rose, rose, rose. Even in the lounge, one could hear the thunderous roar. Su Qing frowned slightly. There seemed to be something wrong when his fist was exerting force just now. Sister Qiangwei is the star of the fighting arena, that is her ultimate move, no one can stop her. But she has a problem with her prosthetics, which may affect her chances of winning the King of Fighters title at the end of the season. Zhu Shaner introduced on the side. How about that pair of prosthetic hands? Do you recognize them? Lao Chen teased. Is this your first time seeing this? You don't even know the level. Su Qing nodded. This is indeed the first time I've seen the real thing. I've only seen it in books before. Books? Ha! Old Chen laughed and said, Where are the books? There are no schools now. Where do you read books? Are they heirlooms from your family? Ha ha! Su Qing said calmly. It's about the same. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Alpha Holy Hammer prosthesis made by the Bear Federation. It's the same level as our A-Class combat prosthesis. Chapter 44, Junior Maintenance Technician, Let Him Try. Alpha Holy Hammer Prosthetic? Old Chen was stunned. Zhu Shaner was surprised and asked, The Mao Xiong Federation, the largest federation in northern China in the new era? Su Cheng nodded. Giles said disdainfully, Humph, words are not enough. If you say it is true, then it is true. Who knows if you are making it up or not? Old Chen also reacted. That's right, I haven't even heard of it. Who knows if you made it up? The fat woman suddenly said, He's right. Everyone suddenly became quiet and looked at her. She is Rose's assistant, Savarina, and has been with Rose since the beginning. That is indeed a prosthetic developed by the Bear Federation. It's normal that you haven't seen it. Savitlina explained. After the War of the Century, humanity went through a long period of isolation, with nations not communicating with other nations, except within their own alliances. As a result, the technology developed during that period was only used by the respective countries, the Federation and the Alliance, and other countries were unaware of it. Su Cheng nodded. He had seen this introduction in the book left by his father. Before humans formed alliances, built future cities, and embarked on interstellar travel. Other countries also manufacture prosthetics. According to the introduction of the Eye of Dimension, the symbiotic armor was jointly developed by the Human Alliance, and used by all mankind. Before this, including A-Class combat prostheses, each country had its own research and development company, or joint research and development. Each country has a different research and development direction and its own unique characteristics. Guangke Technology Group was once the strongest scientific research company in China. In order to develop powerful technology faster and better, break out of the solar system, and leave the Earth, which is becoming increasingly uninhabitable. All countries and federations have integrated all their scientific research technologies. Guangke Technology Group is the company that controls all scientific research in China. Even other countries in East Asia use the series of products developed by Guangke Technology Group. But in other countries, they also have their own national technology companies. Therefore, prosthetics are not just classified into grades A to E, nor are there only models produced by Guangke Company. Savarina looked at Su Qing and said, I don't know how you, at such a young age, could recognize that it was the Alpha Holy Hammer prosthesis. After all, it not only belongs to the Bear Federation, but it is also very rare. Su Qing smiled faintly and said, I told you, I read it in a book. After all, if you are a prosthetic repairman and you don't know the prosthetic, how can you repair it? When Old Chen heard this, his face turned red with anger. He didn't recognize this prosthesis. Humph, so what if I know him? Does that mean he can definitely repair it? Just said disdainfully. Since Miss Chumway's prosthetic body is so precious, we can't let this guy repair it. If it breaks down, can a poor guy like him afford the compensation? Savitline glanced at him and said, Don't worry, Master Giles. The young lady has finished the competition and will be back soon. She will make her own judgment then. In the fighting arena, Chumway walked down the stage amid the thunderous cheers of the audience. Soon, Chumway walked into the lounge wearing a dark red contestant uniform. Savitline had been waiting there. She took the coat she threw to her and handed over a bottle of intermediate nutrient solution and a towel. Damn it! Chumway walked to the sofa carelessly and lay down. She wiped the sweat from her head with a towel, opened the nutrient solution and drank it all. Because she was too unrestrained, the nutrient solution flowed out from the corners of her mouth and flowed down her delicate chin. She has a typical European face. Her golden hair is more dazzling than Rebecca's, and her figure is even hotter. Savitrina had been following her, standing next to the sofa. This prosthesis is getting harder and harder to use. I feel like it's going to explode at any moment. Rose frowned and squeezed her hand. Old Chin, you are one of the best maintenance technicians in the fighting arena, but you can't even fix this? As he spoke, he looked towards Lao Chin, only to discover Su Cheng sitting on the other side. Ju Shaner immediately introduced. Sister Chumway, he is the amazing repairman I told you about. He installed my prosthetics. Chumway nodded. I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome. No wonder you always mention him. Ju Shaner's pretty face suddenly blushed. Brother Su is really amazing. Giles listened from the side, feeling extremely jealous. Okay. Chumway looked at Su Cheng helplessly and asked, What level of maintenance technician are you? Su Cheng answered truthfully. Elementary. Ha! Just burst out laughing. I thought he was a big shot, but he turned out to be just a junior maintenance technician. Old Chen also snorted coldly, and spent a lot of time arguing with a junior maintenance technician. He crossed his arms over his chest and glanced at Su Cheng with disdain. Zhu Shana's expression changed, and she suddenly showed a weird smile. Juz, I told you to be careful with your words. Giles was frightened by her sudden strange laugh. Although they are both 3-star fighting warriors. But Zhu Shana is undoubtedly more powerful. Not only does he have a Class B combat prosthesis, he also has military implants. This is rare in the fighting arena. Little girl, you may have really been deceived by him. Lao Chen stood up and said, A junior maintenance technician is not even qualified to be my apprentice. What can he repair? Repair the sewer? This is the Holy Hammer prosthesis of the Bear Federation. Chumway was surprised when she heard this. Old Chin, you actually know my prosthetic body. Didn't you say before that you didn't know it? Lao Chen said confidently. I saw it before, but I wasn't sure. I just confirmed that this is the Holy Hammer prosthetic body. You farted. The brainless man suddenly shouted. You old asshole, you are lying. It was my cousin who told you it was the Holy Hammer prosthesis, so you only knew about it. You idiot, what the hell? You. Old Chin was so angry that his fingers were shaking. What do you know, a robot? You are just a piece of rags. Believe it or not, I will ask the guards to throw you out. Oh my God, I peed myself, I was so scared. No Brain put his hands on his body and acted as if he was very scared. Old Chen's face suddenly turned red with anger. Ha ha! Interesting. Xiangwei suddenly burst into laughter. What an interesting robot. The brainless man said coquettishly. Don't be charmed by me, cousin, I am a robot that you can have. Oh, this is fun. I really want to take it apart for you to see what the photon brain looks like. Although Xiangwei was smiling, what she said made No Brain instantly clamp his legs together. She didn't like it when robots made fun of her. Su Qing said impatiently. Do you want to repair it or not? My time is precious. If it wasn't for the girl pulling me here, I wouldn't be here. Lao Chen said sarcastically. You are a junior maintenance technician and you installed it. Then he looked at Xiangwei. Miss, I can try, but I need to go back and check the books, because it has been so long, I may have forgotten some of it. Now that he knew what the prosthesis was, he felt that he would definitely be able to find relevant information. After all, he is a senior maintenance technician. Giles immediately agreed. Miss Qianwei, let Master Chen give it a try. After all, he is a senior maintenance technician and is much more reliable than some random people. Qianwei looked at Zhu Shaner, then at Lao Chun and Jez, and finally at Savitolina. Savitolina lowered her head and said, I suggest that we let this young maintenance engineer have a try. Chapter 45. Don't you have one? They are so crazy. Ms. Qianwei, you must think it through. Old Chen said earnestly. Repairing the prosthesis is not a small matter. You will participate in the King's contest in a month. If the prosthesis is damaged at this time, you will lose the opportunity to go to Future City. Rose frowned slightly when she heard this. She believed in Savitolina. Are you sure? Su Qing nodded and said, It's a small problem. Small problem? Giles said disdainfully. Ms. Qianwei is a hot candidate to win the championship. She will go to Future City in the future. If you break it, can you afford the compensation? You are a poor person who doesn't even have a prosthetic body. After saying that, he looked at Qianwei and said, Ms. Qianwei, I heard that he lives in the suburbs and is very poor. If he breaks it while you're repairing it, even if you cut it up and sell it, you still can't afford the compensation. Zhu Shana suddenly said, If it breaks down, I'll give my prosthetic body to Sister Qianwei as compensation. As she spoke, she pulled up her long sleeves, revealing the incomparably exquisite A-grade combat prosthesis underneath. What? A-level combat prosthesis? Giles widened his eyes in disbelief. The others also stared in disbelief at the exquisite patterns on the prosthetic arm. A-grade combat prosthesis, and a pair of arms. The pinnacle of replacement prostheses. A more luxurious prosthetic transformation than that of the former king of fighters Sergei. Although the level of the fighting soldiers in the past was lower than it is now, this is definitely a configuration that can compete for the title of king of fighters. Plus, Zhu Shaner possessed the first generation of military implants, and the entire fighting arena knew about it. It was because her prosthetic transformation was too luxurious that she was able to go from a peripheral fighter to a 3-star fighter in the fighting arena in just a few days. Now that she has an A-level combat prosthesis, she might be able to qualify before the King's Championship. That is to become a 5-star fighting warrior. Old Chen hurriedly walked up to Zhu Shaner and wanted to watch, but was pushed away by Zhu Shaner. This is really A-grade. Such exquisite patterns can only be found on A-grade items. It's so new, it looks like it's brand new. His eyes were fixed on Zhu Shaner's hand. This is a joke, a brand new A-class combat prosthesis. This is crazy. Jeers looked incredulous. A-class combat prostheses were already extremely rare, and this one was brand new. There is no way an abandoned city can exist. Maybe only Future City can produce it. Qianwei was also a little surprised. After all, she also had 2 alpha-level prosthetics and implants of the same A-level, and was now the top combat force in the fighting arena. The favorite to win. Now Zhu Shaner and her prosthesis have exactly the same configuration, and it's brand new. Weren't you a Class B combat prosthesis before? Su Qing was behind Qianwei, shaking his head slightly. Everyone else's attention was on Zhu Shaner's prosthesis, and no one noticed him. Zhu Shaner shook her head. I can't tell you, but if Brother Su breaks it, I'm willing to give you my prosthetic body as compensation. She hasn't revealed her legs yet. If they knew she was wearing a complete set of A-grade combat prostheses, they would probably be even more shocked. And she believed that such could definitely be repaired. Jill's eyes were burning with jealousy. Shaner, don't be fooled. He is a suburban survivor and he doesn't deserve it. Even if you sell him, he is not as valuable as your prosthetic body. Does he have a prosthetic body? This is your prosthetic body. You have to think it through. You deserve it, you are the most worthy one. Don't you look at yourself? Do you have an A-level combat prosthesis? If you don't have one, why are you shouting? Go ahead. The brainless man retorted mercilessly. You are a fucking... Giles' face turned red with anger, and he pointed at No Brain. He could actually have it, but he really didn't deserve it. No Brain said disdainfully. Don't point it, it's like having Parkinson's disease. Su Ching couldn't help curling his lips as he listened. It seems that this guy let him go when he was confronted at home. Old Chen frowned and said, Ms. Shonner, your prosthetic body is extremely precious. It's not worth it for someone else. It's too precious. What's precious about it? You don't have it either, do you? No way, no way, isn't this thing common on the street? I don't even care about it. No Brain crossed his hands in front of him. In Sioux City, he did see a lot of things, all of which were brand new and not uncommon. And there is also a more powerful S-level symbiotic armor. Three Faces were speechless. Looking down on A-class combat prosthesis, is this something a human can say? Robots can't say that either. Ordinary people will never get it in their lifetime, but even for the powerful, it is an extremely precious prosthetic body. He doesn't even look down on it. Jiz and Lao Chun felt like their cognition had collapsed. Is this world too crazy, or is this robot really brainless? Xiangwei pondered for a moment and looked at Su Qing. Help me fix it, the reward is negotiable, you can ask for anything as long as I have it. If the repair is broken, you don't have to pay for it. Just consider it as a try. After all, no one else will do it. Old Chen didn't say anything this time. Zhu Shaner had already said that if it broke, she would use her prosthetic body to compensate. Qianwei also asked Su Qingxiu to do it. What else could he say? But... Giles stuttered and wanted to say something, why a suburban survivor would be taken seriously by so many powerful people. Zhu Shaner is even willing to use her new A-class combat prosthesis as a backup. But what about you? Get out of here! Qianwei was stood up, and the momentum of the strongest fighter burst out instantly. Giles was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees. This is a fighting arena, killing is not prohibited. Rose could kill him at will, even though he knew Rose wouldn't dare. You just wait! Jiz quickly tucked his tail between his legs and ran away in shame, but before leaving he glared at Su Qing fiercely. If it weren't for the fact that his father is my boss, he wouldn't even be qualified to come in. Qianwei walked towards the maintenance room in the lounge. Come here, I'll leave the rest to you. Su Qing followed with no brain. Old Chen lowered his head and followed. Su Qing glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. It doesn't matter if I show it to him. He won't be able to learn it without knowing the structure of the prosthesis. Oh, what are some people doing here? The brainless man glanced at Lao Chen with disdain and said sarcastically, Ding Yuding doesn't understand, so it's useless to learn. Old Chen's face looked extremely ugly after hearing what he said. He lowered his head and pretended not to hear it. Everyone entered the maintenance room. Xiangwei lay on a very advanced operating table. There are various maintenance tools placed around, which are much more complete than the ones on the brainless body, and more advanced. My prosthetics have been malfunctioning a lot lately. Sometimes the alpha burst won't work, as if it's stuck. Xiangwei talked about the situation of the prosthesis. Su Qing directly pulled the tools from No Brain and started to repair it. Xiangwei's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. No, don't you need to ask me what's wrong with my prosthetic body? Are you so reckless? Even a doctor has to check the patient's condition. And you can use my tools, which are better than yours. Su Qing shook his head. No, I'm used to it. As for the problem with the prosthesis, I noticed it when you were competing. There's no need to check. As he said that, he directly picked up the power tools and started disassembling. You have to tear it down first before you can repair it. Everyone watching was terrified. Although his movements were skilled, they were too damn fast and too rough. Sparks illuminated everyone's faces, and the sound of the electric screwdriver turning constantly stimulated everyone's eardrums. Xiangwei simply closed her eyes and stopped looking. Even though she was used to seeing life and death, she couldn't stand this kind of scene. And you all know that I'm just a junior maintenance technician. I only repair things, not repair them, and I don't guarantee the quality or the work. After all, you know, I'm just a junior maintenance technician. When Xiangwei and the others heard this, 1,000 horses ran through their hearts. A mindless robot with repair tools all over its body, who confronts everyone he sees and flirts with beautiful women. A junior maintenance technician who disassembles rare A-grade prostheses violently without inspection, but his movements are very skillful. This combination is so fucking crazy. Chapter 46 Ruins Information, Roar Pro Limited Edition. Alright. Su-Ching put down the big wrench. The Soviet Union's prosthetics, like their previous weapons, are known for being tough and durable. Its internal structure is not complicated, not as good as the A-class combat prosthesis manufactured by Guanca Group. What they believe in is to defeat 10 kinds of skills with one force, and to be so strong that bricks can fly. The failure of Rose's Alpha Hammer prosthesis was due to a lack of maintenance of the internal microwave engine, which caused the engine to run unstable. It's not broken. But because the abandoned city was originally a Chinese city, no one here understands the Soviet Union's cyborgs and cannot maintain them. So soon? Old Chen said in surprise. It hasn't been long since then, and repairs usually take them a long time. First, we need to check the internal structure of the prosthesis, the energy system, the sensor system, etc. Low-level prostheses are fine, but high-level prostheses are extremely sophisticated devices. But Su-Ching fixed it like a toy, using his broken tools in no time. I have memorized the structure of the prosthesis a long time ago. I can tell what is wrong with it just by looking at it. Of course it is fast. Su-Ching put the tool back into No-Brain. He didn't say that he just did a maintenance. After all, he still had to ask for some compensation. Lao Chen didn't dare to argue again, for fear of embarrassing himself again. He looked at Qianwei to see if it was really repaired. Rose stood up and shook his hand. Suddenly, the gears on the arm started to spin at a high speed, and the normal-sized hand quickly turned into a specialized prosthesis as big as a fist. Activate 4 microwave thrusters on the back of your hand. The whole change process is very smooth, without any lag. Wow, that's great! Qianwei waved her fists a few times and felt much better than before. She clenched her fists to gather strength, and the differential gears beside her 2 fists started to spin at high speed. The speed is getting faster and faster. Just when the sound of rotation was about to reach its limit, Rose immediately let go of her hand. Laugh. Suddenly, the pressure relief valve opened and the strong pressure was discharged. The power is stronger than before, and the threshold for storing power has also increased. Qianwei was overjoyed. Great, great! You are indeed much better than those good-for-nothings in the fighting arena. Old Chen's face turned red and blue as he listened. He is just a good-for-nothing in the fighting arena. Seeing that Su-Ching had really repaired Qianwei's prosthetic body, he could only smile awkwardly and said, Ms. Qianwei, I remembered that the water at home is still boiling, so I'll go back first. After saying that, he ran away with the assistant robot. Never mind. Qianwei waved her hand casually and walked to the lounge. You really helped me a lot. I owe you a favor. I still have a position in the abandoned city fighting arena. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. She sat on the sofa and looked at Su-Ching. If you want anything else, just tell me. Su-Ching glanced at No-Brain and said, Do you have a household robot? The kind from 800 years ago. It would be better if we didn't have to go to the ruins. After all, there are unknown dangers there. Rose frowned and walked around No-Brain. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not wearing any clothes. Why are you looking at me like that? The No-Brain quickly covered his body with his hands. Qianwei grinned and said, No, it's too old and has been eliminated a long time ago. This kind of stuff can only be found in ruins, where some of the earlier stuff may be preserved. No-Brain muttered, I am old. I am so old, but you have never called me Grandpa. Rose smiled and grabbed No-Brain's hand. Although your master helped me repair my prosthetic body, it doesn't mean you can talk to me casually. Su-Ching saw that Qianwei had no ill intentions and was not using any force, so he did not try to stop her and just happily watched the show from the side. No-Brain pretended to be terrified and shouted, Hey, cousin, save me! Hey, this woman is angry, so scary. Qianwei let go of her hand and said, Your robot is very interesting, but I don't have any here, so let's change the reward. Then tell me about the ruins. I don't know much about them. He planned to take No-Brain into the ruins with him shortly. Of course, No-Brain is waiting outside, and we can't let him go in and take risks. Qianwei was a little surprised. You don't want to go into the ruins? Su-Ching nodded directly. I advise you not to go, Xiangwei said seriously. Your maintenance skills are very good. It would be a pity if you died in the ruins. As long as you are willing, I can introduce you to working in the fighting arena. You will definitely be the most popular and best maintenance technician, and you can get a lot of resources, money, and women. She highly recognizes Su City's technology. Lao Chun was indeed one of the most skilled ones in the fighting arena. No one recognized her prosthetic body, but Su Qing repaired it easily. With such knowledge and skills, it is impossible for him to be just a junior maintenance technician. Su Qing smiled faintly and said, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Qianwei thought for a moment, put her legs on the coffee table, and recalled. You should know that there are powerful unknown things in the ruins, and only trains can pass through the ruins, right? Su Cheng nodded. Qianwei continued. What's weird is that no matter if the people riding in the car are powerful or ordinary survivors, or powerful cyborgs, they may disappear inexplicably. Finally, only the empty train arrived at the next city. Some people went up to take a look and found that the inside and bodies of all the empty trains were covered with all kinds of horrible scratches, and there was blood and pieces of flesh everywhere. Only a very lucky few can reach the next city safely. Extremely dangerous. Even our fighting arena and garbage disposal plant won't send anyone in. No one could cross the ruins, and no one had ever come out safely. Remember, it's anyone. Su Qing fell into deep thought after hearing this. Was he the only person who came out of the ruins? Although it is on the edge, it is also a ruin. Where the ruins and the city connect, there is a stretch of desert called the border. Someone has explored this place with robots. In addition to garbage and sand all over the ground, there is also a randomly moving radiation storm. Qianwei continued. The radiation storm moves around the ruins, so it doesn't appear often. It has a cycle of about 5 years, and the last storm was 2.5 years ago. Of course, even within the border, it is not safe. You have to cross the border to enter the ruins. Once you enter the ruins, you can't transmit any communication signals. That's all I know. She looked at Su Qing seriously. So I advise you not to go. Your current assistant robot is very special. There is no need to change it. Or you can buy a new one. I can buy it for you now. No, thank you. Su Qing rejected Qianwei's kindness. He just got the news he wanted. According to the information given by Qianwei, there are probably mutated animals inside. Very powerful, able to enter high-speed rail trains and massacre passengers. And a certain wisdom. Because they only killed the people in the train and did not destroy the tracks. That way there will always be people riding the train through the ruins. He has first-sequence genetic abilities and S-class symbiotic armor, so it should be no problem for him to enter the rim. He is not prepared to go deep into the ruins. Because the brainless one was found on the edge. We're leaving first. After saying that, Su Qing prepared to leave with no brain. Wait a minute, I can't let you leave empty-handed like this, Rose said as she nodded to Savitarina. Savitlina immediately understood and walked into another room in the lounge and took out a small suitcase. You came here in Loli's car, right? A great mechanic like you should have a car worthy of you. Qianwei opened the box and found it was full of car keys. She took out a white car key and handed it to Su Qing. This is the Roaring Pro Limited Edition sports car. It can be driven intelligently. It's okay if you can't drive, and no one will check you. Then she took out an exquisite brooch and said, This is the key to my lounge in the fighting arena. With this, when people in the fighting arena see you, it's the same as seeing me. You can also enter my lounge at any time, but others can't. Su Qing took the car keys and brooch. Just by maintaining the prosthesis once, you can get a car worth tens of thousands of dollars. This reward is too generous. This car alone was something he had never dared to think about before. The Roaring Pro Limited Edition is only one level lower than Remy's Roaring Evo. These are also very rare luxury cars. Worth more than 25,000 Alliance coins. He saved for several years and only managed to save a few $1,000s. And Xianwei could easily spend 25,000 keys, and she had several such keys in her box. Big loss. Su Qing felt a little regretful. He had given Zhang Jie too little when he was maintaining his prosthesis. Yes, the car is good, but I still want to change it to an E-class mechanical prosthesis. Chapter 47. I only want the lowest level. If I can't get it, I'll destroy it. Su Qing thinks that prosthesis is more practical. If you're in a hurry, any car will do. As long as you have the ability, no one will look down on you even if you ride a bicycle. Qianwei shook her head. I don't have that kind of garbage here. I only have a car and intermediate nutrient solution. Su Qing frowned slightly. Do you have any inferior nutrient solution? As long as it's inferior, the more the better. Qianwei was helpless. Why do you want all that rubbish? How can I have it here? Others didn't understand either. It was obvious that the intermediate quality nutrient solution was much better than the inferior nutrient solution. But Su Qing only wants the lowest level. All right. Su Qing put the car keys back. Then changed to intermediate nutrient solution. It is true that the rich have rotten dog meat, but there are frozen corpses on the road. The things that ordinary survivors rely on for survival are all garbage in their eyes. Qianwei reminded. Of course you can, but I don't have a lot of nutrient solution here. It's definitely not worth the car. Fine. He needs to prepare for future reinforcement. I have only just begun to develop the first sequence of genetic abilities. There are also second and third sequences. A lot of strengthening potions will be needed later, which is much more practical than a car. And the small electric donkey is more Loki. Good. Rose said and nodded to Savadarina. The latter immediately went to get a bigger box, and after opening it, he found 24 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution neatly placed inside. I can only take out this much. I need the rest for normal use. Rose grinned and said, Hunters love this thing. They will pay a high price for it. It is considered rare. Su Qing took the box. Okay, thanks. Qianwei nodded and said, I will ask Trina to send you another 400 bottles of low-quality nutrient solution tomorrow. If you need it, you have to buy it now. Su Qing smiled and said, Of course. That would be the best. Qianwei said helplessly, I don't understand you. You don't want a car worth tens of thousands of alliance coins, and you don't like the intermediate nutrient solution. Instead, you want worthless garbage and low-quality nutrient solution, and you are so happy. I need quantity. Su Qing did not explain too much. We are leaving first. As he said that, he took the box and no brain and prepared to leave. Brother Su. Zhu Shaner stopped the two of them and said, Don't go to the ruins. If you must go, tell me and I can protect you. Su Qing not only helped her transform her prosthetic body, but also gave her a complete set of A-level combat prosthetic bodies. She has no way to repay this kindness. No matter how dangerous the ruins are, she has to go. And her current combat capability is absolutely top-notch. Su Qing waved his hand. Don't worry, no brain, and I will go home. Then I'll take you back. Zhu Shaner chased after him. The three of them left the fighting arena. At this time, in another 5-star fighting warrior lounge in the abandoned city fighting arena. You mean, there was a junior maintenance technician in the suburbs who repaired Rose's prosthetic body? A muscular man whose whole body was transformed into alloy armor was smoking a cigar and looking at Giles indifferently. Giles nodded and said, Yes, his name is Su Qing. He is an orphan. His parents died 8 years ago, and he lives in the suburbs of District C. I had someone check it out in the Rose Lounge just now. He crossed his arms and continued, Rose is your mortal enemy and your strongest opponent in this king's contest. She can repair Rose's prosthetic body, which will be a big trouble for you. Trouble? No, just a poor suburban resident. The man snorted coldly and exhaled a large puff of cigarette. If I remember correctly, Qianwei is from your father's club, right? Are you betraying your father? A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It doesn't matter, my father has many strong men under him. As long as you help me kill that maintenance technician, I can help you do something with Rose's prosthetics, so that you can definitely win the title of King of Fighters. Oh? The man spread his hands behind him and placed them on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said comfortably, Are you saying that if I don't do anything I can't beat Qianwei? No, it isn't. Just quickly explained. Your prosthetic body is equally powerful, but it is definitely not that easy to defeat Rose. With my help, you can easily defeat her. Hee hee. The man smiled easily and said, It's easy to defeat Shamwei, but I'm very interested in that maintenance technician, so I agree to this deal. I'll have someone deal with the guy who made you unhappy. Just smiled with satisfaction and said, Very good, as long as you bring me that guy's head, I will immediately arrange for someone to secretly destroy Rose's prosthetic body. The man stood up suddenly. He was 2.5 meters tall. As tall as a wall. He walked up to Juz, looked down at the man in front of him, and stretched out his broad palm. Happy cooperation, Mr. Juz. Giles shook his hand happily. After sending Juz away, the man's assistant stepped forward and asked, Lord Kizaru, are you really going to help Juz? Rose is one of theirs. Is there some conspiracy? Kizaru shook his head and looked at Juz, who was going away with contempt. No, Juz is just a fool. Without old Juz, he would be nothing. With his intelligence, he would not have any conspiracy. He is really stupid enough to betray one of his father's strongest assassins. The assistant nodded and said, We also found out that the maintenance engineer was brought there by the crazy loli. Ha ha. Kizaru understood and smiled. So that guy is jealous, interesting, haha. So, what about the junior maintenance technician? He was able to fix Rose's prosthetic body, which shows that he has some ability. After all, even old Shin can't do it. Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Send someone to contact us. If they can get us here, we'll keep them. If not, kill them. Yes. After returning home and seeing Zhu Shanrov, Suqing first synthesized and upgraded all the intermediate nutrient solutions. Got 1 bottle of C-level advanced strengthening potion and 1 bottle of D-level strengthening potion. Now there are enough C-level potions required for 6 enhancements. We just need to replenish them with enough D-level enhancement potions. When the low-quality nutrient solution sent by Rose arrives tomorrow, we will no longer be short of nutrient solution for the time being. Just as Suqing was about to take No Brain to the ruins, the hunter card in his arms suddenly vibrated. It was Remy's communication request. Is there any news about the implant? Suqing answered immediately. What's the matter? You're very lucky. Remy smiled and said, I found 2 broken implants in the warehouse, but they seem to be a little different from the current implants. Anyway, I have never seen them. Do you want them? Want? Suqing immediately said, I'll come over now. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Hang up the communication. Wait for me at home, I'll be back soon. After saying something to Jianen and Mabai, Suqing walked out directly and rode his motorcycle to the black market. Chapter 48, The Girl's Feelings, Unknown Implant. Soon, Suqing found Jack again. After paying 100 alliance coins, I arrived at the entrance of the black market. He went straight to the villa area. When he arrived at the villa area, the guard at the door did not stop him, as if he did not see him. Last time he came with Remy, but this time he came alone. Remy must have known about this since I entered the black market. Thinking of Remy's status in the black market, Suqing understood that it could only be this reason. Well, you're so fast, are you missing me? Lamy pressed Suqing, who had just entered, against the door and moved close to him with a sweet breath. I'm here to get the implant. Gently pushing Remy away, Suqing looked at the 2 boxes beside the sofa, came out from Remy's side, and walked towards the sofa. If you want to take the implant, you have to come into the room with me first. Remy smiled and hugged Suqing from behind. In fact, she herself didn't know why she did this. In short, the more she saw Suqing pushing her away, the more she wanted to possess him. She didn't believe that she had no charm at all. She had never taken the initiative to approach a man like this, or rather, gotten so close to him. Even if she seduces others, she doesn't need to get close. She can just show off a few times and take them home, then dismantle them and throw them into the trash can. But meeting Suqing was completely different. He always keeps the best distance. A man like him really makes people feel at ease. If I had met him at the beginning, there would definitely be a good ending. Remy thought unconsciously in her heart. Suqing turned around and used see-through, instantly. His body slid to the side like a loach. Remy was stunned. What was going on? I was clearly about to hug it. Su Qing walked over to the boxes and opened one of them. There is a black and red implant inside. The main body of the implant is black with dark red lines on it, which looks very mysterious. I have never seen either of these implants, Remy said as she slid her clothes down sideways, deliberately exposing the implant behind her and a small part of her body. It's completely different from my implant, and it can't be used. Su Qing looked back and saw that Remy's implant was very similar to the first generation of military implants, but not exactly the same. But it's not the second generation either. He had seen introductions to the first and second generation implants in the book left by his father, and Remy's seemed to have been modified. And he had never seen the implant in the box. There is no record of this in the book, at least no pictures of it. I found this in the warehouse. Seeing that Su Qing's gaze did not linger on her body, Remy put on her clothes and said calmly, Someone tried to repair these two implants a long time ago, but failed, so they have been thrown in the corner. I have seen them since I can remember. Su Qing opened another box, which contained the same black and red implant. Both implants were extremely worn out, with many signs of battle on them, their internal structures broken and severely damaged. The surface is corroded and tattered, with holes everywhere. However, this pair of dimensional eyes does not pose any difficulty. It's okay, just the same one will do, thanks. Su Qing closed the box, picked it up and left. Wait a moment. Remy called him. Su Qing stopped and looked back in confusion. If you leave this time, will we only meet again if we are destined to do so? Remy asked carefully. The deal is done. What other reason is there to look for him again? No, you have my contact information, you can contact me if you have any questions. That's good. Remy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Z was found and killed not far from the border of the ruins, and the evil disappeared 6 years ago, which may also be related to the ruins. Thanks. Su Qing walked out of the villa. Why? Remy followed him to the French window and touched her face in confusion. What's wrong with me? Why do I want to keep talking to him? She originally just thought it was fun, but now it seems different. After Su Qing left yesterday, she went to the highest level warehouse in the black market to look for implants in person. Relying on her childhood memories, she found the 2 broken implants in the far corner. Others may not be able to find it yet. And intact military implants are not easy to come by even on the black market. It's good enough if the powerful and wealthy can let me use it. No one cared about those 2 because they couldn't be used. Central Villa. Butler Sotel bowed and said, Boss, the young lady gave that man 2 implants. The big boss stuffed a roasted chicken butt into his mouth and said incoherently, Implant? I remember that we don't have any implants in our warehouse right now. Sotel nodded and said, It's the 2 broken implants that no one has used. The big boss frowned upon hearing this. Broken ones? Are they the 2 my father bought when he was young? It should be, boss. That thing is useless, why give it away? The big boss waved his hand and said, Forget it. Have you found out the identity of that kid? Sotel took out a chip and projected a 3-dimensional projection with the information of the Sioux City Hunter. I used the Black Market Intelligence Network to find out his identity as a hunter. His hunter status is Shadow, an intermediate hunter. He took on 3 missions and became an intermediate hunter in 2 days. His combat power is very strong. At this time, the projection turned into an interrogation of the man with 2 guns and the man with a cannon. Through questioning the hunters who completed the bounty with him, I learned that Ying's combat ability is very strong. He joined their bounty as a junior hunter, but got more than half of the points weight. Miss and another senior hunter, Rebecca, were unable to snatch him away. The big boss said impatiently, Strength doesn't matter. What I need is his true identity, whether he is a scumbag, and whether he has a girlfriend or wife. I can't let him deceive my precious daughter's feelings. Yes, Sotel said quickly. The real identity has not been found. A hacker has intercepted all clues to the real identity of Ying. What? The big boss said in disbelief. Hacker? Damn, which hacker dares to stop my big boss from checking people? Kill him for me. Sweat oozed from Sotel's forehead. I don't know. I haven't found out. He's not among the registered hackers. He's a very strong hacker. Maybe there's some organization behind him. The big boss looked fierce. Investigate. We must find him. Sotel bowed and said, Yes, sir. I see that the young lady seems to be very concerned about him and went to the warehouse to find a prosthesis for him personally. I didn't go out hunting today and have been waiting for him. If it was before, we could make that guy disappear, but not now. If the young lady knew, I'm afraid she would. Of course I know, otherwise that kid wouldn't have been able to leave the black market yesterday. That's why you have to hurry up. You know the lady's illness. I finally hired a hypnotist to make her like to torture and kill men, but now it's useless. Go and check it out. The big boss angrily threw the roast chicken at his subordinate's face and said, I promised my wife that I would take good care of our daughter. Why the hell can't you pay more attention? Damn it! Chapter 49, Original Implant, Blood Rage Form. As soon as I got home, Yang Siki called. Someone in the black market has been investigating you recently. The dark forces are very powerful and their intelligence network is terrifying, but they have all been intercepted by a genius like me. You should keep a low profile. Yang Siki picked up a potato chip and threw it into her mouth. The 2 boxes are already at your door. Black market? Suchung frowned. Could it be Remy? What a dangerous woman. He always felt that Remy was a little strange. She was uneasy at first when she approached him. It seemed very deliberate, with a clear purpose, which was to seduce him and tear him apart. These 2 meetings seemed different, but they were still dangerous anyway. It's better to stay away. Suching sighed. Sure enough, women only bring trouble. What the hell are you talking about? I've helped you a lot. Except you. What? You mean I'm not a woman? Explain it to me, or I'll kill you with my head, you. Beep. Suching decisively hung up the call. It turns out that it is easier to develop and upgrade. Now the black market is investigating him, the behemoth in the abandoned city. I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before his identity is discovered. I just don't know the reason and purpose of investigating him. Suching thought about it, and now thought that Lamy should not investigate him. If necessary, she could ask directly. And there seems to be no motive. You don't need to know his identity to kill him. But he didn't come into contact with other people in the black market, so who are they and what is their purpose? No matter what, I need to find a more secret residence to use exclusively as a hunter. Let the hunter Shadow and the junior repairman Suching be completely separated. I'll build another house as soon as I get back from the ruins. Suching took 2 black boxes from the door into the house, opened them and took out 2 implants. Oh my god, cousin, where did you get these 2 implants? They are so broken. No Brain looked at the tattered implant and asked, Does this thing work? Suching put the 2 implants together and activated the Dimension Eye lock. Of course, it can be used as long as it is synthesized and upgraded. Hiss. No Brain muttered. Why do these 2 implants look familiar to me? Look familiar? Suchung unlocked the lock and looked at No Brain in confusion. Do you know him? No Brain shook his head. I don't remember, I just feel like I've seen it somewhere. Suchung frowned, and it seemed that he had lost some of his memory. 8 years ago, when he was thrown into the ruins, he had actually fainted. After all, his eyes were dug out, and he was only 12 years old, so he fainted from the pain. And now he doesn't remember how he got out of the ruins. It was like waking up from sleep and finding myself walking out of the ruins with only half of my body and a photon brain left. It felt like a lifetime ago after I came out. I don't remember the scene in the ruins at all. Maybe I had just woken up from a coma, so my memory is vague. The brainless is also a pile of wreckage, and it is very likely that his memories are also missing, and we don't know the specific situation. His photonic brain only has 8 bits. Although the number is small, the technology is not backward at all. It can even be said that it is closer to the human brain than the simulated photon brain that is used to transform humans today. Because the 8 mindless photons simulate human neurons. The remaining part of his photon brain protective layer even has the functions of the human cerebral cortex. This is why No Brain looks like a human, speaks and behaves differently from other home robots and assistant robots. not even subject to the laws of robots. Maybe No Brain is really not an ordinary home assistant robot. I don't know if his memory can be restored after the synthesis upgrade. Remy also said that C was killed near the ruins. The disappearance of Evil is probably also related to the ruins. The ruins had to go. We'll go to the ruins later and find out everything. Now, first synthesize and upgrade these two unknown mysterious implants. Locking. Synthesis upgrade. As the red light of the Eye of Dimension disappeared, a brand new black implant suddenly appeared. There is an angry dragon pattern outlined with dark red lines on it. Su Qing picked up the implant. The matte surface did not reflect any light. The hexagonal modules were connected together, just like the human spine. There are two dark red embedded bodies on the head of the implant, just like dragon claws. Synthesis. Original implant, perfect body. Original implant, perfect body synthesized from the original experimental implant. It is the first batch of implants developed by humans and officially put into service. The starting performance is very strong. When designing the device, the design team pushed the capabilities of the implant to the extreme. This makes it very unstable and can easily backfire on the user. And it can only be used in conjunction with enhanced humans, so there are only 5 sets actually in service. Finally, research and development will be stopped, and the production line and research institute will be permanently sealed. The R&D team turned to developing the current military implant system. The original implant also became its final masterpiece. The primal implant is able to greatly stimulate the cellular activity of any user, causing the user's physical strength to enter an extremely excited blood rage state in a short period of time. In blood rage form, all attributes of the user's body are greatly increased. Depending on the degree of activation by the user, all attributes can be enhanced by 50%, 100%, or up to 200%. When the blood rage mode is activated, the body gains 800% cellular self-healing ability. The original implant consumes a lot of cellular energy when entering this form, and there is a chance that the body will collapse after it is released. In addition, the user will remain continuously excited during the activation process, and lose a certain degree of sanity. This implant is a perfect form, which lowers the ability limit of the original blood rage form, but it will only make the user tired and require energy replenishment and rest. There is no risk of death and the user will not lose sanity. It is a perfect combat form. Under normal circumstances, it can still provide 300% cell self-healing ability. The duration of each activation is determined by the user's activation level and basic physical strength, and is a second-dimensional technology. He had seen a brief introduction to the implant. Su Qing had seen written descriptions of the original implant and the original experimental implant in his father's book. It is a powerful implant that unleashes the potential of the human body. Although there is no new generation of implants that can provide special abilities, its simple and crude stimulation of cell activity can make a strong person even stronger. The information provided by the Eye of Dimension is more comprehensive. According to the information, the original implants were designed to be used with augmented humans. In other words, the concept of reinforcement existed a long time ago. It's just that maybe it's different from the current reinforcement method. Furthermore, the strengthening experiment also failed, so the development of this implant was not completed. This is definitely the implant that best suits Su Qing. His body had been continuously strengthened by strengthening drugs and had long since reached the level of a humanoid advanced prosthetic body. Plus the enhancement of the symbiotic prosthesis, and the ability of the first sequence of genes. At this time, add the original implant to enter the blood rage form. His power will reach a terrifying level. And he likes to use knives very much, and melee weapons are most suitable for this form. The most important thing is that after the synthesis and upgrade of the dimensional eye, the original defects of this implant were also compensated. It won't make your body collapse or you lose your mind, it will just make you tired and in need of energy replenishment. This is easy to understand, after all, it is an ability gained by overloading cells. Although the upper limit has been lowered to a certain extent, it is completely sufficient. The maximum improvement is 200%. Invincible. And there is 800% cell self-healing ability at all stages. Whether it is internal or external injury, You can recover quickly. And under normal circumstances it can be increased by 300%. I can only say it is so damn powerful. This makes him a real humanoid beast. The simplest way to understand it is that in the blood rage form, all attributes such as attack and speed become 1.5 times, 2 times and 3 times. This is the perfect implant for combat. The stronger the basic attributes, the stronger the gain effect. Chapter 50, Complete Symbiotic Armor, Horrifying Healing. Call! Su Ching breathed a sigh of relief, finally having the implant. It's just that the subsequent synthesis and upgrade is very troublesome because there are only 5 sets, and I don't know where to find them. The production lines and research institutes have been closed, and no one knows where they are or whether they have been destroyed. But the performance of this implant is completely adequate. This is the most suitable implant for him. His body can be continuously strengthened, and the enhancement provided by the implant will only become greater and greater. The exponential data increase can be considered as growth type. So it doesn't matter if it can't be synthesized and upgraded, as long as it can continue to strengthen. Must be modified. The original implant does not require cutting of skin and muscle tissue, does not require surgery, and can be automatically embedded in the human spine. Current progress of technology cap increase, 3.1415926%. I also saw the progress of the technological ceiling, which is generally good. It increased by about 3% in just a few days. Right now he is synthesizing very low-level technological products, so the experience may be relatively small, but the speed should be accelerated in the later stage. And it's great that I don't need surgery. It shouldn't hurt if I don't have surgery, right? Su Ching handed the implant to Woodwan and took off his clothes. Please put it on my spine. No Brain looked at the dragon claw on the implant and said hesitantly, I'm afraid it will be a bit painful to put this on. It's okay, it's better than having surgery. Damn it! Before Su Ching could finish his words, a sharp pain came from behind. The brainless man just put the implant in. Countless needle-like claws instantly extended from both sides of the implant. It's thicker than the implant Zhu Shana used. These needles pierced directly into Su Ching's back, and at the same time the inside of the implant split in the middle, like the mouthparts of an insect. Instantly bit the flesh on Su Ching's back and then cut it open. He doesn't have to do the surgery himself, he can do it himself, right? This is too fucking outrageous. After the incision, the implant was directly embedded in the spine, and then the 2 dragon claws on the top pierced deeply into Su Ching's back of the neck. Countless filaments and muscle fibers, connected by ligaments, also wrap around the internal organs. The S-class symbiotic cybernetics also moved. The liquid nanomaterial automatically merged with the implant and spread upwards towards the chest. Eventually it covers the entire person. The implant is directly connected to the brain nerves, and the symbiotic armor is connected to the implant. This way, nerve signals are transmitted faster, reactions are more sensitive, and movements are more spontaneous. Vertebrates evolved because they have a spine that allows them to transmit signals from the brain to the body faster than invertebrates. This is one of the very important factors, so we can turn things around and win the ultimate dominance. When the implant is completely aligned with the spine, the insertion is complete. At this time, the wound on the back, which was originally bloody, began to scab and heal quickly. The bleeding stopped at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. There were no measures to stop the bleeding or any treatment, not even any advanced nutrient solution. Su Ching took the advanced nutrient solution from No Brain's hand and drank it in one gulp. Wounds heal faster. Physical strength also quickly recovered to its peak. The mindless man's eyes flickered. I was just saying, I'm afraid it might be a little painful. Su Ching cursed the eye of dimension hundreds of times in his heart. It was such a scam. He would rather choose surgery. Tip: automatically embed into the spine, not the skin. During the first implantation, the cell's self-healing ability is increased to the limit, accelerating the healing of the implanted wound. Okay. Playing word games, eh? After just a short while, Su Ching felt himself recovering. I'm going to take a shower. Take off all your clothes and go into the bathroom. Turn on the shower. The blood was washed away bit by bit. Su Ching looked in the mirror. The muscles on the body are strong and powerful. The body shape is very coordinated. Beautiful lines. If you raise your hands slightly, the shark muscles in your abdomen will feel like steel bars. Turn your back to the mirror. In less than 5 minutes, the wound was almost completely healed. So terrifying. A normal person needs many days. Even with advanced treatment drugs, it won't be that fast. Although this is the result of the cell's self-healing ability being pushed to the limit. But it shouldn't be too different in blood rage form. The original implant was completely fused with the back skin. Dark red lines formed hexagonal lines under the back skin. Su Qing's mind moved, and the symbiotic armor appeared instantly. The armor is all black with exquisite dark red patterns engraved on it. On the chest of the armor there is an angry dragon head pattern outlined by dark red lines, which is exactly the same as the one on the implant. The armor fits the body perfectly, with smooth lines and a surface like dragon scales. There are 8 purified air filter holes on each side of the black mask on the head. The dark red eye armor looks like a slender boomerang and is quite aggressive. 2 bright red pupils moved with Su Qing's eyes. The shape of the spine on the back of the armor is exactly the same as the original implant. This is the complete fixed form of the symbiotic armor. Su Qing put away the armor. The shape should have changed according to the implant, with the pattern on the implant. After taking a shower, I walked out of the bathroom and put on my hunter clothes. You stay at home, and I'll go to the ruins. After all, the ruins are too dangerous, and Brainless has no fighting ability, so it is not safe to go in. No, I have to go with you. No Brain shook his body. Do you really think I'm a household robot from 800 years ago? Although I feel like I have lost a lot of memories and I don't know my model, I can be sure that I am not a household robot. If you don't take me with you, even if you find a robot and bring it out, it may not be useful. Su Qing thought about it and realized that he had 2 purposes for going to the ruins this time. One is to verify whether the disappearance of evil is related to the ruins, and whether it is in the ruins. The second is to find a robot of the same model as the brainless one to synthesize and upgrade it. Both are important. Okay, let's go together. You have to follow me closely. No problem, cousin. I'm telling you, you might need me in the ruins. I don't know what you need, but this is my intuition. Packed up some necessary supplies. Su Qing took No Brain with him and rode his bike out of the back door towards the edge of the city. As we got closer to the ruins, we saw that there were no longer any residents nearby. The buildings are becoming increasingly dilapidated. There were broken pipes, collapsed houses, and torn metal walls everywhere, making the scene look very desolate. The wind blew the dust on the ground into the air. When approaching the junction of the city and the ruins, the wind is getting stronger. There are a few people here wearing capes and carrying full sets of air purification equipment. They all hurried to their cars. There were also people crossing the edge and running out of the border, with all kinds of garbage in their arms. Look, another fool is going into the ruins. I don't know how many people die in there every year, thinking they can find some treasures in there. And the wind is so strong today, maybe a radiation storm is coming. Run quickly, or it will be too late. When everyone saw Su Qing riding his bike outside, they all shook their heads sarcastically. They were all scavengers in the neighborhood. They pick up trash from the ruins' borders and sell it. If you are lucky enough to get an antique from the old century, you might be able to sell it for a good price. It is relatively safer than picking up garbage residue from the garbage disposal plant. Not infected by the Black Death virus. However, they did not dare to stay in the border for too long, as there were also life-threatening situations inside. A rail train passed over the crowd's heads and instantly entered the ruins. The train had not gone far before it was covered by the yellow sand. Everyone looked back and saw that Su Qing had already rushed into the ruins without thinking. That guy is definitely finished. Look, the edge of the ruins is starting to move. It must be the approaching radiation storm. Chapter 51. Looking around, everything is ruined. Mechanical desert rat. Why did those people run to the city? He turned around and looked at the scavenger in confusion. Su Qing rushed into the edge of the ruins at the same time as the high-speed rail train. As soon as we entered the boundary of the ruins, visibility suddenly dropped by more than 10 times. The sky is full of yellow sand, it's a desert. There are no buildings to be seen around. The desert is littered with all kinds of electronic waste, most of which is covered by yellow sand. Motorcycles couldn't pass here at all, so Su Ching had to get off the car with no brain and park it at the edge. Let's go. Su Ching looked at the surrounding environment. The wind was very strong, blowing up gusts of sand and dust. And the wind is still getting stronger. Although it's a bit strange, I don't see anything wrong at the moment. Take off the mask, think about it, and the symbiotic armor appears. The clothes were instantly stretched into rags and hung on the armor. Only the windbreaker was intact. The strong wind made the windbreaker rustle. Because No Brain had difficulty walking due to his disabled hands and feet, Su Ching picked him up with one hand. Cousin, this posture is a bit too ambiguous. The fool hugged Su Ching and pretended to be shy. Although this is a desert, the soles of the symbiotic armor automatically expand their range, increasing the area they step on and will not sink. As we go deeper and deeper into the border, there is still nothing around. There is not even a trace of ruins to be seen. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. Isn't it possible that a radiation storm is coming? Seeing this, Su Ching frowned and thought of an unlikely guess. He clearly felt that the resistance to moving forward was increasing. But Jianwei said that the radiation storm would only pass through the abandoned city once every 5 years. The cycle time has not yet arrived. Cousin, there seems to be something wrong with me. Upon hearing this, Su Ching immediately looked down. I saw the brainless eyes constantly changing colors, sometimes red, sometimes green, flashing non-stop. There are even electric sparks coming out of the body. What's going on? Su Ching quickly put down No Brain and used the tools on his body to check. It's most likely a radiation storm. Look up and around. All the circuits in No Brain's body are now under heavy load. Especially the photon brain, which is always overloaded. In addition to radiation storms, there are other devices releasing electromagnetic radiation. But there was nothing but a desert around, with no people or equipment. Although I don't know why the radiation storm passed through the abandoned city 2.5 years earlier, it is definitely not suitable to continue running towards the ruins now. Although there is nothing wrong with his prosthesis, being brainless may not be able to hold on. He didn't know how far away from the ruins he was, but he had only been in the abandoned city for more than 10 minutes. He quickly turned around and ran towards the abandoned city. He increased his speed to the limit and ran wildly in the desert like a bullet. But after running for a few minutes, Su Ching realized something was wrong. I should be getting closer to the abandoned city, but now I can't see any trace of it. He also didn't see his motorcycle parked on the edge. Did I run in the wrong direction? Su Ching stopped and looked around. It was indeed easy to get lost in such an environment. But he shouldn't have run in the wrong direction, he was walking in a straight line. He just turned around and ran back. Is the border moving? Or rather, the scope of the boundaries is expanding. Thinking back to when I was approaching the border of the ruins, I saw the dilapidated buildings in the abandoned city. It was probably because that was also the area covered by the border. The expansion of the ruins' boundaries should be due to the radiation storm. He had been running for so long, and the wind was getting stronger. The powerful crosswind changed from pushing him out to sucking him in. It is indeed a radiation storm. Su Ching looked up at the sky and saw countless yellow sands suspended in the sky, just like storm clouds. Cousin, if I die, what will you do? You are so reserved, who will accompany you? The aperture of No Brain's eyes keeps changing. Su Ching was extremely anxious, as No Brain was his only relative. It has been with him for 8 years. Although the two often bicker, that's the fun of it. He had felt this anxious feeling again since his parents died. Don't talk nonsense, you won't die! Su Ching continued to sprint. Since the border is moving, rush out at a faster speed. Sudden. He felt a violent vibration coming from the soles of his feet. The entire desert ground suddenly surged. Su Ching ran while looking around in confusion. I saw countless gray mice constantly coming out of the desert. Soon they surrounded him. All these mice followed him. But at this moment, in front of Sioux City. Sudden. A huge figure suddenly jumped out from the ground. Mouse? Su Ching looked in shock at the rat not far away, which was more than 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long. This mouse's mouthparts and claws are all made of alloy. How could there be such a thing? A combination of machinery and animals. Are they running away? Wrong. Su Ching's eyes narrowed, and the mechanical mouse stared at him intently. Suddenly, the common rats around him quickly climbed up his body, and some kept disturbing his steps at his feet. Court death! The power of the symbiotic armor is simply not something that an ordinary mouse can shake. And it is impossible to break the armor's defense. Su Ching drew out a high-energy laser sword, the red pupils of his armor locked onto the mechanical mouse, and he rushed over in an instant. Upon seeing this, the mechanical mouse stood up immediately. Its sharp front claws slammed down on the ground, but it actually burrowed back into the sand. Escaped? Su Ching stopped, stood where he was, and searched the ground with his eyes. Didn't escape. That mechanical mouse is very clever. It uses ordinary mice to cover up the vibrations and traces of its movement underground. Later, a mechanical tail suddenly swung out from the ground and lashed towards Su Ching fiercely. Su Ching ignored the rat on his body, jumped back lightly, and swept out with the long sword in his hand. No need to open to see through. Now, with the help of the armor's enhancement, and his body's own abilities, he could clearly see the movements of the mechanical mouse. Squeak! A painful roar came from underground. The alloy tail of the mechanical mouse was cut off directly. The fracture was burned red by the high-energy laser. The mechanical mouse didn't dare to confront head-on, as it seemed to be able to see that Su Ching was very strong. After one strike, it escaped from the sand again. Su Ching concentrated and waited. The next strike must kill it, no delay. The wind was howling at this time. The violent wind blew up the yellow sand, forming a sandstorm that covered the sky. But more than 10 seconds passed. The mechanical mouse never appeared again. The common rats also all went underground. Oh no! The purpose of the mechanical mouse is not to attack him, but to hold him back. So smart. Its animal instinct told it that Su Ching was not someone it could handle. So I want to use the radiation storm to kill him. It worked. Su Ching also knew where the garbage in the border desert came from. I saw countless garbage falling from the sky. The source was the tornado that was moving rapidly in the distance. Countless blue electric currents flashed in the storm. That's the radiation storm. It's so huge that you can't see the end at a glance. Like a wild beast made of yellow sand, it roars and devours everything. Cousin, I shouldn't have come. I'm sorry for coming here because of me. I deserve it. The light in No Brain's eyes dimmed a lot. I'm here. Su Ching hugged Widow tightly. He would never let Widow die. Absolutely not. He crouched down and prepared to run backwards. As long as he was out of the range of the radiation storm, there would be no problem with his speed. Just run far enough before you run out of energy. Hey, are you still standing there looking for death? Come here. Chapter 52, Radiation Storm, Little Brother Xiao Ming. If you don't come, I'll close the shop. Su Ching looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tunnel door opened under a sand dune not far away. A little boy wearing goggles and a mask was waving at him. He quickly ran over with No Brain. On the way, he put away the symbiotic armor and put on a mask. Hurry, the radiation storm is coming, we have to get back underground. The little boy retreated underground and made way for the door. You look so ragged in your clothes, you must be a scavenger, right? Don't you usually just pick up trash at the edge? How did you run so deep into the border? I got lost accidentally. Su Ching went underground. The ground was very low, and he could only walk with his back bent. The little boy quickly closed and locked the heavy iron door, and reinforced the door again with fixings. So that's how it is. Hello, my name is Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's Xiao Ming and Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming clapped his hands, pushed his goggles to his forehead, crossed his arms over his chest, blinked his dark eyes, and asked with a smile, What's your name? When he smiled, He showed his 2 missing front teeth and had a thin iron rod on his waist. Sioux City. Su Ching thought about it and decided to use his real name. I saved you, so you'll be my little brother from now on. Come with me. It's too small here. It'll be more spacious downstairs. Xiaoming walked to the front to lead the way. Little brother? The corners of Su Cheng's mouth twitched twice. This child is like a little adult. Although his face was dirty, he looked very energetic. You guys are lucky. I just happened to be passing by this area and saw the alarm about the mechanical desert rats. I guess there were people there, so I came over to check it out. I didn't expect to see you. No Brain asked in confusion. Why do you know there are people when you see the mechanical desert rat? After entering the underground, he felt much better, and the temperature of his body, which was hot due to overload, was also rapidly decreasing. The eyes that had originally been lifeless gradually regained their light. Seeing this, Su Ching felt a little relieved and looked around. This is a passage built with concrete, which is different from the buildings in the abandoned city, which are almost entirely made of metal. The walls are covered with cracks and bear the marks of time. Occasionally you can see a few desert rats. Although it is very shabby, it is very clean and you can tell someone has cleaned it. The passage goes straight down with a moderate slope. Xiaoming explained. Because the desert mechanical rat will only come out from underground or attack our village when it is hunting. I thought it was it that came to attack us. It seems that the mechanical desert rat wanted to attack this underground facility, and just happened to run here. So he was attacked by mechanical desert rats. How far is this place from the abandoned city? Su Ching remembered Xiaoming said that this place was deep into the border of the ruins. It seemed that he really ran in the wrong direction. It seems that the radiation storm has affected the magnetic field at the edge of the ruins. This affected his sense of direction, and the low visibility made it difficult for him to maintain a straight line, so he went off track. Abandoned city? Xiaoming tilted his head and thought for a moment. It's very far, I haven't been there. I have lived in the village since I was a child. After walking for a long time, everyone finally came out of the narrow passage and came to a spacious tunnel. The tunnel is more than 3 meters high and about 10 meters wide, resembling a large underground military defense project from the old century. But the passage is too small. The passage of military facilities must be able to pass various machines and materials. There are various pipes hanging on the walls, heating, sewage, water supply, etc. There are also dense electrical wires, and every certain distance above your head there is an energy-saving chandelier. The lights are not very bright, probably to save energy. Every pipe on the wall is clearly classified and labeled. It can be seen that the management here is very good. On the right side of the passage they came out of, there was an old display that showed detection information of the surrounding area. It was originally a ventilation hole, but now it has been changed into a passage because it is more hidden and safer. The original passage is now only opened when we go out to search for supplies. Xiaoming explained. This kind of passage that is usually used for inspection is very small, and the mechanical desert rats can't get in. Su Ching nodded. The passage to the military facility couldn't be so small. If it is a vent, it would make sense. Let's go, this place is not safe either. The radiation storm is very powerful. We have to go down further. Xiaoming called out, quickening his pace. Follow me, don't blame me if you get lost, I'm very fast. He glanced at No Brain and said, We have an anti-radiation layer here that can reduce radiation and block electromagnetic interference. Your robot should be much better. No Brain nodded. Cousin, I think I'm fine now. I'm fully revived. Stop hugging me, it's a bit too intimate. Ha ha. Xiaoming showed his empty front teeth and smiled. Your robot is really interesting. There are so many tools stuck on its body, like a hedgehog. Thank you, little friend. Although you helped us, I have to say that your teeth are quite unique. Xiaoming immediately covered his mouth. Ayo, your robot is not interesting at all, and I am an adult, not a child. You are all my little brothers, you have to call me Big Brother. Ha! The brainless man laughed. Just at this moment, the light above my head suddenly flickered. Hurry, the storm is approaching! Xiaoming started running immediately. The crowd came to a downward passage again, which was very spacious. The entire tunnel began to shake violently. Boom! A dull roar continued to come from overhead. It seems like it's about to collapse. Clatter. Pieces of rubble fell from the surrounding walls. The broken stone slab smashed into pieces on the ground. Everyone entered the passage. Suqing picked up Xiaoming and Wuto and ran quickly. Wow, that's fast! Xiaoming exclaimed. You run faster than Brother Wang Cheng! Brother Wang Cheng is the captain of our village's patrol and exploration team. Suqing ran down the passage. After a while, they soon arrived at a spacious circular area. There are quite a few people here. Everyone is dressed very simply and carries various construction tools. Some of them carry some iron weapons. Damn it! The radiation storm is coming! Damn it! You said it was 2.5 years ahead of schedule. Is it because of 2.5 years of practice? You also know this ancient joke. Haha, 5 years. Do you know how Storm has been doing these 5 years? Hey, it's Xiaoming, your sister is looking for. Be careful, there are other people. When the few people saw Suqing, their smiling faces immediately became serious. Everyone put their hands on their weapons and stared at Suqing. It's okay, it's okay. He's a lost scavenger I rescued. He's my little brother. Xiaoming waved his hand carelessly and walked towards the few people. Suqing and No Brain stopped where they were. He didn't want to put too much pressure on those people. So it's best to stay where you are. And he just had to wait until the storm passed. At this moment, the stone above Xiaoming's head loosened and suddenly fell down. Several people immediately exclaimed, Be careful! Suqing raised his eyebrows, rushed over immediately, picked up Xiaoming, moved his body slightly, and left the place. With a bang. The stone slab hit the ground and shattered. Oh! That's amazing! Xiaoming said happily. We are even now. You saved me, and I saved you before. Everyone else looked at Suqing in surprise. Just now they only felt their eyes blurry, and Suqing rescued Xiaoming. If that big stone slab hits him, Xiaoming will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. At this time, one of them said seriously, Xiaoming, come here first. That friend, please stay where you are. Thank you. Suqing put Xiaoming down and nodded. The other party's attitude was very good, even very polite. Hey, why are you so nervous? They are my brothers. Xiaoming walked in front of everyone and patted his chest. I'll vouch for him. He just saved me. No Brain reminded. He is your younger brother. I am not, kid. Xiaoming turned around and made an okay gesture. No problem, brother. I'm sorry, we don't have the authority to make the decision, we are just a construction and maintenance team. You can take shelter here for a while, and wait for the patrol to arrive before deciding whether to stay or go. Xiaoming said happily. Is Brother Wang Cheng coming? That's great. Your sister is coming too. Beautiful, I'm done. Chapter 53, Patrol Team, Mechanical Desert Rats Attack. Where's Xiaoming? When Xiaoming heard someone calling him, he quickly ran behind Suqing, grabbed his windbreaker and only stuck his head out. The brainless man moved his body to block the blockage for him a little. Xiaoming immediately said, Good brother, from now on my little brother will be your little brother. No Brain patted his body and said, We are all brothers in our hearts. I saw a group of people coming from another passage. The leading man had his hands modified with E-class mechanical prostheses, and his feet were D-class mechanical prostheses. Wearing a leather jacket, jeans, and holding a titanium tungsten alloy long knife. Next to him was a woman in red cloth, with a fresh and clean appearance, like a girl next door, and a quiet temperament. She only modified a D-class mechanical prosthetic hand, and her weapon was a technical sniper rifle, which looked to be a very old model. Others have also been modified to varying degrees with mechanical prostheses and are equipped with weapons. Compared with the construction team members who only modified the mechanical hydraulic prosthesis, their strength is obviously stronger. Come over. The woman is Xiaoming's sister Xiaohong. Her tone was calm but unquestionable, and Xiaoming trembled with fear. He hesitated and seemed extremely reluctant. Xiaohong said gently again, Come here. Xiaoming then walked over reluctantly and said, I saw you guys were out on patrol, so I followed you out. I even saved someone, so you can't hit me. There are so many people here, please give me some face, otherwise I will. Ouch, ouch, sister, let go, I was wrong. You still want to save face? Let you run around alone. Don't you know that the mechanical desert rats have been active recently and are very dangerous? Xiaohong twisted Xiaoming's ear, causing Xiaoming to beg for mercy in pain. Everyone around couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Qing couldn't help but smile knowingly when he saw such a heartwarming scene. Who are you? Where are you from? What is your purpose in coming here? The man in the lead was Wang Cheng that Xiaoming mentioned. He frowned and looked warily at the long knife on Su Cheng's waist. Su Cheng explained. Su Cheng, we are lost coming from the abandoned city. We don't plan to disturb you. I will leave after the storm is gone. No Brain followed up. We're going to the ruins. Don't worry, we're not here to cause you any trouble. What he said made people even more nervous. Who would go to the ruins? Anyone who goes there will die. Isn't it obvious that they are here to find us? Yeah, it's too suspicious. Look at them. One of them is wearing rags and a mask and has a weapon. The other has tools stuck in his body and is clueless. They don't look like good people at all. No Brain immediately protested. Don't attack other people's looks. Su Cheng was speechless. This guy is poisonous. After Xiaohong packed up Xiaoming, she looked at Su Cheng and said, The storm will last at least 3 days before it leaves. If you go out now, you will be swept away. As he was speaking, the entire ground began to shake again. A lot of dust fell. The light above my head was shaking and creaking. Sorry, we don't welcome outsiders here. Wang Qing never let go of the knife. Xiaoming quickly said, Sister, brother Wang Qing is a good man. He just saved me. At this time, someone next to him whispered about the stone slab falling and hitting Xiaoming. Xiaohong frowned slightly when she heard this. She thought for a while and looked at Wang Qing. Brother Wang Qing, why don't you take them to the village chief and let him decide? No. Wang Qing shook his head. We can't bring strangers to the village chief. The village chief is very ill now and is not suitable to handle things. Actually, I'm right here. Su Cheng explained. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I have supplies with me. He pointed at the backpack on No Brain. Let's do this. Xiaohong suggested. I'll go ask the village chief, you guys stay here and watch him. After all, he saved my brother, and he's indebted to me. Okay, go ahead. Wang Cheng nodded. Xiaohong immediately took Xiaoming away. Brother, wait till I come back. Xiaoming yelled. Ouch, sister, stop hitting me. I won't run around anymore, ouch. Su Qing took No Brain to sit in a corner. Even underground, you can hear the howling of the storm outside. If it weren't for Xiaoming, they would really be in big trouble. The power of nature cannot be resisted by human power. Wang Qing saw him sit down in the corner and let down his guard a little. He said to the few people holding tools at the beginning, You guys go to Area 081 in front and repair the detection device. Uncle and his team went there this morning, and there is no news so far. Be careful. Okay, we'll go first. The construction and maintenance team immediately walked towards the passage on the other side. You guys go over there too and protect the construction team. Yes. Wang Qing asked several members of the patrol team to go over as well. He and 3 other people were left to guard Su's city. Cousin, these people treat us like prisoners. No Brain put down his backpack, took out a bottle of Coke and handed it to Su Qing, and also took out an intermediate energy block to replace it. Wang Cheng and others widened their eyes in shock when they saw this. That's a mid-level energy block. It'll give us electricity for a long time. And what that guy drinks? I think I saw it once when I went out to look for supplies. It's a drink for rich people. Is that a biscuit? And instant noodles. We haven't had them in a long time. Everyone swallowed subconsciously. Snort! Wang Qing snorted coldly, glanced at him secretly, and turned his head away pretending not to care. What is there to envy? We have fields now, and we can eat vegetables and rice in the future. It's much better than what he eats, and much more luxurious. After a while, No, that's bad, that's bad. The man who had just gone to repair the wall stumbled back shouting. What's wrong? Wang Qing immediately ran forward and supported the man. The man was covered in blood and had many bite marks on his body. Desert rats, it's desert rats. A large number of desert rats attacked us. Mechanical desert rats also came in. Uncle and the others are all dead. What? Wang Qing's eyes turned red when he heard this. He yelled and rushed towards the passage. Uncle! Captain Wang, don't go. It's dangerous. The others immediately followed. Su Qing drank the drink in one gulp and stood up. We are in trouble. Wang Qing and others who had just rushed and quickly ran back. Behind them followed a black mass of desert rats, coming in like a tide. Squeak! Suddenly, a familiar rat cry was heard. The huge mechanical desert rat also followed behind. One person ran too slowly and was instantly overwhelmed by the desert rats. His screams didn't last long before they died down. Wang Qing tried hard to attack the mechanical desert rats, but was held back by the others. No, Captain Wang, we have to run. There are too many of them. We need cannons and flamethrowers to fight them off. Uncle is dead, don't go. Hey! You guys should run too. Mechanical desert rats will eat people. Run for your lives first. That's right, run! Everyone passed by Su Qing and reminded him immediately. Someone pulled Su Qing's clothes, but tore off a large piece of cloth. Su Qing calmly drew out his high-energy laser sword. Since you are so kind, then I will help you. Having said that, he rushed directly towards the mechanical desert rat. No, don't go. You will die if you go. Come back soon. Come back, silly boy. It's not that you haven't dealt with it, damn it. Why are young people so violent nowadays? When Wang Qing saw Su Qing rushing forward, he quickly pushed away the people who were blocking him and rushed forward as well. Get out of the way, it's mine. I want revenge for my uncle. Cousin, you've leaked half your butt. Chapter 54, Split into two to solve the rat problem. There were so many desert rats that the entire circular area and the ground of the passage were covered in black. Su Qing chopped quickly, killing all the desert rats in front of him, and blood spurted out. His target is the mechanical desert rat behind. When on top, the desert rats cooperated with the mechanical desert rats and attacks in a very disciplined manner. Obviously the desert rats are controlled by it, so just kill the mechanical desert rats. The mechanical desert rat seemed to recognize him. When it saw him rushing towards it, it screamed and quickly backed away. At the same time, the desert rats attacked Su's city more frantically. There are simply too many. The desert rat jumped onto Su Qing and bit him hard with its sharp teeth. Bang! The tooth is broken. The strengthening potion has all-round strengthening effects. Not only strength and speed, but physical defense is also improved. Combined with the liquid nanomaterials of the symbiotic armor distributed in muscle and skin cells, his body's defense is more than enough to resist animal bites. When the mechanical desert rat saw this, a look of fear suddenly appeared in its eyes. How come this human is more like a monster than it? Just rushing towards me like this, who is the beast between us? It just turned around and ran away. Where are you running to, grass? Wang Qing roared, but he couldn't stop the desert rat's attack. He was forced to retreat continuously, and although he tried his best to hack and kill, the effect was minimal. He saw Su Qing rushing into the desert rat group and shouted, Don't go in alone, wait for us! The others also followed and tried their best to stop the attack of the desert rats, watching Su Qing disappear alone in the rat group. It's over. He will never come back. He looks powerful, but there are too many desert rats. The teeth and claws of the mechanical desert rats can even tear through super alloys. And their tails are so powerful that he can't defeat them. I don't know if the cannons and flamethrowers have been brought. Let's retreat, Captain Wang. Wang Qing gritted his teeth and looked at the desert rats that were quickly surrounding him. Let's fight and retreat at the same time. If that person comes back, we can also provide support. Okay, let's kill these rats. Someone took out an old-fashioned AK-47 and started shooting. However, this type of attack is not very effective against the large number of desert rats. Da-da-da! The sound of gunfire echoed in the tunnel. After Su Qing chased into the rat swarm, he directly summoned the symbiotic armor and rushed out at high speed like a locomotive. All the desert rats on the road were directly knocked to pieces. The mechanical desert rat looked back and suddenly squeaked in fear. Monster, this guy is definitely a monster. Su Qing rushed behind it in an instant, grabbed its half-cut tail with one hand, and pulled it with all his strength. Squeak, squeak. The huge mechanical desert rat screamed and was pulled to a stop. Inertia caused it to fall heavily to the ground. Su Qing took advantage of the reaction, raised his knife and chopped it down with force, instantly cutting into the mechanical desert rat's butt. He then exerted force with his feet and continued to rush forward. Instantly split the mechanical desert rat into two. The internal organs suddenly gushed out, filling half of the passage. Su Qing jumped lightly to avoid the filth. He looked at the dead mechanical desert rat and had many questions in his mind. The mechanical desert rat is so smart that its IQ is definitely not that of ordinary rats. And the mutation is so huge, and it is a semi-mechanical life form, which is very strange. It can't be that the desert rats transformed themselves. Even if there is a mutation, it will at most be a physical change, and it will not become a cyborg life form. Although he had previously guessed based on Rose's words that there might be mutated beasts in the ruins, and they would be very smart. But I never thought it would be a cyborg beast. What's in the ruins? Mechanical desert rats appear at the edge of the ruins. Is it related to the ruins? There are so many questions here. With the death of the mechanical desert rat, the surrounding desert rats immediately stopped moving forward and then all retreated to the end of the passage. Su Qing swung the long knife casually, but the blood on it had already evaporated. He followed the direction of the rat's retreat and continued walking inside. Walk to the end and find a huge hole. At this time, the desert rats all fled from the holes like the tide receding. Su Qing looked around and found more than a dozen gnawed corpses in the corner, their faces distorted and their deaths were extremely tragic. They should be members of the construction team and patrol team who came here for repairs. He took back the symbiotic armor and instantly turned into a bloody man. The nanomaterials of the symbiotic armor will keep all the dirt on the armor on the surface of the skin. Su Qing shook his head helplessly. He had never noticed it before, and his clothes were torn, so he might be exposed every time he summoned the symbiotic armor. It's a pity that there are no big pants of the old century Hulk. Hurry everyone, go in and see if there are any living people. Why didn't you keep an eye on him? That man saved my brother. He was our guest. If he rushed in, he would definitely not survive. That's not right. Why did the desert rats suddenly retreat? Could it be that the mechanical desert rats were beaten away? Was it that person who did it? Impossible. The mechanical desert rat is very powerful. That person can't possibly defeat it, right? Wang Qing, leading the patrol team, and Xiaohong and others who had returned from the village chief, saw the desert rats retreating and all ran into the passage. One of them was carrying an RPG rocket launcher, and one was carrying a flamethrower. Everyone just happened to see Su Qing, covered in blood, walking out from beside the corpse of the mechanical desert rat. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Su Qing in shock. A scavenger who was dressed in rags and lost at the edge of the ruins actually killed a huge mechanical desert rat. Cousin! Little brother! No Brain and Xiao Ming hurried to Su Qing. Although Brainless was not afraid of being bitten, there were too many desert rats, and he was carried away by the huge group of desert rats. Finally, after the desert rats retreated, he chased after them immediately. Cousin, are you okay? Why are you covered in blood? That rubbish rat couldn't possibly hurt you. You took that risk alone. Little brother, you can't die. You are the only little brother I saved. If you die, I will be left alone. Su Qing picked up the two guys one by one. I'm fine, I just need to take a shower. Put me down. I won't be able to save my face if you do this. Put me down, you bastard, show me your butt, you're a pervert. Just be quiet, I'll put you down in a moment. The two of them suddenly became quiet. Su Qing looked at Wang Qing and Xiao Hong. You really killed the mechanical desert rat by yourself? Wang Qing asked in disbelief. Su Qing nodded. Wang Qing clenched his fists and said, Thank you? We will thank you. After that, he said to the patrol team, "Come on, follow me in to find Uncle." They immediately ran to the end of the tunnel. Suqing didn't tell them that everyone inside was dead, but they had to face it eventually. Xiaohong's eyes lit up. She walked forward, took Xiaoming from Suqing, and slapped him on the butt. Xiaoming ran away with a howl. "Are you really okay?" Xiaohong saw Suqing covered in blood and asked again worriedly. Suqing shook his head. "It's okay." Xiaohong asked again. "Did you really kill the mechanical desert rat?" Suqing pointed to the body of the mechanical desert rat behind him and said, "As you can see." Xiaohong looked at Suqing with shining eyes. "You are amazing. The village chief said that you can wait in the village until the radiation storm is gone. Come with me to see the village chief." "Good." Suqing and Wu Neatu followed Xiaohong back. Xiaohong put her hands behind her back and glanced at Suqing secretly. "My name is Xiaohong, what's yours?" "Xiaohong?" Suqing thought that the names of the two siblings were a bit careless. "Suqing." "Cousin, my name is Ryukong, the Ryukong who caused havoc in heaven." No Brain came up and said. Xiaohong smiled and said, "You all have nice names. The village chief said that bad names are easier to keep, so he gave me and my brother these names." Suqing nodded in understanding. In China in the old century, there was indeed such a saying. Xiaohong smiled and said, "Thank you so much this time. Mechanical desert rats have always been the biggest threat to our Xiangyang village. Now that you have solved them, we don't have to worry about rat infestation in the future. Your brother saved us, so it's only right that we help you get rid of the desert rats. The people here are very kind, which is one of the reasons why Suqing is willing to take action." "That's right." Xiaohong asked curiously. "My brother said you are scavengers from the abandoned city? That can't be the case. You are so powerful, how could you be a scavenger?" Suqing shook his head. "We came from the abandoned city. We are not scavengers. I am a prosthetic repairman." "Prosthetic repairman?" Xiaohong asked in surprise. "You said you can repair prosthetics?" Suqing nodded. "Elementary." "Very good," Xiaohong said happily. "Then hurry up and follow me, you're here at the right time." Chapter 55, Xiangyang Village, a convenient thing. "You're actually a cybernetic repairman? And a repairman who can defeat mechanical desert rats? That's awesome, little brother!" Xiaoming had been hiding in the corner and eavesdropping. He looked at Suqing in shock. Xiaohong passed by and slapped him on the head. "Don't waste time, go quickly." "You!" Xiaoming held his head, angry but not daring to say anything. Suqing said helplessly, "I think it's better for me to take a shower first." Xiaohong was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then looked Suqing up and down. After seeing the large area of skin exposed, especially the vaguely visible buttocks, her cheeks suddenly turned slightly red, and she turned her eyes away and nodded. "Okay, you can go to my house first, and try to be quick." Suqing pulled down his windbreaker and tried to cover his body. "Okay." Xiaohong secretly took a look from the side. They quickly passed through several tunnels and soon arrived at a place the size of 5 or 6 football fields. The top is about 20 meters high and very spacious. There are many houses built with wood here. Each house has heating pipes and water and electricity supply. Some buildings that were originally underground facilities have also been utilized. These houses form a small village. In the center of the village, there is a lake with groundwater constantly gushing out. There are also many pipes deep underground leading to a tunnel in the distance. At the back of the village, there is a 3-story wooden house, which is the tallest building in the village. Xiaohong took Suqing and walked quickly through the village. "Xiaohong, who is this? Why is he covered in blood? Do you want to call Dr. Niu? Is there something wrong? I heard that the mechanical desert rats came. How is it? Did you drive them away? Damn, everyone, grab your weapons. We can't let the patrol brothers fight the mechanical desert rats alone." When the villagers saw Suqing covered in blood, they all asked anxiously and some ran to call a doctor. Suqing watched silently. The living atmosphere here was much better than that in the abandoned city. It was more like a place where humans lived. It's full of humanity, and everyone cares about each other. Xiaohong quickly explained to everyone. No, the mechanical desert rat is dead. This is the new prosthetic repairman, and he killed the mechanical desert rat. I will take him to take a bath first, and then go find the village chief. Prosthetic repairman? Great, the village chief is saved. He actually killed the mechanical desert rat. Unbelievable. He is also a prosthetic repairman. My God, he is so strong! May God bless our Xiangyang village. Hurry, everyone, get out of the way. The villagers were so enthusiastic that they all watched Su Qing and Xiaohong enter a wooden house. There's hot water in there. We have hot water in the combustion chamber. Xiaohong opened a wooden door and found a wooden basin and toiletries inside. Su Qing entered the bathroom and happened to see a small white underwear. Ah! Xiaohong followed his gaze and saw her underwear, and quickly ran over to pick it up. I'll help you find clothes. After saying that, he ran away. Su Qing filled a basin with hot water and quickly wiped the blood stains off his body. This is already the deepest part of the tunnel, but I can still faintly feel the vibration coming from above my head. The good thing is that it's pretty sturdy here. It would be 3 days before he could continue on to the ruins, which was a bit long. He brought food but not the next supply of strengthening potions. It takes 5 days to strengthen once, and he doesn't want to waste time. Let's wait and see. Wait until the radiation storm passes. I left my clothes outside. Xiaohong's voice came from outside. She opened the door a little bit, put her clothes down, closed the door and ran away. Sister, I saved a maintenance technician this time. Isn't that awesome? Awesome? You're allowed to run around. Don't you know how dangerous it is? Have you seen the mechanical desert rat? Uncles are dead, so many people are dead. Ouch, but the people I saved can help the village chief, and you still hit me, ouch. It's a handy thing. Su Qing smiled slightly. He didn't expect that there were so many people living underground at the edge of the ruins. Everyone was so welcoming and kind. But although it is peaceful here, it also has its own dangers. If he hadn't arrived, the mechanical desert rats might have completely massacred the village. Their strength is too weak and their weapons are too weak. Too weak to protect this peace and tranquility. Therefore, only strong power can ensure lasting peace. After taking a shower, Su Qing changed into clothes. They were a bit tight, but barely enough. This time he didn't bring a gun, but carried a laser knife with him, put away his mask, and walked out of the bathroom. Xiaohong was slightly stunned when she saw Su Qing's clean and handsome face, who had just taken a shower and was not wearing a mask. But she reacted quickly. You're done. She ran over and said seriously, I'm begging you, please help the village chief. Good. Su Qing nodded and glanced at Xiaoming, who was rubbing his butt. Xiaoming felt the gaze and immediately frowned, put his hands on his hips, and pretended nothing was wrong. Let's go. Su Qing smiled. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw the villagers waiting outside. Everyone, make way for the maintenance engineer. The villagers immediately made way. Village chief, please help me. Sorry to bother you, please help the village chief. We in Xiangyang village will definitely be grateful to you. Come with me now. Xiaohong pulled Su Qing and walked quickly towards the last 3-story building in the village. At this time, Wang Qing led the patrol team to carry back all the bodies of the victims. Everyone come and help! He shouted loudly, and everyone saw it and immediately came forward to help. Uncle is dead? Damn it, was it the mechanical desert rats who did it? Damn, these damn rats. Mom, Dad looks so scary. What happened to him? Will he still hug me? A feeling of sadness spread among the villagers. Some people cried bitterly, some comforted the relatives of the victims, and some stared at the corpses in a daze. The patrol members held back their tears and brought white cloth from their homes to cover the body. Their relatives are here too. The death of so many people was undoubtedly a huge blow to this small underground village. Xiaohong has taken the prosthetic repair technician to find the village chief. As for the bodies of Uncle and the others, we'll have to wait for the village chief to make a decision. So many people died. Now I just hope the village chief can recover. Wang Qing looked at Xiaohong and Su Qing's backs, and when he saw them holding hands, a hint of loss flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that he is actually a prosthetic repairman. Not only is he powerful, he can also repair prosthetics. Wang Qing gritted his teeth and blamed himself. It's all my fault. I'm the patrol captain. I'm too weak and I couldn't protect everyone. Don't say that, Captain. I don't blame you. You're already doing fine. Although we suffered heavy losses this time, the good news is that the maintenance technician helped us with the mechanical desert rat. Hey, thanks to that maintenance engineer, he was able to defeat the mechanical desert rat. Now the village chief has to rely on him. Wang Qing listened to everyone's discussion, looked dejectedly at a corpse, and muttered to himself in a daze. Uncle, how can I become more powerful as that maintenance engineer, to protect everyone, the village, and Xiaohong? I can actually keep up with you. Yes, I'm sorry. Xiaohong quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks slightly red. I was too anxious. Fine. Su Qing shook his head. Soon, the two arrived at the village chief's house. Village chief, we've brought him here. He's also a prosthetic repair technician, so he can help you take a look. Xiaohong stood outside the door and said loudly, followed by a burst of frivolous and slow footsteps. Squeak, ah! The wooden door opened with a teeth-grinding sound. An old man with white hair and beard came out hunched over. When he saw everyone, he smiled and said, You're here. Good, come in. Chapter 56. The Source of the Black Death Virus, Exchange. Grandpa Village Chief, he is a prosthetic repairman and can help you. He is the person I saved. Xiao Ming patted his chest proudly. Oh? Prosthetic repairman? Not bad, not bad. The village chief glanced at Su Qing and smiled kindly. Xiao Ming is really amazing. Xiao Ming received praise from the village chief and immediately looked at Xiao Hong proudly. Xiao Hong raised her hand and slapped him on the head. This is so smooth and easy to use. Look, Grandpa Village Chief, my sister hit me again. The village chief smiled kindly upon seeing this. Xiao Hong, you and Xiao Ming go and deal with the uncles and the others. I will talk to this maintenance engineer alone. Good. Xiao Hong nodded, then looked at Su Qing. Thank you for your help, please help the village chief. He is the hope of our village. We will definitely repay you well afterwards. Just as Su Qing was about to speak, the village chief said, Okay, he will do it, you guys go quickly. Well, village chief, let's go. Xiao Hong took Xiao Ming to find Wang Qing. Come in. The village chief turned slightly, and Su Qinghe and Mei Tu walked into the house. The village chief closed the door and suddenly smiled strangely. He slowly walked to the chair and sat down. Hey, I know I'm infected with the Black Death virus, which can't be cured. Su Qing nodded. The first time he saw the village chief, he knew that he was infected with the Black Death virus. But why didn't the villagers know about such obvious symptoms? You must be wondering why Xiaohong and the others didn't know about the obvious symptoms of the Black Death virus. The village chief smiled and explained. Because they have been living underground at the edge of the ruins, they don't know about the Black Death virus. But doesn't the Black Death virus have the risk of infection as long as there is a prosthetic body? They also have modified prosthetic bodies, so they should know this. Su Qing was still confused. This is common sense. Everyone in the abandoned city is aware of the Black Death virus, just like everyone in the old century was aware of the common cold. Common sense? No, that's just the common sense that Future City has given you. The village chief shook his head and said, In fact, the Black Death virus only exists in a few cities under the Future City. There is no such virus in other cities under the floating city. There is more than one city floating in the sky, Future City. At the foot of each floating city, there are many cities that belong to its own management. The floating cities are almost unconnected to each other, with ruins separating them. Su Qing was shocked when he heard this. It was the first time he heard such a statement. The Black Death virus was actually unique to Future City. You mean, only the city at the foot of Future City has the Black Death virus? If this is true, then the Black Death virus, the garbage disposal plant, and the Future City. I dare not think too deeply about it. In order to achieve their own goals, these powerful people really treat ordinary people as if they are no better than ants. That's right. As for why this happened and what their purpose is, I don't know. Sigh. The village chief sighed deeply and smiled reluctantly. He slowly picked up a homemade cigarette and lit it. You came at the right time. I just need someone to talk to. I don't need to treat my illness. Please listen to me patiently. Maybe there will be some useful information for you. By the way, what's your name? Sioux City. What a nice name. The village chief leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling, as if recalling. This place used to be very chaotic. People living underground had a worse life than those living in the outskirts of the abandoned city. Su Qing listened quietly. If this is the case, then Xiangyang village has changed tremendously now. The village is now well managed and people live much more comfortably than in the abandoned city. Disputes, cannibalism, violence, they're everywhere here, hiss whoosh. The village chief exhaled a long puff of smoke and said, I am also from the abandoned city, but I am tired of living in the abandoned city, so I take the train, travel between cities, and tour this dilapidated post-war world. Traveling around cities? No wonder he knew that the Black Death virus was only found in the city at the foot of Future City. But being able to travel between so many cities without being swallowed by ruins is really great luck. Haha, you must be thinking that I'm so lucky that I can avoid the ruins every time. The village chief suddenly laughed and said, It's really good. If you have the chance, you can go to the northwest. It was the Xinjiang of China in the old century. There are still the beautiful scenery there, but it's very dangerous. Su Qing shook his head. After dealing with the abandoned city, I will go to the future city. Future city? The village chief exhaled a puff of smoke, squinted his eyes and said through the smoke. Then you have to be careful, it may not be what people say it is. Su Qing frowned slightly. If the Black Death virus is really as the village chief said, then the future city is indeed not a paradise on earth. At the same time, he saw that the village chief's prosthetic body was very good. One of the arms is an A-level combat prosthesis. With such strength, he is definitely a big boss in the abandoned city. So he must know a lot of information that ordinary people don't know. I used to be the fighting king of the abandoned city fighting arena. If you have ever seen fighting, oh, everyone in the abandoned city must have watched fighting. So you must know me. I am Sergei. The village chief grinned. Sergei? Su Qing was shocked. The man whose portrait was now hanging on the wall of the fighting arena. The former fighting king Sergei. Now he is the village chief underground. He did know, though only recently. He asked doubtfully, Shouldn't I go to Future City to become the king of fighters? Sergei shook his head. No, I didn't go. I chose to stay on Earth because this is my homeland. Even though it is now in ruins, it is also the place where our human race originated. Besides, who knows if we can really go to the Future City? Right? I don't want to gamble. That's true. Su Qing nodded. If one could go to the Future City by becoming the king of fighters or an S-class hunter, wouldn't it be a bit too easy? Not only is it a question of whether you can go there, but also whether the place is good. But he has to go. Sergei smiled and continued. Later, I happened to meet someone who was out searching for supplies, and followed him to this underground city. I used my own strength to unite all the people here, and after more than 10 years of development, it has become the current Xiangyang village. Although he said it simply, Su Qing knew that it was definitely not easy. It is so difficult to transform a place that was far inferior to the outskirts of an abandoned city into the warm village it is today. No wonder the villagers respect Sergei so much. It can be said that it was he who created this village, which is why the villagers now live in peace and tranquility. I knew I was infected with the Black Death virus, but I didn't want them to know and I didn't want them to be sad, so I kept it a secret. Sergei said helplessly. They rely on me too much. Su Qing pursed his lips. He couldn't help Sergei. Zhu Shaner was infected with the Black Death virus at a very mild level, with only a little black color at the bottom of her eyes. But Sergei was too deeply infected. Most of his eyeballs have turned black, and it's only a few days away. But I can't die now. Xiangyang village has just stabilized. You have helped me a lot by killing the mechanical desert rats, but I must ensure that the village is absolutely safe before I can feel at ease. So please help me. As he was speaking, Sergei suddenly laughed strangely. Damn, I can even feel that the damn virus makes me laugh inexplicably all the time. Suching frowned and said, After the radiation storm leaves, I will enter the ruins. I can't stay here forever. It's okay, there's enough time. Don't worry, I won't let you help in vain. Sergei got up and went upstairs. After a while, he came down with a wooden box and handed it to Suching. If you are going to Future City, this thing may be useful to you. Suching opened the box and found a metal module inside. He had never seen it before and didn't know what it was used for. That's the identity key component of Future City. Sergei sat back in his chair. After you become the king of fighters, the abandoned city fighting arena will reward you with this key component. It will allow you to live in the Future City, similar to the ID card of the old century. Suching carefully observed the metal module. On the surface, there was nothing special, only a number 01 foot. This is the place that everyone in the abandoned city wants to go to, the identity card of the Future City. Everyone wants to be the king of fighting, and is even willing to sacrifice their lives for it, but in the end, all they are fighting for is just this tiny metal module. This thing is really useful to him, and he must go to the Future City. I'll use it in exchange for you. You just need to help Xiangyang Village resolve potential threats during the 3 days when the radiation storm lasts. Sergei said, pointing to the box. There is also a combat chip in the box. Suching looked at the box and found a microchip at the bottom. That's a combat chip I found when I was traveling around various cities. It contains a lot of combat skills. Sergei smiled and said, It's useless to me, so I'll give it to you. You can defeat the mechanical desert rat, which shows that you are very powerful. And you haven't modified any prosthetics, so it's likely that your body has been strengthened, right? The clothes Suching wore were very small, so the protozoa could be seen. He nodded and said, Yes. Sergei said meaningfully, I don't know your identity, but it must be extraordinary. Your body has definitely been strengthened more than once. Your body is more perfect than any other fighter I have ever seen. Even those nobles who have strengthened their bodies are not as good as you. Suching answered honestly. I'm just a junior maintenance technician. Perhaps. Sergei obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't ask any more questions. That combat chip is very special. I took a quick look at it, and it's not any model produced by Guanca, so you can study it. Suching nodded. He had always fought based on reaction and instinct. It would be better if you could learn combat skills. He took out the combat chip and placed it on the external photon brain. In an instant, countless fighting techniques and moves entered his mind. These techniques were engraved in his mind like downloading files on a computer. He can perform the moves recorded in the chip at any time, but he needs to slowly check the fighting techniques. Suddenly, the chip emitted a burst of sparks. Broken? Sergei was a little surprised. I have never used this chip. It seems to be a one-time use. Suching frowned and took off the chip. It was already burned through inside. It could only be used once? Skills are not fixed, but you have to integrate them into your own battles, rather than fighting them one move at a time. I believe you will be able to make good use of them in the future. Sergei continued. There is also a notebook in there. It records my travels to various cities. Maybe it will be useful to you as well. Under the combat chip is a notebook with a cowhide cover. Written on it are the 6 words. My end of the year. Suching opened it and took a look. It contained photos and records of Sergei's visits to other cities, as well as descriptions of some roads and landmarks. This notebook is also useful if you are going to other cities. Suching put everything back into the box and then put the box into the backpack behind No Brain. I agree to your exchange. Even if he didn't have the Future City identity key components and combat chips, he wouldn't mind helping Xiangyang Village. Sergei smiled and said, Okay, please don't tell the children that I was infected with the Black Death virus these days. Just say that it has been repaired and the prosthesis only has a minor malfunction that caused me to feel unwell. No problem. Chapter 57, Xiangyang Village Morning Day, Prosthetic Body Transformation. Village Chief, how are you? The bodies of the uncles have been sorted out, and now we are waiting for your decision. Xiaohong's voice came from outside. Sergei stood up and glanced at Suching. Don't forget not to mention the Black Death virus. After saying that, he walked to the door and opened it. Village Chief, has your prosthetic body been repaired? How do you feel? Xiaohong asked with concern. Sergei smiled kindly and said, It's okay. You see, I'm fine now. It was because the prosthesis lacked maintenance and had some infection. Now it has been completely repaired by Su Qing. Great, the village chief is fine. Haha, our village is saved, that's great. I really want to thank this maintenance engineer. Thanks to him, not only did he kill the mechanical desert rat, but he also saved the village chief. He is really a benefactor of our village. I brought that person back. Humph, you should thank me too. Okay, haha, Xiao Ming has also made a great contribution. The village chief's recovery made the villagers, who had lost many of their companions, feel better. Xiaohong looked at Su Qing gratefully. Thank you so much. Su Qing smiled faintly and said, It's just a matter of convenience. Sergei waved his hand and the villagers immediately quieted down. He said seriously, This time the mechanical desert rats caused us heavy losses. We must properly settle the family of Uncle and his family, and bury the bodies in the memorial ground in the tunnel after cremation. Although they have left us, we still have to protect the village and live well. Everyone should cheer up. Life must go on. We will, and we will live a good life. We listen to the village chief. Don't be sad. Our lives will get better and better. We must carry on the will of those who sacrifice for the village and live well. Sergei's words cheered everyone up. Everyone, go to the primary remains first. After they are processed, everyone will stay together tonight to watch over the victims. Everyone dispersed and did their own things according to Sergei's arrangements. Xiaohong and Wang Qing stay. Sergei looked at Wang Qing and Xiaohong. Su Qing promised me to help our village completely eliminate the hidden dangers. You two are the most powerful people in the village, you must cooperate with him. Xiaohong nodded vigorously and said, Don't worry, village chief, we will fully cooperate with Su Qing. There was a strange look in her eyes when she looked at Su Qing. Wang Qing glanced at Su Qing and nodded. Village chief, we will. Before that, I have to trouble you again. Sergei looked at Su Qing and said, Their prosthetics are very backward. I have 2 sets of Class B combat prosthetics in my collection. There has never been a prosthetic repairman in the village, so I can't replace them. Now please help them change, and you can take the rest. But there is no alliance coin, you know, poetry and distant places are very expensive. Su Qing smiled and said, No problem. I just need some nutrient solution if you have any. I have a lot. The villagers don't need nutrient solution. I have taught them how to farm. I can give it all to you. Come on, go in. Sergei led a few people into the house and went directly to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is where he works. There is a desk and a bed. There were also several large wooden boxes and a leather box nearby. Sergei opened a wooden box, inside of which were 2 sets of dusty B-class combat prostheses. It is difficult for others to collect a set of advanced prosthetics, but he actually collected 2 complete sets. Xiaohong only modified one arm to be used with the technical sniper rifle. The surgical conditions here are too low, so we will just replace one arm for now. Picking up one of the B-level prosthetic arms and handing it to Xiaohong, Sergei pointed to the remaining prosthetics in the box and looked at Su Qing. Wang Qing will transform a full set of prosthetics, and the remaining B-level combat prosthetics can be used as expenses. Su Qing shook his head. Leave these to Xiaohong. If you have an E-level mechanical prosthesis, you can give it to me. I only want the lowest level one. This surprised Sergei. There are also E-class parts in this box. If you want them, I can give them all to you. But even if you put them together, they are not as good as the parts of a B-class combat prosthesis. Are you sure? He opened another wooden box, which contained about 7 or 8 sets of E-class mechanical prostheses. Su Qing smiled and nodded. Sure, the more the better. Sergei nodded and said, Okay, then both boxes are yours. Village head. Xiaoming suddenly said at this time. I also want to become powerful, and I also want to protect the village. Sergei smiled and said, When you grow up, I will definitely help you transform. Now you have to listen to your sister and eat more to grow stronger. Xiaoming pouted. I'm an adult now, I want to fight too! Pa! Xiao Hong slapped him in the face. How dare you disobey the village chief? It's okay. It's okay. Sergei patted Xiao Ming's head and patiently taught him. Fighting is not about rushing to the front and fighting with weapons. The maintenance team repairing the wall and defending the village from mechanical desert rats is also fighting. The villagers work on the farmland to maintain their daily lives, which is also a battle. You are still young, and your battle is to grow up safely and contribute to the village in the future. Su Qing stood aside. It had to be said that the former fighting king of this abandoned city not only lived clearly, had a deep understanding of life, but was also very courageous. He was able to retire at the peak of his life. He gave up the opportunity that everyone dreams of, and risked his life to travel to various cities. He could have stayed in the abandoned city, and lived a life of luxury even if he didn't go to the future city. But he chose to travel, and chose to create Xiangyang village here with these simple people. Xiao Ming nodded, not quite understanding, and said, I'll listen to the village chief. Let's get started. Sergei nodded to Su Qing. Replacing the prosthesis was not difficult. Su Qing was very familiar with it. He pulled out the tools from Wuto's body and then replaced them for Xiaohong and Wang Qing. Sergei looked to the side and opened a leather box, inside which was a whole box of nutrient solution neatly placed. There are at least more than 100 bottles. And it's not all low-quality nutrient solutions, there are also primary and several bottles of intermediate ones. After all, he was once the king of fighters, and he still has a lot of stock. Half an hour later, all the prostheses were replaced. Xiaohong looked at her silver right hand and felt that her strength had increased several times. Moreover, when advanced prosthetics are used in conjunction with firearms, both power and accuracy are increased. Wang Qing transformed a full set of Class B combat prostheses. He moved his limbs and was very excited. Now I can definitely kill the mechanical desert rat. Just because your prosthetic body is powerful doesn't mean you will be powerful. Sergei sat in his office chair and said, I believe you can defeat the mechanical desert rats to protect the village and the villagers, but don't think it's because of the prosthesis, but because of yourself. No matter how powerful the prosthesis is, it still depends on who is using it. Wang Qing was slightly stunned, and said unconfidently, I will try my best. Sergei shook his head silently. He knew the character of everyone in the village. Wang Qing has low self-esteem, but he is not weak. In order to protect the villagers, he is not afraid of life and death, but he is too unconfident in normal times. But this cannot be changed overnight. Sergei narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Qing and Wang Qing. I hope that seeing Su Qing will inspire Wang Cheng's fighting spirit. That's right. Sergei walked to the box nearby, took out a reinforced protective suit and handed it to Su Qing. Although your body is very strong, it is a protozoan after all, and needs some protection. Chapter 58 AI Artificial Intelligence Mechanical Life Form. Su Qing took off his shirt and put on protective clothing. In fact, he doesn't need it now, but the protective suit has great elasticity and will not be burst by the symbiotic armor at once. Xiaohong secretly glanced at Su Qing's muscles and her little face turned red. When Wang Qing saw Xiaohong's look, he lowered his eyes in inferiority. When Sergei saw Wang Cheng's expression, he shook his head in his heart. It seems that the stimulation is not enough. He took a puff of his cigarette and asked Wang Qing, Now that you are all ready, tell me how the mechanical desert rat entered the tunnel of our village. It's like this, Uncle and his team first discovered the problem with the detection equipment in Area 081, so they brought people over to repair it this morning. But he didn't come back until noon, so our patrol team went to check. As a result, they happened to encounter a mechanical desert rat that dug through the wall of Area 081, broke in, and killed Uncle and the others. Wang Qing gritted his teeth and said, These damn rats! Fortunately, Su Qing showed up and helped us kill the mechanical desert rats. Did you dig a tunnel? Sergei frowned and said, I'll have to trouble Su Qing to take Wang Qing and the patrol team to check the tunnel. It would be best to go through the tunnel and eliminate all the threats inside. Su Qing nodded. Okay. Thank you for your help. Sergei said seriously. Now Wang Qing, go and gather the patrol team and bring all the powerful weapons in the village. I'll go now. Wang Qing immediately went out to call for help. I'll go check on the mechanical desert rat first and wait for you there. Su Qing wanted to go over and take a look at the mechanical desert rat first. After all, it might be related to the ruins. Sergei nodded and said, Okay, you go first, and I'll go over as soon as we're ready here. Cousin, what about me? It's dangerous to go this time, you stay here for now. Su Qing left Xiangyang village and, relying on his memory, walked towards the tunnel where the body of the mechanical desert rat was located. After continuous reinforcement, his memory has also become much stronger. Not only are the memories in my mind clearer now, but now I can basically remember everything I see. Soon we arrived at the tunnel where the mechanical desert rat was. He tried to contact Yang Siki. What are you doing? You come to me every day. What's the matter? Yang Siki was concentrating on making something. It actually connected. Even though we are underground and this underground facility has a radiation-proof lead layer, there is a radiation storm raging outside that can affect electronic equipment, but we can still connect. This is the technology upgraded from the synthesis of the Eye of Dimension, an external photon brain. It is really powerful. Su Qing came to the head of the mechanical desert rat and opened the vision sharing. I encountered this thing in the border of the ruins. What? The border of the ruins? Why are you going there? You want to go to the ruins? Yang Siki raised her head and her eyes widened in surprise. Su Qing shook his head. Not yet, I'm getting ready to go. That's right, there's a radiation storm coming, so we can't go to the ruins. No, how did you avoid the radiation storm when you were at the edge of the ruins? Even if it's you, you may not be able to withstand the radiation storm. And you can actually contact me. It's impossible to send a signal in a radiation storm. I'm in the underground city. There's a group of people living underground at the edge of the ruins. As for the signal, it's indeed affected. There's white noise and noise on the picture, but it's okay. What I want you to see is this. Take a look. Su Qing changed the subject and pointed at the alloy jaw of the mechanical desert rat. This is a mutant rat, and its body has been mechanically modified. Dungeon? Just some influence? Yang Siki was a little confused. She had never heard of any of them. When you come back, I must study you carefully. Those external brain-computer interfaces I made cannot penetrate the interference of the radiation storm at all. Yang Siki took a deep breath. By sharing the line of sight, she could directly see what Su Qing saw. It's very smart, even using radiation storms to hunt, and will run away if it encounters a powerful enemy. Cyborg intelligent life form? Yang Siki was shocked and said, Strange, this thing is from the early 21st century and has been banned a long time ago. In just this short period of time, she received too much surprising news. Su Qing frowned. Tell me in detail. Cybernetic intelligent life forms and mechanical life forms are a type of intelligent life created by the artificial intelligence AI system proposed in the old century. After the Century War, in order to quickly build industrial facilities and migrate to other planets, researchers split into many research and development directions, and mechanical intelligent life forms are one of them. Yang Siki leaned back in the computer chair, stretched her legs on the computer desk, picked up some potato chips and threw them into her mouth. But because the development of AI has gradually gone beyond human control, it has triggered another global world war after the new era, a war between humans and mechanical life forms. This war lasted for 2 centuries. The result was that all cyborg and mechanical life forms were destroyed, and the original AI artificial intelligence queen was also destroyed. People believed that computers could not have consciousness and that the world must be in their own hands. So the cyborgs all use backup photon brains, and the robots no longer have complete artificial intelligence. They are all restricted, that's all I know. Su Qing checked the structure of the mechanical desert rat. It is similar to human transformation into prosthetics, but mechanical bodies and prosthetics are different. The structure of the mechanical body is simpler, and the main increases are strength and speed. Most of the mechanical desert rat's body is still flesh and blood, and its internal organs are all protozoan. Their brains are also different from those of the cyborgs. They do not have backup simulated photon brains, but rather semi-mechanical brains. It's the fusion of brain and machine. In general, the technology used in mechanical desert rats is not as good as that used in human prosthetics. But they have their own characteristics, which is that they have simple powerful attack power and greater plasticity. Yang Siki kindly reminded. I advise you not to provoke mechanical life. Their technological development is different from ours. Their destructive power is very strong. Once they identify their target, they will try every means to get rid of it. Now that this mechanical desert rat has appeared at the edge of the ruins, is it possible that it is related to the ruins? Su Qing proposed a hypothesis. Many of the high-speed rail trains passing through the ruins have various scratches. Could it be that they were done by a semi-mechanical beast? What you said is possible. Yang Siki frowned slightly. But at that time, all the mechanical life forms had been killed by humans, including the Queen Mother, who was also destroyed. What you see now may just be the surviving semi-mechanical life forms. I always felt that there was something in the ruins. Now it seems that this might be it. Su Qing knocked on the mechanical desert rat's alloy claws and scratched him. With just a little force, he felt a stinging sensation. It turns out that it is not as weak as it looks. Maybe. Anyway, no one who entered the ruins came out alive, and no one died. You'd better not go. Yang Siki pointed to the device on the table and said, The Black Death virus suppression device is almost ready. You have to come back to get it. And my snacks. If you can't get out of the ruins, you can ask someone for them. Don't blame me for going to your house to get them myself. I need to go to the ruins to take care of some things. Su Qing walked towards the big hole dug by the mechanical desert rat. After you are done, send it to the abandoned city fighting field and give it to the 3-star fighting death warrior Zhu Shaner. You idiot, you still want me to deliver it to you? Yang Siki said unhappily. There are 3 stages of radiation storm, you should be careful, this is only the first stage. If you are in the dungeon, don't come out. This is only the first day. On the 3rd day, no one can survive the storm. Okay, got it, thanks. After hanging up the phone, Su Qing used a long knife to peel out the brain of the mechanical desert rat. Half mouse brain, half machine. The mechanical part looks very old, but you can see a photon unit inside. If humans cannot create machines with true artificial intelligence now, then what is the point of having no brains? His behavior patterns are not at all as stereotyped as a robot. Just like the real person. If the ruins are really related to mechanical life forms, no brain was also found in the ruins. Could it be that? Chapter 59, Abandoned Laboratory, Dead Experimental Subject. If all guesses are okay. Then Brainless was most likely a mechanical life form, not an ordinary home assistant robot. So how did he get out of the ruins and pick up the brainless thing? Why was there only a broken body left after being brainless at that time? It seems that the only way to find the answer is to go to the ruins. Yang Siki said that mechanical life forms have become extinct, which is most likely not true, because no brain is most likely an exception. Can someone survive without a brain? Regardless of whether it is a mechanical life form or not, whether it survived or not. It seems that it is not so easy to synthesize and upgrade the brainless now. Let's take it one step at a time. Because it is different from human-modified prostheses, the modified parts on the mechanical desert rat are useless to Su Qing. Su Qing, here we come. At this time, Xiaohong and others rushed over. Su Qing looked around and saw that there were 10 people in total. Among them were people carrying flamethrowers and RPGs. He specifically looked for Xiao Ming. Don't worry, I left Xiao Ming at the village chief's house. Let him play with Wukong. Xiaohong saw Su Qing's gaze and smiled. She walked to Su Qing and said, Let's go. Wang Qing looked at Xiaohong's back and bit his lip. Follow me. Everyone followed immediately. Come to the bottom of the tunnel in Area 081. Su Qing looked at the tunnel dug by the mechanical desert rat and jumped directly in. The tunnel is large enough for 3 people to walk side by side. This guy actually dug such a big tunnel behind our village wall. Let's go over there now and burn down their nest. Be careful, we don't even know if there is only one mechanical desert rat. Everyone walked along the tunnel. After walking for a long time, I didn't encounter a single desert rat. About 20 minutes later, the walls of the tunnel suddenly became slippery. There were also a large number of holes, and the desert rats sensed someone approaching and hid in the holes. This is the normal reaction of a mouse. When encountering a known danger, the first thing it does is to hide. Mad Captain, can you burn these beasts to death? The villager holding the flamethrower asked Wang Qing. Wang Qing looked at Xiaohong, and Xiaohong looked at Su Qing. Don't attack yet, so as not to alert the enemy. Su Qing shook his head. We must eliminate all the threats here at once. Xiaohong nodded and said, Don't worry. Wang Qing followed up and said, Listen to Xiaohong. Su Qing led everyone to continue moving forward, and soon the view in front of them suddenly became clear. Unexpectedly, we came to a tunnel similar to the one in Xiangyang village. There is actually a military facility. Why didn't we find it before? Yeah, but it seems a little smaller than ours, and the tunnels are different too. The walls here are all white. Wang Qing walked to the wall and touched it with his hand. It looks like no one has taken care of it for a long time. The walls of the tunnel here are all white, and because no one has taken care of them for a long time, they look very dilapidated. Most of the incandescent bulbs above my head were broken, with only a few still on. There are lots of blood and claw marks on the walls. There were many hospital trolleys in the tunnel and a lot of papers scattered on the ground. Occasionally a few desert rats would run past the corner. This place gives Sucheng the feeling of a hospital. Xiaohong picked up a piece of paper on the ground and frowned slightly. Experimental record of subject 031? This seems to be a record report of some experiment. Su Qing nodded. This is most likely the place where the mechanical desert rats were transformed. It's so close to our village, no wonder the mechanical desert rats always attack us. Damn, who on earth is doing experiments here? Wang Qing warned cautiously. Be careful, although this place looks abandoned for a long time, there are claw marks everywhere, and there may be mechanical beasts. Everyone continued to search inside. There is a small laboratory or office every 100 meters or so. Su Qing walked into one of the laboratories, which was in a mess. There is an operating table in the middle of the laboratory, and a mutant desert rat is tied to it. However, this mutated desert rat was not as big as the one he killed. This one was only the size of an ordinary human. The mutant desert rat is dead, its limbs have been transformed into machines, and there is a gun muzzle in its mouth. Luckily this guy is dead. There was a gun in its mouth. Besides, it's smaller in size. If it were alive, it would pose a great threat to us. Look, here are some clothes that people are wearing. A villager holds a white lab coat. Su Qing frowned. This was a human laboratory, and these semi-mechanical life forms were modified by humans. It is not transformed by AI. Is there someone in the ruins? Are humans creating monsters and hunting humans? After walking out of the laboratory, he continued walking forward. There was everything in the laboratory on the side. There are mutant desert scorpions in petri dishes, mutant rabbits, and more. It's so quiet here, there's no sound at all. It's too weird. Let's be careful. Wang Qing whispered. Keep your voices down, don't get separated, walk together, and report any abnormalities in time. Yes, Captain. Finally, everyone came to an underground cave similar to Xiangyang village. There are 4 large laboratories here. The layout is much simpler than the underground facilities in Xiangyang village. There are 2 main roads that intersect and lead to tunnels in 4 directions, connecting 4 laboratories. It was also very quiet here, without a trace of living things. To be on the safe side, Su Qing took out a high-energy laser knife and walked towards the laboratory carefully. The lab here is bigger than the one in the tunnel. The animals used for experiments there are also larger. There was actually a mutated giant mechanical wolf in the first laboratory. It is at least 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. Like a prehistoric monster. Just seeing it made the patrol team horrified. If a monster like this attacks the village, none of them will be able to stop it. There was actually no animal in the second laboratory, but a person. A human whose body has been transformed into a machine for the most part. And he is more than 3 meters tall, with extremely well-developed muscles. A large-caliber Gatling machine gun was installed on the right hand, and the left hand was directly cut off and replaced with a rocket launch port. No one dared to speak anymore. Fortunately, these modified creatures were dead and did not make any movement. Let's search this place thoroughly. If there are no living creatures, we will burn the place down and leave no one alive. Everyone walked to the last two laboratories, and they were empty. Su Qing frowned slightly and walked into one of them. Hanging on the walls of the laboratory are the experimental data and transformation pictures of the mechanical desert rat. This is where the mechanical desert rats are transformed. What was the other empty laboratory transformed into? And the experimental subjects in other laboratories are all there, and they are all dead. The mechanical desert rat's laboratory is empty, and the mechanical desert rat is not dead. The experimental subject in the other empty laboratory is most likely not dead either. There should be another mechanical beast, be careful. Su Qing's words had just fallen. Sudden! A metal tentacle instantly penetrated the wall and stabbed over. Chapter 60, Giant Mechanical Wolf, Cyborgs, all survived. Careful! Wang Qing quickly reached out to pull Xiaohong. See through. The pupil of Su Qing's right eye suddenly shrank and instantly locked onto the metal tentacle. He stretched out his hand to pull Xiaohong away from him, and the high-energy laser sword in his hand instantly chopped out. Ah! Xiaohong screamed and was pulled behind by Su Qing. The metal tentacles were directly cut off by Su Qing. With a bang, the tentacle fell to the ground. The cross-section is red and melted by the high temperature. Sparks burst out from inside the tentacles. After the metal tentacle's attack failed, it immediately retracted. But in the next second, 4 more metal tentacles instantly pierced through the wall and attacked everyone. Su Qing's eyes focused and he immediately moved out. Xiaohong and the others only saw a figure flash by, and all 4 metal tentacles were chopped off. Xiaohong's eyes became even more passionate, and she looked at Su Qing with admiration. Wang Qing gritted his teeth and gripped the long knife tightly in his hand. I have modified a stronger prosthesis. I can do it. I can do it too. I can do it. So fast. Su Qing is too strong. Yes, almost in the blink of an eye, all the attacks were neutralized. And he's very responsive too. Those monsters are coming, you guys hide first. Su Qing reminded loudly that he saw the giant mechanical wolf that was supposed to be dead standing outside the laboratory. And there's that mechanical cyborg who's over 3 meters tall. These experimental subjects are not dead, or they are in a state of suspended animation. Now awakened. At the same time, he also found that his speed seemed to have increased. It seemed that when he exerted force, he naturally used the force-generating techniques in the combat chip. So the speed increased again. But he didn't care about those moves at all, those dead moves were useless. It is only useful in battle if it is separated and fused. We have to cooperate with you. We can't let you face it alone. Xiaohong picked up the sniper rifle and aimed directly outside. Bang! A shot went off. The bullet from the technical sniper rifle hit the mutant mechanical giant wolf directly. The powerful penetrating power directly pierced through the giant wolf's body. But this not only failed to kill it, nor did it scare it away, but instead aroused its wildness. The giant mechanical wolf rushed into the laboratory. I'll do it! Wang Qing quickly ran to Xiaohong and raised his long sword to block her. The mechanical giant wolf's sharp claws slammed hard on Wang Qing's long sword, immediately producing violent sparks from the friction. Wang Qing gritted his teeth and fought hard. The mutant giant wolf was so powerful that even the B-class combat prosthesis was struggling. The titanium tungsten alloy long sword in Wang Qing's hand was cracked and was about to break. The weapon is too weak. Captain, get out of the way! The villager holding an RPG nearby took direct aim. Wang Qing immediately used all his strength to block the claws of the giant mechanical wolf, then fell to the side while holding Xiaohong. The villager fired an RPG straight out. The giant mechanical wolf actually opened its mouth and bit the RPG rocket directly. Boom! A violent explosion was heard. The powerful RPG rocket failed to kill the giant mechanical wolf. It just blew up his alloy mouth. Not even fried. The giant mechanical wolf's red eyes stared fiercely at the village carrying the RPG, and a dull growl came from its throat. This is the sound of the beast's anger. can intimidate the enemy. The patrol team was stunned. They have never seen such a monster. Even RPG rockets can't kill him. The villagers who were resisting RPG were so frightened that their legs were shaking and they couldn't move. At this time, the giant wolf rushed directly towards him. Hide quickly! Wang Qing yelled, got up and rushed over. Xiaohong also immediately raised her gun and shot. But the giant mechanical wolf ignored them and bit the villagers fiercely. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and kicked the giant mechanical wolf hard on the mouth. The powerful force knocked him to the ground. All the tables, chairs, and experimental equipment in the laboratory were broken. Especially the head hit the ground hard, making a small hole. Suching! Xiaohong said in surprise. The anti-RPG villager expressed gratitude. Thank you, brother, you saved me! Wang Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the villagers were fine. There are still people outside, don't let your guard down, Su Cheng reminded. Roar! The giant mechanical wolf roared. Su Cheng stepped hard on its head again, then raised the high-energy laser sword and chopped it down with force. The giant mechanical wolf saw the long sword getting bigger and bigger in its pupils, and suddenly showed a trace of fear. He dodged backwards. The high-energy laser sword directly cut off his alloy mouth. The giant mechanical wolf immediately stood up and jumped out, keeping some distance. At this time, the mechanical man outside raised the Gatling gun in his hand. The motor started and the 6 gun barrels slowly turned. Shoot! Su Cheng's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately pulled the villagers to run to the side. Sizzle, sizzle! The sound of dense bullets rang out. The 12mm Gatling bullets hit the wall, instantly splashing up a cloud of dust. The walls were punched through. Too powerful. Everyone could only hide their heads. Su Cheng settled the villagers, glanced at the mechanical robots who were firing crazily outside, and directly summoned the symbiotic armor. At this time, the giant mechanical wolf suddenly rushed into the laboratory from outside again. It knew that Su Cheng was powerful, so its target was the other people who were scattered by bullets from the mechanical transformed people. They actually cooperate. It once again targeted the lone Xiaohong, split its severed mouth open, and rushed forward. Wang Qing ran over quickly, but the bullets fired by the mechanical man were too dense. Just when he was halfway there, he saw dense bullets sweeping towards him. Finished! Suddenly he felt a flash before his eyes and Su Cheng had pulled him aside. Dense bullets immediately swept across the symbiotic armor. Ding ding ding. Countless sparks splashed. The bullets all shattered or crashed into a heap and fell to the ground. Wang Qing widened his eyes and looked at the domineering black symbiotic armor. Is this Su City? Don't let emotion cloud your judgment, it's handed to you. Su Cheng raised his long knife and threw it hard at the giant mechanical wolf that was pouncing on Xiaohong. At the same time, the whole person rushed towards the mechanical man towards the bullet. The high-energy laser sword accurately pierced the giant mechanical wolf jumping in the air and nailed it directly to the wall. Because the back of the knife was facing upwards, the weight of the mechanical wolf did not cut it in half, but it just hung there. But the giant mechanical wolf struggled desperately. At this time, Wang Qing rushed over, raised his long knife and chopped hard at the head of the mechanical giant wolf. When the titanium tungsten alloy longsword finally couldn't bear it and broke. The giant mechanical wolf looked at Wang Qing with a hint of mockery in its eyes. I'll lend you the long knife on the wall! Su Cheng shouted and rushed outside. Wang Qing jumped up and grabbed the high-energy laser sword, then chopped it down hard. The high-energy laser sword has powerful cutting ability, and directly cuts open the belly of the mechanical giant wolf along with the wall. Wang Qing drew out his long knife again and chopped at the mechanical giant wolf's head again in the wolf's terrified eyes. This time, the giant mechanical wolf's head was chopped off directly. Dong dong! The huge wolf head rolled to Wang Qing's feet. He maintained the chopping posture, breathing heavily. He did it, he chopped the giant mechanical wolf to death. A mechanical beast more powerful than a mechanical desert rat. Stop being in a daze, go help Su Cheng! Xiaohong yelled. Wang Qing reacted instantly, and the two of them immediately ran out of the laboratory. There were no bullets attacking the lab at this point. Are you injured? If you are still alive, please support Su-Ching immediately. I'm fine. Su-Ching just saved me. I'm going to spit fire. Damn, I'm fine too. Su-Ching saved me too. The RPG is loaded. I'm going to support Su-Ching. Everyone is fine. Those who were in danger just now were rescued by Su-Ching. It all depends on Su-Ching. Miraculously, no one in the patrol team was injured. Chapter 61, Fusion of Mechanical Beasts, liberating 50%. What is Su-Ching wearing? Is that a battle armor? Or an exoskeleton armor? How did he carry it? How did it suddenly appear? Is it a prosthetic body? So powerful! He completely ignored the monster's attack. Everyone came outside originally wanting to provide support, but they found that Su-Ching was not afraid of the attacks of the mechanically modified people at all. Gatling's large-caliber bullets are just like scraping, and can't even leave a trace on the surface of the symbiotic armor. We helped too. An RPG shot directly at the cyborg, but was shot down by a Gatling bullet halfway. Although Xiaohong's sniper rifle can penetrate the body of the mechanical man, it cannot kill him. You aim for the head. Wang Qing helped Xiaohong set up the gun. Su-Cheng, be careful. Fuck, be careful, rockets! At this time, everyone saw the mechanical cyborg launching a rocket. There was an immediate exclamation. Since the Gatling gun can't hit it, use rockets to bomb it. A rocket with a tail flame shot towards Su City at high speed. However, all this seems to be in slow motion in see-through. Su-Ching reached out and grabbed the rocket. Hiss, catching a rocket with bare hands, this. Everyone was stunned again. What kind of good person would catch a rocket with his hands? This is so fucking fierce. Su-Ching grabbed the rocket, looked at the cyborg, and squeezed it hard. Boom! An explosion sounded. The fierce flames instantly engulfed his upper body. Hiss! Everyone gasped. The flames quickly dissipated, and Su-Ching remained unscathed. The high temperature at the moment of the explosion was completely blocked by the symbiotic armor. The shock wave was also completely absorbed. It is even less likely that fragments will cause damage to the armor. Damn, how can anyone play like this? It's so fucking perverted. Are you mocking that monster? Not only can I catch the rockets you launch, I am not afraid of the damage from the rockets at all. This is murderous and heartbreaking. Everyone feels incomparable at this moment. Xiaohong was excited and full of admiration. How amazing! Wang Qing pursed his lips, tightly grasped the high-energy laser sword in his hand, and there was some loss in his eyes. The gap is too big, I can't compare at all. But in the eyes of the cyborgs, that guy is crazy. Even crazier than him. Catch the rocket with your bare hands and crush it. Which of them is the monster? The mechanical cyborg went crazy, with Gatling bullets and rockets pouring out. Sizzle, sizzle. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the flames completely engulfed Su-Ching. Su-Ching waved his hand vigorously, directly dispersing the explosion flames, and then walked towards the mechanical man. Sudden! A metal tentacle that was much thicker than the previous one suddenly rushed out from behind the wall on one side. I've been waiting for you. Su-Ching did not kill the mechanical man immediately, just to give the mechanical beast in the dark the illusion that he could launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, if it were allowed to run away, Xiangyang village would definitely be in danger in the future. He grabbed the metal tentacles with both hands, then united his waist and horse and exerted force suddenly. Bang, bang, bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of a wall being broken through from a distance. He wants to pull over the semi-mechanical life form that attacked him. At this moment, rows of tiny gears extended from the metal tentacles, and then rolled and rotated at a high speed. Sparks flew from the armor on Su-Cheng's hands as he grabbed the metal tentacle. But it was of no use, instead all the teeth were broken. Whether it is the giant mechanical wolf, the mechanical cyborg, or the semi-mechanical life form crouching in the dark, they are all very powerful. At least even Wang Qing, who has been modified with a Class B combat prosthesis, is no match for him. But Su-Cheng's equipment is too good. An S-Class symbiotic armor, an original implant that strengthens the body and first sequence genes many times. Most importantly, the properties and characteristics of these equipment complement each other perfectly. Turn him into a humanoid monster. Finally, the nearest laboratory collapsed and a mechanical monster appeared. It is called a monster because it has octopus tentacles, a bear body, a tiger head, and a thick crocodile tail. It's a fusion mechanical beast. Roar! Tiger Head roared angrily, stood up, opened his chest, and actually assembled a small-caliber electromagnetic cannon. Countless electric currents gathered at the muzzle, and a high-carbon titanium-tungsten alloyed bullet continued to accelerate. Su Qing moved and rushed forward. Bang! Xiaohong fired a bullet from her sniper rifle, which hit the fusion mechanical beast alloy and was actually bounced off. She immediately aimed at the head and shot again. Wang Qingxiu as Su Cheng threw out a high-energy laser long knife with force. 3 people attack at the same time. The first to arrive was Xiaohong's sniper bullet, which hit the word on the tiger's head, but only deflected the tiger's head slightly. The long sword thrown by Wang Qing was directly blown away by the fusion mechanical beast's tail. Su Qing got close to the fused mechanical beast and punched out with all his strength. The fusion robot immediately blocked it with its metal tentacles. There was a loud boom. Su Qing punched the metal tentacle with a solid punch, and actually flattened it. The fusion robot took several steps back, and finally used its remaining mechanical tentacles and tail to stabilize its body. It feels good. Su Qing looked at the fusion mechanical beast. Blood rage form, 50%, release. The original implant instantly released a strange energy field, instantly activating the cells in his body. The heart starts to speed up to provide enough blood oxygen to the whole body. Adrenaline begins to be secreted in large quantities, increasing the body's state of excitement. A steady stream of power continuously surges out of the body. Come again! Su Qing felt his blood boiling. It's like the blood is raging. But he is very rational and conscious. Bang! The electromagnetic bullet in the chest of the fusion mechanical beast was fired out. See through. Su Qing locked onto the bullet with his right pupil and dodged it. This is different from before when he relied on instinct to dodge. Now his movements are much smoother and more silky. Yes, it's silky. The action connection is more coherent. Although he didn't have time to read the contents of the combat chip, the skills were already engraved in his mind. He can use it naturally. But the speed of electromagnetic bullets is faster than all previous attacks. Even in the field of vision, the trajectory cannot be seen clearly, only a residual image. However, Su Qing's body functions in the blood rage form were too strong, and he was able to dodge by relying on his afterimage. At the same time, he exerted force with his feet, and the ground suddenly exploded. The movements are very coherent. There was another bang. But this time it was the sound of Su Qing breaking the wind. He rushed towards the fusion machine beast again, then twisted his body and gave a fierce side kick. All the strength of the body is utilized instantly. The powerful impact was like a dragon's tail swing. Even though the fused mechanical beast used its metal tentacles to block it, it was kicked away. The metal tentacles were directly kicked off. It was kicked off by brute force. And a small half of the body of the fused mechanical beast was slightly sunken. Roar! The tiger head roared angrily and immediately extended its last 2 metal tentacles. However, he did not attack, but tied up the mechanical cyborg and the dead mechanical giant wolf not far away. Then the end of the metal tentacle opened like a big mouth and directly swallowed the mechanical cyborg and the giant mechanical wolf. Su Qing walked to the high-energy laser sword and pulled out the sword. Let's end it. Chapter 62, Violent Killing, Tattoo Y. The metal tentacles devoured food like a python. Soon, the mechanical cyborg and the giant mechanical wolf were all fused into the body of the fusion mechanical beast. All the metal tentacles of the fusion mechanical beast fell off, and 2 arms of the mechanical transformed man, including the weapons on them, appeared on the side. On the other side, half of the body of a giant mechanical wolf appeared, and all its wounds had healed. And its scarlet eyes glared at Su Qing angrily. The injured parts of the fusion robot have completely recovered, and its body is completely covered with a layer of alloy. This should be the complete form. Su-Ching clenched his sword. All of you, stay away! Wang-Chun gritted his teeth and said, No, we can't leave you here. Xiao Hong held him back and said, Retreat! You don't even have a weapon, how can you help? Our weapons are useless and will only increase the burden on Su-Ching. Let's run! After saying that, she pulled Wang-Chun and ran away from the other side of the laboratory. Wang-Chun looked back at Su-Ching and the fusion robot. But how can we abandon Su-Ching? Even if we have no fighting power, we have to help him. Xiao Hong was very decisive. Stop being so nagging. Staying here will only make things more difficult. It's really for Su-Ching's own good. The best way for us to help him is to not add to his burden. When the fusion robot saw the patrol team running away, it immediately launched a large number of rockets. Your enemy is me. Su-Ching lowered his body slightly, then jumped up with force, and used the long knife in his hand to knock away all the rockets. Then he landed steadily on the ground, and at the same time pushed the ground hard with his feet again, and rushed out in an instant. Bang! Another bullet was fired from the chest of the fusion robot. It aimed at Su-Ching when he was rushing towards it, so he had no way to avoid it. The corners of its mouth split open, revealing a cruel smile. See through. Su-Ching saw the afterimage clearly and chopped out with the long sword in his hand. There was a sound of dang! The high-energy laser sword directly splits the electromagnetic bullet. The bullet split into two halves and shot out from both sides, penetrating the laboratory wall, passing through the entire laboratory site, and sinking into the rear wall. The high-energy laser sword also showed signs of breaking. However, the high-energy laser sword has a certain self-repair ability. So it doesn't matter even if it breaks. After consuming a large amount of energy, the high-energy laser sword returned to its original state. Su-Ching raised his knife and swept it from bottom to top. After the fusion robot absorbed the mechanical cyborg and the mechanical giant wolf, it became significantly stronger. It actually used the giant mechanical wolf to bite the high-energy laser sword. Although most of the mechanical giant wolf's mouth was cut open, it successfully controlled Su-Ching's attack. Roar! The fusion robot roared provocatively, and the electromagnetic cannon on its chest charged up energy again. At the same time, its tiger head revealed 4 sharp teeth and bit Su-Ching fiercely. Su-Ching directly released the high-energy laser sword, tightened his strong muscles, and punched directly at the tiger's head with his right fist. In the blood rage state, the terrifying power bonus directly blasted the fusion mechanical beast away. The jaw of the fused mechanical beast tiger head was directly broken. In its confused eyes, Su-Ching gathered all his strength, rushed out like a cheetah, and came to its side in an instant. Then he clasped his fists together and smashed them down. There was a loud bang. The fusion mechanical beasts were smashed to the ground, and the 4 of them were lifted up at the same time by the impact. Su-Ching followed and fell down, stepping hard on the chest of the fusion mechanical beast. With a loud boom sound, the electromagnetic cannon was directly stepped on and exploded. The powerful energy blew the fusion robot's chest into pieces. Blue electric current burst out. It has no effect on the symbiotic armor. Su-Ching raised his fist and smashed it down continuously under the horrified eyes of the fusion robot. For a moment, dust filled the sky, and flesh, blood and mechanical fragments flew everywhere. After 5 seconds, Su-Ching stopped breathing slightly and released the blood rage form. Call! After letting out a long breath, Su-Ching picked up the mechanical man's arm, took the rocket launcher on it, and bombarded the ground mercilessly. The explosion completely enveloped the area where Su-Ching was located. After a while, Su-Ching walked out from the fire. He felt a little tired, probably as a sequelae of activating the blood rage form. He threw away the rocket launcher, picked up the dim and broken high-energy laser sword that fell beside him, and walked in the direction the patrol team left. The set of coherent killing moves just now were probably recorded in the chip, and he used them naturally. The combat chip is indeed useful. It allows him to fight more than just dodging and counterattacking instinctively. Skills can amplify power, and it is true that one force can defeat 10 skills. But if one's strength is added with 10 skills, the strength will be even stronger. Wait until the dust and flames clear. The tiger head of the fusion mechanical beast on the ground was smashed into pieces. The chest was completely shattered and hit by a rocket, leaving a huge hole. The powerful fusion robot is now almost blown to pieces. Lying in a big pit, being killed by violence. Solved. Su-Ching took off his symbiotic armor. Although the protective suit was not damaged, only a few pieces were left after being blown away. He was half naked. Because he had entered the blood rage form, his cells were in an active state, so his body was slightly red. The muscles look stronger and more powerful because they are filled with blood. Xiaohang's eyes kept stealing glances, her face flushed. Well, what should we do now? Should we search this place thoroughly? There was envy in Wang Cheng's eyes. He secretly looked at Xiaohang and bit his lips tightly. Su-Ching nodded, took the coat handed to him by Wang Cheng and put it on. Search all the laboratories here. For those experimental subjects that look dead, give them another blow and completely destroy their heads. Okay, everyone do it right away, but don't separate. Xiaohang arranged everyone and then looked towards Su-Ching. You guys go ahead, I'll search here. Okay. After everyone left, Su-Ching returned to the laboratory. This is the largest laboratory, and the information here must be the most complete. He wanted to find out whether these cyborg life forms had any connection with the ruins. What is the connection with mechanical life forms? It is obvious that humans are conducting experiments here. Is there a connection between humans and mechanical life forms? Although he was not interested in mechanical life forms, he had to go to the ruins after all. So these could be his potential enemies. He searched through the materials in each laboratory one by one, but most of them were experimental materials. Experimental Subject 1? Su-Ching found some experimental materials hidden in a safe in the last laboratory. The code name of the experimental subject is a traditional Chinese character. He opened the information and his eyes widened immediately. Tattoo Y. A tattoo that is exactly the same as the one of the evil organization. The letter Y. However, the members of this evil organization are the subjects of the experiment. Su-Ching hurriedly continued to read. Unfortunately, the experiments are incomplete. Just a few simple photos. There is no specific information or detailed description of why. They actually used members of an evil organization as test subjects, but I didn't see any of them in this test base. Su-Ching frowned. I didn't expect to find clues to the evil organization here. Remy is right, it might really be related to this place. It's just that who is using Y to experiment, and how much they know about the evil organization. The experimenter here must be found, if he is still alive. It's a pity that this place has been abandoned. I have to look around to see if there are any other clues. Chapter 63. Another underground laboratory, the heart of the strong. If the alphabetical order represents the strength of the members of the evil organization, then Y should be weaker than X. But at least he has the strength of a high-level hunter. The person who can use such a powerful predator for experiments must be extraordinary. Moreover, the people in the evil organization all have the skeleton virus, which can control the predators. If they are transformed, will they still have such ability? The prosthetic body has already been modified. After mechanical modification or fusion modification like fusion of mechanical beasts, what will it become? Su-Ching left the laboratory and went to another laboratory to look for information. No matter what, we must find the experimenter, find Y, and ask for C's information. Suchin, we have checked all 4 tunnels. There are no living mechanical beasts. We have killed all the test subjects. After Xiaohang and others finished the inspection, they returned to the central laboratory. Su-Ching also checked the 4 laboratories and found no more information about subject number 1. Go back. Let's burn this place down as a disinfectant. You may be able to use it in the future. If Xiangyang village continues to develop, there will inevitably be more and more people, and more space will definitely be needed. As long as we are sure this place is safe, we can keep it as a backup location. Captain, you guys go back first, leave this to us. Wang Qing nodded and said, Okay, be careful. I'll go back and report to the village chief. Su Qing took the experimental data of subject number 1 and returned to Xiangyang village with Xiaohong. The patrol stayed behind to burn down the laboratory. Are there any underground laboratories around here? On the way, Su Qing asked. Without. No. Wang Qing was about to answer, but Xiaohong spoke first. He looked at Xiaohong silently. Xiaohong frowned slightly. I have never seen other underground laboratories, and we don't even know about this abandoned laboratory. Su Qing looked at Wang Qing. Wang Qing also shook his head and said, We have never found other underground laboratories when we went out to look for supplies. This is indeed the first time we have found one. Su Qing nodded and continued to ask, When you usually go out to search for supplies, do you go to the edge of the ruins? That is, the ground? That's right. Xiaohong answered carefully. Because the radiation storm brought countless things scattered in the border desert, after so many years of accumulation, it is impossible to pick them all up, but because of the danger, our search area is not very large. By the way, although there are strong winds in the ruins desert, it is not like the radiation storm where you can't see the direction clearly. And we will leave landmarks, so we won't get lost. Haven't you seen it before? Su Qing frowned. Xiaohong secretly glanced at Su Qing a few times, with her hands behind her back, looking very well behaved. Wang Qing lowered his head sadly, sighed in disappointment, and deliberately kept a little distance, as if he wanted to give Su Qing and Xiaohong more space. Not really, it seems there is more. Xiaohong tilted her head and recalled with a frown. In fact, in addition to the mechanical desert rat, we encountered other mechanical beasts once, but we were very careful. When we saw it from a distance, we ran away immediately. Have you encountered other mechanical beasts? Su Qing said in surprise. This may mean that there are other underground laboratories. He quickly asked, Where did you meet? Xiaohong shook her head, lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said, I can't tell the directions. This is a bit embarrassing. Exit through the ventilation duct of Area 070, about 3 kilometers southwest. Wang Qing suddenly said. About half a year ago, we encountered it there once, but because we were far away and were afraid of mechanical desert rats, we ran away without seeing clearly what kind of mechanical beast it was. Very good, are they the mechanical beasts we saw in this laboratory? Now that we know the location, as long as we make sure that it is not the mechanical beast here that escaped, we can be sure that there is most likely an underground laboratory nearby. Wang Qing shook his head. The figure doesn't look like the monsters just now. It looks more like an enlarged one. Xiaohong remembered. A magnified bird of some kind. Su Qing smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you. It is now certain that there are other underground laboratories. He believed that as long as the clues were not broken, he would be able to find C. Soon, the three returned to Xiangyang village. Xiaohong, you go to the village chief first. I'll go to Wang Qing to change clothes. Su Qing pointed at his naked body. Xiaohong blushed and nodded. I'll wait for you at the village chief's place. After saying that, he trotted away. Let's go. Su Qing reminded Wang Qing, who was a little confused. Oh, okay. Wang Qing hurriedly led the way. Su Qing grinned. Do you like Xiaohong? What? Don't talk nonsense. Wang Qing blushed upon hearing this, and quickly explained. We just grew up together, we are brother and sister, I treat her as my sister, and… As he spoke, his expression became lonely, he sighed, and stopped talking. Su Qing smiled. It's impossible to hide the look in your eyes when you like someone. He took out the black rose necklace from his chest, and the look he had given her was the same as Wang Qing's. So, how could he not know that Wang Qing likes Xiaohong? Even if you cover your mouth, love will still flow from your eyes. Wait for me. It's just that you feel that you are not worthy of her, you feel that you are not strong enough, or even… Su Qing put away his thoughts and carefully put the necklace back on his chest. You even think that Xiaohong worships me and likes strong people, so you have no chance. Wang Qing clenched his fists, bit his lips, and nodded. Su Qing said it very directly, but it is true. If you don't tell her, how will she know your feelings? Su Qing patted his shoulder. Even if she knew, do you want her, a girl, to confess to you? You mean Xiaohong likes me? Wang Qing said incredulously. But the way she looks at me is never as passionate as when she looks at you. And do you know the way she looked at you when you didn't know? Su Qing shook his head. He was a bystander, and he clearly saw that when Xiaohong looked at Wang Qing, her eyes also showed love. He would only pretend to be so when there were people around or when talking to Wang Qing. This is normal. Besides, it's normal to admire the strong. Admiration doesn't mean love. Besides, you're also very strong. I am also strong? Wang Qing was a little confused. Am I strong? Yeah. Is this your home? Yes, I'll open the door. After changing his clothes, Su Qing went to the village chief's house with Wang Qing. Cousin! Little brother! No Brain and Xiao Ming came over immediately. Su Qing picked them up one in each hand. Let me go, that's disrespectful to big brother. Let go, you bastard! Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. Xiaohong told me that you found another underground laboratory and fought against 3 mechanical beasts in suspended animation, and won. Sergei sat on a chair and put on a mask. Su Qing knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to hold back his sudden weird laugh. Wang Qing nodded and said, That's right, thanks to Su Qing, he not only killed those monsters by himself, but also saved us. I know. Sergei slowly stood up, walked to Su Qing and said seriously, Thank you for helping us solve the problem. Su Qing put down the 2 little things and said with a smile, Of course I have to do what I promised. Good. Sergei said happily. Let's go, I'll prepare a sumptuous dinner for you today, let Xiaohong take you to prepare an empty room, I'll be there soon. Good. Su Qing went out with the brainless Xiao Ming and Xiaohong. Village chief, what about me? Wang Qing looked at Sergei in confusion. How do you feel about following Su Qing today? Sergei asked calmly. Wang Qing clenched his fists. He is too strong. I can't compare to him. Why? Sergei asked. Didn't you kill a mechanical beast too? Wang Qing explained. But it was because Su Qing severely damaged the giant mechanical wolf that I had the chance to kill it. But you did, and you did kill it. Sergei said earnestly. Su Qing is indeed a strong man, but he is not a strong man because he has great strength, but because he has a strong heart. The heart of the strong. Wang Qing muttered to himself. You are willing to risk your life for your friends. You want to protect the people you recognize and the village. No matter how powerful the enemy is, even if you are afraid, you will not retreat. Sergei pointed to his chest and said, It is natural to be afraid, but it is extremely difficult to withstand the fear and risk one's life to protect the people one cherishes. You did it, so you are also a strong person, and you also have a strong heart. Chapter 64, Power, the Limit of Time to See Through. I also have the heart of a strong person. Wang Qing's eyes gradually lit up. Su Qing said he was strong, and the village chief also said he was strong and had the heart of a strong man. Maybe he is really not bad. You just don't have confidence. In fact, you can exert a stronger power. Sergei looked at Su Qing's back as he walked away. If you could always follow Su Qing, maybe a lot could change. He is an extremely powerful man, both in terms of strength and heart. He has a firm goal, and once he decides to do something, he will definitely complete it. Firmness, confidence, and decisiveness are all things you should learn from him. So, actually, I am still very weak, far behind him. Wang Qing pouted and lowered his head again. Sergei was helpless, knowing that it was impossible to change a person's character in a short period of time. You are not a handsome man, but you are the best general. Fortunately, there is Xiaohong. The 2 of you can complement each other. As long as you are brave enough to express your feelings, it will be fine. Village chief, what are you talking about? Wang Qing hurriedly explained. I treat Xiaohong as my sister. Hee. Sergei smiled faintly and walked outside. If you keep being shy, I'm afraid Xiaohong will run away with someone else. When Wang Qing heard this, he immediately became energetic, and his eyes kept changing. No, I can't. I like Xiaohong and I can't lose her. But I can't compare to Su Qing. Maybe Xiaohong will be happier with Su Qing. Because of Su Qing's arrival, Xiangyang village took out a lot of food. There are fresh vegetables and steamed buns. Everyone ate together at the huge dining table. The village chief led us to plant these. We planned a large field on the upper level. Yes, the village chief got so many seeds from traveling to other cities. They are the hope of our Xiangyang village. Thanks to the village chief, I can actually eat fresh vegetables in this old world. It was impossible for ordinary survivors of the old century to eat vegetables and rice. Even steamed corn bread is a luxury. The only green food that the survivors can access is dark green low-quality nutrient solution. But the villagers of Xiangyang village can already eat vegetables. Although the current production is low, there is definitely huge potential here. Little brother Su, I want to hang out with you. You teach me to become stronger, and from now on you will be my big brother. Xiaoming ran to Su Qin and patted his chest. No. Su Qing shook his head. He had a lot of things to do and couldn't take Xiaoming with him. You have to promise me that you can survive the storm only if I save you. Xiaoming said stubbornly. I want to become stronger. I want to protect the village. Su Qing raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and said calmly. I also saved everyone in your village, so I have no obligation to teach you. Xiaoming! Xiao Hong immediately ran over and slapped Xiaoming on the head. Who told you to talk to Su Qing like that? He saved all of us. Apologize now. Xiaoming pouted and said, I'm sorry, I just thought that you would leave us after the storm, so I wanted to follow you. After saying that, he returned to his seat disappointedly. Don't worry, brother. You can come to the abandoned city to find me in the future. I will teach you how to play games. No Brain comforted him. Thanks, brother. Xiaoming hugged No Brain. But I don't want to play games. I want to be like Brother Su, someone who can protect everyone. He? The brainless one said disdainfully. You are not as good as me at playing games. When I'm done with my work, I'll come here again if I have the chance. Then I can take you out for training, provided you help your sister and grow up safely. Su Qing picked up a piece of vegetable and put it into his mouth. The fragrance of nature immediately spreads in your mouth. Really? That's great. Xiaoming was immediately delighted. We agreed, you can't lie to me. Su Qing smiled slightly and nodded. Xiangyang village is definitely a village worth investing in. The people here have great potential. He must be going to Future City. The power of Future City is enormous. It always hangs over everyone's head, making everyone look up to it. Therefore, cultivating a force of your own may be useful in the future. When Xiaohong heard that Su Qing would come back, she was extremely happy and kept stealing glances at Su Qing. Wang Qing, who was standing by, clenched and unclenched his fists upon seeing this. He felt that if he didn't take action, he would really lose the person he loved. But if Xiaohong doesn't like him and says it out loud, they might not even be able to be friends anymore. Okay, eat, and then everyone will follow me to the wake. Sergei sat in the first seat. He felt relieved when he heard that Su Qing would come back. Even if I die in the future, as long as Su Qing can come, nothing will happen to the village. He has already seen Su Qing's strength. After everyone had eaten, Sergei led the villagers to hold a vigil for the deceased. Su Qing and No Brain returned to their house. This is a 2-story wooden building, which is very clean. It contains necessary furniture and supplies. Sergei also had the nutrient solution and prostheses delivered over. Su Qing first synthesized and upgraded all the nutrient solutions. Synthesis, C-level Advanced Strengthening Potion 1. Synthesis, D-level Strengthening Potion 3. Synthesis, Advanced Nutrient Solution 2. Not only did he synthesize the medicine for the second gene source enhancement at one time, but he also got 2 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution as supplies. Although he had eaten dinner today, it was not enough to replenish the energy he consumed from today's battle. Activating the blood rage mode consumes too much physical energy. However, he did not drink the advanced nutrient solution immediately to restore his strength. He was going to test the maximum usage time of see-through. During the battle today, he used see-through quite a few times, but he did not feel any discomfort, as if he had adapted to it. In the previous battle with X, he was blinded for a moment due to frequent use. If he continues to use it, there will probably be serious consequences. Maybe I will really go blind. This situation would be fatal if it happened in combat. Therefore, he must understand the approximate limit of the usage time of see-through, and then use high-level nutrient solution to recover. Once you decide, do it. Su Qing directly entered the continuous detection state. The pupil of my right eye suddenly shrank, and the whole world slowed down. 1 second. 2 seconds. As time passed, he felt his right eye becoming drier again. 5 seconds. A burning pain came over me. Tears flowed unconsciously. 7 seconds. The blood vessels around his eyes bulged, and the burning pain turned into waves of stinging. 8 seconds. My eyes turned black instantly, and I lost my vision for a short time. But he can still use it this time. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. Hiss. Su Qing quickly closed his eyes, realizing that he could no longer hold on. About 10 seconds. Including the number of times it was used in today's battle, it should be around 12 seconds. The battle must have taken more than 2 seconds, but some of the time spent coming back must have been recovered. So the approximate time should be about 12 seconds. It lasts much longer than when I first used it. 12 seconds seems short. But each time he used it, it was only for a moment. That is, when the enemy is about to attack, he will turn on see-through, and see through the enemy's attack in just 1 or 2 seconds. There is no need to maintain the state of see-through all the time. There has been no need to keep it turned on. That means 12 seconds can be used about 10 times. 10 critical moments equal 10 opportunities, which is already a huge advantage in this battle. Tried it a few times at home the first time, and then used it a few times when fighting X. After about 8 seconds of use, temporary blindness occurred. It is estimated that the maximum usage time for the first time should be about 10 seconds. Now the time is extended by 2 seconds, but his body is not strengthened. Could it be that the ability of the first gene sequence would last longer as it was used continuously? Su Qing wiped away his tears and thought that shouldn't be the case. He thought of a possibility, which was the original implant. The original implant improved his cellular recovery ability under normal circumstances and increased his physical strength. Therefore, the duration of see-through is extended. In other words, if he is in blood rage form, the duration of see-through should be further increased. And the greater the degree of activation, the longer it will last. This implant is the best for me. Cousin, why are you crying? Were you scared by the monster today? Hey, it turns out that you always pretend to be strong, but you actually cry secretly when you are waiting for someone. No Brain walked to Su Qing and said, "Come, give me a hug." Pa! Oh my God, why did you hit me? It's just a handy thing. After drinking the advanced nutrient solution, Su Qing felt much better and his physical strength was fully restored, but his eyes still needed rest. 2 more days. As soon as the radiation storm leaves, he immediately went to look for the possible underground laboratory. Chapter 65, The Most Mysterious, the Strongest. The top is broken. Su Qing lay on the bed, looking at the burnt combat chip in his hand. In his mind he kept looking through the techniques and moves downloaded from the chip. The chip has no name and no description. Of course, none of this matters, as long as it works. Technology is so advanced nowadays that combat skills can be downloaded directly. Turn an ordinary person into a master instantly. His fight today was as smooth as chocolate. Although I haven't fully mastered it yet. It will take time. Fighting is the fastest way to get familiar with these techniques. You're still not asleep, you're cultivating immortality. No Brain turned over, but because he was filled with tools, he was essentially lying on the bed. Looks funny. Night. The tunnel was shaking all night. It was as if the radiation storm was directly above Xiangyang village. But towards the second day, it suddenly became quiet. The walls stopped shaking, as if the storm had left. Knock, knock, knock. No one. No customers today. If you can't die, just bear it. If you can't bear it, just go and die. Su Qing turned over. He really didn't want to get up today, not because he was too tired. It's because I feel so safe and relaxed sleeping here. It's time to eat, Brother Su. Xiaoming shouted outside the door. Su Qing opened his eyes and was slightly confused for a while. Then his brain started up successfully. He kicked the brainless man and said, "Wake up." No Brain immediately woke up from his dormant state. "This is such a comfortable sleep." Su Qing put on his clothes and glanced at him. "You are in a dormant state, what difference can it make?" After that, he opened the door and curiously asked Xiaoming, "It's so early, why is there no earthquake today?" "Brother Wang Cheng has gone on patrol. We have clocks here. It's already 9 o'clock. Is it still early?" Xiao understood Su Qing at a glance. "As for why there is no earthquake, it is because the radiation storm is different every day." Su Qing walked out of the house. "Different?" "Yes." Xiaoming took the lead and walked towards the dining area. "The first day of the radiation storm is the storm tornado, a powerful super tornado that can destroy everything and carries strong radiation. The storm will temporarily stop on the second day, but it will release countless radiation lightning. The terrifying electromagnetic radiation can burn all running electronic products, and the high temperature generated by lightning can melt steel in an instant. As for the third day..." Xiaoming crossed his arms over his chest. "Humph, the third day will be a complete radiation storm. No one can survive the storm on the third day." I didn't expect that the radiation storm that lasted for 3 days would be different every day. The next day is radiation lightning. And the third day is the real radiation storm. "Pa." Su Qing slapped him and said, "Don't keep me in suspense." "Ouch. Why are you slapping me like my sister?" Xiaoming held his head and pouted. "On the third day, the storm will expand in scope and come with radiation lightning. It is an enhanced version of the storms on the first and second days." Su Qing nodded in understanding. There was actually such a miraculous natural disaster. It seems to be specially designed for human prostheses. "I'm ashamed, you didn't even wait for me." The no-brain followed quickly. "Brother, I didn't see you just now." Xiaoming just hugged the brainless guy. "Hey, I was just blocked by that pounce." No-brain also hugged Xiaoming. He fiddled with the wrench on his body and said, "Brother, I hope I won't upset you." "It's okay, we are all brothers." Xiaoming pulled out the wrench and put it on his head. "Look, that's it, I'll put it back in for you later." "Smart, brother!" The 3 of them came to the dining area, and only the village chief Sergei was left sitting there. "Morning," Sergei greeted with a smile. "Good morning, village chief." Xiaoming ran over immediately, and No Brain also ran over and called the village chief Grandpa. Su Qing nodded and sat down. "Morning early, come and sit down to eat." Sergei greeted him with a smile, picked up a steamed bun and ate it with pickles. He looked at Su Qing and said, "Today is the second day. After tomorrow, you can leave." Su Qing also picked up the steamed bun and started eating. Who would drink nutrient solution when there is food? Even high-grade nutrient solution is not as good as humans' original food. Even steamed buns and pickles. "Well, we'll set off the day after tomorrow, but we won't go to the ruins first," Su Qing said while eating. "Oh? Should we first go to the underground laboratory that Xiaohong and the others mentioned?" Sergei guessed it immediately. Su Qing nodded. "Oh my god, you're stalling again." No Brain was cleaning his D10 energy tank. "Don't you feel sad when you see me like this?" Su Qing said helplessly. "After we find that laboratory, I will take you to the edge of the ruins. That laboratory is likely related to the ruins, so it is necessary to go and take a look." In any case, the cyborg beasts and evil all appeared on the edge of the ruins, so they should have some connection with the ruins. Maybe Meng figured out what was in the ruins in advance so that he could take precautions and be mentally prepared. "It seems you found something more important in the lab?" Sergei finished his breakfast and asked. "Can you tell me?" Su Qing frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "I found information about the evil organization in the laboratory, and I'm looking for them." Sergei was a little surprised. "Evil organization?" Su Qing nodded and said, "Do you know anything about this organization?" He said it out loud because he wanted to see if Sergei understood evil. After all, the other party is the king of fighting, once the strongest man in the fighting arena. "Evil is strong," Sergei frowned. They only have 26 members, corresponding to 26 letters. Even the weakest C can easily pass the review of the senior hunters. Not to mention the Sinister Four. Su Qing asked curiously. Who are the four evil four? I don't know the details, I only know that the strongest and most mysterious one is S. No one has ever seen S's true face, we only know that he is terrifyingly strong. Then there is A, the second worst, the strongest under S, and arguably the strongest in the former abandoned city. Sergei said solemnly. Next up are B and C. Although I have never fought against them, I estimate that I will definitely not be able to join the Sinister Four. In other words, even the weakest C is definitely much stronger than me. Sergei can't join the Sinister Four. The weakest C is stronger than an ordinary high-level hunter. It seems that the strength of the members of the evil organization is indeed far superior to those of the hunting and fighting warriors. Su Qing has only come into contact with X so far, and even with see-through, it was very difficult to fight him. It's hard to imagine how powerful the members of the evil organization ranked at the top are. I don't know much. Sergei sighed and said. It can be said that not many people know them. Their goal seems to be to overthrow everything in the present, including future city. Of course, they are plunderers after all. It is impossible for them to rebel for the sake of ordinary survivors. They must have their own reasons. He reminded them seriously. If you want to find them and have a grudge against them, it is best to transform your prosthesis first. The prosthesis and the body will amplify each other, otherwise you will not be able to defeat them. Su Qing nodded. I will. Then you can rest here for 2 days. Sergei stood up and smiled. You don't have to worry about radiation storms here. I've experienced them many times. It's very safe here. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Countless gravel and yellow sand poured down from the top of the village. A large number of rocks knocked down the wooden houses. What the hell, what is that? Mad, what's going on? I'm building a house. What happened? The sky is falling. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared on the top of Xiangyang village. A huge mechanical excavation device that was 5 meters wide stretched out from inside. Chapter 66, Bionic Mechanical Bug. The huge excavator looked like a mechanical monster. The head looks like an insect's mouthparts, with dense circles of metal teeth rotating slowly, and there are 2 huge metal clamps that can hold it tightly. In the middle is a dark and bottomless hole. It's like a bobbit worm with teeth. The body is made up of sections like springs, twisting constantly. The huge mechanical insect seemed to be looking at Xiangyang village below. Then it suddenly retracted into the hole, and a large amount of dust fell out of the hole. The metal teeth at the front of it started to spin at a high speed, directly crushing countless layers of soil and structure. Then it is transported away by the hole in the middle. Oh no! It's trying to dig through the roof of the village and bring in the radiation storm. Sergei looked up seriously. Once the mechanical bugs dig through the roof, the radiation storm will affect Xiangyang village. It's the 2nd day now, and countless radiation lightning may directly destroy the village. Damn, how did it dig through to our place? Why was there no sound and no one noticed? Yeah, what to do now? Village chief, what should we do? Captain Wang and his men haven't come back yet, and we don't know where this thing came from. Let me do it. Su Qing walked to the bottom of the hole and said, If I'm not mistaken, it should have used the vibration and sound of the radiation storm to hide the movement of its digging. Such a smart machine must be related to the laboratory we discovered yesterday. Yes, it must have used the radiation storm, otherwise we wouldn't have missed it. It is very likely that it destroyed our early warning device. Sergei looked at Su Qing. I have to ask you for help again. Su Qing glanced up and said, It's okay. It probably came from another laboratory. Now I don't have to go to them. This thing was dug out after the abandoned laboratory was destroyed, which means there is another underground laboratory, and the experimenter is likely to be there too and knows what happened here. We were supposed to have to wait until after the desert storm to find that laboratory, but now we don't have to. You can find it by following the hole dug by this mechanical bug. Well, there is a ladder that can reach the top. It was used for maintenance in the past. Sergei immediately ordered someone. Take Suqing to the maintenance ladder, and the others should leave the village quickly and go to a safe place. Yes, village chief! The villagers immediately ran to Suqing. Brother Su, I'll take you there. Suqing took the high-energy laser sword whose energy block had been replaced, and the blade had been completely restored. You're stupid. Take Xiaoming and the village chief and hide until I come back. Be careful. Brother, please be safe. Suqing nodded and summoned the symbiotic armor directly. Climbing up the stairs is too slow. If we take that long, I'm afraid the top will be dug through. Symbiotic armor? Sergei's eyes widened in horror. Who are you? Are you a noble from another floating city? Strengthen your body and create symbiotic armor. He had only heard of it. That's a new human prosthesis that surpasses Class A. It is a brand new technology of the era. There are also extremely precious strengthening potions, all on a young man. No matter which one it is extremely difficult to obtain on the old world Earth. At least he hadn't seen it in half of his life's journey. Fine. Fortunately, we asked him for help. Xiangyang village will definitely develop better in the future. Sergei couldn't help but smile and felt relieved. As long as Suqing is there, the village will definitely develop better than it is now. Wow! So handsome, brother is so handsome! Tisk, just SOSO brother. Actually, I'm pretty handsome too, really. Suqing aimed at the top of his head. Blood rage form, 100% liberation. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated and my blood rushed. The power surged out instantly. A force even more abundant and powerful than yesterday filled every part of my limbs and bones. What a strong power! Suqing's breathing quickened, he spread his legs and squatted slightly. A huge force gathered from the soles of the feet and then suddenly exploded. There was a sound of bang. The ground cracked instantly. Suqing rushed out like a cannonball. Then he was seen jumping directly to the top hole, and the long knife in his hand instantly stabbed into the body of the mechanical insect. Only when you jump up close can you realize how big this bug is. The 5-meter diameter is extremely thick. Suqing grabbed the metal horn on its body with one hand and used a long knife to cut the insect's body with the other hand. A chunk of alloy fell off the bug, revealing the sparking circuitry inside. Buzz! As if it sensed something on its body began to slowly rotate like a spring. Suqing exerted force on his hands and suddenly jumped upwards. Then he grabbed the mechanical structure inside and chopped it quickly with his long knife. He jumped up from below. The tunnel dug by the mechanical worm was only as wide as its own body. He had no place to land, so he could only destroy the outside and get inside. The speed at which the mechanical insect's body rotates is getting faster and faster. Suqing glanced at the wall above his head and was about to run over it. He kicked hard, directly opening the outer layer of the mechanical insect's body, which had been cut off by more than half, and then jumped in. Inside the mechanical worm is a long conveyor belt with an internal diameter of 2 meters. Large amounts of soil are constantly being transported from the front to the back. Looking back, you can't see the end. This thing is like an earthworm, but it's all mechanical, not a semi-mechanical creature. I don't know if it's a mechanical life form, or a machine operating according to a program, or if someone is controlling it remotely. After all, it is underground and the radiation has been greatly weakened. Remote control is not impossible. Suqing was pushed back continuously by the conveyor belt, and he casually smashed the dirt and rubble that rolled down. Use a high-energy laser long knife to directly cut off the large conveyor belt, then insert the long knife completely into the body of the mechanical insect, and hold the handle firmly with both hands to prevent the knife from rotating with the body of the mechanical insect. In this way, you can use the rotation of the mechanical insect's own body to cut it off. The mechanical worms dug at an extremely fast speed, and waves of soil continued to hit Sioux City. It's getting closer and closer to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle. The high-energy laser knife cuts the body of the mechanical insect, sending out sparks. Soon. Bang! The mechanical bug was completely chopped off. The length of the high-energy laser sword is just right. The cut surface was very neat, with molten metal hanging on it, glowing red. The back half of the body that was rotating stopped instantly. But the front part is still being excavated. Its purpose is to dig through, and it doesn't matter where the soil is transported. A large amount of soil fell directly from its body into Xiangyang village. Su Qing made a knife flower, and it would be fine if it broke, and the remaining half of the body could be destroyed directly. At this moment, the back half of the body, which had stopped rotating, suddenly started rotating in the opposite direction, and continued to dig downwards, trying to dig down the entire top. This mechanical bug can actually operate independently at both ends. Su Qing glanced at the front section that was still being excavated and realized that he had to tear this down first. He jumped up with all his strength, then used a long knife to cut into the body of the mechanical insect, and then cut downwards. It depends on whether you can dig faster or I can destroy faster. Chapter 67, Cyborg Number 1Y, Stand Still. Mechanical insects are not mechanical life forms, but rather simple digging machines. Because this guy only knows how to dig holes, and except for the self-rotation protection at the beginning, there are no other protection measures. Let Su Qing destroy itself inside its body. Su Qing completely destroyed the part that was being dug upwards. Countless electric currents burst out from the mechanical insect's body, and it even started to catch fire. Then explosions started happening from below. The drilling finally stopped. Half of the mechanical insect exploded and fell from the hole into Xiangyang village, directly destroying the village chief's building. A fire broke out as a result. What's going on? What happened here? Something seemed to have fallen from the sky just now. Could it be that another mechanical beast has invaded our village? Damn, go and take a look, that's the village chief's house. Wang Qing and others came back and found a big hole on the top of the house, and hurried to the village chief's house. I felt relieved only after I saw the village chief was far away and uninjured. Sergei instructed Wang Qing. Quickly evacuate the villagers and take the surrounding villagers to a safe place. Yes. Wang Qing immediately took the patrol team to evacuate the villagers. Village chief, what is that thing? Xiaohong looked at the huge mechanical insect drilling on the ground in shock. She had never seen such a huge machine. Sergei shook his head. I don't know, it should have come from another underground laboratory. Where's Su Qing? Xiaohong discovered that Su Qing was not there. He'll be fine. Let's leave quickly. This place is too dangerous. Sergei frowned. With the symbiotic armor and enhanced body, there is no way this machine can hurt Su Qing. But now the entire roof of the village is beginning to collapse. There was a rumbling sound coming from above my head. It's not safe here anymore. Good. Everyone immediately ran to the safe room. At this time, Su Qing rushed towards the other half of the mechanical insects that were wreaking havoc. He inserted the high-energy laser knife into the body of the mechanical insect, and then ran forward quickly with the knife in hand. Sparks and electric currents flew all the way, tearing the mechanical bug apart directly. The short circuit caused a chain reaction of explosions to begin in the mechanical insect's body. But its body is too huge, and this little damage seems like a tickle, and it is still destroying the soil. Boom! A large chunk of concrete mixed with the radiation shielding broke off and hit the ground. Its digging end drilled directly through the ceiling of Xiangyang village, came out from the other end, and then continued to dig back. Su Qing suddenly discovered that the mechanical insect began to twist, indicating that it had dug another hole. Sudden. A large piece of the mechanical insect's body suddenly smashed over. Su Qing raised his foot and kicked it, sending the metal block flying. Sure enough, there is something interesting. Let me take a look. It seems interesting. A mechanical mixed male voice came. Su Qing looked over quickly and saw a semi-mechanical human with a metal letter Y on his forehead entering the body of the mechanical insect. 80% of his body has been transformed into machines. The brain is made up of half a mechanical photon brain sewn together, and the limbs are Class B combat prostheses covered with reinforced alloy mechanical armor. The blue prosthetic eyes were fixed firmly on Su Qing. This is most likely the Cyborg number 1 created by Y, a member of the evil organization. Su Qing frowned. Evil? I didn't expect you to know us. Y was obviously surprised. Should I call you Y, or Cyborg number 1? Su-ching looked at Cyborg number 1 and said, "After all, you are no longer yourself, so you are no longer a member of the evil organization. Y has been transformed. It is not known whether Y is now controlled by the experimenter or is a person with original consciousness." Ha! Cyborg number 1 laughed. "Me? I am a stronger Y, or you can also call me R. Haha. Don't you understand?" Cyborg number 1 looked at the puzzled Su-ching and said, "Wait until I tear you into pieces, and then I'll tell you slowly, haha." Su-ching immediately took full alert and stared at the Cyborg number 1. Through the words of Cyborg number 1, he guessed a possibility. The one who reformed Y is R, a member of the evil organization. In other words, all the semi-mechanical life forms and mechanical insects responsible for digging here are the masterpieces of R, and they were done by members of the evil organization. Using people from their own organization as experiments, these guys are indeed predators, and they are still a bunch of lunatics. Cyborg number 1 instantly rushed towards Su-ching and punched out with all his strength. See-through. 1 second. Clearly seeing the attack trajectory of Cyborg number 1, Su-ching raised his knife and chopped at him. When? A crisp sound. The high-energy laser sword collided with the fist of the Cyborg number 1, and sparks flew out. The high-energy laser sword was unable to cut off the arm of Cyborg number 1. Instead, it got stuck in his fist. What a tough armor! A high-energy laser sword! A symbiotic battle armor! Cyborg number 1 instantly gave a fierce kick. What a luxurious configuration, but unfortunately you are too weak, haha. See through. Su-ching drew his knife and dodged backwards, then turned around and kicked out sideways. Oh? Cyborg number 1 was a little surprised. His attack was so fast that he was actually dodged. Moreover, the opponent used the same moves to attack him. Too slow. Do you think you're the only one who can hide? He also jumped back to avoid Su-ching's attack. He shouted softly, "Kill quickly!" The body of Cyborg number 1 suddenly accelerated, and he rushed out again as soon as he landed, and at an even faster speed. More than a dozen micro-nozzles opened behind him, instantly unleashing powerful thrust to accelerate. See through. Although the speed of the number 1 cyborg is already very fast this time, it is far from the speed of an electromagnetic bullet. So Su-ching could still see his attack clearly, and he could dodge and fight back at the same time. Ha! Cyborg number 1 found that something seemed wrong. The rhythm of the attack was too weird. He continued to attack in defiance of the evil. But no matter how fast he was, the opponent seemed to know his attack route in advance. You can always dodge in advance and then counterattack. Even though my armor is very strong, it can't withstand being hit like this. Gradually, he had more and more wounds on his body. Mad, I don't believe it! He threw out another punch, but it was dodged as well. However, he knew he would miss, so this punch was a feint, and the real attack would be the turning side kick that followed. But this time, not only did he miss, but Su-ching kicked him away in advance. What the hell? Cyborg number 1 cursed angrily, and was kicked directly into the body of the mechanical insect. Grass! He glared at Su-ching, stood up, and said, "What the hell are you doing? Damn it, if you have the guts, just stand still and let me punch you." Okay, but you have to stop this guy first. The mechanical worms are still digging. If they continue like this, even if they don't dig through the ground and don't bring about a storm, Xiangyang village will be buried by rubble and soil. Damn it! It took us more than a decade to develop our village to its current size, but now it's almost gone. These damn monsters, I hope Su-ching can kill them quickly. If they continue like this, the village will be destroyed. We are too weak, otherwise we would be able to help. Come on, Su-ching. My eldest brother can definitely do it. He will definitely be able to protect the village. The villagers hid in the tunnel and watched as rubble from the top continued to fall, crushing the houses they had built with great difficulty, breaking the heating pipes, and filling the entire Xiangyang village with hot air. Chapter 68. Weak power, food or not? Go and meet the storm. You agree? Transformer number 1 looked at Su-ching suspiciously. Really? Su-ching nodded and waved forward with one hand. Come. Cyborg number 1 stretched his body and said, "Hey, you're so arrogant. Do you think you're invincible just because you're wearing a symbiotic armor? Boy, symbiotic armors also have levels. Do you really think I can't penetrate them? Stop talking nonsense, make this bug stop and come over here." Su Qing waved again impatiently. "If you don't come, I can go over there." "Good, very good." Soon, the mechanical worms stopped digging. It seems that someone is indeed controlling the mechanical insects. Cyborg number 1 said viciously. "Then I will show you how powerful I am after being cyborged. Slaughter!" He roared loudly. He was originally still moving his body, but as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed out. "Don't hide if you can!" A flash of fire flashed by. Bang! Cyborg number 1 punched the symbiotic armor. Even though most of the powerful impact was absorbed by the armor, Su Qing still felt like he was hit by a car. So strong! He felt the impact of power for the first time. In other words, the punch from Cyborg number 1 has exceeded the load of the symbiotic armor. Su Qing was breathing heavily. He had been maintaining his blood rage form at 100%, and now a long time had passed. He consumed a lot of energy. "Ha ha ha, what's up, you can't stand it anymore." Cyborg number 1 laughed loudly. "You really didn't hide anymore, idiot. No wonder you were taken away by our for transformation. Li Wei, are you ready?" Su Qing grinned, and the high-energy laser knife instantly pierced into the chest of the modified man number 1. Another opponent like Black Bull. "Fuck you, you!" Just as the number 1 cyborg was about to curse, he felt a chill in his heart. He looked down in disbelief. Although he would not die from this knife, if his heart was pierced, his strength would continue to decline. The knife is already halfway in. "You are cheating!" He grabbed the high-energy laser knife tightly, trying to stop it from stabbing further. "I can't persuade you, but I didn't say I won't chop you down." Su Qing suddenly exerted force with both hands, and the high-energy laser sword pierced through instantly. "Fuck!" Cyborg number 1 roared angrily, full of unwillingness. But he suddenly laughed strangely. Hee hee. Then his tone of voice changed completely. Interesting, why is really too stupid? You two could have fought for a long time. Although he still couldn't beat you, he was actually provoked by your simple words and fell into your trap." Su Qing raised his eyebrows and released his bloody rage form, and a feeling of tiredness immediately came over him. "You must be R." Just now, Cyborg number 1 asked him to see the power of his own transformation. Obviously, he was talking about Y, and it was he himself who was fighting. But now, of course, R is online. "That's right. Your combat data is so useful. Haha, it's really great to carry out both operations at the same time. I actually encountered an excellent combat database like me. To thank you for contributing to my ultimate work, I decided to give you a quick death, ha 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 ha." After saying this, Cyborg number 1 suddenly shook all over, and the mechanical body on his body began to tremble violently. Su Qing quickly jumped back and looked at the Cyborg number 1 with surprise and uncertainty. Is he going to self-destruct? "You don't think I'm going to blow myself up, do you?" Cyborg number 1 looked at Su Qing with resentment. "This is the same form as the superlimit state of the cyborg. It is my unique ability. It stimulates all the power of the machine and burns the biological energy of the living body at the same time, bursting out the strongest power." He lowered his body slightly. "I will die after this form, but before that, I will kill you first." After saying that, he rushed out. This is an attack that burns life. He no longer has any chance. His heart is broken and the energy supplied to his whole body will be affected. He can only sacrifice his life to fight. Blood rage form, 105% liberation. See through. There was a loud bang. Su Qing crossed his hands to block the swift attack from the Cyborg number 1. But the whole person was knocked down from the top. It smashed heavily into Xiangyang village. "Cousin!" No Brain exclaimed and rushed over. "It really hurts a bit." Suching stood up from the ruins. Cyborg number 1 jumped down from the top. "Stand back!" After Su Qing finished speaking, he rushed forward. Bang! A huge sonic boom sounded in the air again. A black shadow flew backwards. After the other black shadow landed, he rushed forward again, instantly reaching the front of the flying black shadow and kicked him away again. Fuck, this fight is too fierce. It's like two supermen fighting each other. Su Qing is too strong. That guy was blasted back. It's incredible. Su Qing punched the number 1 cyborg back to the top from the ground with 2 punches. And he followed again. But just at this moment, the mechanical insect that had stopped started again. This time it didn't dig, but crashed into Su's city. Su Qing's eyes focused, and the high-energy laser sword slashed out instantly, leaving a wound more than 10 meters long on the mechanical insect. But at the same time it was washed back to the ground. The mechanical insect did not stop, it continued to rush towards Su's city. See through. Su Qing saw the trajectory clearly, and jumped up instantly. The high-energy laser sword cut off the digging gear set of the mechanical insect, and then jumped into its interior. The high-energy laser sword broke again when it cut through the gear set. After swallowing Su Qing, the mechanical insect pounced forward for a distance. I'm losing it, don't come over here. The brainless man didn't have time to run back. Brother! Xiaoming shouted and was about to rush out, but was stopped by Xiaohong. Wang Qing rushed out from the side. I'm here, run to my side! The brainless man waved his hands vigorously, but it was too slow. Seeing the mechanical worm rushing behind it, a hand suddenly stretched out from the mechanical sandworm's mouth and pulled it in. Cousin! Wu Brain hugged Su Qing in surprise and said, You came just in time. You haven't been waiting for this moment to save the general. Hold on tight, I'll chop this thing into pieces. Su Qing put the brainless man down and swung his knife to chop him. After rushing out for a distance, the mechanical insect rushed towards the top of the cave again. Its target is either Xiangyang village or Su city. The huge body drilled back into the original hole like a dragon, and then flew back at high speed with Su Qing. Su Qing observed his surroundings to prevent a sneak attack from the number 1 mutant. That guy has started burning his life, so he will definitely not survive, and naturally he won't run away, that would be meaningless. So it must still be there. Die! Really? A figure rushed over again. Su Qing threw out the high-energy laser sword with force. Cyborg number 1 smashed the broken high-energy laser sword with 1 punch. Rubbish weapons! He sneered coldly. But Su Qing also came in front of him, grabbed his arm directly, and then turned his back and threw him out. Cyborg number 1 was smashed hard onto the metal conveyor belt. Grass! Before he could finish his curse, Su Qing kicked the number 1 cyborg on the head. Then he kicked him twice, 3 times, 4 times. Bang, bang, bang! Finally, he used all his strength and stomped down hard. With a sound of puff, the transformed head of number 1 exploded directly. Hoo hoo hoo! The blood rage form was instantly lifted, and Su Qing collapsed to the ground. Nutrient solution! Here I come! No Brain immediately took out the last bottle of advanced nutrient solution from his backpack. Su Qing drank it all in one gulp, and a warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body. The tired body immediately recovered a little. 3 minutes 58 seconds. Su Qing just recorded the time of his blood rage form. At most it can last up to 4 minutes, and then the blood rage form can no longer be maintained. Y is very strong after being transformed, but what is truly powerful is the power he unleashes by burning his life. That power is most likely the ability of the skeleton virus. Because he was talking about his unique power. The only difference between the evil organization members and everyone else is the skeleton virus. There is no other difference. But this is just speculation. The skeleton virus has other abilities besides controlling the predators. It could also be his unique ability after being transformed. These can only be known by finding our. Where are we being taken? Mindless looked at the fast-moving mechanical insect in confusion and felt his body getting hotter and hotter. Of course I'll send you to experience the radiation storm, haha. Chapter 69, Radiation Lightning, Struck by Lightning. It's worth it for Y to die. You are so strong. I have never seen such a perfectly adapted cyborg. Your body is mine. When the storm is over, I will definitely go to the border to find your body and transform you into another ultimate work of mine, haha. The sound of our echoed inside the mechanical insect. When Su Qing saw the brainless look, he knew that he was getting closer and closer to the ground. He quickly picked up No Brain and rushed out. But the mechanical worm directly closed the front excavation opening. Cousin, I feel so hot. Am I poisoned by some strange poison? Please help me find a female robot. The mindless mechanical synthesized sound is weak and lifeless. Su Qing immediately returned holding him and ran to the other side, increasing his speed to the limit. Suddenly, the mechanical insect started to accelerate, and the speed of the conveyor belt reached the limit, trying to prevent Su Qing from leaving. Grass! Su Qing couldn't help but curse, and No Brain was getting more and more angry. The radiation storm caused too much damage to the machine, although his prosthesis was fine. Your own. Yes. Su Qing hurriedly ran while taking off the external photon brain behind his ear. This is an upgrade from the synthesis of the Eye of Dimension, and is not affected by any radiation storm. It can be implanted in the human body, and perhaps also in machines. The problem with being mindless is that the photon brain is overloaded, and if it is not suppressed, it will explode. An external photon brain may be able to share the pressure of the photon brain. Without hesitation, Su Qing pressed the external photon brain onto the brainless body. Suddenly, pins popped out from all around the external photon brain and embedded into the brainless body. No Brain suddenly felt alert and his body temperature dropped rapidly. The internal turbine cooling is running to the limit. Oh my god, I feel my brain is more flexible than ever before. I have a brain now. The brainless man felt like he was reborn. Although I have no head, I have a brain. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, it really worked. As long as this guy keeps his mouth shut, he'll probably be fine. The Eye of Dimension is worthy of being created by the Ninth Dimension Empire. In one word, powerful. At this time he had already run to the exit and the mechanical insect also stopped. It drilled into the exit prepared in advance, and the powerful electromagnetic radiation outside directly destroyed its power system. Countless electric currents surged inside the mechanical insect, as if it was about to explode at any time. You guys sizzle, don't even think about escaping back, sizzle, go, ha ha! Ours communications were also affected by the radiation storm and became intermittent. Bang! Suddenly a piece of metal burst out and the mechanical components inside exploded. It's like dominoes. This tiny explosion instantly set off a chain reaction, and the entire mechanical insect exploded rapidly starting from its head which was closest to the ground. Then the entire mechanical insect exploded at the same time. The huge impact did not allow any time to escape. Su Qing was directly blown out of the ground and flew into the air. Woohoo, cousin, we are taking off again! No Brain exclaimed. Su Qing grabbed Widow tightly to protect him from the explosion. He also saw the real scene of the radiation storm for the first time. Is this the unrivaled power of nature? Throughout the entire ruins, wherever you look, purple lightning is falling from the sky like a giant snake. It seems like the end of the world. Lightning struck the desert, instantly creating a huge hole. The continuous lightning strikes generated huge amounts of high temperatures, even burning the sand into liquid. When these liquids cooled down, they will turn into glass with a lot of impurities and not very transparent. Because the main components of sand and glass are both silica, but glass requires more precise temperature control, purification, and other operations. Therefore, the glass after the sand is melted contains a lot of impurities. The roar of thunder and lightning filled the entire world. Bang! Su Qing fell from the sky into a slowly flowing red pit. When the high-temperature liquid touched the symbiotic armor, bursts of green smoke came out. Su Qing jumped out of the pit without thinking. Boom! A thunderclap came from behind. The purple lightning struck the big hole right on target. Su Qing broke out in a cold sweat. When he was in heaven, he discovered a little pattern. These thunder and lightning are indeed terrifying. But most of the time it will split at one point. In other words, the possibility of being struck by lightning is greater in those big pits. Of course, this does not mean that the point where lightning strikes is fixed. Suching looked up, then ran away holding no brain. Go back? Not to mention that I can't find the direction now. Even though we were able to find the direction, it turned out that the hole had been collapsed by the self-explosion of the mechanical insect. Yes, the mechanical bugs exploded on their own, not entirely because of radiation. The initial explosion was indeed caused by radiation lightning that overloaded and burned its mechanical circuits. But the whole explosion afterwards was caused by the mechanical insect's self-destructing. It must be the last command issued by R after he saw Suchinkui running away. There is no time to find direction now. The most important thing is to escape from the area of radiation lightning. This is the second phase of the radiation storm, so it has boundaries. Suching ran wildly with his head down. As long as you head in one direction, you will be able to get out. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck. When Suching heard the sound, he instinctively used his recognition ability. But the speed of lightning is too fast. Even in the sight of being seen through, it is like a speeding sports car. Blood rage, fully released. Suching only had time to move sideways before lightning struck his feet and blew him away. He also threw out the brainless one. A powerful electric current instantly spread throughout his body. In an instant, a large number of cells were destroyed. But at this time, Suching's cell healing speed increased by 800%. The cells are destroyed by lightning, then quickly heal themselves, then destroyed again, and the cycle repeats. Suching widened his eyes, knelt on the ground, and used his hands to support his body as much as possible. He had just used the blood rage full release not long ago, and although he drank a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution to recover a little, he was already close to his limit. In addition, cells are constantly being destroyed and healed, which consumes more physical energy. No, I can't cancel the blood rage form. Suching gritted his teeth and insisted that once the blood rage form was released, the speed of cell healing might not be able to keep up with the speed of electric current destruction. Now it's a delicate balance to maintain. Cousin! Are you okay? You were struck by lightning. As soon as No Brain landed on the ground, he immediately rolled and crawled to Suching. He observed Suching anxiously. How is it, cousin? This must be very painful. Suching clenched his fists. Damn it, he must find out the programmer who created this thing. 10 seconds passed. The powerful electric current brought by the radiation lightning slowly dissipated. The blood rage form was instantly lifted. The tiny purple lightning in the cells also dissipated. Hoo! Suching kept breathing heavily. He was not struck by lightning just now. The lightning only struck his feet and almost killed him. Fortunately, I have strength in my body. The original implant also provides extreme self-healing ability, and the symbiotic armor has powerful defense. Otherwise, I would definitely have to lie on the ground and leave everything to fate. We can't stop now, the probability of lightning striking the same spot is higher. He stood up with difficulty, and regardless of his tired body, he continued to run while pulling No Brain. I don't know how long I ran. Suching finally saw the boundary of the radiation lightning. Chapter 70, Ruins, Electromagnetic Barrier. What bad luck! I haven't even said goodbye to my brother yet. No Brain looked at the radiation lightning area behind him with lingering fear. This is a force that no human can resist. Just seeing it, I no longer have any thoughts of resisting. Suching pulled him to continue walking. We can't stop, the minefield should move. As if to verify his words, the minefield really began to shift. It's just moving in the opposite direction from them. Huh! Fortunately, thank the goddess of luck for her favor. The brainless man wiped his forehead, and a streak of purple electricity emerged. Suching also breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally good news. Should we go back? No Brain looked at Suching. That monster has found Xiangyang village. The village may be in danger. Suching shook his head. No, the village is safe for the time being. No Brain scratched his body. Safe? Why? I can't figure it out even if I have a brain. Let's go. Suching found a direction and explained as he walked. The tunnel has been blown down, and they use large machines like mechanical insects to dig through the passage, which means it is some distance away from Xiangyang village. Xiaohong said that they saw mechanical beasts a few kilometers away. It would not be easy for them to dig another tunnel at such a long distance. And the person doing the experiment is not within the borders of the ruins. Although there is indeed an underground laboratory, or even several. But he said that he would find us at the border of the ruins, which means that he is not at the border of the ruins now. His goal is to collect combat data, so he probably has no interest in Xiangyang village. So the village will not be in danger for the time being. Cousin, you are indeed only 1% as smart as I am. After hearing this, No Brain suddenly understood. R is definitely not at the edge of the ruins, but it's not too far away. There are only two places, either in the ruins or in the abandoned city. And he also has an ultimate weapon, which should be an even more powerful transformed mechanical life. Cyborg number 1Y is already extremely powerful, so he must hurry up to strengthen himself and continue to synthesize and upgrade his prosthetics and weapons. Su Qing took out a high-energy laser sword. Although it was still able to cut through the mechanical alloy armor, its own hardness was still too low. The self-healing ability is gained at the expense of hardness. Moreover, this is an A-level weapon, also a product of the peak generation. The weapons above that are completely different. Like the symbiote armor, at least the design concept is different. Energy block. After replacing the energy block of the high-energy laser sword, the sword immediately began to repair itself quickly. The two of them walked forward. Walk until dark. Because of the radiation storm, there was no light in the sky. Cousin, maybe we've gone the wrong way? We haven't seen anything yet. At night, two green rays of light shot out from No Brain's eyes to light the way. The symbiotic armor also has night vision capabilities, which is basically the same as daytime. Walk a little longer. If you don't find anything, change direction. Su Qing looked around, and suddenly, there seemed to be some blue light in the distance. If it weren't for the visual enhancement of the symbiotic armor, ordinary people would not be able to see it. It's so cold. My biological testing equipment shows it's only -30 degrees. No Brain hugged his body, which was covered with some white frost. The nights in the desert are already cold, and now that winter is approaching, the temperature will be even lower in the second half of the night. There's something ahead, let's go! Su Qing pulled Wubatu and ran quickly towards the light. Why didn't I see anything? There's nothing. You're too short to see. I'm throwing you, Lei Mao. Believe it or not, I will jump up and hit you on the head. You might as well jump up and hit me on the knee. The two soon came to a blue light barrier. Su Qing tried to reach out to the light barrier. As he approached, dense and tiny streams of electric current were transmitted to his palms. There is actually a faint resistance. The slightly stronger he exerted, the stronger the resistance became. When it completely touched the blue light barrier, the resistance became stronger. But it's not completely impassable. He felt that if he exerted a little more force, he would be able to break through this barrier. Cousin, this barrier is very strange. It has a strong shielding effect. My onboard scanner cannot detect inside. The brainless creature shot out detection rays from its eyes, but they could not penetrate the blue light barrier. There should be ruins behind this. Block all signals, only ruins. Unexpectedly, they actually found the ruins. Ruins, this is where you rescued me? No Brain also reached out to touch the blue light barrier, but it did not cause any electric current, and he passed through it naturally. Oh my god, is this thing just for show? The No Brain reached back and forth quickly in surprise. Su Qing frowned slightly. He could clearly feel the resistance. It was definitely not a decoration. Strange, I don't resist being brainless. I'll use this first. They took the external photon brain from the brainless. The radiation lightning was in the opposite direction of their movement, so it was already very far away. Even if we want to move, we probably won't pass by here until tomorrow night. After removing the external photon brain, the brainless thing was indeed not affected by the radiation. Put on the external photon brain again and contact Yang Siki. Are you there? Yes, what's wrong? Yang Siki lay listlessly on the table, feeding herself shrimp crackers. Look what this is. I'm in front of the ruins. Su's city shared the visual. Yang Siki raised her head, took a look, and continued to lie down. Electromagnetic barrier. I didn't expect you to find the ruins and not be killed by the radiation storm. Luckily, the radiation storm is in the opposite direction from me. Suching reached out and touched it. Is it dangerous? If I pass through here? No, but it requires a certain amount of impact force. The high-speed rail train will just crash into it. This electromagnetic barrier has a certain ability to suppress the prosthesis and will also affect the magnetic field, making it difficult to find its location. Yang Siki changed her face and lay down. It's the first time I've seen it too. Fortunately, the high-speed rail train was built before the ruins. If you go in, try to be careful. Good. Suching nodded. You are in the abandoned city. You can help me find out if there is any information about mechanical transformation. Yang Siki asked doubtfully. Mechanical transformation? Mechanical life form? That mechanical desert rat? That's right, but it's not a mechanical life form, but a human-made one. I guess that person might be in an abandoned city or ruins. Yang Siki raised her head and propped her chin with her hand. Okay, I'll help you keep an eye out for any recent news. When are you coming back? The things I want are almost in the abandoned city, and recently many people in the abandoned city are looking for you. I am quite bored when you are not here. I'll go back when I get out of the ruins. Suching walked directly towards the blue electromagnetic barrier. Be careful, Sizzle, be careful. As soon as we entered the electromagnetic barrier, the communication was immediately cut off. Even the external photon brain that was upgraded by synthesizing the Eye of Dimension cannot connect to the outside world here. Cousin, come in quickly, this place is awesome. Chapter 71, Paradise on Earth, Mechanical Lifeforms? The brainless one passed through the electromagnetic barrier in an instant. After Suching entered the electromagnetic barrier, he found that it was not a thin layer, but an area full of electromagnetics. The brainless man has no influence here, but there are countless electric currents in his body, strongly resisting his entry. He exerted force on his feet and rushed out at an instant speed. In an instant, the scenery before his eyes changed completely. This is a ruin? Suching widened his eyes in shock, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. If this is a ruin, then what is a ruined city, a garbage dump or a toilet? The moon in the sky is countless times clearer than that in the abandoned city. The silver moonlight shines down, making it as bright as day here. All he saw before him was a world full of green. Although there are ruins everywhere, there are plants that are rarely seen in abandoned cities. In the distance, countless birds are perched on a towering tree. Birds of the night habit flew across the sky chirping. Countless vines covered the entire completely destroyed city. A rabbit in the distance was looking at Suching and the other person curiously. A poisonous snake is lurking behind it, waiting for its chance to strike. Suddenly, the venomous snake attacked, biting the rabbit in an instant, and then wrapped its body around the rabbit, holding it tightly. At Suching's feet, a row of ants walked by carrying the corpse of a fly. It's like there's no war going on here. Maintain the original ecological appearance of the earth. I didn't expect the ruins to be such a place. Why didn't anyone notice it? It should be visible if a high-speed train passes by. Suching looked up and saw that the sky was covered by a blue electromagnetic barrier. He could vaguely see the track. It seems that this place is blocked. It should be impossible to see what's going on inside on the high-speed rail train. This place is obviously more suitable for human habitation. Suching took off his symbiotic armor, and suddenly, a breath of fresh air blew in his face. He took a deep breath and then let it out slowly with satisfaction. This is the fresh air that you can never breathe in the abandoned city. The suburb where he lived was filled with smoke from a garbage disposal plant and a weak radiation layer all over the sky. Even though there are a lot of vegetation in the villa area of the black market, it is far less fresh than here. And it is true that the temperature here is warmer. My dear, this place is so beautiful. No brain running towards the city. Suching followed slowly and looked around. Next to it is a subway entrance covered with vines. Under the silver moonlight, you can see the words, Jinling South Station, written on it. All the surrounding tall buildings collapsed. The Century War destroyed the city, but the departure of humans allowed the ecology here to recover. The animals rested and recuperated, and the entire environment became better, much better than where humans live today. I don't know if the future city can compare with this place. Come here, cousin, look, there are flowers here. No Brain squatted in front of a pile of rocks. Suqing walked over and saw a small red flower there, swaying gently in the breeze. Everything here is so beautiful. No Brain reached out and carefully touched the little red flower. I've never seen it in the abandoned city. Suqing also squatted down and reached out to touch the little red flower. A bee was hovering far away in the distance. He has no memory of this place. Was I really thrown here? See, they got through the electromagnetic barrier, found the ruins, and dumped him here. Does that mean the evil organization is in ruins? After all, the ruins are not so easy to find, let alone so easy to enter. There is no doubt that No Brain belongs here, and he can enter the ruins without any obstacles. How did I get out? Suqing stood up. Sudden. He saw a black shadow flash by in the distance. Follow me, there's something. He immediately grabbed the brainless man who was still looking at the flowers and ran after the black shadow. Hey, what? It could just be an animal. No, it looks like a figure. Suqing frowned slightly, he wouldn't be wrong. Although the figure is not big, it is indeed human-shaped. Could it be a monkey? Aren't you humans all descended from monkeys? The kind with red butts? Suqing chased for a while and found that the figure was lost. He was where he was now, and the surroundings were too unfamiliar. And he didn't want to go deep into the ruins. It was not as peaceful as it seemed. High-speed rail trains will be attacked when passing through electromagnetic barriers. Besides animals, there are other scary things here. No Brain propped his hands on his knees, looking out of breath. Why don't you take a rest for the night? It's too late now, and you just fought before and haven't rested yet. If you encounter danger now, it will be difficult to deal with it. Suqing thought for a moment and said, Okay. Although the moonlight was bright, visibility was not high, and he was indeed too tired after fighting with Cyborg number 1. He looked around and found a half-collapsed shopping mall and walked over. Just go to the front, Wanda? The mall's sign is only halfway up. Yeah. He ran over there without thinking. Suqing looked around to see if there was any danger. At this time, on the collapsed beam on the second floor of the shopping mall, a figure with white eyes flashing was looking at Suqing and No Brain who were entering the mall. Woohoo, this is actually a shopping mall, there are so many things. He ran to the shelf without thinking, but all the products were expired and some of the packaging was torn. Suqing followed him into the mall and looked at the shelves casually. Come out. He suddenly spoke to the elevator leading to the second floor not far away. Cousin, what are you talking about? No Brain popped up and said, I'm here. Are you hallucinating? Suqing said seriously. Someone is there. Someone? No Brain was surprised and looked around nervously. The human food here is untouched, but the metal objects show obvious signs of use. Besides, you are too impatient. The footprints on the ground are new. If you don't come out, I don't mind going up to find you. Suqing took out the high-energy laser sword that was half restored. Because it was completely shattered by Cyborg number 1, it took a long time to repair. No Brain also saw the footprints on the ground at this time. I'm afraid, come out quickly, or we will go up and beat you up. After a while, there was no movement. No Brain looked up at Suqing. What should I do? Suqing frowned slightly, just as he was about to go up. A small figure walked down from the second floor. Robot? The brainless one looked at the person walking down in surprise. It turned out to be a gray robot, about the height of a boy of about 14 or 15 years old. Mechanical life form? Suqing frowned at the robot. He seemed very scared. He held the elevator handrail tightly with both hands and walked down step by step, looking very cautious. This is obviously not the dull assistant robot in the abandoned city, but a mechanical life form like the brainless one. Chapter 72. Mechanical life forms are of the same kind. The robot walked down the stairs nervously, and he stood there at a loss. His face has human-like features, and is completely white and appears to be a flexible metal. able to make expressions and even look almost as natural as humans. But its eyes glowed slightly white and it had no hair. The limbs are slender, and the surface is a gray metal skin with a skin-like material. The joint is a universal hydraulic hub connection. Fingers are almost the same as human ones, but the material is different. Can achieve flexible bending and grabbing movements. It looks very delicate and very human-like. This must be the mechanical life form that Yang Siki mentioned. Robots have evolved to this point. Can you speak? No Brainer tried to ask. The robot shook his head, pointed to his mechanical neck, and then to his chest. Indicates that there is no sound unit. No Brain scratched his head. Even his half-crippled body had vocal units. Then how do you communicate? The robot pointed to his head. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came in Su Cheng's mind. It is not a line of sentences, but just a few simple words and symbols. My mission? Su Cheng frowned and looked at the robot. It should be the information he transmitted through the photon brain. This is equivalent to their normal conversation, which is unencrypted information, so their photon brain will accept it. Otherwise it would be impossible for it to crack the firewall of the external photon brain. These words should mean asking what task will be assigned to him. It seems that this robot used to be a worker, similar to the oxen and horses of the old century. But Su Cheng always felt something was wrong. We're not asking you to work. No Brain shook his body. This is our first time here. We have no ill intentions. We just want to rest here for one night. Because it was public and unencrypted information, even the brainless one could hear it. Sudden. Su Cheng looked at the escalator entrance on the second floor again. There are still people, all come down. He keenly heard two more footsteps on the second floor. Father bad, no way. At this time, the little robot uttered 3 words anxiously. Father? Father? Su Cheng frowned. Do mechanical life forms also have families? Can they have children too? That's impossible. Reproduction is an ability only possessed by carbon-based life. How robots are born. It should have been manufactured. But it is outrageous that mechanical life forms actually have the concept of family. At this time, the 2 robots upstairs also walked down carefully. The 2 robots seem to have slightly bulging chests. One is about 1.7 meters tall, and the other is only about 1.6 meters tall. They should be female robots. Their faces are also softer, and their necks are covered with skin, unlike male robots, which have exposed mechanical linkages. The rest of the body is almost the same as the male robot, but looks more skinny. And regardless of whether they are male or female robots, they do not have the organs needed for reproduction. Mother, sister. 2 more words. It's easy to understand, one is the mother and the other is the sister. Su Cheng was actually quite curious about the logic behind their family. And do their body sizes also increase with age? Unbelievable. Mechanical life forms are amazing. This is a completely different evolutionary path. Now there is still one robot missing, and that is the father the boy robot mentioned. From what he said, it seems that the father robot is broken and unable to move. Oh my god, they are just like humans! No Brain exclaimed in the same way. Su Cheng walked towards the boy robot. This action frightened him so much that he quickly stepped back with a look of panic. The tall female robot quickly ran to the boy and protected him behind her. Strangeness. Su Cheng became even more confused. The robots were obviously afraid of him, but they were not afraid when they looked at the mindless. Because I am human? Do they know humans? And she will protect her children. This is exactly like humans. Don't be afraid, I just want to see what you're made of, and maybe I can help you heal your father. Su Cheng pointed at No Brain and said, I'm a maintenance engineer. No Brain nodded immediately and said, Yes, we are repairmen. We can help you. He is not a bad person, although he likes to take other people's parts apart. You don't have to say the last sentence. Su Cheng was helpless. However, the boy robot seemed to have heard his father who could repair him, so he was not afraid of the last sentence. He still looked at Su Cheng with fear, but did not avoid him. The other 2 female robots were on guard but did not stop them. Su Cheng walked forward, placed one hand on the high-energy laser sword, and pinched the skin on the boy's robotic arm with the other hand. Very soft, but very tough and not easily damaged. The internal skeleton cannot be seen, but it appears to be made of a very strong alloy material. This is an ordinary worker robot. But the production technology, intelligence level, and materials are all very advanced. It is far beyond the reach of mechanical prostheses and low-level prostheses. In other words, the combat effectiveness of these machine life forms is generally much stronger than that of humans. No wonder it took mankind 2 centuries of fighting before it finally won the victory. At that time, humans had already entered the interstellar age and had all kinds of prosthetics. The brainless ones should be higher than these workers. Before, he could speak, and with only an 8-bit photon brain, he had language and a humanoid personality. It is definitely not an ordinary mechanical life form. Come on, go up, I'll try to fix your forehead, father. The 3 robots immediately showed happy expressions when they heard this, and quickly led the way to the 2nd floor. Suching followed, always on guard. Although these robots appeared very frightened. But after all, they had wars with humans before. Who knows if this is just fake now? Cousin, am I the same as them? Can you make me like them? I want someone tall and muscular, not skinny like them. No Brain followed behind and said. This guy just spoke so loudly without avoiding people at all. You, senior! The boy robot in front turned around and uttered 2 words with a smiling expression on his face. He's right. You should be more advanced. I'll help you find one tomorrow. Everyone came to a room on the 2nd floor. Lying inside was a robot that was 1.85 meters tall and had a strong build. One of his feet was broken, and occasionally a spark would fly out from inside. This robot should be the father, and it looks like a robot that can do heavy work. All 3 robots ran over to the robot, worry in their eyes. Make way. Suching walked forward and checked. The problem is not big. The legs can be repaired, their materials are very special, combining both toughness and hardness. His internal problem is a bit serious, and seems to be a programming error. After all, he had never seen a mechanical life form, and his father's books were all about human prostheses. The leg can be fixed, but the internal programming is wrong, I'm just trying. But before that, you need to tell me, what is your daily job? Where do you work and who do you work for? Chapter 73, Darkness Under the Lamp, the Iron City Army. Or let me teach you how to say it. Suching placed the high-energy laser knife on the male robot's neck. The high temperature burned the supporting rod on his neck, and it gradually turned red. Seeing this, the other 3 robots immediately wanted to step forward. Don't move, or he will die! Suching moved slightly, and the long knife cut the male robot's neck. What's going on, cousin? I was totally confused, this change was too fast. They lured us here on purpose. Suching looked at the boy robot. No Brain asked in surprise. Did you do it on purpose? Suching nodded. The shadow I saw just now was this boy. If he was really afraid of me, he shouldn't have run past me, but retreated quietly. Obviously, he ran past me on purpose to lure us over here. And they are so intelligent, how could they not be able to speak? Even the assistant robots in the abandoned city can do that. The reason he didn't question the boy immediately was because he didn't know if there were other robots. And he also wanted to understand this magical mechanical life form. So he was on guard from the beginning. Don't hurt him. Seeing that he could no longer hide the truth, the boy robot stopped pretending. You are right, we can talk, but I didn't lie to you. Yes, we didn't lie to you. The female robot stepped forward and said, We are indeed a family. My husband is David, he is my son Jack, and my daughter Lux, and I am Jennifer. Jennifer hugged David and Lux. They are both good kids. We have no ill intentions. In order to find someone to repair David, Jack went out to look for help from the factory, but they had already abandoned us. On his way back, he saw you, human. So he wanted to try, maybe you can fix David. Suching observed several robots. When he was checking Jack just now, he was also checking whether they had any weapons. Retracting the high-energy laser sword. Why do you think humans can repair your father? Jack protected Jennifer and Lux behind him. We were created by humans. Although the Queen has started a war with you, I guess humans can help us. I have no other choice. This lord. At this time, David, who had been sleeping, woke up and said, I'm sorry, it's our fault. Don't blame my family. I don't need to trouble you with my injury. For a moment, Su Qing almost couldn't tell who was the human being. I can help you fix it, but you have to answer all my questions and not hide anything. Okay. No problem. Jack nodded vigorously. Su Qing waved to No Brain, and the two of them worked together to repair David. You said you were abandoned? Who abandoned you? Are there other humans here? Seeing that Su Qing was willing to help, Jack relaxed a lot. Because we are functional mechanical life forms, we can't fight, and I can only work in the factory when I grow up. My father worked in a factory, but he was injured and abandoned by the factory because he was overworked and his core was overloaded. They have no shortage of mechanical life forms like us, so if we get hurt, we will be abandoned. Everything is just for efficient production. Robots should work according to programs, be disciplined, efficient, single-minded, and safe. If they didn't have humanity, they might not abandon people who just needed repairs, or even use a robot to the point of overloading. But it is precisely because they possess humanity, wisdom, and emotions. So there are practices that only talented people can do. Squeeze a robot until it can no longer function, then discard it. Because they have no shortage of manpower, they act with impunity. Are you creating mechanical life forms that can fight? Jack's words revealed a lot of information. There are mechanical life forms that are better at fighting, and they are most likely producing such mechanical life forms. That's right. Jack nodded and said, I can't know too much. Our factory only produces parts. The core factory is in Steel City. We can't enter there because there are troops stationed there. Army. Su Qingxiu's hand paused slightly. There is an army of mechanical life forms in the ruins. They were not completely wiped out, but were hiding in the ruins to recuperate. After so many years, they have been producing efficiently, so to what extent have they developed? No wonder there are electromagnetic barriers in the ruins. But why don't they destroy the high-speed rail train? After all, that might alert others to their presence. Is this what it means to be in the dark? Su Qing thought of this possibility. If it is destroyed, it may make people feel that the problem here is bigger. Appropriately release the very dangerous information here, but not completely shut down. Instead of leading others to think of more serious issues, it will just treat this place as a forbidden area. They really are no different from humans. Su Qing continued to repair. You haven't answered yet. Are there other humans here? Is the Queen you mentioned still wrong now? Jack shook his head and said, You are the first human being I have ever seen. I have never seen the Queen of Heaven. I don't know if she still exists. Jennifer also shook her head. We haven't seen any human beings since this place was blocked, and the Queen of Heaven only exists in our legends. Su Qing frowned and looked at them. So how do you build your army, and what are you going to do? Jennifer said apologetically. I'm sorry, we don't know that either. We are just ordinary workers. Okay, the leg has been repaired. Su Qing stood up and opened the skin and armor on David's chest. Sizzle. A few sparks came out of his chest. No way. Su Qing shook his head. I have never seen this kind of energy coupler. It can't be repaired, it can only be replaced. David was unable to move because his energy device was unable to supply enough energy to his entire body. Replace the coupler. Jack lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Oh, that's it, it's okay. Jennifer shook her head helplessly. I'll take you to rest. This place is very big and has items used by humans. You can use them as you like. She took Su Qing and Wu Nao Tu out. Su Qing stood up. One last question, you guys, what is your logic for forming a family? Jennifer smiled and said, To put it simply, using David and I's signature codes and photon information to create offspring is a very complicated process. I can't explain it to you in detail. So they can grow too? That's right. Jennifer took out a low-level energy block. By taking in energy, we can grow. This is a mechanical life form. It actually has life. Su Qing and No Head came to a warehouse. There was a bed inside. You guys stay here, I'm going back first. After Jennifer brought the person here, she left. Cousin, are we going to Steel City? Suching thought for a moment and said, Find your kind first. If you find them, don't go.